Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Escape Reality Star Wars Talk. It's a brand new episode, and it's a
Mm-hmm.
pre recorded
Yep.
episode. Um,
I have work, so we're doing this ahead of time.
yeah.
You're welcome.
Thankfully, this week's book was short.
Yes.
We just had to talk about the High Republic race to Crash Point Tower.
Yeah. Is
Next week, however, is going to be a big one.
yes. So
Um, well, I'm Caleb, by the way, and my co host, Seth.
yep.
And we just talk about Star Wars and go through the different canon material as we see fit. Generally try to go in chronological order, but there's been a lot that's been coming out.
Sometimes we'll check out some of the newer stuff.
Yeah, and there's been a lot that's been new.
Yeah.
So let's go a little bit. Speaking of new things coming up, let's talk a little bit about the news. So Star Wars Newsnet has received a report from what was it? Embracer, the video game studio, made some big announcements Thursday about several big name acquisitions, including Aspire.
Yeah.
So the reason we're bringing this up is because a few weeks ago we talked about how the Knights of the Republic remake was rumored to be delayed indefinitely. So this is why. It turns out there was a big studio shakeup, which we did hear rumblings about, and I think we talked about it on the show. I can't remember if we did. But there were some studio shakeups, and it turns out that yes, Embracer acquired the parent company Saber Interactive, who owns Aspire, and basically decided that it was best for Aspire to not be the company working on Knights of the Republic remake, because they figured it's a AAA title. We're going to give it to somebody with a little more experience with AAA games. Aspire is generally known for their ports and remakes, ports and remasters, not their remakes. So they sent it off to Saber Interactive, who are best known for currently Evil Dead the video game, which just came out, and the World War Z game.
Yeah.
Both of which are very promising sound to hear, because these games were both very well received. So that means that it's in good hands, as far as we can tell. Does that kind of boost your confidence for this game? I mean,
a little bit.
I mean, I was already under the impression that Aspire probably had it.
Yeah.
But it sounds like the new.
To put it mildly, I wasn't worried.
Yeah, the only thing that worried me was indefinitely. When you say something indefinite, that's a sign that
particularly in the gaming industry, where it's kind of like indefinitely may as well.
It may as well be it's dead.
Yeah.
That's what you might as well be saying. But there were also rumblings that Lucasfilm and Disney and Lucasfilm Games, the new arm that they made last year to be in charge of their video game stuff, they did not want this remake to die. So they were doing everything in their power to make sure that this game happens.
Yeah.
So it sounds like that we're still getting that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's good.
Yes.
That's the first bit of the news that we wanted to talk about. It sounds like let's see. Oh yeah, and some of the veteran BioWare talent is still working on it. So the original creators of the Knights of the Republic games are still, some people are still part of this project. This isn't official news, though. This is all still speculation based on things that Embracer said, as well as what Disney and so none of this is confirmed.
This is fact.
Yeah, don't take this as confirmation of that this is what's going on. Take this as rumors and speculation based on information that we are hearing.
Yeah.
So take it all with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
As always, you should take things with a grain of salt until a company says something with like, this is officially what's going on. Until then, it should always just be speculative by nature. And as far as the speculative nature goes, this sounds good. It sounds like it all agrees with what we've been hearing. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is what's going on. But yeah. At the same time, I'm just going to reserve myself. I'm not going to be excited about this because, once again, no evidence.
Yep.
Just speculative. but I will still be excited if it turns out to be real. I'm just gonna hold that though and hold it down a bit
Mm-hmm. I know. I know you're.
because otherwise it can.
I
Yeah,
know
I'd be hurt.
you're over the top, man. You need to just really lower it
Yeah,
down a little.
yeah. Um. So with that in mind, so it's almost we're past the halfway point for this year,
Yeah.
and for Star Wars comics, we're also past the halfway point for a lot of their story arcs.
Mm-hmm.
So Marvel went ahead and along with Games Radar made their November slate kind of clear.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna get the first issue of the Yoda miniseries, the 10-issue miniseries,
Mm.
in November, which it will start during the High Republic days and move forward.
Yes. Very small and green. This one is.
Yeah. And it's being written by I believe
Oh.
it's Charles that's doing the first arc.
Yeah, I think so. It just said so. Yeah. Oh.
No. This is Hidden Empire stuff. Yeah, which we're gonna get to. But I think Kevin Scott. Sorry,
Okay.
Kevin Scott, our other High Republic guy. Kevin Scott.
High Republic, Kevin Scott, Charles Soule, Justina Ireland. There's another one, I think. Or is it just those?
There's a few others.
There's a couple others, okay?
There's.
Can't remember them all.
Come on, at least one. She made us sad, but then not sad, but also sad.
Narrow that down.
She specifically wrote the one where everything went bad. She also wrote Into the Dark.
I know you're trying to help me.
Yeah, I closed it so that way you wouldn't see it.
Fuck.
You want me to just say it?
Yeah.
Claudia Gray.
Damn you.
Yeah, Claudia
Not
Gray.
you, Claudia. You're.
Although she did make me almost think that she killed off stupid parachute. It kept him alive, so thank you, parachute. But
God.
but yeah, Kevin Scott's the one who does the mainline comic. He also did The Rising Storm, which we're gonna talk a little bit about today, along with the book we read. Cause
they're in good hands.
yeah, and so meanwhile, Charles Soule, who mostly works on mainline comics, is working on Star Wars: The Hidden Empire, which will be the finale of the Kira story within the current set of comics. And the first issue of Hidden Empire will come out in November. So the first of the 5-issue miniseries that will mark the beginning of that arc. Let's see. According to here's a little bit of the info stuff that we got. Mysterious Syndicate, Crimson Dawn, and its leader, Lady Kira, have become the galaxy's most wanted criminals as Emperor Palpatine realizes the scope of Kira's plans against him and moves to destroy her. But Kira still has tricks up her sleeve, and with the help of the Knights of Ren and her many other allies, she will not go down without a fight.
Well, I'm sorry. I don't think things are gonna work out for you, lady.
Speaking of Hidden Empire, what's going to happen afterward? Well, we're going to get a taste of that with a one-shot issue titled Star Wars Revelations, which will also be coming out in November. It will be written by Mark Guggenheim, who is the current author for the Han Solo and Chewbacca Star Wars comic. And that is here's a little bit of the info that we got on that. According to Marvel's press release, the can't-miss Star Wars issue of the year. After War of the Bounty Hunter came Crimson Reign. Now in the midst of Hidden Empire, Kira has shaken the galactic landscape to its core. But what lies beyond for the Rebellion? For the Empire? What role do the Bounty Hunters play? And what is happening to Dr. Aphra? Witness the next step in the legacy of heroes and scoundrels in the galaxy far, far away as Mark Guggenheim is joined by a ragtag team of artists to bring you an explosive tale you won't soon forget. The path to the future of Star Wars starts here. And apparently it's going to be Vader going back to the Eye of Webbish Bog on Mustafar to kind of get some visions. Also coming out in November is another issue #1.
Yeah, yeah.
One we've been waiting
yes,
for.
Yes.
Stars the High
yes.
Republic, The Blade.
Mm,
We're gonna get the backstory of the
I
Blade.
would like to read this one.
Oh, yes. There you go.
All right. Hundreds of years before the Skywalker saga, witness the rise of a legend, the mighty Jedi Porter Engle, perhaps the most skilled lightsaber wielder in the High Republic. With his fellow Jedi Knight Barash, he travels the galaxy serving as guardian of peace and justice. But even Porter Engle has enemies he cannot defeat. Listen, we've seen him as an old man, and I don't think he's in his prime anymore. It'll be a very different thing to see Porter Engle when he's young.
Yeah, because even
He's scary as an old man.
Yeah, because even past his prime, you do not want to fuck with the Blade.
Like, what the fuck did this man do?
Also, hold on. So a little bit of speculative talk. Jedi Knight Barish, as in the Barish Vow.
Oh.
Or Baresh, technically, I guess. Yeah. The Baresh Vow?
Maybe?
Are we going to see the origins of the Baresh Vow?
Yeah.
As well?
Maybe.
I'm kind of interested because that's going to lead into something we want to talk about later. So also by this point we'll be on our second issue of the mainline High Republic comic, which will be written by Cavan Scott. Charles Soule is also the one writing the Blade comic. Cavan Scott is working on the mainline as usual, and we'll be on issue 2, which will be a continuation of the Battle of Jeddah audio drama that we're getting, because the first arc is going to be taking place on Jeddah. Apparently, well, let's read the... Death strikes on Jeddah. A Jedi lies dead in an ancient shrine, another on the trail of the murderer. Who is using ancient force powers on the streets of the holy city, and why are sacred relics going missing? And why do all roads lead to the Temple of the Wills? Ooh, so we're getting the Wills. Which we knew the Wills are an important part of Jeddah because Rogue One. Because Chirrut and May, it's been a while since I've seen the film. His friend Baze, May. You've seen it more recently than me.
I remember Donnie Yen.
Yeah, Donnie Yen is Chirrut, and then his friend Baze Malbus. Okay, I was on the right track.
I remember Donnie Yen and Heavy Machine Gun.
You remember Ip Man and his sidekick?
Yes.
Ip Man and his sidekick, Shooty McShooter.
Yes.
But yeah, they were part of the Guardian of the Wills. So it makes sense that we're going to get to see some lore of the Temple of the Wills, since we're focusing on Jeddah. I'm excited about that. And then, speaking of stuff, here's going to be the Big Four ongoing with Hidden Empire starting. So we'll have the 28th issue of Bounty Hunters.
Bounty Hunters have a bad day again.
Yeah, from the cover of it, we just see everybody holding on to a part of the ship, trying not to fly out into space. And
man,
and there it is there's the thing in the thing that we're about to read in the distance. So Panic at the Accretion Disco. That's funny. The bounty hunters are locked in a desperate attempt to escape the pull of a black hole, which we see the black hole on the cover. To make matters worse, the Pikes are out to kill them first. Meanwhile, what will Valance have to sacrifice to serve the Empire?
I remember him being fairly exploded last time.
Oh yeah, last time you saw him, he was but you also saw that he was
still alive.
He was alive because Vader was bringing him back.
Yeah.
They showed that, right? Yeah.
He's like 98% cybernetic.
Well, now he's more than that because, well, I don't want to say now because I don't think they show that at the end of War of the Bounty Hunter. We'll get to talk about it next week.
Okay.
There's stuff that you got to catch up on.
Yeah. Man.
We'll also get Darth Vader 29, which also has stuff that you're gonna need to catch up on from that we'll talk about next week because Techno reunion. 3 decades ago, Anakin Skywalker slaughtered Wat Tambor, leader of the Techno Union, along with the rest of the Separatist leaders by the command of the Emperor. So, who is the pirate Jewel Tambor? I'm gonna guess it's his son.
Probably.
What is he planning on Skako Minor? And what will the Handmaiden, who now stands at Vader's side, do when it's her job to choose if Jewel lives or dies? Also, which Handmaiden is this? And will this new adventure fulfill Sabe's dream of derailing Vader's journey to the dark side or simply complete it?
Well, I guess we've
I
answered that question with the previous question.
Well, also, I'm going to guess that this isn't Sabe then. Because Sabe has been with... I'm going to give a little bit away of stuff. That's not the current arc that we're going to read next week, but the arc that's going on right now. Sabe's been working with Vader. But it sounds like there's another Handmaiden who's alive and in the mix now. So that's interesting. We'll also get Dr. Aphra number 26.
I believe you explained to me that like Dr. Aphra is like the Indiana Jones stuff.
But like evil Indiana, if Indiana Jones did not want to bring stuff to a museum.
Yeah.
Which also technically Indiana Jones is a bad person because he's stealing artifacts from cultures,
yeah,
but
he does steal them. Then again, when it's Nazis.
But it's not in the Temple of Doom.
In Temple of Doom, he gives them their stuff back.
Yeah.
The other 2 times, it's Nazis and a crazy Russian lady.
So other 3 times.
Yeah. Even though no one wants to talk about the crazy Russian lady.
Well, that's not true. Apparently, since we're on topic of it, it turns out Quentin Tarantino had a hot take.
Oh yeah.
He said that Crystal Skull is better than Last Crusade.
I could see it.
I'm trying to figure out why it's his fate. Like why he would put. I'm curious why he would put that over Last Crusade. A lot of people like Last Crusade.
Because if you ignore it, nah.
Because Last Crusade is the one where we get Sean Connery as his dad.
Yeah.
Henry Jones.
Yeah.
Indiana was the dog.
You're named after the dog?
Well, no. That's his nickname that he took. His real name.
No, I know. You're named after the dog is...
Yeah. I know. It's the line. Henry. No. It's Junior. Because he's Henry. So it's Junior.
Junior.
That's my Sean Connery impressions for the episode. We still got to get
to 10 in Latin backwards.
We still got to get you into, speaking of Sean Connery, we got to get you into Highlander.
Oh yeah. You explained to me the plot of like
1 and 2 and 3.
I think, like half of 3.
Yeah.
I was like, there wasn't gonna be a problem in 2, and then you guys made a problem. All you had to do was let him fucking live to his old age and die.
All right, so let's talk about go back to our Star Wars. Yeah, let's talk about our Star Wars archaeologist, which still being written by Alyssa Wong, Alyssa Wong is who High Republic character Crash is an insert of.
Staros.
Yeah, Santa Staros. We've seen Santa.
I know.
Descendant. Friends and enemies.
I'm not forgiving her grandma.
Okay, but we can forgive Santa. She didn't do anything. Santa Staros and her allies have cornered the Spark Eternal. She's determined to bring Dr. Aphra back no matter what it takes. But will it be enough, or will it destroy Santa, Aphra, and everyone they love? Yeah, because currently, kind of a little bit of spoiler territory. Aphra is been taken over by a ancient entity because of her archaeology stuff.
Remember what I said. Remember what we talked about. Bring like a fucking Ziploc bag and some leather gloves.
It's not even her that activated it, though.
No?
No. We also are getting Star Wars number 29.
Yeah. So Some people are going to.
Written by Charles Soule. It looks like some people are going to a party.
Yeah.
Looks like a masquerade.
Going to one of those fancy parties.
Yeah, it looks like a masquerade because like Leia's got a mask on, Luke's got like the classic like Robin mask on,
Who you,
or Mask of Zorro sort of
Who
thing.
you think you are?
White Zorro. Because Zorro's not white, so
Yeah. Spanish.
yeah.
Yeah. I don't.
In
think
fact, he's fighting usually he's fighting the white man because usually like.
he just really wants revenge. Okay.
Well, also usually he's trying to fight for the people. He's like a Robin Hood sort usually. And then we got Lando and his nicest of coats walking with Leia, and then Chewie with a gun and Chewie with his bowcaster.
Chewie looks unhappy.
He's the only one that doesn't look like he's going to this party.
Yeah.
Rebel Alliance is in crisis. With their supply lines in jeopardy due to unfulfilled promises from Crimson Dawn, General Leia Organa knows it is just a matter of time before the rebels run out of crucial supplies. Fortunately, Amilyn Holdo has a solution. A hunt for a vast hoard of fuel thought lost for centuries. It's time for a treasure hunt.
Well, let's hope that works.
We're also getting, speaking of Mark Guggenheim from earlier, we're getting Han Solo and Chewbacca number 7 out of the 10 issues. Looks like we're getting a prison break issue. The return of Redacted. Outgunned and outnumbered, Chewie makes a daring escape from prison. Greedo is on the run, and you won't believe who is after him. Redacted is back, and boy, are they mad. I'm curious who Redacted is. I'm excited now.
Redacted is redacted.
And then last but not least, we're getting Mando number 5, which is going to adapt the Gunslinger episode of the show because the Mandalorian comic is just an adaptation of the show. Outside of Marvel, we're getting a Dark Horse comic as well, and it will be the first issue of the High Republic, The Nameless Terror.
I hope you remember what the Nameless does. It's not fun.
She cry.
Tree cry. That's what Jedi will be doing. They'll be doing a lot of crying.
She
A little bit of crying
cry.
here, a little bit of crying there.
Just you know, a little bit everywhere. Yeah. But also this is 150 years earlier. So maybe this is going to be the origins of like some of the Nameless.
Yeah.
And like previous interactions with them.
Yeah, because that nursery rhyme has to come from somewhere.
Mm-hmm. All right, so let's get into it for this week.
Yeah.
Because we read The High Republic, Race to Crash Point Tower. Well, you read, I listened.
Yep.
And we can tell that this book was short because, at least on my end, the audiobook was only 3 hours.
Yep. 124 pages. I got done with it in about a day.
Yeah, because you do the 100-page, so...
It's either
but
50 or 100 or...
And in this case, I guess you saw that you had like a little bit left, so you probably were like, I read 100, I might as well just finish it.
It's like I have to go be ready.
So this takes place concurrently to The Rising Storm, which you forgot.
I forgot about that.
Because we talked about this before we recorded, and you were like, oh yeah, when this happened, I was like, oh yeah. And I was like, yeah, I told you that this takes place concurrently.
Yeah. It was... This is set on Valo.
Yeah. Where have I heard that before?
Where do I know Valo? Oh, fuck.
And then I'm guessing once they were like, oh yeah, and then the Nihil, and then the Dringir, and then the zoo.
I'm like, oh fuck. This is the Republic Fair again.
Just from Ram's perspective.
Yeah. Speaking of Ram's
Yeah.
perspective.
So we start the book from Ram's perspective.
Yeah.
A brand new character if we were going in chronological order.
But we're not.
Well, even then he would have had some introduction before it now, but
So Ram
is meditating.
is meditating the way he likes to meditate, which is apparently to fix
Yeah, he's a techie. He specifically he's more of a gearhead. That's really where he's a gearhead, I would say.
Yeah.
He likes his technology and his speeders
and he's working on it with some bomb bracks.
yeah, which are the creation of DJO, which we love our DJO here, Daniel Jose Older.
Mm-hmm. And he's doing So V18.
Yeah, V18 is a droid that's with him who is very much like a lot of protocol droids in the Star
Yeah.
Wars universe, very nitpicky, very much doting.
Yeah. And he's like, I must see the whole picture for the whole.
Also doesn't like the Bond
Yeah.
Brax.
He's like trying to fix it and concentrate and meditate on this.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually I'm like, oh, I know what this is. This is like you're doing your fucking homework, but one of your siblings or your parents is trying to talk to you about
Yeah,
something.
because the Bond Brax and V18 are both like being noisy.
Yeah, and he's just like,
Hey, cut it out.
could you not? And he's like just trying super hard, and eventually he goes and he just gives up.
Yeah.
It's like,
But they add a propulsor unit to V18
Yes.
during this. And they also get news that Volo's comm tower is glitching.
yeah. And they're like, well, I wonder what that's about. I guess we should go check.
Yeah,
that
because
out.
this takes place on Volo, because that's where Ram is being trained. It's his home world, essentially. Because that's how he refers to it, anyways.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't remember where I was born, but this is where I've lived most of my life.
Yeah.
So it's his home.
Yep.
And so they head out to the Ferrodin Woods to go check out what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Where they get shot at.
Yep. And Ram is not freaking out too much. But he's like, I didn't ever think I'd actually have to use this lightsaber. I thought maybe.
Yeah. Master, what's his master's name?
Kumpar.
Kumpar, yeah.
What's up?
I'm about to correct you because of the audiobook. It's bad because it sounds like it's Kumpar.
Kunpar?
Kumpar.
Kunpar.
Kumpar.
No. It sounds too close to something else.
But that's what it is!
Oh, yeah.
I would also prefer Kumpar, but it's Kumpar.
I'm over here like, no, man, it's spelled phonetically. It's a hard K at the front.
Kumpar. Makes him sound like a badass. Even though, like, we've seen Master Kumpar before. He's like an older Jedi. Like, that's not like... He's past his prime. Because we've seen him in the High Republic adventures. Meanwhile, though, Zine Morala is aboard the Jedi cruiser, the Starhopper, along with her friend Lula Talasola, who is comforting her as they are approaching Trimant 4, Zine's homeworld, where last time she was there, things did not go great. If you want a reminder of what happened there, go back to our High Republic Adventures episode with Shaylee.
Yeah.
And the rundown is she's from a cult that thinks that Jedi are bad and that the Force is bad. But the thing is, Zine can use the Force. And her childhood best friend basically hates her because she can use the Force. Crix Camarat. But they're basically on their way back there because they've heard that there's some information that they can get there involving what the Nihil are up to, and so they're summoned to the bridge to talk to Master Cantum Sai, who is there with Vernestra Rowe. See the previous High Republic junior novel, Test of Courage, who is there to basically brief them, because Vernestra has been the one working on this. Meanwhile, Lula is kind of getting envious.
Yeah, she's like,
she's like, I want to be the best Jedi Knight, and Vern's the same age as me, or at least close.
Yeah.
But she's already a Jedi. She's already a Jedi Knight, and I'm still a Padawan.
How did this happen?
How can I be the best when the best is clearly standing in front of me?
Yeah.
Also, she immediately starts to deflect those emotions, and she's like, should I also be thinking these things? Because that makes me bad if I'm thinking these things. Which also messes up my being the best Jedi Knight thing that I want. She also notes how she's missing her friends
She's
Farzala
like,
and
I
Court.
wish my friends were here.
But they're busy dealing with the Drengir, as well as Master Yoda, who's disappeared to spy on the Nihil.
Yep.
Because this is during his time when he's aboard the Nihil ship in the High Republic Adventures comic. So Vernestra reports that the Nihil that attacked Tri-Man 4 appear to be connected with those that attacked her and Emery on Weevo. Once again, see Test of Courage episode that we did to get more of that. And then after she finishes her report, she ends the call because she was on call.
Like, anyhow, goodbye.
Uh,
I've given you exposition.
yeah. And so then they Starhopper leaves hyperspace to go check out Tri-Man 4, which is now a lush world instead of a red desert.
It's the opposite.
Oh, sorry.
It's the inverse.
Sorry. It's still a red desert because that was what we saw last time, though.
Yeah, but now it's
Even worse.
it's worse.
Okay, because the last time we were there, it was already bad.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah,
The difference is last time it was burning. This time it's not burning and there's nothing left.
yeah. Well, even before then, it was kind of already.
Yeah, it's also irradiated now,
Yeah,
and there's salt in the air.
but we'll deal more with that in a second. We're gonna go back to Crash Point Tower, where Ram is doing his best to not get shot at by Togruta.
So, this
Who
is,
also threw a mechanism at the tower, which
Mhm.
exploded into smoke.
so this is one of the things that I noticed. I'm like, oh, right, I forgot. This one is like for very young adults, so they never show any of our primary characters like deeply hurting the people.
Yeah.
But man, there are so many crashes and people just getting eaten or stomped out. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, this is our not even young adult novel. This is our junior novel.
Yeah.
This is for like 7 and up.
It's still a
This
good,
is our Y7.
Yeah, it's it's a good book.
Yeah, I feel like when people hear junior novel, they go, "Oh, that's for kiddies. I'm going to skip it." No, the junior novels still hold a lot of good stuff
Yeah.
and have some of the best characters. I do think this, while I like DJO, this might be the weaker of the 3 junior novels.
Yeah. And I also understand what, like, you explained to me how this one doesn't seem like a sequel so much.
Yeah, whereas the other ones, like the other books, it feels like each one is a sequel to the
Yeah.
previous. Like the adult ones, obviously 1, 2, 3. That's a sequential story. Even if some of the characters, like POVs, change, we're still following most of the characters that we've seen in each of the adult novels. And then you haven't fully experienced all the young adult novels. We haven't done the second one yet. But 1, 2, and 3 very similar. Although once again, I think 2 is the weakest of the 3. I would say in the case of the adult novels, 1, while being a great starter, is the weakest because I do think each book gets better.
Yeah.
For the adult novels, whereas I don't feel the same with the junior and the young adult. But you have now experienced all 3 books of the adults and the junior novels. So at the end of this, I'll be interested to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so obviously Ram's like, well, I've never had to use my lightsaber, like you said, saber before, but here I go.
Yep. And he does pretty well.
Yeah. And so, but his engine does get shot at on the V-18.
Mm-hmm.
And so,
No more flying.
yeah, no more flying. So in fact, he's falling with style.
Yep.
But at this point, though, as he's crash landing, he sees some ships that are leaving the system.
Yeah, and he's like, wait a minute.
And that's when he puts 2 and 2 together, and he realizes the Nihil
Oh no.
were on Valo.
Yep.
But once again, we're jumping back to Zine.
Yep.
So back on Triment 4, specifically in Brawlanack City, Cantum, Zine, and Lula are on the planet, and they're trying to make contact with the previous Elder Tromac, because he had some information regarding the Nihil.
Yeah.
He's not
Might
there.
not be able to do that.
Yeah, he's not there right now. In fact, according to High Republic Adventures, he's probably dead at this point.
Yeah, I think so.
But they don't
He's
know
either
that.
dead or captured by the Hutts about
No, captured by the Nihil.
Nihil.
So
The Hutts are involved in that story.
yeah,
But they're not
they're not part of this.
they're
part.
not who has him.
No, yeah, the Nihil have him, and then eventually kill him because they don't need him anymore.
Yep.
Because Crix is like, I have the information you need.
Mhm.
Because Crix is an asshole.
Yep. Little bastard.
So yeah. So instead, they find Elder Barbatash,
And
which he's actually pretty reasonable.
he's
Like, he is the most reasonable person in this entire cult.
Yeah. The thing
The
is,
thing is, everybody else is not.
everyone else is unreasonable, but apparently, like, Zine was
Because Zine,
internal monologue is like, yeah, we thought Elder Barbatash was like the fucking boogeyman.
yeah, because Zine is being basically there. Everybody there is hostile to them immediately
Yeah.
because they're like, "Fuck you, Jedi," and "Fuck you, Zine, for joining them." And it was you guys that did nothing to save us. The Nihil saved us, and Barbatash is like, hold on, wait a minute, that's not true at all.
Exactly. In the more, well, I guess the rated M version of this would be like, shut the fuck up, you don't know what you're talking about, get back inside, children.
Yeah, essentially. Yeah, he's like, hold up, I wasn't here, and even I heard what actually went down. But yeah, Barbatash is more willing to he also thinks
like,
that Zine is he
I
also
know you're
agrees
not
that
one
Zine is
of
not
us.
allowed back in ever.
You're
Like,
not
Zine,
one of us anymore. However,
I'm willing to
I'm
help.
going to help you because the Nihil are a problem.
Yeah, because he basically is worried that Tromac is basically already dead.
He's like, I'm pretty sure that he ain't coming back.
Yeah. And basically, he explains that there's a certain knowledge that the elders have, and that Tromac especially has, and it's basically the information of, like, if we're gonna get outside of this book, because they don't say it until like near the end.
Yeah.
They talk about that there's an ancient, powerful weapon. I think they actually don't even say what it is in
They
this
don't say
book,
what it is.
but we know what it is. It's the
It's
the nameless.
The Shri Cry Cry.
Yeah. Because we're told that in High Republic Adventures, and we're told that in, I forget what other book actually goes into it.
And at this point, assuming that you've been listening or watching, you know what it is too,
Yeah.
and you also know what it
Now,
does.
of course, when this book came out, if you were reading this in order, the mystery's still there, and it's like,
Yeah.
what is this? But I think it's also interesting reading this going back with that knowledge.
Yeah.
Like, oh, they set the fact that of how much setup this, like,
Yeah.
another reason that this book shouldn't really be skipped, because it has some information that,
hmm
because now it explains why, because High Republic Adventures talks about it, because it's why Crix has that information, because he figures out about the Nameless.
Yeah.
But they never say it in the comic until like near the end that that's what the information is. And so and apparently, you know, obviously our buddy Markion had a piece of that information.
Yeah.
He just needed the other half.
Yeah, he needed the second. They used two-factor
Yeah.
authentication for their fucking Jedi destroying weapon.
I mean, something as powerful as that needs
Yeah.
it needs two-factor identification. Something as powerful as that should not be able to be unlocked by one person.
Yeah. I'm also remembering the fucking the one that like was heavily irradiated that could just shut off like blasters and lightsabers
Mm-hmm.
that they scrapped because it was too dangerous.
Yep.
That's still out there somewhere.
Yep. But yeah, so after consulting with Vernestra, Zine and the companions go back to on the Starhopper
Yep.
and start to make their way to Stigmarn system, because that's where they believe that they'll be able to find Tromac
Yeah.
at a Nihil base there, because Crix gave that information to Elder Barbatesh.
Yes. Meanwhile,
Totally not a trap.
meanwhile, on Valo,
Yeah. Meanwhile, back on Valo, Ram has managed to turn some of the tide a little bit, but also not really.
yeah,
Um,
right.
as he's attempting to radio in for help, he gets spotted by a security guard.
yeah, like so
Because he makes his way to the zoo,
yeah.
which we talked about in Rising Storm.
So the opening ceremony for like the fair is happening, and he's like, "Okay,
I
if
need
I
to
can get up there, I can go and talk to my master once this is
Yeah,
done."
he's trying to get to Valo Temple, which is
Unfortunately-
under construction.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he got caught.
He got caught by the most
It's
zealot security guard ever.
Yeah. And it's like, God damn it.
A Nemoidian security guard, also the book loves to mention,
Yeah.
which is the race of the Trade Federation guys.
I love.
Do you love the
this-
dynamic
I
between
love
him and the
this
security guard?
fucking Dynamic. Although,
This joke, honestly, DJO, I don't know if you're watching this. This bit, while great, you definitely stretched this bit out as much as you could. You milked this bit. You milked this bit a lot. And I mean a lot.
at the time, I wasn't as amused by it as I am now.
Like, as you're thinking about it, you're like, oh yeah, that was really funny.
At the time, I was like, "This is fucking irritating."
Basically,
Very
you
much
were
feeling
like
how
Ram.
I am. Well, now looking back on it,
You know what? You know what? Compliments to you, DJO. That's a sign of a good author, where you feel like the character in the moment.
so
So yeah. So they're Yeah. So they are detained by Captain Idrik Snat and Officer Torgo Tan of the Valo Security Force, who believe they're intruders, despite how much Ram tries his best to explain. No, I am a Jedi Knight.
they're like, "No, you're not."
This is Patrick.
And that I refuse to. They're like, "No, you're not. You're like a
Yeah. So
you're
he.
from the poor side of town. No Jedi would dress like that.
Yeah, because he's all covered up in oil and
Yeah.
grease and
No
everything.
Jedis don't wear mechanic uniforms. What's wrong with you?"
So, basically, Ram does his best to Jedi mind trick Captain Idrix after Torgo's gone off somewhere.
Yeah, it's weird.
So the first time doesn't work.
Yeah,
Immediately, the guard's like, "No, I'm not gonna help you contact the." No.
why would I do that?
But after a couple more attempts, it does work. But in the most stupid way possible. So basically, Ram enlists Idrix's help to contact Starlight Beacon.
If it was not Ram and this was not a children's book, I would have more to say about him doing this so frequently. Cause you know my thoughts about like
But also, I don't think this is a
I don't. This is
this
one of
this
the
is a
few
proper
times
usage
when it's
of the mind trick.
actually used.
Yeah, this is a proper usage of the mind trick. This is
Yeah.
not a I'm using this for my own ends or anything like that. This is
Yeah.
to save people.
Yeah.
This is like
I'm
this
like-
is an emergency. You're not listening, so
Fuck it.
yeah.
This is one of the fuck it points.
Because it's like you're not listening to reason. What else do you expect me to do?
Yeah.
Because they are being like Captain Idrix and Torgo are slightly unreasonable.
Yeah. I think like in general,
But-
most of the Valo
But I think it's not because they're bad at their job. In fact, I think
they're
it's
very good at their job.
I think it's
And
because
that's the problem.
I think it's also because it's been a frustrating day. You know, the Republic Fair is going on, so imagine how many other people they've
yeah.
had to arrest today. Like, just we live in Mobile, so think of like compare it to Mardi Gras.
Oh fuck, you're right.
Like, imagine how much the Mobile Police Department has to like arrest people on Mardi Gras, and put that times 10 because this is an entire planet security force. Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah. So I think they're just tired. They're like, honestly, you could be right, but we're just not going to chance it because
Yeah.
we've made so many arrests today at this point that we cannot chance that you're lying to us,
Yeah.
especially when you have no identification on you.
Yep.
Um.
I think
Nah.
Ram after this is always like, I just have to keep my ID on me at all times
Yeah.
to avoid this happening again.
Or just always be hanging out with other Jedi.
Yeah.
But like, because we know they've arrested other people, because we meet some of the other people that have
Yeah.
been arrested, such as Ty York.
Yeah. Let's. So,
Because we're in that section, we can talk about this. Because so while he's under arrest, we meet Ty York, who is working with Mantisa. And so, yeah.
And so, a little bit before there.
Yeah, so
the
let's
Jedi mind
yeah,
trick
let's talk about the mind trick.
apparently does not work.
It does and it doesn't,
Why? It works in that it does do the thing that he wants.
but it's being literal.
yeah.
So like, whenever whenever Ram says to say something as like about himself, he's like, Captain Idrix is like, I am Ram, and he's like, no, you're not Ram, I'm Ram. Like, it basically gets Idrix gets some words mixed up.
Yeah.
It's word soup.
The sentence structure is fucked.
The basic language, because we're in the Star Wars universe.
Yeah,
The
sorry.
basic language has been fucked.
Yeah. You can tell what he is trying to say. It's just a very weird phrasing of it.
Yeah. So, speaking of, while scouting the surface of Rant Tarnum for Nihil activity, Lula and Vernestra, who are now working together, because they've teamed up since meeting on Rant, they narrowly avoid some Nihil ships that have some hyperspace boosters on them.
Yep, and they're like, wait a minute. That's not how that...
Yeah, because now,
I think they see them make the jump in atmosphere.
yes,
Which-
and they were
Fun
it's
fact.
the same ships that recently sabotaged Crash Point Tower.
Yeah. Fun fact. That's usually a bad... You don't do that, and there's a reason why.
So Starlight Beacon doesn't quite get Ram's message.
Yeah.
But Lula and Vernestra do.
Yeah, and they're like,
Oh, we should probably check that out.
that was a weird message. Let's go see what's up with that.
Yeah, because like worst case, that security officer and Jedi need some help of some
Yeah.
sort.
I am Ram Joma Ram, and you're under arrest.
Yep. And so after they get the call, that's when Idrix snaps out of the Jedi
Yeah.
mind trick and tries to arrest Ram again.
Yep.
Who flees.
Very far.
Lula and Vernestra find out that, okay, yes, the Nihil are indeed planning to attack the Republic Fair on Valo, and we should probably alert some other Jedi.
Yep.
Ram does get caught, and that's when he meets Ty York and Kuranu Mantessa, which Ty is very much the Ty that we see in
Yep.
everything else, where Ty is like, I don't care what's going on with you guys.
Tyrik's like, I just came here to do a fucking job.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to do. And instead, I got jumped by like 3 guys.
And neither of them believe Ram when it comes to the Nihil, but Ty decides, you know what, we need to get out of here, so force
Sure.
powers on that droid over there, and that's when the Nihil launch their attack.
Yep. I believe one of... what was the... I believe a quote from the book is like after she's slammed the droid into the ceiling and they're like, is that gonna help us get out of here? No, but it'll make me feel better. Like, I assume it's because of the situation, because Ty doesn't hate droids.
No, it's just a very frustrating situation.
Yeah.
So Lula confides in Vernestra about her anxieties,
Mm-hmm.
and is like, "Hey, I don't think I'm meant to be a Jedi because I always have these emotions of where I want to protect everybody that I care about." And Vern's like, "Yeah, and
Okay.
okay," and basically,
It's normal.
yeah,
Don't worry about it.
and basically she puts things into perspective. She says, "Look, if you had to save your friends, but you knew you would never see them again if you did, would you still save them?" And the answer was, "Well, duh,
Well, yeah.
because that's the right thing to do."
Yeah.
And she's like, "All right, well, what about say you had to save a Nihil? Would you do that?" "Well, yeah, it's the right thing to do."
Comag's like, nah, if you fucking find it, you kill him.
And so she says, "Well, see, then it's about the right thing,
Yeah.
not about your connect,
Not about your achievement.
not about your attachments."
Yeah.
And in fact, caring for others is an important thing to being a Jedi.
Hmm.
As long as you don't let your care for people control what you do. As long as it's not attachments that are controlling you and you're willing to let people go, then you're on the right track. So then they try to contact Starlight Beacon while Lula tries to contact Starlight Beacon while Vernestra starts to make her way towards the Nihil Raiders.
Yep.
And takes out one of them. She is pursued by some Nihil fighters, but but some more Jedi vectors come in to aid her.
Yeah.
And she lands in a lake, near a lake. And she tells Lula that she plans to make sure Ram gets released, find some more Jedi, and make sure that Supreme Chancellor Lena So is safe. Boom. Checklist.
There's an objective list.
Yeah, there's your checklist. Nihil are raiding the VSF State Detention Center, which is where our heroes are being kept.
Yep.
Which damages the 5 Triad, which frees Ty and basically frees everybody.
Ty does not give a damn. She
immediately does a mind trick on the Grand Nihil, Zerabarb, who we have seen before, I believe. Yeah, he was in the Rising Storm.
This is a very creative interpretation of the word subdue.
Yeah.
Blast them away.
And so Ram, Ty, and Mantessa escape their cells.
Yep.
Ram uses his force powers to hurl a thermal detonator out a window in order to stop people from being killed.
Yep.
He's like, nope.
He's like, well, I can't send it back there because the prisoners will die. And I can't send it back out because then the Nihil will die.
So out the window.
I guess this is the best place to throw it?
Yeah, he's got to put the bomb in a safe place. Sorry, Spider-Man PS1 joke. Ty and Ram
also just have to get rid of a bomb, man.
Ty and Ram also use their force powers to hurl back some Nihil, flinging them against furniture and computers and
like. Here's
which short circuits which Ram short circuits one of the bowcasters, saving Ty's life.
Yeah.
Ty returns the favor by taking out the Nihil warrior that attempts to shoot Ram. And they're basically soon joined by V-18
More
and
people
Lula.
should do that with blasters if they have force powers.
Yeah.
Just flick the safety on.
Yeah. Which then V-18 and Lula show up. Lula orders Ty to drop the blaster. And Lula's like, "Hey, what are you doing with these prisoners?" And Ram's like, "Oh, they're good.
Don't worry about it.
They're helping me."
It's fine. They're helping.
And so
And
Lula's
Lula's
like,
like,
I don't trust her, but okay.
Fine, I guess. I have other things to worry about.
So Lula explains to Ram what's going on with Vernestra, and they're like, "All right, so we need to get to Crash Point Tower, get the comms array back up again."
Yep.
That's their objective.
Yep.
So new objective.
Objective updated.
Yeah. So Ram, Lula, Breeback, and Tip start to make their way to Crash Point Tower on V-18, while Ty and Mantessa have to go back to the main novel. They got to go back to do the adult book.
I was discussing with you earlier. Wait, so this means she did this, this, and this, and then went back to go and do this. Because she shows back up in this book again.
Yeah, because and in the adult novel, she disappears twice as
Yeah.
well. So it's like adult novel, events here, adult novel, events here, and then adult novel, because she
Yeah.
ends the book with the adult novel. And then disappears again, and then we
Yep. And then we
don't know what happens to her
Yeah.
after that. Because she doesn't follow them when they go to attack the Nihil base later on.
Tell
Which this book ends way before that.
everyone's kind of like, "Are you a Jedi?" And Tayor goes, "No."
And so they on their way to Crash Point Tower, they get caught up on trying to help subdue the zoo
Yeah.
animals being set loose because the Nihil and the
Yeah.
Dringir did that.
We should be nice and show them at least one of the animals.
Yeah.
You know the one.
The Mudhorn?
No, not the Mudhorn, the other one.
The Rag Scythe? The Rag Scythe?
The Haraxai.
Okay. I was about to say, people know what a Mudhorn looks like because it
Yeah.
appears in The Mandalorian.
Yeah.
Because the Mudhorn is the thing Baby Yoda puts to sleep. Yeah. Here, let me put her in.
You are for our audience.
Yeah, I'll edit a picture in.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, that's a Harag Scythe. That's the first thing they have to deal with.
Yep.
Meanwhile, they notice that Lena So's transport was wrecked,
Mhm.
and so they decide to reach the comm towers after dealing with that. And Ram proposes that they travel by rooftop.
Yep.
Since V18's engines aren't gonna make them there.
Yeah, and they're like, "All right, we're just gonna the bomber axle fix it up
Yeah, and so
since they should be safe."
while
Ish.
while dealing with that, they let's see. Lula loses her footing.
Yep.
And she manages to grab onto a gargoyle,
They
which falls and breaks.
yeah. They decide to they're like, "Fuck it. I guess we're gonna Assassin's Creed our way."
Yeah. But before they can get even further, the Nihils attack them with an asteroid
Yeah.
hopper. Fortunately, Ty comes back to save the day with a Sandval,
Yeah.
which I guess you want to have that pop up as well.
Let them know what a sandball is.
Sandval, big dragon, essentially.
Yep.
It's a badass.
Once again, the wildlife, deadliest fucking thing here.
We need more Sandvals.
Hmm.
We need more Sandvals in Star Wars.
Yeah.
And so, they while riding the Sandval to make their way to Crash Point Tower, they discover that the Dringir are working with the Nihil.
Oh,
They want the meats.
they want the meats.
Dringir need to go to Arby's.
Yeah, they would fucking love Arby's, wouldn't they?
I mean, it's not good meats, but it's the meats because Arby's has the meats. It's not good meats, but
Imagining a drink you're pulling up into like an Arby's driveway.
Arby's, we have the meats. Dringir, we want the meats. You know what? Lucasfilm, Arby's, there's your team up. Arby's, get that marketing machine rolling.
That's kind of assuming that ever actually does happen through some divine miracle. That's gonna be the weirdest commercial ever.
I mean, if McDonald's will bring back their Szechuan sauce for Rick and Morty,
It's true. They did do that.
didn't even bring it back for the live action Mulan,
Nope.
which would have been the most optimal time to bring it back. But let's see. Oh yeah, so they witness the VSF troopers advancing towards the tower when
Yeah.
they get eaten.
Whoops.
So
Everyone tries to like shoot or stab the Nihil, and I'm like, did no one in Star Wars ever think of like Like, I know flamethrowers are a thing, and these are. It's my thing of like, did anyone just consider burning the damn things?
I think they do in this book.
I think they do.
Yeah, that does happen.
Eventually.
And then Ram's like, never mind, we're not going to do that because we've made a truce with the Drengir.
It's like, good.
So basically the plan is Zine and Ram are going to go into the tower while Lula and Yorick will hold off the Nihil.
Yep.
And so they do that.
Hey,
Uh,
they kill so many of them. Now, of course, because these are like car crashes, essentially.
yeah.
It's more like they're slashing out the tires and such to give a real world
go,
comparison.
Only it's like no, it's really more like crashing an airplane.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like taking out their engine and then making them crash
Yeah, it's like
while
So-
riding a dragon.
it's like so about that life and light stuff that you guys didn't hear about. Ooh.
So Zine and Ram fight through some Drengir to get make their way there. Lula jumps off the Sandval to make her way onto a Nihil pocket cruiser to take out some Nihil, while Yorick manages to fly away to pursue a bigger ship.
Yep.
So then, after fighting their way through, we learn about the meats, and that the Nihil lied, claiming that Valo is not. That Valo would not have any meats for them to devour since the Nihil would not have any meats for them to devour since the Nihil had killed them.
Yeah. They're like, what?
Yeah, basically it's like, oh yeah, there won't be any meats for you left because the Nihil are going to kill everybody.
Those bastards lied to us.
And so, while Lula was ready to burn them,
Yeah.
Ram's like, nah, we got
No,
this.
Here.
Ram and Zine managed to make a deal.
They're like, listen,
And Ram,
Nihil got plenty of meat,
yeah.
and they lied to you. So,
And so when V18 and the Brombacks arrive, Ram convinces V18 to give him his transmission vortis.
Yeah.
So that way he can, because on it is a recording of the evidence of that, as well as some stuff that they can send to the Jedi.
yeah, and he's like, but I won't be able to talk. And he's like, we'll get you a new one.
And V18's like, fine. Also, at this point, he's friends with the Brombacks.
Yeah.
Because of, like, his wiring getting all fucked up throughout this book. He's also a little bit more sassy.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I
So
want to see a sad droid.
using V18's voice transmission vortis, Ram is able to repair the Crashpoint Tower's communications, allowing the Jedi and VSF to contact each other. Lula rejoins her Jedi comrades in the battle to save Lenosa City from the Nihil, while watching the Jedi Vector Star fighters pursue Nihil fighters. Ram contacts Lula and Zine, telling them that he wants to join them in traveling the galaxy and helping the Republic, aka I'm going to be in the High Republic Adventures comics now.
Yep.
And then they welcome him. And that's the end. Literally, that's where it ends.
That's it.
Like, we don't even see them finish saving the day. That's it.
Yep, that's it.
It was literally just get communication back to Crashpoint Tower at the end.
Yep. Oh boy.
Also, at some point, they did have to switch dragons. They got the mama dragon
Yeah.
because baby dragon died, or ran off or something.
Baby Dragon was done.
Yeah. So, because I remember them going mama dragon. So yeah.
They
So-
upgraded dragons.
Yeah. So that was Race to Crashpoint Tower. Like I said, personally, I think it's a good book still.
It's a good book.
It's out of the trilogy of the junior
It's
novels,
not-
it's the weakest.
Yeah.
It's
It's the weakest.
the
it's
weakest
still-
doesn't mean bad.
It's still good.
Yeah. Because weakest doesn't mean bad. It just means that if I were to read these, like this is the
Like
one that I'm not the most excited to
Yeah.
reread. It's a good book, but I'm not like, yeah, I got to reread Race to Crashpoint Tower. Honestly, I don't feel the same with Test of Courage. Test of Courage is a good book, better than Race to Crashpoint Tower, but I am not racing to read Test of Courage again. Honestly, the third book is the strongest.
Ice skaters.
Yeah, the ice skaters.
I'm still confused.
Ice skaters, ice skaters. Uh, so so you said that you kind of feel the same.
Yeah, I can see that. I'll give it, if we're gonna do our like 10 thing, I'll give it a solid like 7.5.
I'm somewhere around there, 7.5, around there.
I'm trying to remember like overall what the lowest thing I think the lowest I've ever given is like a 3 or a 4.
And I can't remember what for. I'm gonna have
So
to.
you're pretty good.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to rewatch our episodes and make a list for the season finale, so
Yeah.
that way I can be like, this is what you hated the most, and this is what you liked the most.
With the exception of the pilot, because that doesn't. Does that count? Because that one's also like a top. Got like a top 10 thing in it.
Yeah, it does. So
Okay.
everything's gonna.
Bottom of the list, the fucking twins.
Twins is not bad. What the fuck?
I don't dislike. You know why I dislike it.
Yeah, you just weren't a fan of the over the top anime-ish nature of it, but it is an anime.
Yeah, I know.
That's the point.
I've seen their other work in like Kill la Kill. Kill la Kill is a good show, but it's also over the top.
That's the point.
And I'm like,
But yeah, I'm kind of with you there. All right. Well, thank you for waiting. Welcome back to Escape Reality Star Wars Talk, where we talk Star Wars. Sorry, I'm hearing myself. I'm not used to that. My name is Caleb, and this is my host, Seth.
hello there.
We tend to talk about different Star Wars topics that are canon. Generally try to stay on a timeline, but
Oh, try and stay on a timeline, huh? You don't get to say that to me. You have dragged me fucking everywhere.
yeah. Let me make some adjustments. But so yeah, this week we decided to go off track. We had High Republic last week, but this week we went and we decided to talk about Crimson Reign because all of the physical trade paperbacks for it are now out. So, but I made my own little version of it for us all to read to make it easier. And we brought in some guests. I have with us, well, I'll let our guests introduce themselves. We'll start over here with Chaco.
Hello, everyone. I'm Darth Chaco. Darth Chaco on TikTok, Darth Chaco on YouTube, Darth Chaco 7 on Twitter. And yeah, I am a huge fan of Star Wars. Obviously, both Legends and canon. And yeah, I'm excited to jump on here and talk about this. Additionally, we got 2 podcasts. I have the High Ground podcast, which is Wednesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific time, and the Diet and the Force podcast with my dyad Element 7. And that's Saturday at 5 p.m. Pacific time. So yeah, come hang out.
Yeah, and we'll make sure to remind them at the end, especially since tonight y'all will have an episode.
Yes, sir.
All right, and down below us.
Everybody, my name's Jamal Keels, JComic7. You can find me on TikTok at JComic7. I've probably been a Star Wars fan since I saw the Clone Wars animated movie in theaters when I was 13, I think it was, and just got addicted to it from that point on. Like I said, you can find me at JComic7 on TikTok, and I'll be starting a podcast soon with my friend Young, who's at Forever Young 1300, and the podcast will be called There Are More of Us, where we'll deep dive into the Andor episodes.
Yeah, and they had Young on their show, and that's how I met Young, because I connected to her, and then she suggested you, because she was like, oh yeah, my buddy likes Afra, and I was like, oh yeah, we should have him on the show.
Yeah, the Star Wars web expands.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
It's such a beautiful thing though. Like
It really is.
all the cool people in the fandom,
Yeah,
and just seeing the stuff you have like behind you is so cool.
I love it. Yeah, because I've seen your cosplay, because you do an Afra cosplay.
Yeah, it was the first one where I went to Denver this summer, and I actually got to meet Heather Antos, who is one of the co-creators of Dr. Afra, which was really cool.
Yeah. So there's some big news that happened last night, and I feel like we should talk about it a little bit, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Are you excited for a little project called Andor?
I'm waiting to see how things play out.
Well, they reshowed Rogue One at certain IMAX theaters. Unfortunately, none of them near us. I don't know if anybody here got to see it. Actually, I know Jay, you didn't get to see it because we were talking earlier.
I'm gonna see it tonight.
Yeah.
Wow. I was on Cal's stream, Cal 4.
Yeah.
So I also didn't see it.
Yeah, I was busy. Even if they were showing it, I was at a friend's birthday party, getting some White Russians and.
Ooh.
I was drinking with my brother.
Yeah, you were
'cause we
drinking
had
with your brother.
nothing better
Yeah.
to do.
So the Twitter decided to release some of the footage, anyways, as Twitter does, and Seth and I looked at it a little bit beforehand. And so really all they showed was a little behind. They had some behind the scenes with Henry Gilroy, Tony
Tony
Tony.
Gilroy.
other Gilroy, Tony Gilroy, and Cassian himself, Diego Luna, and they were talking about the show and their goals for it. Talking about this is going to be focused on a 5-year journey in the first season of Cassian and his life. Stuff we've heard before, but it's still nice to reinforce what this show is about, I think. Especially for people that might have went to see the re-screening of Rogue One but didn't know that what the show was going to be about. And then we got a about 6 to 8 minute clip, just a longer version of the clip that we've seen of Skarsgård's character recruiting Andor, or he says it a different way, but not he,
I think what he's
because he says Andor's name differently, and I catch him.
He says it like Andir or something like
Yeah.
that. Like something, he
Andir.
makes it weird, yeah.
like he's adding a weird
Endor.
Y in the middle of it.
Yeah, it's Endor. But yeah, so it's him recruiting it, and it becomes this action sequence at the end. And then we see the after that they show the most recent trailer that we've seen, where they start with the AK-47 guy, and then they. I just still love getting just that salt in the wound for those that are upset about it. Just a little bit. You want a little salt with that anger? But yeah. So I like.
Smash some salt and lemon in it.
Yep. But overall, I like the clip they show us. It just reinforces that I'm excited for this show. I mean, I like the spy espionage thing that they're going to be going for,
Definitely.
because I like Bloodlines, which has a lot of political espionage in it. So like, I kind of want this. This is what I want. I mean, when they announced it, I was like, oh great, a spy show, and we get to see Andor doing his kind of dirty deed style, like with showing us that the rebels are not perfect either. And so that's what I'm excited to see. And also in a way the forming of the rebellion, because we're also getting Mon Mothma's story.
Right.
Um,
And
yeah.
going off of that, I'm also like really addicted to spy thriller shows. Like I really liked The Americans and also Homeland.
mm-hmm.
Be a really gritty spy thriller is definitely something I've wanted to see in Star Wars for a while. And I also really like the political intrigue stuff that happens in Star Wars. And I made this connection to a friend earlier, but it really feels like Andor, and hopefully the comparison ends in terms of the final season, but will be like the Game of Thrones of the Star Wars universe.
I
mean, in
would.
terms of balancing,
Yeah, I know what you mean though.
Balancing back and forth between the politics of Coruscant or King's Landing, with Mon Mothma, and then going to the on-the-ground effects of those decisions when we see Andor and his insertion into the Imperial ranks.
Yeah, and we see how far the rebels are willing to go, because we're going to get the partisans as well, because Saw's in that trailer. And so
Yeah, they're gnarly. The partisans are gnarly.
they will go to extremes.
I've been rereading Rebel Rising, and just they warn him like, hey, be careful, because they might call you a terrorist," and he's like, "What's wrong with that?" And, uh, branding. It's about branding.
It's about
No,
brand.
I'm super I'm super excited for the show though, because just like you said, we're getting both angles of it, because you also have to remember Mon Mothma is also a spy,
Mm-hmm.
just in a very very different arena. Mon Mothma is one of the people who's helping get certain secrets out to the partisans and to other people, and it's going to be really cool, because as they said in that little trailer, like the rebellion was popping up everywhere at the very beginning. They were all separate isolated rebellions, and we're
Yep.
going to kind of watch a story of them all getting connected, and it's going to be really cool. And your boy is going to the premiere.
Ooh,
Oh, awesome.
nice. I'm also a big Jimmy Smits fan, so I hope we get some more Bell Organa content. I know we got him in I know we got him in Obi-Wan, but I want more of them. I can never have enough Jimmy Smits.
Yeah.
But yeah, especially because we're getting that early, like, God, Bell Organa in the early Rebellion. Like, I remember Force Unleashed getting some Bell content there. But
I
let's.
think what also I'm really I'm sorry.
No,
But,
go ahead.
What I'm also really interested about the show is that it sounds like it's incredibly well planned out. Because I know we already got the news that the second season, which is already mapped out.
Yeah, they've already
what is
written it.
every 3 episodes is gonna be like a year of his life, or it's gonna be some correlation like that. Like every 3 years
Mhm.
will be some set amount of time.
Yep.
So just to see that type of planning already in a show, that's where it makes me feel good that the Game of Thrones connection ends, because it feels like they have their ending completely mapped out. And I
Mhm.
think they also announced that the final episodes of the second season will be a couple of days before Rogue One.
Yep. Yeah, because they want to kind of lean you right into it. So now you'll be able to, when you do your Star Wars marathons, because a lot of people were like, "Oh, Rogue One, you can skip the credits, skip the opening of A New Hope, and just cut it right there and watch Rogue One and A New Hope like one movie." Andor might be in the same boat, where you can just go Andor, Rogue One, A New Hope,
Yeah.
and so that'll be interesting. So let's go ahead and get into our main topic, because that's really all for news that's come out this week. And our main topic is a little beefy. Because this week we decided to go back to the Marvel Comics. It's been a minute since you and I did that. Last time we did War of the Bounty Hunter, which we were arguing if that was our longest episode or not last time.
Apparently, the answer is not.
Yeah, apparently our longest episode was Queen's Hope at 3 hours.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Queen's Hope is there's a lot to talk about there.
Yeah. War of the Bounty Hunters was 2.5. So we're gonna try not to top that with this one, but it might come close. Because I would say Crimson Reign has a lot more stuff.
Yeah.
So War of the Bounty Hunters, we leave off right where we start right where we left off at War of the Bounty Hunters and Crimson Reign, just about.
Yeah.
Before we get to see what happened to our buddy Valence.
There's some weird, freaky ghost lady.
Yeah, so we meet.
I assume it's a hologram,
It's a
and not an
hologram.
actual ghost, but it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, so we meet Lady Kira's right-hand woman, so to speak. Sava, name just blanked on me.
Isn't it Sun?
Yeah. And so she is an archivist.
Mm.
She's our main, like, get all the info for Kira.
She's a nerd.
Yeah, she is one of the original designs for Darth Maul. This was where she comes from, which is really
Oh,
cool.
really? I didn't know that.
That is
When they're
interesting.
coming up with Darth Maul, George Lucas said, "I want you to like design me the most like scary and uncomfortable thing," and that was the first design. Was it was
Wow.
her with red hair, and he's like, "That's too much."
Please rein that in.
Mission accomplished.
I'm glad they brought her back, because that design is too good to leave behind, I think.
Wake up seeing that in like a fucking dark hallway.
Yeah.
It's like a huge nope.
And
I
I,
can imagine
Yeah.
seeing that with
They-
the spider legs.
They made 3 designs. One of them became Maul, the other one became Mother Talzin, and then this one.
I knew about the Mother Talzin one, yeah. And so we get a little bit of Kira's plan for Crimson Dawn, and we learn who all she's working with. We got a preview of that at the end of War of the Bounty Hunter, but we get a reminder that the Knights of Ren are in on this. Chan Cha and the Orphans are in on it. The Death Stick, Ochi, Margot, and Trinia. And so, yeah, a lot of people are in on this. And her goal, overthrow the Sith. Or so she says. Because who knows what she's actually up to.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, we'll discuss that later. We'll discuss if we think how honest she is about her goal here. But she talks about her history with Maul and how she knows about the Sith. Because she's like, I know about the Sith because I was told by my former boss that, yes, the Sith exists and are in charge of the Empire.
Or
And that,
employee of the Sith.
yeah. And so we're going to overthrow them. That's the plan.
Yep.
And so we get the first issue that we get is from the Orphans' perspective. And their goal is to help her with starting the war between all the different criminal syndicates.
Kira's big plan, crime war.
Yeah. So yeah, go ahead.
I loved this part because it's just a bunch of people being like, yeah, I heard that the Hutts were talking crap about you.
Yeah.
Just like going around to each individual person and just causing drama. But it would work like the way it was written. I thought was perfect.
Yeah, like she goes to meet up with Black Sun, and meets with Lord Gyuti. And they also mention Prince Azor.
Yep.
So
His first canon mention.
yep. And I think we get a canon appearance later in this arc. If not this arc, it's the next arc. And so she sends Margot to meet with the Pikes, and then we've got Papa Torin also being met with, who's a kind of a smaller one comparatively, but the idea is to get everybody riled up, you know. Because now that like you said, the Hutts are talking smack. This isn't a great time for the Hutts to be talking smack because they've just been
All
cut down.
Yeah.
The Hutt fucking families' bodies are still rotting.
Yeah. And
But that I'm gonna miss my buff Hut with those beautiful blue eyes. He just sits there doing worm crunches all day.
I'm gonna miss my Marlon Brando impersonator.
Yeah, because that was the original like thing Jabba was modeled after, which I was like, that feels mean. But then they're like, this is Marlon the Hutt, and you're like, oh, that's just him. You know, I know the actor gained some weight, but like, come on, guys.
It's okay. If you've heard the stories about Superman, you know he wasn't a nice guy.
Yeah.
Then we get some background for those who didn't read the early parts of Vader 2020, of Amara Vex's background and her hatred for Vader. And
Understandable.
yeah, you know, cut down her
We're
parents.
gonna be getting Amara Vex soon. In the new game that's coming out, the Star
Hunters.
Wars, the Hunters, yeah.
Yeah, you get to play as her. She's one of the playable options. It's going to be basically Star Wars version of Overwatch. Is the best way to kind of describe it.
Yeah, we got to play. We got to play it at Celebration. It was
Yeah,
fun.
I know some. Yeah, you and Cal and a few others got to play it. Yeah. And so we get to see their mission of them sneaking in and causing more and starting the trouble with Black Sun. That way, you know, and they have to make it look like it's one of the other syndicates to really set off this war. And there's a few issues that happen. Amara has some gun problems, but she works it out and takes out some people that are fleeing last second.
Yep, mission complete.
Yep. And so Lord Gyuti's like, oh, what? We got attacked? Oh, man. Now we got to start stuff. I don't want to start a war, but now I have to. Meanwhile,
Alright.
every other syndicate is also being attacked, including the Hutts. And so, back on Coruscant, Palpatine's hearing word, and he's like, "Oh, this isn't good. This is we can't have the syndicates fighting each other. We use that to our advantage.
He's
They
like,
only fight
"This
each
is-"
other when we want them to, not when they."
He's like, wait, no. We didn't cause this one. This is bad.
There's treachery afoot.
And we didn't do it.
And then at the end of that issue, we get a little preview of the Knights of Ren on the Night Buzzard, and get to see them training and getting ready for their mission. Which we leave off with their mission being they have to get into Fortress Vader.
Break into the second most powerful person in the galaxy's house.
Yeah. And then we jump to the next issue. I think is immediately follows that. Oh no, we're getting all everybody's missions preview. That's right. Because we also get Ochi's mission and Deathstick's mission, which are they don't really say what it is yet, but they've got assassination missions because that's what they do best. And of course, the archivist is working on finding Yoda.
Mm,
How do you guys feel about Deathstick as a character?
I feel
I'm curious.
she is complicated to say the least. Cause like, I feel like she enjoys the killing more than say like Ochi, which is interesting coming from like knowing what we know about Ochi later. But I think that goes into like the dagger kind of made him a little more blood hungry than he already was later on in life. But I think because I feel like in the Vader comics they make Ochi more like I'll kill if I need to, but I don't. There's certain things I don't want to do, especially. But I don't know. Whereas Deathstick, I feel like enjoy because we were talking about. We'll talk about it more with the Afro comics, but we were talking about how in War of the Bounty Hunter she really just enjoyed beating the crap out of Lucky and Ari, whereas you know their mentor was like, I'm just beating them up enough to teach them a lesson. I'm not trying to kill them. Deathstick's like, I'll kill them if I feel like it.
It's been a while, but if I remember correctly, Deathstick is very good at her job.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Deathstick knows what she's doing.
And they kind of get into it a little bit later.
Yeah.
That you are right, she enjoys it.
Yeah, but I feel like there's also plenty more of her story that we just don't know because she is still a mystery even after going through this arc.
Who's this weird ninja lady beating the shit out of everyone she comes across?
She really is like the biggest threat, I feel like, that they have in their back pocket.
Yeah.
So now we jump into the mainline Star Wars comic a bit, and we get to see Leia and Akbar and Luke all coming up with plans because they've been dealing with Starlight issues, with Starlight Squadron issues. Mainly one of their chief pilots is on an Imperial ship. One of the most dangerous Imperial ships currently. Probably like the second most dangerous Imperial ship. Because, you still have Vaders.
Yeah.
And Luke, meanwhile, is like still looking for Jedi texts and artifacts and whatever he can find to train himself because he at this point where he's not sure if Yoda would want to see him because he's like, I left Yoda too soon. I don't know if he'd take me back. So I'd rather just go off on my own, do what I was doing before I ran into Yoda because that's what he was doing in the 2015 arc. He was just finding stuff on his own. And so now we're in the 2020 arc where he's had Yoda's training, but now he's still struggling with being a Jedi.
'Cause there's not a lot of Jedi around.
Yeah. And so he goes to Ilum, where he sees that the Imperials are currently... They're destroying it. Ilum is... It's a skeleton of what it once was. And mainly because they're taking all the Kyber crystals from out of it, and also eventually going to turn it into Starkiller Base. Um, and so then he goes to Arashar, and then he goes even to Lothal.
He's, it's like going to a library for a book that they don't have, so you keep going to other ones. And they're like, "No, we don't have that copy."
Yeah,
It's it's more like going and then the library is burnt down and you have to like find another one.
yeah,
Like, well, fuck, I guess I can't come here again.
yep. Eventually, he finds himself at the ruins of Ambalar, which was in the Vader 2017 run. And that is where Vader found a Jedi who had taken a vow of the Baresh vow, which is becoming more and more popular for Jedi to take, apparently, these days, as we go into new content. And, Vader kind of, he broke a dam and caused a flood, and things happened. Luke finds, though, lucky enough, the kid from that arc, who is now an adult, working at the same shop that his dad did.
Mm.
And he's basically like, oh yeah, I could tell you the story about the one time I ran into, some Jedi and Vader and what happened. I can tell you're a Jedi because, I've seen one before, so I know what I'm talking about.
You're wearing the whole getup.
Yeah. And so he's like, I know where you can find some stuff because there used to, that Jedi hung out over, across the way over that way. You're not going to be able to get in easily, though, because the Empire's locked it down, because that's what the Empire does best. And
He did try to, like,
Yeah.
get in peacefully earlier.
Yeah. And so
I actually do like that. Like, man, I could just fucking kill all of them. And then he's like, wait, no, that's a bad idea.
Well, that's because Luke still understands what it means to be a Jedi, so yeah. And so he manages to do a Jedi mind trick on the stormtroopers and goes, "Hey, can you hand me that holocron back there?"
Yeah.
That's
The thing that he failed to do earlier.
yeah. And so the stormtrooper's like, "Yeah, here you go." And so he gets it, and he's like, "I remember Gracchus the Hutt saying that there's a bunch of these, so hopefully this will have the information I need." Rip Gracchus, and also, so also Narshada, the third least likely place I'd ever want to live in the Star Wars universe.
Corellia or Narshada?
Corellia, Tatooine, Narshada.
Okay.
Yep, those are not nice places. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Mustafar definitely has to be pretty high up there too.
Oh yeah. So he gets this holocron and he manages to open it, only for it to turn out it's Yoda's holocron.
Mhm.
Which Luke is a little bit like, oh, great. This is all lessons that I've already been told. And these are all places I've already looked. And then finally Yoda mentions one place that he has not gone. And he's like,
Yeah, those are so cool.
yeah, that place is... So Yoda mentions this one place that he hasn't gone. And he's like, oh, I could go there. The Living Sea of Gazian. So he goes to Gazian. Oh, man, I love this issue. As a High Republic fan, this is probably my favorite issue.
Absolutely.
And so it's basically just a giant mushroom field. But, like, it's a sea as well. Because Luke's like, oh, there's some ground here. Oh, nope. Falls in.
It's only mushrooms.
And now he goes on a trip, just like because he sees a very much dead man.
You like shrooms, kid? You can have plenty of them in the afterlife.
But he sees a very dead man, Elzar man.
Mhm.
Let's see what you did there.
And Elzar's like, "Oh, you're a Jedi. Cool. Can I see your lightsaber? Nice. It looks a lot like mine." And I get some. You didn't read this, but I got some high bisexual energy from Elzar in this moment. Of like, he's not like straight up flirting with Luke, but I feel it. Like it's just And it's also Luke in the Chanel boots too in this arc.
I mean, it's Elzar Man though, because he just exudes like he's always on. You know what I mean? Like
Elzar
Elzar, put
Elzar
it away, dude.
I feel like bisexual is not true for Elzar. I think Elzar is pan, if anything, because he will just
Yeah.
if you exist.
I didn't.
If-
You're right.
if he
I didn't
can hit
read
it-
it like that.
If he can hit it, he will hit it.
Yeah.
And even if he can't, he's gonna try.
Yeah, and I don't think it's like an intentional thing from the writers. It's
No,
just,
it's not.
it's just because that's how I know Elzar. I know what Elzar's
right.
like.
He would if he could.
Yeah, he can't. He's a ghost.
The way I read it was like, "Oh, you're in a similar profession as me. Let's
Well,
have
yeah.
a talk
Like
about
it's
this."
respectful too as well, because he's like, hey, there's some stuff about the Jedi that I know about, and that you might not know about, and in fact, there's stuff I don't know about that you've taught me, like the fact that they're gone.
Spoiler.
Spoiler.
Spoiler alert:
But of
man has
course
been dead for 200 years.
But of course, we do have to acknowledge, right? He's not actually talking to Elzar. Man.
No.
Yeah,
It's
no.
this planet
It-
absorbs the consciousness
Mhm.
of and copies essentially the Jedi or the people that visited in the state
It's almost a
in which they
it-
visited it.
it's almost a living holocron.
Yeah.
Be,
When you
be,
think about it, it's like pretty horrific when
Yeah.
you actually like think about that concept.
but it's like a living holocron because it works like a holocron in that it only stores the memory that you put into it at the time of when you put it in, and that's it. Like it has your consciousness and everything, but only from that moment of when you make it.
Hmm.
And it's the same way, except now it's just here forever, whereas a holocron could be destroyed. Although planets,
I hope someday we get some post sequel content, and we need to get Finn visiting this planet.
yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Elzar shows him Octo, and they talk about different parts of like the fact that okay, I'm not actually here. I'm an imprint. That's it. And the old leave an imprint as well from being here. And I can give you all the knowledge from when I was alive, though. Oh, and Yoda's still alive. Cool. That makes
I'm not
sense.
surprised.
Yeah, not surprised. So they talk about Luke talks about how Elzar and Anakin are probably pretty similar of Jedi. They come from like similar stock, which is something that fans had already put together even before this issue. Although I argue that Elzar does better than Anakin because Elzar actually tries to fix himself.
He says, "I need help," versus "I don't need any help," and then falls to the dark side.
Versus murdering children, yeah. Big
Yeah,
difference there.
like Elzar still murders people, and it's still murder.
He never got to children.
No, like it's like our friend Chris says, cool motive, still murder, but but he also at least tries to redeem himself.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they talk about the history of Jedi and like what that means, and we get a nice little picture of Stella and Elzar and Avar, and then we're reminded of all the terrible things that will happen to them after that picture. And we go even further into the Jedi's past. We get some of the like. I'm guessing this is a new interpretation of the schism
Hmm.
picture, because there's that old schism picture that they always use when they're talking about the initial schism, and it's like the Jedi and Sith fighting each other, but they're using swords at the time. But now I feel like this is the new schism picture where we get the Jedi and Sith holding their lightsabers going at each other. And
Yeah.
like I feel like that's our new representation of the schism. We still don't know anything about the schism. Like we've never learned that in Legends either. Like schism is just that thing that exists.
What caused it? Don't know.
Even,
We know that it happened.
yeah, even Dawn of the Jedi tried to explain it, but they never got to the schism. They stopped before the schism.
One day.
Yeah.
Someone
Uh,
spilled coffee on someone. It was all downhill from there.
But yeah, and then we get like this cool like what Jedi are supposed to be, like the teachers, and Elzar's interpretation of like the light side and how it's a candle. And he talks about how the Force is an ocean because that's his favorite interpretation of the Force, and I kind of agree. It's my favorite interpretation because you kind of like he says, the further you go in, the darker it gets and the deeper it goes, and you can just keep going deeper and deeper. But we see like all the Jedi of the past during this. We see Qui-Gon, we see Avar, we see Yoda, we see Obi-Wan. And so then at the end, he's like, "All right, you have your knowledge. Get out of here. We'll keep your imprint here. That way you can teach future generations just like I taught you."
In case things get this bad again.
And his parting gift is an old Jedi text that he gets from a skeleton. And so that is the gift to Luke. And now we jump to Aphra for a bit, where a lot's gonna go down here.
Yep.
So Domina Tag is not happy about anything going on with her company.
I don't think
company.
that woman is ever happy.
Yeah,
At all.
Yeah, well, also she just killed off a bunch of her family at the end of War of the Bounty Hunters.
Yeah, but she was going to do that anyway.
Yeah. And now,
Did a nice funeral though, so at least she gave him that.
yeah, and now they think they still have a spy, and they think it's somebody working for Crimson Dawn, and they're interviewing this person and interrogating them, and that's when they try to, they prove it right by trying to kill Domino. Doesn't go well. They really should have thought twice. Like, the Tag family is terrifying,
Yeah.
to say the least.
If a tag invites you to dinner, say no.
Yeah, doesn't she like stab them
in the back? Yeah, and yeah. So like they're going and reaching, and she grabs the knife from them, bam, in the table.
Right.
Meanwhile, Aphra is getting her all her wiring redone because she overloaded it and burnt it last time.
They look at her mechanic surgeon, looks at her arm and goes, "Yeah, no, not this one. Can't fix it.
It's gonna cost.
It's fucked.
It's gonna cost way too much for me to do it," and so it's like, nope. So they go off. It's Aphra and Santa hanging out, which I love. I love
Yeah.
Santa.
Yeah.
Ah.
Well,
I can.
real quick. Can we talk about how that assassin though that Domino killed is like he went full Assassin's Creed on him?
Yeah,
with
he
the
pulled it out of
little-
the wrist.
his little wrist blade.
For a second, I was like, "Well, they're gonna do something."
Yeah.
But also, Domino has got me feeling in certain ways. Just saying.
Yeah, Domina definitely exudes some energy there.
I mean, it's kind of in the name.
Yeah.
Scared and aroused.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Sana gives me feelings too. Like I can see why Han fake married her. Like I can see it. But
Now, I just want to say one thing that I love about the interaction between Aphra and Sana in that moment. I think Sana ends when they're walking back to the ship. She says something like, "You're my favorite manipulative little monster." Like just the relationship, and like Aphra like revels, and like she knows she's like a really manipulative person. But
Yeah,
they
and,
both like revel in it.
like the very next moment, she's
Aphra's-
revealing that she's manipulating Domino because she's like, "Oh, I got some insurance here," and she pulls out the
Right.
necklace she got from War of the Bounty Hunters.
she's when she does visit Domino, and Domino's like, "You did a very good job," and she's like, "No one's ever told me I've done good before."
Yeah, exactly. She just wants a little affirmation.
Yep. And then we go back to one of my favorite characters in the Aphra comics, Lucky. Who's going
not
back.
lucky at all.
No, Lucky's not Lucky. He's the one character that I actually. So Sana and Lucky are the only characters in the Aphra comic that are in the 2020 Aphra comic. Because if we go 2015, there's some other characters I feel sorry for. But in the 2021, it's Lucky and Santa. They're the only ones I actually feel like, oh, I feel bad for you. You're in a really bad situation, and you're not a terrible person, unlike some of these other characters. Like even Aphra, it's hard to feel too sorry for.
I've explained how
Yeah, you explain how you feel about what happens to her later. But yeah, Lucky goes back to Windelphus to be like, hey, so where's my brother? What's going on? I did my part. And Win is like, no, you still owe us. And your brother's in the casinos, and you'll owe us until I say you're done. Meanwhile, basically Lucky and Eri begin to rethink Kray's offer because they're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, maybe we should.
Maybe we should take that offer because they fake his death. So they half went with Kray's offer because they were like, we'll fake his death and see how Win reacts. And since Win didn't let us go, we're just gonna go back and meet up with Crimson Dawn and renegotiate.
Yep.
And so, like you guys said, Aphra and Santa go back to Domino, who's like, yeah, you did a good job, but we're not done yet. I need you to get that thought. I want you to get the thought dowser for me, because that sounds like some good tech to have.
That sounds like something I could use at my fucking evil corporation.
Yeah.
You know, maybe the next time someone asks for a promotion, just bam.
And we get introduced to our newest antagonist of the Aphra arc, with something right straight out of like 7. Just arms torn apart, ritual sacrifice sort of thing. Aphra does get her arm electromagnetic tattoo upgrade because as a gift, Domino's like, hey, since you did such a good job, I'll get that replaced for you. And so, plus it'll be come in handy for you to get that thought dowser for me.
God.
But yeah.
I still don't like it.
But yeah, and so Aphra puts together, okay, yeah, the thought dowser was here because this is the ascendancy's little symbol, and so like I can feel the energy of the thought dowser that was here that did all this. And out of the shadows comes our antagonist, which is not revealed yet.
I will say this. I do like how Sana is very much like, what if I just shot the problem like, right now?
Yeah.
God, if they shot them, then
Let's
so
see,
many problems would have been avoided.
7. I'm gonna go on the like murder count that's gone on because it starts at 7.
Well, yeah.
6, 5, 4, 3,
How many?
2.
Yeah, how many arms is it actually? Like I was joking 7 because like it feels like something out of the movie
It
7.
is 7 arms.
It
I
was.
think.
Yeah, it is 7.
It was 8 arms.
Yes.
Oh, 8.
8?
Because
Was it 8?
she says she needed 6, but did 2 more just
Right.
for kicks and
Jesus.
giggles.
Oh, you can say the other word. We're mature audience. But yeah, and so Lucky meanwhile is also getting his thing set up where he's trying to work with the ball, where he's working with the tags again. And we get the big reveal that Ronin's alive, which you have not met Ronin up until this point.
I don't think I have.
No, because his death was in a couple arcs before War of the Bounty Hunter.
Okay.
It was like the first arc in the 2020 run, and so he comes back all scarred up from Aphra fucking him over.
Can
Yeah,
we talk about?
which is why Aphra is working for the tags, because Domina's like, oh, you killed my nephew, so now you work for me.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, you want to talk about something, and I messaged Hannah about this.
God.
I should have messaged some other people about this, but
No.
so the very next issue starts with Domina and Ronin talking, and
I
yeah,
don't know what kind of relationship this is. Cause this doesn't.
see where I read some romantic energy between Elzar and Luke. You read that here.
Yeah, and I'm like, you are too close. I don't know if this is like a rivalry thing.
It's a rivalry thing.
or not. I'm going to assume that's what it's supposed
It's
to
a rivalry,
be.
yeah.
That's not how I read it.
It's tension for sure, and tension's easy to misinterpret sometimes.
I think in this case, though, it does feel very
I'm
Game of
like,
Thrones.
you are right there. I see you. You are like a step away.
And the way he takes off his towel too, like, like he's got that towel and he's just like holding it, and it's just like, it's like, ugh.
I'm like, I don't know what this is.
Like,
I don't want to be.
there definitely is, like,
I'm
e-
very uncomfortable with
Oh.
me in this room.
Yeah. And then it's undercut by that last panel where he's like a fucking lunatic right there.
yeah, the crazy eyes.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't.
Yeah, we're looking at the panels, and he's got the crazy. Let me pop it for the audience at least. That way they can get a good look at the crazy-eyed Ronin. Let's see. There we go. Crazy-eyed Ronin for the audience. God.
Nope. One out of this one.
Yeah, he was already eccentric before his death.
Before his thorough charring.
Yeah, now he's more so. So we jump back to Afra.
Yeah, he's given me he's giving me the Itadori, but when the other guy takes over from Jujutsu Kaisen.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, exactly.
But yeah, so
Same energy.
we jump back to Afra and Sana, where they reveal that it's this new character, Kofan Ferris. That's our new kind of central antagonist of the arc. And yeah, they are working for Crimson. It's revealed that they're working for Crimson Dawn, and they're also after Ascendant technology. They've already gotten a couple things besides the Thought Dowser.
To be honest, at this point, who isn't working for Crimson Dawn?
But they also got this thing that's not a lightsaber, but it has a handle of a lightsaber. The whip
Kind
of
of like a whip almost.
yeah, the Whip of
Gift
Sorrows,
of Sorrows.
which is almost like a Cat of Nine Tails style whip. Like, not quite, because it doesn't have all the because a Cat of Nine Tails has like multiple whips on the end of it with the spikes. This is just one whip with a bunch of spikes on it.
And I believe it absorbs energy and then redirects it.
Yep.
Mhm.
So that's why it's bad that Sana decides, hey, I'm just gonna shoot the problem, because Ko is just like,
One
no,
of the
you
times
won't.
shooting the problem doesn't work.
Yeah,
Well, in her defense,
Actually, that happens
in
a
her
lot in Star
defense,
Wars.
she didn't know this would happen.
Yeah.
Well, had she got the shot off sooner, it would have worked, because she's not going to be able to block shots with this thing. She
No.
was able to wrap it around the gun first. You
Yep.
know?
Yep. So
Yeah, I guess the problem was she didn't shoot soon enough.
yeah, she didn't take a page out of her ex-husband's book.
Shoot.
And so while Ko is gloating about their whip, Afra comes in to sucker punch them with one of the arms. Goes in for a big swing in the face. And manages.
It's funny to see it again
Yeah.
because I didn't know what it was the first.
Yeah, no, it's one of the arms. But it's like it's a
looks
robot
like a-
arm, so
yeah.
Nobody, yeah.
so
They
it,
make it a fleshy arm.
yeah. And unfortunately for Afra, though, Ko manages to wrap the whip around her wrist,
Hmm.
and unfortunately, it's the wrist with all the tattoos on it.
Not again.
So yeah, explosion happens because just so much energy being collected, and because
Well,
Co-
not collected, released.
released,
She
yeah,
released
yeah, she finally releases it. That's right, yeah,
Damn it again.
or they release. Sorry, I'm trying to get Ko's pronouns correct.
I'm curious.
But
How
it
many?
doesn't- It,
Oh.
go ahead.
I'm curious. How many times has Afra's like arm tattoos been like destroyed at this point?
I'd say at least in the 2020 run, it's been at least 3 times. If we count like the 2015 run, it'd have to be more,
Mm.
or 2016 run rather.
But this case is actually the opposite because it gets, you know, she says
It gets-
yeah,
yeah.
like, I'm surprised it's still there because it's a blaster bolt
Right.
being injected into an arm. So it was actually the tattoos upgrades that kept her from not losing her arm
Yeah.
in this case. At least that's
Uh,
how I read
yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I read it too.
Yeah. And so Ko's like, I also got old fashioned, you know, I got a knife. So I can go old fashioned and deal
Well,
with
the
it.
whip didn't work, so I guess it's down to stabbing.
It's not even stabbing, it's like a hook knife. It's
I guess cutting.
yeah, it's for cutting. It's like for getting those good cuts around the arm.
Ancient Egyptian styling for
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
Little
And so
baby Kopesh.
yeah. And Afra manages to last second throw Ko off because it turns out, you know, I've got a gun still.
I think what's even like funnier is like the lead up to that. Like Ko basically has Afra, you know, where they want her, and Afra goes into a huge like plea about like, I know I do bad things to people and everything.
Yeah.
And it ends with a, wait, what's that behind you? Afra blasts her in the gut.
Yeah. And then
Like, how do
and-
people keep forgetting? This is what I do.
and during this fight, we get the reveal that Ko is, as always with Afra, somebody from Afra's past, because Afra always has to deal with people from her past. Because
Afra is the Tony Stark of Star Wars.
yeah,
Right?
All of the villains are just people
Right.
screwed over.
yep. And so we learned that it's a fellow classmate from the academy that Afra went to, and Ko pulls out these nails that are part of the ascendancy type stuff, and it lets them and basically fake having force grab and stuff. Like they can pick things up and toss the telekinetic side of being a force user. Very similar to like a lot of stuff that I've done in role playing games where I'm just like, let's use magnets.
But the way it's drawn it also gives me One Punch Man, like serious punches, and you see a bunch of fists.
Yeah, because they throw up all the arms and just go, ah, and the punches are like that. But yeah, Ko does get away from a window, jumping from a second story, mind you. And
They're fine.
yeah, they're fine.
They'll live.
And for once, the electro tattoos are fine.
Those upgrades.
Yeah, those upgrades. I'm gonna, really put in the work. And that's when, they're inspecting after the scene. They're like, oh, we should, kind of look to see if we missed anything. Yeah, there was some, like, metal devices under the arms. So, yeah, just magnets. I've been watching Better Call Saul again, so magnets, bitch. And so, yeah, they're like, all right, well, let's prepare for next time we run into them, because we're going to run into them again.
Yeah.
And this is when we learn that Ko is working for the Archivist. And we never really learn, like, what, beyond the fact that they're looking for the Spark Eternal, what Crimson Dawn's goals are with that.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, we know that it's another tool in the bucket to take down the Sith, but we never learn.
We know why they want it, and we kind of can guess at what it does.
Well, we learn what it does.
At the end
what
of
they
this.
what they think it does, I don't know.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing. Nobody actually knows what it does. They're like, oh yeah, it's gonna give us like this great power, and it's like, yes and no.
I
It's
am
kinda literally
eternity.
like a-
What?
Right. It's literally like the Nazis in the first Indiana Jones movie, looking for the Ark of the Covenant without knowing what it really does.
Yeah,
We don't know what it does, but we know that we want it, and that's enough.
Yeah, It does magical things, so we want it.
Right.
So we jump back a few years, get some Lucky and Ari romance moments, and also like them essentially, not, basically they're like we see the cracks in the relationship. We don't get a breakup, but we see the cracks.
Yeah.
And Lucky is off at the bar on Canto Bite, and in present day, and showing off the ring that he's got from Ronan, because he still has that ring, because that's from the first arc. That's what they were looking for. And basically the bartender's like, yeah, heard some big stuff went down on Jakara, and heard that you and Ari basically worked together again. What's up with that? And he's like, I don't want to talk about it. Because a lot of bad things happened, and Lucky basically comes to the realization of how much he still cares for Ari because of all that stuff that went down. That's how I read it, anyways. I read it as Lucky's realizing he took something for granted.
Yeah, that's what I got from it too.
Because Lucky was a working man who was always trying to do the jobs for Win and all that, but never spent the time to just settle a little bit. Meanwhile, Afra and Santa get beat again.
Another murder.
This time, the bodies are floating.
Yeah, I love these ritualistic like sacrifices we're getting.
God, like I said, this is stuff
Arms to
like this.
floating bodies.
This is stuff straight out of Seven.
Yeah.
That, and it definitely reminds me of like it's the first third of like the Evil Within 2.
Oh yeah.
You just walk around and it's like, why are there all these horrible art pieces of like mutilated bodies and stuff everywhere? It's like,
And what doesn't Afra make some reference that at some other site they found like severed tongues?
Yeah, they talk
Yeah.
about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like they've been basically on Ko's trail for like a week at this point. The way that they come off with it, because they're like, oh yeah, we went to Narshada, got beat there. We went to Terrace, got beat there. Moncala, Champala, and like they just keep running into
we've
dead
been
bodies.
to 5 planets.
So, like that takes about a week, if not more,
Yeah.
to go from that many places. And so eventually, though, they find a little bit of a clue that they kind of need, and it's more of the electronic gadgets. This time, they see that it's electromagnetic field that's making the bodies hover. So basically, Ascendant tech is just exactly that. It's tech. And so Afra realizes, oh, we can basically do a reverse search to see, like, we can set a trap and
Yeah.
basically call the tech back to the person that's created the signal. Because
There-
obviously there has to be a signal for all this to work.
An interesting thing you and I had a brief discussion about is the Ascendant's goal, and they're like, their goal was to about like which is worse, the Sith who definitely exist, or
Or yeah.
or them trying to be like gods. And I was like, I'm not sure they know the definition of worse.
Yeah. Like, I would argue the Sith might be... The Sith are... I'd say the Ascendancy might be worse, actually, in hindsight, because, like, the Ascendants, their goal is... Anytime you try to be, like, a god, so to speak, which that's how they view the Sith and the Force. It always goes really bad for everybody,
Yeah.
not just them. But yeah, so we get a...
I mean, it was enough that the Sith were on them too, you know. So
Yeah, there are only 2 groups that the Sith have ever truly feared, because they don't fear the Jedi. I don't think they do. Not completely, anyways. The only 2 groups that we have heard that they truly fear, the Drengir and the Ascendants, and that makes them dangerous. If even the Sith fear them,
Yeah, you're pretty out there when the Sith like you're a little too much.
yeah. But we
I
get
guess
a
it's
little,
because they would
yeah.
view the Jedi as competition, something to be
yeah,
surpassed.
they view the Jedi as competition, whereas they view the Drengir and the Ascendant as something that's trying to replace them outright. Whereas the Jedi aren't really like they are, but they're not the same.
So even though it's definitely not canon, it also kind of makes me think of the second book in the Darth Bane trilogy.
Oh yeah, Rule of Two.
Rule of Two, where whenever something, the Sith's goal is to take down, the Republic and the Jedi, and whenever something else rears its head that has the potential to do that, they become a high priority target because they don't want, like they'll make them, shoot their shot too early,
Yeah.
or try to destroy them so that there's not two mountains that they have to climb. They can just focus on that one.
Yeah, in Legends, it's similar with Palpatine. During his reign as the Emperor, he's concerned about the Vong in Legends because he's heard the rumors of the Vong and knows that they're a potential threat. And supposedly, part of his formation of the Empire and trying to make it as strict as it is to be able to counter the Vong if they come into Republic space.
Yeah, I actually hate that. They did that. But, yeah.
It's a weird connection, but whenever I read about the Ascendants, they always make me think of the main villain from the Incredibles movie.
Syndrome.
Give it out, yeah, Syndrome.
Yep.
Mr.
Yeah, we
Mr.
just
Incredible, I guess, being the Sith, no, you can't give normal people powers.
it's funny you mentioned that because we rewatched that last night in Sawyer's server for movie night. Yeah, and so
Awesome movie.
yeah, it's one of the best Pixar films out there. It's goat. But yeah, so Santa and Afra decide, hey, we need to meet up with somebody because they would know about all this information of Ascendant tech, and because there's only one person that we know that loves black market tech that we could talk about, Biol, who was part of the fake Nihil hyperdrive incident.
Mhm.
And so they managed to kind of extort the information from him.
Classic Afro fashion.
Yeah. And
Were you gonna call the police on us?
yeah, it's the criminals have no recourse discussion, because if you're a criminal, what you gonna do? Call the police on yourself? And so
I think the exact words Afra uses are like, "What are you gonna do? Call Sana to tell the police she likes your taste in whiskey?"
yeah. And we go back to Brental 4 where Ko is, which I love Brental 4 because as a SWTOR fan, all I can think of is the Brental Star. And I feel like there's a connection there somewhere. But they're going through the fake and real artifacts. They're just like, all right, fake, fake, fake. Just so many fake artifacts. Like, literally all they've got are the same 3 artifacts that we've seen them carrying around.
Damn.
And also, this is the introduction of the prophecy as well.
Oh yeah,
It's the first time we hear the prophecy.
these fucking nursery rhymes, man.
Yeah,
Well,
7 reach beyond the veil, while 6 hold lights to mark the trail. 5 to bend both heart and mind. 4 to seek, but 3 to find. At the heart lies life eternal. Machine and blood complete the circle. Two's false division shall be undone. Without the force, are all made one. Wake the spark beneath the flesh, and then at last lay death to rest. And then Ko's like, or was it machine and blood complete the circuit? Because translation, it's a bitch.
mm-hmm.
But Ko's like, circuit's a better translation, but it doesn't rhyme. And so, they find what they believe is the next clue, some kind of ascendant diadem that was owned by Biol.
Mm.
So that's why both are kind of like, for once, Afra and Santa are ahead of Ko. but it feels like everybody's kind of on this track to kind of go head to head with the tags in a way, because we get this this kind of page of panels where it's
Yep.
Domina, Lucky, Ronan, and then Ko, and it's kind of this interesting like, oh yeah, a lot of things are coming to head here, and so. Yep, we find out that yes, indeed, Aphra and Senna did beat Ko. They managed to even get some shots in on Ko.
Mm.
And they talk about being nostalgic, but not really, because Ko's like, I wouldn't describe it that way.
The conversation from Ko's side might have well has been, you were a scumbag then, you're still one now.
Yeah,
So you can
Aphra's, like,
take
pretty
advantage
much-
of me and stab me in the back just like you did then.
yeah.
Nostalgic. Yeah.
And Aphra's like, yep, probably.
Yeah. And so we, after that confrontation, Ko gets away to go to the last potential place that they believe that they can find any sort of clue. University of Barlith, where both they and Aphra went to school. As they believe that they can talk to their old professor, the Sava there. And so we get a little flashback to the time that Aphra and Ko met. Ko was having trouble registering because gender equality issues. And basically the Empire's like, nah, your Imperial ID still says that you're this. And Ko's like, but that's out of date. I go by Ko now. And it's like, nope,
Shame.
can't help you. And Aphra's like, no, I'll figure this out. And they basically, Aphra manages to work
They're my
something out.
second cousin, twice removed.
And so Aphra introduces Ko to the what I want to call the Trouble Squad.
Yeah.
They're basically the kids at school that told you to do like they're like, oh yeah, you'll be one of us if you do this thing that will get you in trouble.
Right. And like in every like panel shot, Aphra's face is like drawn in that way of like that, you know, that school like after school special program bully trying to get you into stuff.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
that
Aphra was a
grin.
mean girl.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
grin. Although I wouldn't say Aphra was a plastic.
No, definitely. He was trying to get you to do death sticks after class.
But instead, in this case, the test was, hey, you need to break into the Sava's office. Which we're getting this cool kind of present day past
Yeah.
flashback thing where it's showing the break-in on both sides because
Events of the past
Yeah.
are repeating.
yeah, events of the past are repeating just for different reasons. Well, for similar reasons, but not the exact same.
There is something very funny that happens later on.
But yeah, so they managed to get inside this time with a lot more ease because they have all of this Ascendant technology in the present, whereas it's a little more work in the past. And they get to the door in the past, and just as they're entering the door in the past, we cut to the present where we meet the Sava, who's like, "Yeah, things haven't changed."
You gonna come in or what?
Yeah. Are you here to kill me? It's like, nope, I'm here for the information you have, Savanos. And so, meanwhile, Aphra and Santa are racing to get there. And they have a little bit of a heart-to-heart about, you know, what the Spark Eternal is, what the Ascendant's, like, goals are and all that. And so, and the fact that Aphra clues in, like, oh, because Ko mentioned the poem in their last run, and Aphra's like, I recognize that, unfortunately.
I also think there's an interesting moment where Aphra doesn't want Sana to tell Domina about the spark because she doesn't want her to have it because she views Domina as too dangerous. It's one of those
Yeah.
like really interesting moments that sometimes pop up with Aphra, where we're like, oh, you do have some type of morality or
Yeah,
like conscience.
Yeah, because there's always a moment with Afra where she'll realize, oh, this is too powerful for anyone.
Right.
Very, very Indiana Jones in that regard of like, oh, this is too powerful for anyone to have. We're just gonna let it be lost.
It's just a really high threshold to get Afra to a point of morality.
Yeah.
Somewhere deep,
Yeah, it's somewhere there.
deep down.
For
See
Force
that Holy
Ghost, that's
Grail, you
a-
spike it in that
yeah.
chasm.
Force Ghost, that's like all because of the gases. Oh no, we can still use that to go back to an older arc, way older arc. But yeah, like so Domina calls, and at first she's like, "No, we're not picking it up," and Santa's like, "We have to." Like we have no choice but to pick this up, or else we are in trouble.
We have to tell them just enough to avoid getting grounded.
Yeah, and so. Basically, she tells her enough about, hey, I know where the Thought Dowser is. We're tracking it now. Just give us a little time, and we'll have it. Also, interference. I can't tell you anything else. So well. And Ronan immediately is like, because Ronan's listening in the background. Of course he is. He's like, yeah, that's some bullshit. I've ran into this before. And Domina's like, I know. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. And
I
Ronan's
can't unsee the Jujutsu Kaisen.
Yeah.
I mean, and that frame is exact.
because we get another of that because
Another crazy,
Yeah.
crazy man.
he's doing the
Yep.
and so he leaves because Domina's like, go do your work with your little toys. You got your own toys to deal with.
Also, Assistant Lepan, get the hit squad ready.
Yeah, get Bush, get Bosch and their crew ready. Which I love the Bosch crew.
Yeah. They're actually one of those bounty hunting groups where I'm like, oh,
Yeah,
you didn't really choose this line of work, did you?
Yeah, because they were exiled from their home world. Yeah. Although I think at this point they have chosen it because they do get that moment where Domina's like, I can get you to go back home if you want. And they're like, nope, we're already here.
It's too far gone.
Yeah. And so Ko is speaking to Savanos, who does reveal about the heart and reveals that it's been under the school the entire time.
Mm-hmm. She's
Like,
yeah, I knew. I've been working on
It's-
some stuff while
yeah.
you've been gone.
it's a similar idea to having that Sith temple, the Sith temple under the Jedi temple. It's like, so this has been here this entire time?
Or the Jedi Temple right under the base on Yavin 4, right?
Yeah. Like, it's just like, oh, this was here? And so it turns out that Savanos knew this, and that's why, like, she accepted the job at Barlith. Because, you know, she's been interested in the Spark Eternal for forever. And so they're like, yeah, I purposely worked here.
Yep, here's the funny thing.
Oh,
from
yeah, the
earlier.
break-in.
Yeah, so they broke in through the window the first time.
Break-in again. How nostalgic.
And there's the fucking tripwire right there.
Yeah, the tripwire's right there, yeah. And then you look at the flashback and you can see that I forget her name, the Marilyn part of the group, steps right into the tripwire in the past day. What's that? I'm sorry.
Oh no, I just agreeing.
Yeah, like you see you don't see the tripwire in the flashback, so you don't know if the tripwire is new or not, but either way, it's just like, oh, that's funny.
They installed it afterwards.
And then Afra steps right into it. It's like, oop! Oh, her face, Afra's face. I love art in comics sometimes because you find these little pieces of gold. But yeah, she sets off the tripwire, which immediately sets off this like chandelier trap, which turns out it's like got this like robot thing that's ready to kill her. And
Very D&D.
yeah, and it identifies her even as Afra, and it's like, oh no, this was set specifically because Savanos knew Afra would come back and do something stupid. But yeah, Afra and Sana make it to the stairs and start making their way down to the basement, where Savanos shows Ko the Ascendant Sanctum, the big thing that they've been looking for all this time, and it's the main temple for the Ascendants.
This clearly not evil thing.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
this thing that looks like a scorpion when you get to the middle. Like it's got like the stinger, and it's got like the red markings as if it's supposed to be blood. Like totally not evil. But yeah, Spark's here. And so then we get another flashback with Savanos doing a lecture, and Ko is trying to be the good student, but once again Afra's like, "Hey, you wanna do some more breaking and entering?" And Ko's like,
she just has that bully mentality.
"Yeah," and Ko's like, "No, you almost got me expelled. I don't want to hang out with you anymore." But she's like, "But I'm your only friend." Also, here's some candy. It looks like a Swedish fish on a stick.
That was like a squid pop.
Yeah. And so they get in trouble for talking, because that's exactly the type of mentality of Afra in school. Afra's the kid that gets you in trouble for talking. And so we learn about that's the day they learned about the poem in the mantra. And go back to the present, where they're like, "Hey, we're missing one. We need one more person for this to work." And Sava's like, "Oh no, don't worry. Third person's already here. How you doing, Afra?" Hiding behind that stalactite, because it's slag. Which one's from the ground?
It's a spike, Caleb. I don't think people are. None of us are geologists. You're not gonna get fucking roasted for that one.
Might. I think it's might if it's from the ground.
Hmm.
But yeah, they're hiding behind a
Yeah,
spike.
Couldn't tell you. I know there's like a naming convention, like a thing to help you.
Yeah, I don't
know.
remember. Yeah, I can't remember it right now. But yeah, they're hiding behind a spike, and Sana, of course, is like gun at the ready as always.
They're like, wait, no, don't.
But
So
Sava,
anyways, I started blasting them.
Yeah. It's
So-
that Aunt Beru mentality.
yeah, and so Sana and the Sava go at it. Sana and Sava. And so they start blasting at each other, and Ko's like, "You know what? Nah, I've had enough of this. Give me that gun." So I pulled out my gun. And so Afra pulls out their gun as well, and it's like, "Hey, so about magnets, I got some stuff that's gonna mess with it as well." And
Flip the magnets. the
yeah,
other
flip the
side.
magnets to their side, which backfires immediately. But they do manage to fly towards Ko and catch Ko off guard, and enough to trip them back some, but not really stop everything that's going on. Ko knocks the gun away, and the last drop of blood that was needed. It's like Pirates of the Caribbean all
Just
over
needed
again.
a blood ritual for your evil.
Like it reminds me of the Pirates of the Caribbean with the in the first film with the gold,
Yeah.
Right.
the Cortez gold.
Mhm.
Last drop of blood. And then so Afra has a little bit of a nosebleed. Don't worry, Afra, I get those too. So does Ko. And so all that's left is actually no, that I think Sava already put her blood in, if I remember
Think she's putting
correctly.
it in
No,
right
Sava
now.
is last, yeah. So Sava gets their blood in. So that was all that was needed. And
Yep.
now the device starts going off, and Afra's like, "Ooh, shiny." Essentially.
Base.
Right.
Saw the loot in the middle of the boss fight. I'll take it right now.
Yeah, and so Afra is very much drawn to it like a bug to a lantern. And
And
Go
like a
ev-
bug to a lantern.
yeah, everything goes off, and Afra goes unconscious. And that's where we end that issue, but it starts right back up because events are kind of unfolding all at once for the Afro comic. And she's dead but not dead. Turns out,
I am eternity.
yeah, turns out the Spark Eternal was a living entity and is now controlling Afra's body.
Yeah. And everyone's kind of like, well, this isn't what we wanted at all.
I knew I didn't trust that big scorpion thing.
Yeah. And so now we jump to Bounty Hunters. So now we're going to get our boy Valence and find out what happened to that poor man. he goes through it.
Oh, God.
So we initially start Bounty Hunters part of the arc with a flashback to a young Valence who's basically like, honestly, his background is very similar to Han Solo, and you start to see why they formed a connection. Because he's essentially a street rat kid, just like Han was. The only difference,
Raff, street rap. Sorry.
no, you're good. the only difference really is that Han never really aspired to get out of that lifestyle the same way. Like he wanted away from Corellia, which is fair. Corellia is the
Fucking Corellia, man.
but he never aspires to
It
be.
sucked in the past, and it still sucks now.
But he never really aspired to be more than a con artist. Like that's kind of his.
More like Ezra.
Yeah. Whereas Valence aspired to be. He wanted to be better.
Well, I mean, for Han, it was, I think it was Kira mostly that changed him,
yeah.
and he stayed in that life to try and find a way to find her and take her away from it. But yeah.
Yeah. And so Valence, however, is like inspired because he sees this parade with stormtroopers, and he's like, I want to be like that. I want
Yeah.
to be like the people that are saving my planet and saving the
From-
galaxy.
From getting shot because you didn't pay the local gang enough to buy a popsicle.
Yeah. And so this one soldier comes up and gives him a ration bar because he sees that, oh, you're just a kid who's hungry. Here you go. And so we meet Captain Sokoli in this. And this is the
It's
man.
like very Saving Private Ryan.
Hmm.
Like, American forces giving a candy bar to like a Belgian kid.
Yeah. And
He
so
just
like,
needed a Snickers.
yeah.
Yeah, I can see this.
And so like, this is like,
Oh, like, the fighting's done. We're not killing anyone anymore. Would you like a candy bar?
so like Sokoli is specifically his idol
Yeah.
at this point because he's like, this is the man I want to be like. Somebody who cares. Unfortunately, we go back to present day where we see things did not turn
Things are
out that way
bad.
for Valence.
Nah, not
Uh,
quite.
And in fact, so we were talking about this, and I've done my best to avoid telling you this spoiler because we were like, because you last a couple weeks ago you were like, yeah, Valence was like he's like 90% machine, and I'm like, I'm trying not to say it, and now he's 100% machine, like he is just a robot. The only thing that's keeping him human is not even inside his body anymore. Vader took it. His heart is on life
Hey,
support
Valence,
outside his body.
You're gonna work for me. Why? Because I put your heart in a fucking jar.
And I can just I can get rid of it whenever.
I can punch it. Yeah.
Yeah. We could pull it out of the jar and then you're done for. You're just a robot now.
Fuck you, I'm gonna kick your ass right now.
Yeah. Which Vader's like, nope.
Yeah, I thought this might happen.
Yeah. I thought this would happen. I'm just gonna cut that arm off and have them
He
fix it
doesn't
up
cut
again.
his arm off, he cuts him in half.
Oh yeah, he cuts him in half. But he does cut the arm off in the process because there is that arm coming off at the same time.
I guess into a fourth would be more accurate.
Yeah. And he's just like, all right, clean up this mess, get him fixed up again. We'll try this again. It's very much the, oh, you don't want to work for me now? We'll see about it in an hour if you want to work with me.
Isn't it the exact injury of Anakin after the fight with Kenobi on Mustafar?
It's just
Both legs gone and one
Yeah.
arm?
so
It
he's
is.
split in
Yeah.
half like
It's the
Maul
exact same
style.
cut.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
it's
the
a
exact same
mixture.
Yeah.
Half
Um
Anakin, half Maul.
yeah. And so then we jump to one of my favorite planets that we don't see often enough in canon. And the only reason I love it is because it's in a game that you can't play anymore. Burnin' Cone. It was in the Star Wars.
Galaxies?
No, it's the other phone game. It's a canon game. It was the first mobile canon game.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I know
Uprising.
that one.
Uprising. Yeah. Can't play Uprising anymore. Good Diablo like. But yeah, where we find Cadelia and Tonga getting their drinks on. Because they're like, man, we couldn't save Valence because Valence was an idiot. And so they're just drinking away their cares. Meanwhile, they're like setting up for their next big heist, sort of. Like they're kind of thinking what they're going to do next. And they're just looking for a fight. And these bug people are like, you know what? We'll start this fight. They're like, oh, perfect. We were looking for that.
Of all the times, of all the places.
And of course, Tasu's like, yeah, fight. Because Tasu's are always ready. Jumps over the table that he's with Boskin and Suckus. If there's any,
Little guy.
yeah, if there's anybody else who goes through it as rough as Valence, it's Suckus.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they get Valence up again, and they're like, "All right, you gonna work for us this time? We got you clamped down so you can't do anything stupid." Also, you're not getting paid for this. In fact, we know some information because thanks to the fact that we own you, we also went through your brain, and we found out about that rebel base that you know about, and where your ex is, and we'll deal with that if
And we'll text them if
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should have deleted your browser history.
yeah, we'll drop something off for them if you don't work for us. And so, unfortunately, Valence has no other choice. And so he's like, "All right, cool. You're gonna help me take down Crimson Dawn."
Fuck.
And at the bar fight, you know, everything goes up for them. They win because they're bounty hunters, and these are just a bunch of stupid people who got drunk and started
This
a
is
fight.
just a bunch of thugs.
One of them gets eaten by Tasu's Nexu. Or, no, Tonga's Nexu. And so, yeah. And Losa gets a kill, too. Very brutal kill. Jumps on their back and just goes... And,
Zuckus sees that they're, like, working through some stuff.
yeah, Zuckus is like, I get it. I'm also going through some stuff. Zuckus' friend is still lost. And so, the good thing for Valence is he gets to be a pilot again.
Yep.
Something he thought he would never get to do. The downside is he has to work with Ochi.
hey, it's an honor to work with Ochi, unless he stabs.
Yeah.
in
And
which
so,
case it's no longer an honor.
yeah. And so it turns out, though, back to the downside, they're going after his idol, Sokoli, the spine dragon of Anaxis. And so we get a flashback to Han and Valence back after the events of the TIE Fighter comic. The Han Solo Imperial Cadet comics, which are basically, to sum it up, Han saved Valence's life, which is why Valence feels he owes Han so much. Unfortunately, the downside is he got so injured during that event that the Empire's like, you'll never get to fly again. Which is all Valence wanted to do.
We had this discussion about whether or not TIE fighters, you need your legs for them.
Yeah. That's...
Because I don't think you do.
Is there
But
a
I don't
pedal
know.
system?
I mean, there are pedals in the X-Wing book series, but obviously that book is not
Yeah.
canon.
I'm curious how, like...
Because if they just tell them that and there aren't, you don't need your legs for it, it's just a dick move.
Because, like, in the... Yeah, because using Squadrons as an example, there's buttons that I hit to change the... Whether it's the engines being powered or the shielding or the lasers. In the case of a TIE, it would just be engines and lasers. There's no shields.
This is very much a universe where prosthetics are pretty good.
yeah.
And even
Also,
if
I
there
mean,
weren't, like you just
in
said,
Star Fox, they take off their legs.
Yeah. Like, and but
That's a whole
yeah,
different thing.
like you said in Star Wars, they have such good prosthetics. Like,
Yeah.
why would this be a problem?
you're never getting in a TIE fighter again.
But my legs are fine. See, I got robot legs.
You're never
They're
piloting
badge in
again.
your gun, badge in your gun now.
Like, in fact, I can do like, I guess I'm good on the field too, as a grunt, because then I can do super kicks. But I mean,
Fucking
I
ow.
mean, Batman learned how to do a super kick in in Rise, but
yeah.
it never came back at any point in the film. So it was super weird that they showed it.
But at this point, one of the best pilots in the Empire, Vader, is like fully prosthetics.
But yeah, like we were talking about
Nepotism.
yeah. We were talking Tuesday though, and you said like the most disheartening line is in this moment where one of the officers goes, "Truth is, you're never getting in a TIE fighter cockpit ever again." And also, a line earlier is also just as heartbreaking. It's, "Son, the Empire has already taken what it can from you." Literally, as far as I can
Yeah.
see. And it's just like, oh, why'd you have
Again.
to do him like that?
God damn.
Like, he's already having a
There-
terrible day.
Like they were going to reprimand him beforehand for just bumping in. Instead, they're like, you know what? Instead of going through official channels, we'll just roast the shit out of you in the hallway.
And then I just imagine, because since this is like during the Imperial Cadet Han Solo comic, like this happens, and then immediately after we go to Han's like trial, because Han gets court-martialed for what he did. That's why he's not. That's why he becomes a foot soldier. It's because he saved Valence, and they were like,
Oh.
"We told you not to."
Man.
But yes,
The Empire.
yeah. We go back to present day where the dark, what was it? What'd they call it? The Dark Squadron or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah, because Ochi has to be all. Yeah, Dark Squadron.
Fucking
Sounds like something an emo kid came up with last second.
unnecessarily edgy.
Yeah, he's the edgy kid in high school. He's like, Dark Squadron sounds so badass. Every other kid's like, yeah, Ochi, it sounds so badass.
Whatever, man.
Whatever helps you. But yeah, Dark Squadron's attacking Sokoli.
Yeah.
And like Sokoli's confused. He's like, why are we being attacked by our own men? Like Vader lured us into a trap. What's going on? Why did
You know what? It doesn't matter.
You know what? Yeah, at this point we're just gonna shoot him down. And they do actually shoot out a lot of Dark Squadron because
I think out of the 5 said only 2 are left.
yeah, Valence and one other.
Yeah.
And so yeah, things do not go Sokoli's way still though, because Valence
Yeah.
gets on the ship.
I feel bad for Sokolis.
Yeah, because it turns out like
He's not
Crimson Dawn.
he's not Crimson Dawn. He doesn't seem like outwardly as malicious as a lot of the Empire.
No, unfortunately, he is part of a system that's very much broken. But he's definitely somebody that you feel is actually trying.
Savable. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Balance energy.
they didn't have to do that man like that.
Yeah. So Valence decides, hey, I'm gonna take a play out of the Rebels books, and we're just
Go for it.
yeah. He did Return of the Jedi before Return of the Jedi. He's just going right into the bridge.
Well played.
Yep. I mean, that's all you can say. Like, what you gonna do? And so
Pretty smart.
yeah, we go back to Ord Mantell where things are not going well. Black Sun and Crimson and some Crimson Dawn representatives are going at it. As well as our bounty hunter crew trying to figure out how they're gonna like get the best case scenario out of this.
Yep.
And Mourner's Wells and Unbroken Clan are also like ready to go to war as well.
Yep. What's the plan? Kidnapping.
We gotta find the girl. But first, we need to find 4LOM because we need a full crew if this is gonna work. And of course, Bosk is like, "Hey, we're still getting paid, right? Who's our financier in all this?" And so, yeah, they decide, all right, well, we're back on the hunt. We're gonna go find 4LOM, and then we're gonna get the girl. And so, we jump back to Valence getting ready to kill the man that made him want to be what he is. And it turns out even he's been disillusioned by the Empire. And he's just like, look, Empire disappointed me too, I get it. And it's just like, all we got left is I'm going to kill you or you're going to kill me.
That's it.
Yep. And Valence, yep, he kills him. And in a way, his innocence dies because, like, we get that one glimpse of him as a...
Wide-eyed innocent.
Yeah. Yeah, we see the little-
Idealism executed
Yep.
in the fucking most brutal fashion.
And
That's the Skywalker.
but Lieutenant
Jedi.
Lieutenant Hayden reports to Vader what went down and was like, "Yep, everything went exactly as you wanted. No evidence that Sequoia was Crimson Dawn, though." And Vader's like, "Yeah, I knew that. I just needed to make sure that Valence would follow our orders. I had to make sure."
Yep.
And so, yep, everything is looking bad.
Yep, just a little trauma test.
Yep. And so our bounty hunter crew, manages to go into the Lotho Minor region, and that's where they've last traced 4LOM's signal. And everybody's like, all right, we're going to find the target. And Zuckuss is like, no, not target. He is my friend. And Tasu's like, look, we just gotta... If things go bad, we might have to kill him. He's a robot. We'll fix him.
Zuckuss is going to work through Zuckuss's personal issues.
Yeah. Tasu's not helping. But they get onto the ship that has been kind of drifting. Turns out, this is a trap. 4LOM knew that he'd be traced. And, yeah. He's like, I'm ready to take you out, Zuckuss, because we ain't friends anymore, because my programming is still broken. Back on Corellia, at the Unbroken Clan Palace, our favorite character, General Vakura, has decided she's done working for the Unbroken Clan. So she goes to meet with the leader, what's he called, the Grand Leader, and he's like, they go into it.
Yeah.
She's like, all right, the Unbroken Clan is like, it's not working. You have too many traitors in it. You guys are weak. You're a bad leader. You don't know what you're doing. You're so old at this point that you don't understand what needs to be done. And so she's like, we need somebody younger that can inspire this generation of the clan. And it comes down to, basically, Vakura reveals that, yeah, I'm just going to murder you. Also, hey, by the way, you have a granddaughter, but you won't get to ever meet her.
Before you die.
Yeah, the last thing you get to know before you die is that you have...
So needless.
Yeah. Yeah, and so she kills him with the family dagger. And the shot when she kills him with the dagger is great because you see the mural with the family clan dagger being held behind him, and it's really beautifully drawn. And now they're like, so now General Vakura's like, nope, I'm no longer General Vakura, I'm Grand Leader Vakura. And also we work for Crimson Dawn, so.
Yep. Fuck, another Crimson Dawn infiltration gone perfectly.
So change of that man. Imagine that at like a office job. You get a change of CEO, and then immediately a merger happens.
And
That's-
then it's just like wait the dawn.
I'm
And you're
off,
like,
yeah.
ah!
No. God damn.
But I mean, Vakura's getting what she wants out of it. Cause
Yeah.
well, she thinks she will. Kira doesn't. This is gonna. I'm curious where this is gonna go in the next arc because let's talk about what Vakura wants and what Kira wants.
Yeah.
Well, we'll talk about it later because we're gonna get there. We're gonna get to So back on the ship, 4LOM and Zuckuss are getting into it. And the crew finds them, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we should probably save him, because Zuckuss may have a death wish, but we don't."
Yeah.
And eventually, though, Zuckuss manages to stop the fighting with a little bit of an emotional connection. But that doesn't work.
That's a strong emotional connection, huh?
But it doesn't quite work because the 4LOM's like, "I will still fulfill my directive, and that's to kill Zuckuss. Assassin's Creed, knife." And Zuckuss is like, "Oh, I counted on that not working. Electric shock." And so 4LOM takes a little nap, and he's like, "Hey, all I need is your head. I don't need all this. I'll fix you up." And so,
Which is a little sad because you're so beastly,
yeah,
Right.
all the arms and stuff. And
yeah.
It's a big old punch machine.
Like 4LOM got nice upgrades. He was ready to go. But yeah, so meanwhile they intercepted a transmission to the Crimson Dawn ship, talking about the Cordelia
Yep.
and what they're planning to capture her. And so
We've kidnapped the girl.
yeah, and this is where we get a little setup with Deathstick and her plan, and we get Dengar.
I hate Vanguard.
I feel sorry for him, but like
I don't know.
he makes
anything
his
about this man.
choices at the same time. Like he's an adult making his choices, but I feel sad. I still feel sad for him because he just wants to be with the love of his life, but like that's not going to happen because he chose the bounty hunter life, and that's what's kind of screwing him over. So speaking of, he gets a call from Crimson Dawn saying, "All right, you gotta leave your little wife. We got a
Hey,
job
quit
for you."
fucking around. We got work for you.
So, at this point, we go back to the mainline Star Wars comic, and nothing really Crimson Rainy happened. This is more of a focus on like the storyline with the Starlight Squadron, and we get to see Shara Bay, who's been snuck onto this ship, and gets captured in this issue. Because Kez is like, "I'm tired of waiting for you guys to find my wife. I'm gonna pull the most Dameron of Dameron things and just go off and do it myself with my crew." Like that is that's right out of the book of a Dameron. Like it gives me Last Jedi Poe Dameron doing what I want vibes. And which is why probably Leia's not surprised that Poe does all the stupid things he does.
I knew your parents. They were very good at what they did, but God help you if you tried to give them orders.
Yeah, it's like when you're a little sibling and your teacher had your older brother in your class.
Yeah,
Dameron, I know you.
I know what you're gonna be like. But yeah, so we learned that Shara's basically been in this ghost part of the ship where she's been using a dead stormtrooper's armor to get the rations that she needs. And so, but the problem is that people are going to figure out because they
Yeah.
find out, oh, wait, that Commander Zara's not a fool.
Yeah, she's like, these are from too long ago to be any good right now.
Yeah, the TK number doesn't match anybody that's in the system. And like Commander Zara, it also took, I mean, she was basically right under Tarkin. So like Tarkin wasn't dumb.
Got that.
He was a
She's got that like level of ruthlessness. I'm like,
which is also a Tarkin thing.
I'm like, oh yeah, you're definitely like, for lack of a better term, his protege or apprentice.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's exactly what she is.
Yeah. And so like you can tell that Tarkin definitely molded her into what
Yeah.
she is. And so she's like, "Hey, yeah, we need to find that. There's only one place that they could be hiding because it wasn't for sentimentality reasons, but we had this so that way we could rally the forces, you know." And so she's like, "There's that one spot where nobody goes. That must be where she's hiding." And so,
It's the one place we'd never go. So
unfortunately for Shara, she's also figuring out, okay, 2 + 2 = 4. They're gonna figure out where I am. I should probably try to get off of this ship before they do. And so she comes up with this plan that she's gonna claim that she's doing maintenance on a Lambda class, and that she's gonna try to break out that way. Unfortunately,
sadly, it doesn't work because I guess Zara just has like all the
yeah, she's got the
schedules
schedule.
memorized.
She's got the schedule. She's like, she pulls out she pulls out the little like pamphlet, and she's like, "Nope, that's not supposed to happen today. That's
Oh
supposed
yeah,
to be
routine maintenance, huh? That's 2 days from now.
yeah, that's 2 days from now."
So you stab him.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Kez is like leaves a voicemail going, "Hey, we're coming for you." And so everybody has their plans.
Yep.
Unfortunately for Shara, it backfires. Because in walks Commander Zara with her sword, and she's like, "I've met Luke Skywalker. I wasn't scared of him. You don't mean anything to me." Yeah, because
Just you ain't nothing.
yeah, it's basically that. Like, and
I've gone up against like the greatest hero the rebellion has at the moment.
yeah, because she's gone off against Luke and Leia at this point, like, and in a way, and mostly have won in the like most basic of terms. Like, she won the fight, but for the most part, the rebels are still winning because they keep getting more of their recruits back. Because that's the arc that's going on, is basically they're trying to relocate everybody who separated after Hoth. And so that's what they're Zara's trying to stop that. She's like, "I'm going to kill anybody I find that's separated from the big group."
Yeah.
Because it's easier to take them out while they're separated. Yeah, she does a little stabby stab on Shara. Spoilers, she's gonna live. Kind of, even though she's already had Poe, Shattered Empire gave it away. And so Kez manages to recruit his buddies from the Pathfinder group, and they're like, "Yep, we're gonna go save your wife." And now we get the assassin arc for Crimson Reign, where we get to learn that going back to the different assassin styles with Deathstick and Ochi. And Deathstick, like we mentioned, she basically admits, she's like, "Yeah, I do it because I love this. I like killing. That's what I do." And at the same time, Ochi's trying to deny it, and that's kind of the conflict between them, is Deathstick's trying to be like, "No, Ochi, you're like me. You like what you're doing. You just won't admit it."
I think, as Kira puts it, she's like, Ochi kills because he's scared. Deathstick kills because she likes to spread around pain.
Yeah, like Ochi he doesn't want to be top dog, but like we talked about this in War of the Bounty Hunters, And after reading Shadow of the Sith, Ochi's goal is to not be top dog. It is to be second or third. He wants to be in the hierarchy, but he doesn't want to be
Too high up.
Too high up,
then
because
people
that makes
gun
them a
for your
target.
spot.
Yep. He doesn't want to be a target on either end. Because if you're too low, you're a target. If you're too high, you're a target. And so, like you said, Kira identifies it as fear, because that's what it is.
Hmm.
And so Deathstick's job is to kidnap Cordelia.
Yep.
And Ochi's job is to put a little fear into the Empire. Let them know that they're being watched. And so Ochi does this by killing all of the palace guards.
Yep.
By poisoning them. But he times it so well because he knows the schedule. Like, he knows the schedules of the palace guards at this point because he's connected to Vader, that he's able to probably get that information very easily. And so he poisons them at just the right time that they're entering the palace room to be like on watch with Palpatine, and then drop dead in front of Palpatine and Masameda. And Masameda's like,
difference in
yeah.
like, the level of concern.
like
is
Masameda's
amazing.
like, holy shit, what are we gonna do about this? Meanwhile, Palpatine's like, God damn it.
Again.
Palpatine's not as concerned. It's more of an annoyance, whereas Masameda's actually concerned.
It's like, got the fucking crime
to
lords
hire a
fighting
new
each
cook.
Yeah.
Got the crime lords fighting each other. Like 20 of my most trusted people just died.
And Deathsticks goes easy as well. It doesn't. I mean, it helps that they are distracted because the Empire decides that they're gonna up and attack that rebel base, even though Valence has been agreeing to his part of the agreement. Because of course Vader doesn't.
I'm imagining that this is one of those things where they decided to do it anyway because it was like, we know where they are. Let's just go get them.
Yeah.
So I don't think that Vader knew, but I also don't think he would care.
Yeah. I mean, I think Vader knew. I think Vader. But like you said, he doesn't care. I think it's both. I think he knew, but he doesn't care because he's like, I already got Valence, and he's doing the work. As long as nobody tells him what happened, then I still got him. And so,
I guess it's a good thing Deathstick kidnaps Cadelia at this point.
because that's really because there's only two factors. There's only two people that are at that base that Valence cares about: Cadelia and his ex-girlfriend. We don't know what happened to her, but we know what happens to Cadelia. And the fact that Crimson Dawn took Cadelia, that's another incentive. Like, if Valence ever finds out, Vader could go, see, you should go up against Crimson Dawn because they took the kid. And so that's another way Vader can weaponize that if he needs to. So yeah. We get to immediately after that we get to go back to the Star Wars mainline. I forgot that we go right back to it. I was thinking that there's two Crimson Dawn stories, right? It's not here. It's the next one where they're back to back.
Just await the dawn.
Yeah. And so we go back to the Star Wars mainline where Kira is still a guest, sort of, for the rebels because they're like, we
don't trust you.
We don't trust you,
but you haven't done a lot to.
Like, you haven't actively.
Just like, I get that. Yeah, no, that's fair.
Yeah. It's like you haven't actively been in our way, other than the Han Solo thing, which it turns out you were supposedly trying to help us, but we can't prove one way or the other. So we'll
You
let
are
you.
a snake in the grass, but we can see you.
Yeah. It's a snake in the grass that's been mowed. We've mowed the lawn, so we see you, but we don't. But we know that there's something that you could betray us on. But yeah, Kira's back to basically do her sales pitch again. and Leia's kind of on it. She's like, I can kind of see working with you, but I'm not sure. And meanwhile, Chewbacca is going through it. He is doing what like I understand it. He's a good friend, so he's like hurting, and so he's like in that little training facility out of the X-Men.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in the danger room, just shooting people.
Yeah.
I think he
uh,
pops Boba Fett.
Yeah, he pops Boba Fett and he shoots at Dengar.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bosk, all the bounty hunters are there. And so he's basically doing the like it feels like a very Cyclops moment to just be like, I'm just gonna keep training. I'm gonna keep training. I'm gonna come up with a scenario that's gonna free them. Well, like I get it. And so like that's what Chewbacca's doing, and of course he sees Kira.
He's like,
during...
man, if it wasn't for that fucking window.
Chewie's like, you're a friend, but you're also not.
Yeah.
You're on thin ice. Like Lando was on thin ice. We've kind of let him off the ice, but now you're on it.
Chewie's over here. You kidnapped my friend and got me set on fire.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
I still
Admittedly, the fire part wasn't her fault.
yeah.
But
I still get it's like I still
cavalcade of actions that led to that
Yeah.
point.
Chewbacca's like I still smell the burns on my fur because Wookiees don't shower, so I just still smell that, so I will remember this.
And then they're like, we all still smell it. Yeah.
Wookiees don't shower or wear clothes, man. Come on. Can't dress a Wookiee up.
God, I love that robot chicken bit where Han visits Chewbacca's family and they're all wearing clothes. And he's like, do you just be walking around naked? And he's like,
And so we go back to Shara, who's being interrogated. And unfortunately, she pulls the big card.
Hey,
Commander Zara's like, hey, we know about your son and we know where he is, and we're going to kill your dad to get to him if we have to.
we'll take out your we'll take out your progenitor and your offspring if you don't start talking.
And unfortunately, they cut away before it happens, but in that situation, you can't blame Shara
Yeah.
for giving anything away. And so Kira and her crew are leaving, and Leia's like, don't worry, I've got a backup plan. Holdo's coming up with some plans for me, just in case this doesn't go through.
I was almost waiting for Holdo to turn around and just be like, awake the dawn.
No, Holdo's
she-
too long of a friend for that to
Not
happen.
going to do that.
No, you haven't read Leia, Princess of
No,
Alderaan yet, but
what is it? The second of the Daniel Craig Bond movies where they're like, we have agents everywhere. And then the guy right there shoots at him. You're like, I didn't think he meant in the room.
But yeah, so Holdo's coming up with the plan with her like bright like red hair, like redhead Holdo is getting me. But I also like purple haired Holdo because Holdo always looks good. But yeah, we go back to Dez and his plan. They're in hyperspace right now, making their way. And unfortunately, while Leia figures out about this plan, is like, oh, we should probably send some backup. It's a little late because Kez and his crew, like Kez and his specific small group out of the crew, because he takes like 2 other people with him, I think, onto the ship,
Yeah.
onto Tarkin's will. Meanwhile, the rest of them are a distraction, which Commander Zara immediately figures out.
She's like,
oh, a
They said-
diversion, how cute.
she's like, they said 9 ships against an Imperial dreadnought. Yeah, no.
She's just like, she's
I'm not
not
falling
okay.
for that one.
she's like, that's cute. So she immediately goes into like, she's like, well, we could fight them and waste our time on that, or we could just jump away because what are they gonna do?
Follow us.
And so yeah, they just jump away. And it turns out that it was her crew that was kind of like they kind of figured out about the rebel contingency on Panesia, which is where Valence is. So yeah, like you said, it probably wasn't Vader. Now that I remember that part, because he's probably not in communication with Commander Zara at this point. They were earlier on when Zara was initially doing the hunt, but I think at this point they're not in communication. So I think Zara just did this of her own volition. Because once again, her goal is to take out every rebel cell she can find.
So, I think it happens later on in this one. Yeah,
Yeah,
where she's like, "Hey, I've got a brilliant strategy here for all those rebel ships and the base. Let's make them have to make the most sadistic choice possible in this situation."
we're gonna dive.
Everyone's kind of like, "Are you sure we should do that?" And she's like, "Yeah."
Yeah, I don't care about the forces we'll lose. As long as we take them out and make them have no choice but to either shoot us down and make us crash faster, or or try to do evacs and let us shoot down the evacs.
That's basically what it is.
It's a lose-lose.
It's not
Yeah.
quite what it is,
Yeah.
but it's close enough.
And so either way, we win.
Yep.
And so
This is one of those moments where I'm like, "Fuck you, that was clever."
also it's evil. Like
Yep.
that.
I'm like, "Oh, gee, yeah, you definitely fucking Tarkin's apprentice now."
I don't know. I feel like Tarkin is smarter with his resources. But yeah, but Kez does find his wife. Everything's gonna be okay because they're together again. Whether or not they get out of this, they're just happy to be together. Meanwhile, we got not Rex and the Pathfinder group with them as well. And so they managed to get off the ship after they take out because so the rest of the rebel forces arrive and their plan is we're going to take out the which is it, it's not the gravity well, it's the I think it's the tractor beam, because that's what's they're using to go faster to dive.
Yeah, it's something important that they
It's
need.
a tractor beam because as I'm looking at it, that's a tractor beam room. They're like, we'll take that out. That way we can slow the fall, because they tractored onto a section so that way they could. And
Good use of the tractor beam.
yeah. And so
I always love when people like come up with new uses for like these technologies that we've seen forever, you know?
yeah. And so like they're like, yeah, why not just lock onto a building? Because they could lock.
Pull yourself to it.
Yeah. So they managed to stop that, but of course, and in doing so, they actually redirect the fall. Because the problem was it was going to hit the city, but now it's hitting the mountain.
Mm.
And so they managed to make it hit the mountain. Unfortunately, Zara's still alive.
I love that. Because of the timing of this, it must have happened. The phone call either happens as that fucking explosion is going off, or immediately once they made Planetfall.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, nice one, but it didn't work.
And
I'm
you-
still here.
And you see like the wreckage still going off in the background when you see her standing doing a Moff Gideon pose. Doesn't have a
Why is it always the evil ones, man?
it's a cool pose.
No, that's not what
Oh, for that, yeah. That, yeah. All right, so now we go back to the Crimson Reign series, where we get the archivists and their story, and we learn about her being a Sava, and how she basically was devoted to learning about the Force and Jedi history.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sava's son. That's right, Madeline's son. And damn, Sava. Order 66 Sava is.
She went through some changes.
Yeah.
I'll say that.
Yeah, pre Order 66 Sava could get it. But yeah, so obviously her job changed after Order 66 because you
Hey.
can't be studying no Jedi.
Hey, you studying Jedi? I can only imagine, like, during Order 66, you studying Jedi relics there? Oh, you are?
Mm-mm.
No? Okay.
No.
All right. Well, we're gonna take some of them anyway.
Yeah, so post Order 66, that's exactly what happens, though, is they're like, hey, we found some stuff that you shouldn't be having. This is illegal contraband. We're going to have to make a report on this. And that's when Kira shows up to save and also ruin the day. Because, unfortunately, while she kills the stormtroopers that were going to turn her in, she also caused the thing that stormtrooper was holding to break.
No.
But Kira's like, oh, we can find more artifacts. Don't worry. We'll find a lot of artifacts. You're going to work for me, and we'll find as many Jedi artifacts as you want. And, in fact, I know exactly how we can get so many artifacts because I know that the Sith are in charge of the Empire, and that's why the artifacts are illegal for you to have. And so, like...
I still don't
yeah.
fully understand her hair. Though.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Like it connects in two places. She has
But yeah,
dreadlocks that are like woven together.
Yeah.
but Madeline's son's like, I don't know. Well, you know what? Yeah, they took everything from me.
Not the hands again.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
And so,
She's holding on to, like, the shards. Ow.
yeah. And so, since it's not just Jedi artifacts that she's interested in, she's interested in anything that's Force related. And she's similar to conversations you and I have had of the Jedi versus Sith. She views it as, oh, it's just semantics. It's the same group. Same group, different name.
Well, it was once the same group. Then they had a schism that nobody talks about.
But yeah, so Kira's like, hey, I already got a thought dowser even. And that kind of draws her in. And she's like, all right, I have a first mission for you. I need you to find this guy named Yoda. Also,
That's this guy.
yeah, just this guy. Also, they show us Masamita burning his lightsaber again. Reminding us of the continuity discussion of Yoda's lightsaber.
Mandalorian.
Yeah, Book of Boba Fett, Mandalorian, yeah.
It's a different
Yeah, Book of Boba
lightsaber.
Fett. My-
I know it's a different lightsaber, but because I know Charles and them came out and were like, no, it's a different lightsaber. Yoda's,
Man, Yo-
Even when you look at it, it looks different.
yeah,
It's,
Man, Yoda got really young after episode 6.
well, no,
No, I'm fucking
yeah,
with
yeah, yeah, Baby Yoda. That I know so many people that when people started doing the Baby Yoda thing that weren't watching the show got confused. They're like, so this is a prequel show? No. That's just what people are affectionately calling him. But yeah, so Sava-san is looking for Yoda, and she's going through all the records that like exist, and she puts two and two together of the fact that Bail Organa was a friend of the Jedi, and he was off planet, off Coruscant when Yoda disappeared.
She just kept pulling up files until she got the information she needed.
Yeah, honestly, if she was working for the Empire would have been able to kill Yoda by now. Like,
Wow, that the Empire isn't putting in the legwork into that.
yeah. Well, I think the Emperor basically feels that. I think it's a cockiness thing. I the Emperor feels that he's better than Yoda, so he's like, he's not coming back. He's hiding. I won. And so it's the same thing I think with why he tells Vader to stop looking for Obi-Wan at the end of Kenobi. He's like, you don't need to worry about that. Obi-Wan's nothing.
Yeah, it is kind of funny to think about that. Like the Emperor got to this point, you know, because he infiltrated the Jedi Order with his soon-to-be apprentice, and now Yoda is on Dagobah, knowing that the whole, you know, the full plan of eventually redeeming Anakin Skywalker and, you know, Luke Skywalker, where that's gonna go, and it's kind of just a second, like, double infiltration that causes the Emperor's end of Vader killing
Yeah.
Emperor.
So, Sava's son manages to track down Jermok Colton, the pilot that was working for Bail Organa at the time. And he's on an Imperial facility where he's being held. It's a prison. It's a floating prison. It's the one from the After comics, if I remember correctly, or one similar design, because I think the one in After gets destroyed. I can't remember exactly what happened to that one. But yeah, so she basically is like, "Hey, I'm not gonna like hardcore interrogate you on this. I just need to know what happened on the Tantive 3 and where you took Yoda. And if you don't tell me, I will interrogate you, but I don't need to." And he decides, "Yeah, no, I'm not gonna tell you." And so she pulls out the thought dowser, which forces the answer out without him, like, he's like, "All right, it's the Sluis sector," and she's like, "Okay, cool. I'm gonna go narrow that down."
He's like, I don't know the building, but I can give you the city.
Yeah. And so she narrows it down to Dagobah, and
I like to imagine that the thought dowser didn't actually do anything. She's like, "Well, look at this," and he's like, "I don't know what that means, but like, here's the answer." just miss me that.
but yeah, she ends up on Dagobah, which I can't remember if it's canon anymore, but it used to be a nexus point for the Force in Legends. And-
Yeah, it is. It is
yeah.
it's a dark side vergence.
yeah, I remember that being a thing. So okay, so it is still a dark side vergence, and
Yes. From a certain point of view, Empire Strikes Back, we get a whole story from the point of view of the virgins.
okay, that's one I still haven't gotten to, unfortunately. I know we'll eventually get to on the show.
Doesn't season 6 of the Clone Wars kind of point at that too, where Yoda does his whole
Yes.
spirit journey?
Yeah. Yeah, they just never hard confirm it in that, and so that's why I wasn't sure. I didn't want to say it and then be like, nope. But yeah, so she immediately discovers how much of a vergence this is, because like all the monsters and native creatures,
Immediately are like,
they're very unfriendly. They're like, no, you're not
once
supposed.
again, the wildlife.
Yeah, the wildlife in Star Wars. That's the most dangerous thing.
But that wildlife thing just looks cool.
It does.
Yeah. And so then she enters the infamous cave, and we never truly learn what she sees in there.
Apparently it was not great for her.
Yeah, no, because she comes out, she goes in with regular, like, pale, and then she comes out with green skin, looking like, and silver
I've seen
hair.
some stuff.
Yeah,
Oh shit!
her hair is grayed out.
She goes in looking normal and comes out looking like a genuine, like
Almost like a Medusa, like
a
Gorgon.
crone.
Some type of ghoul.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
All
Yoda's
the
just,
war tours of the galaxy.
yeah, so she
Like-
leaves.
Whatever
And-
she saw in there
Yeah.
wasn't good.
Whatever she saw was what, yeah. And so it
They
changed
gave
her
a
life.
thunder.
Yeah, it changed her life. So she does know that this is where Yoda is, but she leaves, and Yoda is watching. I assume that he's doing his little giggle and laughing, because I bet he was just watching and trolling the whole time. Yeah, exactly.
Have you?
And so she returns to Kira and is like, "Yoda's dead," and Kira's like, she's like, okay, I guess. I mean, I thought for sure he was alive, but okay.
Damn. Looks like I have to do it myself.
Yep, because she was basically hoping to try to convince Yoda to join as well, but I we obviously know there's no way Yoda would have been a part of this.
Yeah, was that the plan to get Yoda to join Crimson Dawn?
She never says exactly, but it's inferred. Like I feel
Yeah.
like the way Kira plays, she tends to try to get everybody that's powerful on her side.
Mhm.
And of course, what better way to get rid of the Sith than get the Jedi?
Also, just
yeah.
imagine the extra knowledge just about the Force in general that she could get. That she would get from him.
Yep. I mean, it's why she recruits, which we're about to go into, because it's the immediate follow-up, the Knights of Ren. Which, of course, I say this every time we talk about the Knights of Ren. Ren should be, if they ever do a live-action interpretation, I know who I want.
Mm.
They got to bring back the voice from Lego, Christian Slater.
Christian Slater. Yeah.
Ever since I heard it, I was like, "Yep, that's Ren," because he can play it. He's got that DILF thing going on, Christian Slater nowadays. Like he could get a, he would just have to grow out his hair a little because he's got the gray hair. He's just got to grow it out. But yeah, so we see how Kira recruited them, and Ren being exactly the way we think he is just like, oh, you've heard of us? You're a beautiful lady coming up to me. You've definitely heard of the Knights of Ren. And she's like, oh my God, you're the Knight. No, I don't like. You're not that popular. I know who you are, but like, come off it. And so she's like, look, I know what you can do for me. You can and I know that you need my help, because all you got is that one red lightsaber, and I know you want more Sith artifacts, and I need some of that as well. And I know that you're trying to stay off the Sith's radar, but sometimes you got to get on their radar to take them out. And so now we get to see them go into Fortress Vader, where they need to find a key.
Mm-hmm.
What that key does, we will find out later.
Apparently, it's. Do they tell
It unlocks my
the
heart.
name of the key?
What's that?
Do they let them know the name of the key beforehand, or?
They just say it's a key in this issue, but they explain what it is later.
Yeah.
They explain what it is in the next Crimson Reign issue, because that's when we see the fruition of the plan.
You know, I will say this, like, just from reading this bit, the Knights of the Ren do seem very much like...
They're competent. Unfortunately, they're just not big time.
Yeah, they're competent, and they seem to enjoy what they're doing.
Well, yeah, they're essentially a biker gang.
Yeah,
They're a force-imbued biker gang, which is why, that's why in the Halloween special they just did Lost Boys. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
saxophone and all.
Such a great movie.
So yeah, so their biker gang is like, all right, let's. Honestly, we learned that it's really. This is like the 5th time somebody's broken into Fortress Vader. Like Vader's fortress is so easy to break
they need
into.
to get some better locks.
The problem.
It's just one old guy watching it. You know what I mean? Like I don't think he's what's his name?
Oh, I know who you're talking about though.
Yeah, but he's just the whole security system, and I don't
Bonnie
think,
or whatever.
yeah, Vonnet, yeah.
Vinay, yeah, yeah. Vinay's creepy as all though. But yeah, they find some. We get a little bit for those that we get a little bit of treats for people that have been keeping up with the comics. Honestly, we get Momin's Mask from the 2017 run and the Lando comic as well.
Mm-hmm.
So like we get to see that, and the Knights of Ren are like, "Oh no, we should shoot that." Nope.
Bazara shoots it immediately.
Yeah, Bazra's like, "Nope, that's evil." It glowed at me.
And they're like, whoa, chill.
Honestly, that was the smartest move they've done since getting in this castle. Like,
That's definitely like the moment in the horror movie where they take the cursed object home before it like starts slaughtering them.
yeah.
Like, nope.
And Momin would totally take advantage of that. Because Momin still lives in that helmet.
Yeah.
That's why it glowed. Yeah. Seth hasn't read it. So yes, they did the smart thing and they shot it. That's the one time you can be proud of them for
Thank
doing something like
fucking
that.
God.
Because usually in Star Wars
Quit
comics, they're
touching
like,
mass and relics and shit.
at least Luke was smart, and because we talk about this in Shadow of the Sith, he used his fake hand.
Yeah.
But yeah, we get to see the inner workings of the fortress here, like stuff that we assume have to exist in Vader's home, but stuff that we've never seen up close. So we know that obviously he has the Bacta tank in the fortress because we've seen it in Rogue One, but here we see a whole room of just Bacta, just like
I think they ask like, "Fuck, who needs this much?"
yeah, they're like.
Who does this guy think he is? Boba Fett?
Yeah, they're like, yeah, like one of them is like, this is so much Bacta that an army could like, this would supply an army.
A losing army.
Yeah. And of course, Ren's like, we don't care, it's not our problem. And then stupid guy, I forget which one it is. He spits into it.
That was unnecessary.
Something to remind.
Something to remember us,
Yeah.
like, yeah.
Yeah. I now wonder if like Vader sits in a bath one day in the Bacta and he's like, there's something different about this one.
Tastes different today.
Yeah, it's like when you taste some soup that somebody like you got your server mad and you like can taste the spit and you're like, something tastes off here.
Or he's like, it's actually good today.
Vinay is like watching the security cameras and he's like, oh, that's what they did to make it better. I guess I need to start spitting in it for Lord Vader. But yeah,
I just don't want to like, but I spit in this, please. And you're like, oh.
no, Vinay never tells Vader he's doing it. He just does it for years afterwards. Because Vinay wouldn't tell Vader he's doing it, but he would just do it. Because he's that type of flunky. Like, that's the level of flunky he's at. But
Ride or die.
yeah. But Vinay shows up and he's like, hey guys, so we've been watching you. We know you're here. In fact, my boss is on the way here. And Ren's like, how's that? How's that gonna happen? You know? We'll see how that goes. And so Vinay goes to be a tattletale because in reality he hasn't told Vader yet. And Ren called him out on that.
Goodbye.
And Vinay's like, nope, I gotta go tell, because Vinay's a Randall, and he's gotta go tell Miss Fenster. Miss Fenster. TJ and the gang are doing this. God, Ren is a TJ Detweiler.
Yeah.
He's just some kid acting up, you know? But yeah, Vinay like calls him out. He's like, you guys are nothing compared to the true dark side. We're gonna... So he sends in an army of some stormtroopers in to deal with them. Does not go well for the stormtroopers, although they do manage to take out... Actually, I don't think they take out any of them yet.
No, not yet.
Yeah. But Vader shows up.
It's like, hey,
Hey,
what you doing in my house?
yeah, what are you doing in my house? Get out of my house.
I didn't think you would get here this soon. And there's like, this is awkward, guys. What do we do?
And immediately, first thing Vader does is force choke somebody to death in front of them. And they're like, well, you guys run, because I'm the only one with a lightsaber here.
It's also a little bit more than a force choke. He kind of like contorts his like
Yeah.
arms and limbs around.
Yeah, he just gets...
Oh,
Yeah.
I think that's Crush. Over
yeah,
there.
that's a force crush.
That's blood bending.
So, and of course, Vader immediately is just like, you're not worthy of holding a lightsaber. You're just a kid.
He like gashes Ren. Ren's like, you know what? Yeah, you're right. I can't take you. Goodbye.
Out the window. Also, thanks for the key.
Ren's like, wait a minute. Give that back.
He's like, that's what you wanted? Okay, well, and like Ren is gloating. He's like, he calls Vader a chump, which is the most hilarious line to see somebody do to Vader. It's like,
Nope.
Look at you, you're all big and scary.
and so they get into a little tug of war with the Force.
And Ren's like, wait, guys, could you help?
Could you not just stand there? And so they start shooting at him to distract Vader, and Ren wins the tug of war. And they're like, "All right, boys, let's ride."
Get the fuck out of here.
Off into the sunset.
Yeah, and unfortunately, now they're on Vader's radar and the Empire's radar, which is what they did not want.
Mhm.
So now we go into the Vader comic, where we get a little flashback to Empire Strikes Back while Vader's thinking about what he wants. He wants order. And also the fact that Crimson Dawn represents the destruction of that order. And that's why he's
Oh, he hates it.
yeah. And that's why he's doing what the Emperor wants in this case. One of the few times where he's just straight up following what the Emperor wants. Because, yeah, Crimson Dawn represents chaos to him. Now, of course, to Kira, maybe... Kira sees it as order, but...
I mean, she has her ends, but it's absolutely disguised within the chaos of a lot of stuff.
Yeah. I think at the end of the day, Kira does want order as well, but a different order. And so we see a
Jedi Order.
yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
We see basically the Assassin's Guild taking down some Crimson Dawn because they work for Vader and all that. And oh boy.
What do you want? We want revenge against Crimson Dawn. Why? Because they keep fucking us up.
Yeah, and so Vader and Ochi are like, "Hey, you should come work for us because we also hate Crimson Dawn, and we'll pay you to do this." And then there's the hero group that also don't like Crimson Dawn, that are doing it more for the moral reasons. That's what they tell themselves. And they also get recruited because they're like, we just want to get rid of the Dawn because they're bad people. And we don't like that they are manipulating the Empire and that they're corrupting it, is how they view it. They think that Crimson Dawn is corrupting the Empire.
There aren't any good people.
No,
There's
we're in a situation where there is no good except for the rebellion.
Yeah.
Like, we're in a situation where Crimson Dawn is obviously shady, and then the Empire is obviously bad, but they're fighting each other. And then, of course, the rebels potentially want to work with Crimson Dawn, but they also know Crimson Dawn's shady.
Well, I mean, this is my favorite thing about Star Wars, though, is it's and what I feel the overall messaging is there is true evil, but
Mhm.
like true good, is largely a point of view, and it's about, you know, it's about doing the best, each person doing the best that they can, knowing that it wouldn't be perfect.
Yeah.
And just because you can't be perfect doesn't mean to not do anything and be evil.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think that's like a story that's normally best explored in Star Wars through like the non-Forza user people. You know, the people
Yeah.
who aren't on like the high level.
Yeah, people who like gotta deal with this nonsense on a daily basis.
Yeah. I mean, in a way, Ochi's perspective in the Vader comics is great to have because of that. He's the non-Force Force user in this situation in the Vader comics, and he's our kind of our, even though he's still a terrible person, he is our grounding.
Yeah.
He's what grounds us. And so we get to see the point of views of the different groups that are now hired, the Revengers versus the Assassin's Guild. And the Assassin's Guild is like, yeah, we're totally in it for the money and we love just killing people. And you guys enjoy it too, but you'll never admit it. And the Revengers are like, no, we're in this to do the right thing because we're heroes. And so I like seeing that conversation continue throughout the run because the Revengers and the Assassin's Guild keep butting heads. We also get the introduction to an ongoing arc that we will continues in the next arc, which is the Sabe arc. And Sabe's return. She's on Polis Massa where she sees Padme's death essentially, and she sees the last message that Padme left Obi-Wan, which is that there's good in Anakin still. And she reveals that she's hunting for Vader. And that she's
Why
part
would
of.
I be afraid of Anakin Skywalker?
Yeah.
Sorry, I know that's not there yet.
Yeah.
I will say I do kind of have to get going.
No, you're fine.
yeah.
Yeah, we're running a little over what I thought we would. Yeah.
But yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for letting me.
Of course.
This comic was so awesome. I love this. Such a unique story. It was really perfect to add to Star Wars. But yeah, I will let you guys.
Yeah.
finish.
And once again,
Alright.
let everybody know where they can find you before you head out.
Yeah, I'm Darth Draco on TikTok, Darth Draco on YouTube, and Darth Draco 7 on the Twitter. And yeah, we'll be talking Star Wars. And I have branched out a little bit, some Marvel and stuff as well. Also, if you're hanging around later today at 5 p.m. Pacific time, join us. We're going to hang out, talk more Star Wars, more current events and stuff like that on the High Ground podcast. No, sorry, on the Diet and the Force
Yeah.
podcast.
Died, yeah. You and
Yeah, so
Element 7.
Diet and the Force. Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, thank you once
Alright.
again for joining us.
Thanks,
Nice
gentlemen.
meeting you.
Have a good one.
You too. All right. Yeah, we're running a little over, but we're past the halfway point, so hopefully we'll feed through this before you have to go as well.
Yeah, no problem.
Um,
I'm a good half hour in me.
yeah, we'll try to skim this a little more because we've been a little heavy detailed.
Yeah.
So yeah, basically the Vader arc is just them cutting down different Crimson Dawn
Yeah.
groups and learning, and of course the hunt that Sabe's doing for Vader because it's revealed Sabe is part of Crimson Dawn as well. And we learn at the like Chaco said before he left, we get the reveal that Sabe knows that
Yeah.
Vader is Anakin and Anakin's Vader.
Right.
And so Valence is having struggles as well because he knows that Ochi's playing him. Like he knows that Ochi's up to something all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't know that Ochi's Dawn yet, but he's starting to suspect it.
Yep.
Eventually, though, as we get further along, Ochi gets caught.
Yeah.
Vader's like, "Hey, I know you're Dawn, so I'm gonna use that to my advantage." And in fact, when he figures that out, that's also when Sabe confronts him.
Gets caught.
Yeah, and Sabe's like, "Hey, I'm also Dawn. We can use this to our advantage, because I'm not going up against you. I want to work with you." And so, because before that, they did a fake list
Mm-hmm.
of Crimson Dawn insurgents to get. It was like with real Crimson Dawn members, but it wasn't the entire list.
Yeah.
And so Vader takes out those people. And that's when we're like in the background kind of learning, okay, there's this officer, is it General Ramodi who's...
Yeah.
Yeah, General Ramodi's the one that's part of it. And then you've got Ochi, what's her name? Not Sabe, but Sabe's part of this meeting because she runs into them. It's, I forget her name. I don't like her.
No. A quick clarification. Ramodi is a sympathizer. He's not a member.
That's right. Yeah.
But they take him out anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, later they do. At first, Ochi's threatening to blackmail him, and then that doesn't go well.
Because
And so,
zero tolerance policy.
yeah. And it's Sly Moore. Sly Moore is the other one I'm thinking of. So, Ochi and Sly are having this discussion of like, hey, so the list kind of worked, but we might still need to be careful. And then Sabe comes in and is like,
Yeah.
hey, so we just need to let Vader in on this.
Yep.
Because if we don't, we're dead. And I'm your new Crimson Dawn handler. And so they let Vader in on the plan, and they basically do this is when they kill General Ramodi. They basically do a double cross on everybody where they get General Ramodi killed, but also are like having Crimson Dawn fight each other, so that way they can come in and and it draws more Crimson Dawn members out, and it just makes it to where Vader catches more people that he's trying to. And now Vader's plan has become, I'm going to take over Crimson Dawn so I can get rid of Crimson Dawn.
Yeah.
And so,
I'm taking over the mall plan a little bit.
yeah. And so that kind of that works for the most part. They take
Yep.
out a lot of people. And that's where at the end of this, he finds out that Sabe had a hand in this, and that he's going to use that to kind of
Yeah.
fulfill the end of his plan, which is drawing the last members of the Imperials that are sympathizers or members of Dawn.
Yep.
And it leads to this big battle on the Outer Rim.
Takes them to this planet to interrogate them.
Yeah.
It is really interesting to think about that this thing that Darth Maul created is still a thorn in the Empire side.
Maul's giggling from his Force Ghost grave.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then so at the end we get the big reveal. Sabe knows, because she does the "Why would I be afraid of Anakin Skywalker?" And so
Just out here using real names, not titles anymore.
when you text he messaged me after that, and he was like, so now Sabe's using that government name. But yeah, so we get
Just got the birth certificate.
the kind of the last bits of the bounty hunter arc,
Yeah.
where everything's kind of coming together, where everybody's kind of like, we get this big battle between
Yeah.
Vakura's forces and
The plan
the bounty
kidnap
hunters.
Vakura.
And Vakura's forces are definitely winning for a good
Yeah.
chunk.
Chum chum.
But they do manage to, like, I'd argue they managed to weaken them a good
Yeah.
bit. Unfortunately, Vakura kind of still kind of gets what she wants and gets kind of away.
No,
Cadelia,
they knock her out and take her with them.
yeah, that's right. But Cadelia is with Kira, which is where I want to kind of
Yeah.
discuss. Kira and Vakura have two different plans.
Mm-hmm.
Vakura plans to kill Cadelia. Like, that is her intent.
Yes.
She's like, Cadelia must die because we can't have Cadelia. Because that would unite the Mourner's Wells and the Unbroken Clan. And I don't want that, because especially now that I'm in power. Kira wants that.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what Kira wants. So when do they betray each other? Because it hasn't happened.
Have a schism. Yeah.
Yeah, because it hasn't happened yet. Because I'm up to date on the comics, but it hasn't happened yet because they're taking a break from the Crimson trilogy. The current volumes are dealing with everybody's individual stories right now,
Yeah.
and then the next arc will be back on the Empire's End, is what they're calling it.
I would.
I think it's going to be during that arc, but how soon does? And also, does that mean Cadelia does that mean Vakura's going to work with the bounty hunter crew? Because they also want Cadelia alive.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think Vakura has very good chances.
No, I think Vakura's going to die. Like, Vakura's got to go as a character. I like her as a villain in that I hate her a lot, but she's going to have to go soon. Like, they can't.
Francis, is there anything that's established in canon where Kira dies?
Not yet. This is actually because this is the furthest that Kira's in the timeline.
Okay.
But obviously, Kira also can't win her fight with the Empire, which is her goal.
Right.
But
You
Vakura,
could outlast it.
yeah, Vakura can't win at all. Like, there's just no winning for Vakura. I don't think Vakura has to either die, or she does kill Cadelia and then die. Either way, Vokra is dying, I think.
Yeah.
And is it? It is established. Crimson Dawn. We do know that they survived the Empire, right? In the Book of Boba Fett, weren't the Pikes? Did they have any Crimson Dawn any symbols? on
No,
them?
there was a lot of theorizing that Crimson Dawn would show up, but they never like even got a mention. Yeah. I personally would have loved to see Crimson Dawn in that era, but
I think
I-
it was mostly Pikes and a
It-
little bit of Black Sun.
yeah, it was Pikes and a little bit of Black Sun, but that was really it. Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, so like you said, eventually they catch her, and so they basically are like, all right, the future depends on you because we need to figure out where Cordelia is going and what your plan was. And Vokra is like, ha, you idiots, you've doomed everybody. And that's the last we get of that, and we go into the final issue
Yep.
of this whole arc.
Where it's like, all
Where-
right,
Basically, we get a rundown of everything that's happened. It's basically a summary from the
Yeah.
Emperor's perspective,
it's like,
where they're like, all right, Crimson Dawn's an issue. Commander Zara's fleet has been destroyed. The Screaming Key has been stolen from your fortress by the Knights of Ren, who are a bunch of nobodies that were.
why are
Like
all
that.
these nobody factions becoming a huge problem?
And like the Emperor's like, this is not a coincidence that all of this is happening at once. The question is who, and they don't show who this like director is, but they show this director, and he's like, yeah, we've heard about the Syndicate War that's happening, and we believe that it's the same people that were back in the War of the Bounty Hunters. We believe it's Crimson Dawn activity, and that this was all orchestrated by them. Director Barsha.
Looking over at Imperial Intelligence.
Yeah, I find it interesting that this guy is in the shadows. I love it, but it's a new character as far as I can think of.
Which one?
Director Barsha. Yeah, they just leave him in the shadows that entire time in the palace, and so Kira basically gives a farewell to Trinia, and is like, and Margot, and is like, you guys are not being let go, but you guys have done your part.
Yeah. If you guys want to leave, now would be the time.
Yeah. And so she gives the Screaming Keys to Sava, to the archivist. And her and the Knights of Ren are to open to basically find out what the key does, open it, and then bring it back, because they assume it's like something that will be a weapon that will be on their side. And so,
A lot of people opening weapons that they don't know what they exactly do.
yeah. And Vader and the Emperor are discussing everything that happened in War of the Bounty Hunters, because Vader's putting two and two together. He's like, okay, it is this Kira lady. I ran into her and I fought her. She held her own, and she had some moves that I kind of recognized. And she was trained by somebody, a Force user of some sort, but not a. And the Emperor's like, a Jedi? And he's like, no, somebody you trained, you idiot.
And Sidious is like, I've only trained like
Four
two
people. Yeah.
2 to 4 people, so
And Vader's like, it's Maul, okay? Do you need me to tell you the answer?
I don't know. I'm going senile from all this dark magic I've been using.
And so now the question becomes, well, what all did Maul tell her? Because she knows a lot of her inner workings. And so,
I mean, at least Maul knew that Vader's Anakin Skywalker, right?
yeah.
I assume he did. Yeah.
And so we go back to the Archivists and the Knights of Ren, where they go to this place that has not been to by anybody in over 1,000 years. It reminds me a lot of how they represent Malachor in Rebels, but like even worse.
If you told me that place was called like the Graveyard of the Giants, I would believe you.
Um,
Yeah.
But yeah, basically, it's this thing that they've basically figured out that it is a living thing in a way, and that they're trying not to wake it. Unfortunately, not doing a
Turns
good
out
job
the
at that.
screaming key screams
Yeah,
very, very loudly.
yeah. Meanwhile, Kira is explaining to Cordelia her heritage, and that, and also tells her own story from Solo, and like is like, I also grew up, like you, so I know where you're coming from, and I took power by any means necessary. You can do the same. And she basically gives Cordelia the sales pitch. And then, of course, then she sets off the alert, telling everybody where her ship is.
Yeah.
And she's like, "All right, you got to agree or not agree and join. You got that simple choice." And basically, meanwhile, the Knights of Ren are dwindling
Mhm.
in number.
Yep.
Because Basra gets crushed. And
They
eventually,
lost the one with common sense.
yeah, eventually they find the heart, and they find like the little key slot, and she puts it in, and that kind of gives them control of this.
They're like, okay, now grab it and run away.
Yeah, it's almost like it's almost like this hourglass looking thing, but we still don't quite know what it does. We just know that that's what Kira wants. And
Kira gets.
And so she tells Saba, "Yep, bring it back, and we're done." And she destroys the communicator. And she does this big inspirational speech talking about how the Hidden Empire will reign on. Yeah, Hidden Empire. That's what the last stuff is going to be.
Choke on it.
Yep. And so she makes it clear that she's going to be in charge. That's her goal. Woo! And that is Crimson Reign.
Yeah.
Oh, there was a lot. Final thoughts?
I liked it.
I think it's a great sequel to War of the Bounty
Yeah.
Hunter. And while there's still a lot of mysteries, we still got one more set of comics for it that will answer, hopefully, a lot of these questions. So I'm excited. It's kind of yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I just love so much when, I said it before, but when Star Wars gets into bringing up the importance of these non-Force user type characters, whether it's Kira or Dr. Aphra. I just love seeing those different aspects of the Star Wars universe, and to see how everybody, the whole full puzzle kind of comes together.
And we're seeing where it kind of falls apart for the Emperor and them, because they're relying so heavily on their Force usage and the Empire, that just some random scrubs are coming up and yeah. I kind of like how it's an inverse to Empire. It's our protagonist, whether they're good people or bad people, they win. Unlike in Empire, our protagonists definitely lose. This is the middle film. This is the middle part of the trilogy, so I'm curious where to see Hidden Empire goes, because that comes up with the questions of, is Kira gonna survive this? Because we don't know. It's one of those situations where, for once in Star Wars, we don't know, and it's been a while since we've had characters where we don't know their fates.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the High Republic gives us that, which is why the High Republic is so good. There's a lot of characters where we don't know their fates, and I love seeing that in Star Wars, even in eras that we know, because we know that Luke and Leia and Han and Lando and Chewie, they make it. We know. But what happens to the Kiras, the Valences, the
Aphras, yeah.
Yeah. And so, I find it interesting. All right. So, next week, we have another guest. We are going to be talking Princess and the Scoundrel. And we got Stardust M coming to join us. And I've been keeping it under wraps from the public. But we also got an interview with Mark Thompson. So, because I got to talk to him about his reading of his narration for Princess and the Scoundrel.
That's really cool.
So we'll have that next week. And before we give our outro, let's go ahead and remind everybody where they can
Yeah.
find you.
Thanks for having me. You can find me on TikTok at jcomic7, JKOMIC 7. Just so you know, I'm going to be doing a podcast with my friend Young, who you can find at Forever Young 1300. It's called There Are More of Us, and we're going to start off with a episode by episode breakdown of the Andor series coming out later in September.
All right. And you're also on Twitter, and I've got all that linked down below. So if you guys are looking for either Chaco or J Comics, you can find it in the info box here on the YouTube channel. We're live. New episode of Escape Reality
Yay.
Star Wars Talk. Make sure you lean in.
Fine. I'll do that. 'cause
Your mom will
everyone-
tell you.
I know she will.
This week, we have a guest.
We do.
We've been doing good on guests.
Mm-hmm.
We had 2 last week, and this week we've got Stardust M. If you want to go ahead and introduce yourself, tell the audience a little bit about you.
Hi, I'm Stardust M. You can find me on TikTok at Stardust M, and on Twitter and Instagram at _Stardust M. I also have a Star Wars podcast with 2 of my friends who live in Hay called Kessel Run Relay. On TikTok and on Twitter, I scream a lot about Rogue One and Andor. And
Hey.
on the podcast too, but we also talk a lot about other stuff on the podcast.
I mean, nothing wrong with loving Rogue One and Andor. I mean, Rogue One is up there for some of the best Star Wars, and some of the
Yeah.
best Star Wars
I mean-
characters. I mean,
I would agree.
I had to rep today for you.
Yes.
And so, this week we're talking Princess and the Scoundrel, though,
Yes.
because Andor was not on the schedule at the time when I sent you the schedule, although it is now. Because now I know when we'd be doing the show, because now we know
Yeah.
when Andor is.
Yeah, because we didn't know for a long time. And then they moved it, so
Yeah.
surprised everyone who was trying to plan their podcast.
Yep. And then Bad Batch got moved as well, but it's coming out still this year, I think is what I heard. So it's
People keep saying September 28th. I doubt that, but
yeah.
I don't know.
Speaking of Star Wars shows, though, I did my little Star Wars Newsnet news search real quick and saw what they were writing about. So this week, we heard about Star Wars The Acolyte, which is a show I'm excited about. Because I love me that High Republic era, and I also love me Sith stories. So The Acolyte is the perfect thing of that. And apparently their stages are being built in Berkshire right now. And so that means that production is underway. Does that bring any excitement to anybody besides me?
I'm excited for that. I like Amandla Stenberg quite a
Oh,
lot,
yeah.
so I'm excited to see them in the lead.
Yeah, I'm looking at some images right now that they posted. It's like you can tell they got some drone shots, which is the only way we see sets nowadays is from drone shots. And so there's some closer ones of them like building the sets. And so like they're out in this big
God.
field area where they can have a lot of open range to build.
Might take a while.
Well, it depends what they're building.
True.
And then, according to the article, Star Wars is expected to have a significant presence at D23, which makes sense. There's a lot to talk about at D23, I think. Not just Star Wars, but because this is a Star Wars podcast, yes, Star Wars. And then, so we'll probably get some updates of what the schedule is going to be like for Star Wars shows on Disney Plus during that. Because they're probably going to give a lot of schedules.
Sorry about my lack of enthusiasm.
No, you're
I
fine.
went
Yeah,
to
you and
sleep
I.
at like 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I slept in this morning a little bit, and so I got a little bit of rest, and then I've got coffee and breakfast here. We also got announcement for 4 new Black Series figures,
Yeah.
specifically related to the Andor series. We got a new Shore Trooper. We've got an Officer Ferrex figure. And we got Aldhani Mission, which is Cassian Andor set. It's the Aldhani Mission look. So he's got the Imperial cap. Yeah, the little Imperial cap with the ISB like armor, and then like
Yeah. It kind of also looks like the Mud Trooper armor that Han wore.
mm-hmm. And then like a kind of the rest of the uniform is under it, like with because it's like skirted off underneath it with the slacks. And then we got Imperial Officer Dark Times, which has like a nice cape, and so I kind of like that. I like when the Imperials get their little capes.
How do we know they're evil? They're wearing all black and have a cape.
That's not true. Sometimes they wear all white and have a cape.
Right.
So the cape is the real thing.
Maybe that's why Edna Mode said no capes. We figured out the real reason. But that's all. That's really all I could find for news that really seemed to interest me at the moment. There's other stuff, like we've got some interview stuff going on because of Andor coming up, and then of course there was the Ryan Johnson stuff that came out with Empire magazine and talking about he's still doing the trilogy, which I'm not surprised. Every time somebody says, is Ryan Johnson not doing the trilogy anymore, I'm like, where'd you get that? Because as far as I know, he's doing it until he says he's not, or they say he's not, and nobody said that.
And no one's told him no.
Yeah, no one's told him no. He's just a busy man. He's making 2 more Knives Out films, which one of them's on the way. And then, like, the man has a Netflix deal.
Pretty busy.
Yeah, like, he's getting paid to basically make whatever he wants and then make Star Wars.
First has a pretty big slate they got to get through, I'm thinking, before they want to do another trilogy.
Hey,
Yeah.
How do you like almost permanent job security for the next like 5 to 10 years?
And he's got that. He's got Netflix. He's got Lucasfilm. There's like, he's set. And Netflix is paying him to make whatever films he wants, like whatever stories. Whereas Lucasfilm, he's a little more tied down to fit the Star Wars narrative. So yeah, I get, and also like, I get picking Netflix over Lucasfilm first because get to make whatever I want and not have to deal with the Star Wars fan base.
Yeah, you gotta let The Last Jedi. I think he wants the sequel trilogy to settle for a few more years. and
Let's
then-
let that cool off before we throw some more
Yeah.
gasoline on
Yeah.
the fire.
Wait for the Taika film to come out and then
Yeah, and then once people are caught up in that, then you go.
it's the same thing. It's the same thing with Patty Jenkins. Like people are like, "Oh, she's not making her Rogue Squadron film anymore." Nobody said that. They've said it's delayed.
Busy.
She's busy. She's making
Yeah.
the next Wonder Woman film, Amazonian film, which I think she dropped that one. She's just producing that one, I think.
Yeah.
So that way she can focus on eventually doing Rogue Squadron, because Rogue Squadron's important to her. Because when she announced it, she was like, "It's important to me because my dad." And so like, I don't get when people come out and go, "They're not making these films anymore." Who said that though?
No one said that. It's also always interesting how the films that are half the time it's the films that are canceled are the ones by like women and people of color. It's like, okay,
Or somebody
you
that the
want to be
fan,
more transparent on that.
or somebody the fan base just happens to not like for the month. It's whoever,
Yeah.
whoever the
Or
enemy
yeah,
of the
Ryan
month
does.
is. Yeah.
Their favorite target. And Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni are doing even more stuff now.
Yeah. My bad. I stepped on his cables.
Don't do that. We know it has to be low so people can hear me.
But yeah, and of course, yeah, like you said, Favreau and Dave can do no wrong, except when they do. But it's not their fault. It's Kathleen.
Yeah, it's Kathleen or it's the director who doesn't write the script.
Yeah, it's I I should know this. Robert Rodriguez.
Robert Rodriguez, yeah.
I was about to say I
It's
should
his
know that.
fault.
I should know that because Spy Kids.
For that, I was like, what do you expect from the guy who directed Spy Kids? That's kind of on you that
Like it-
you went into this.
Like, if you've ever seen any of his movies, this is on brand. Like even outside of Spy Kids, his more like adult films are still like over the top.
Mm.
Like all the mariachi films with Antonio Banderas, they're so over the top. And then like From Dusk Till Dawn. The man works with Tarantino. You don't expect over the top.
Oh.
But yeah, that's my little rant for this
My-
episode, I guess. I gotta have my rant sometimes.
Oh, you reminded me of. I forget which one of the mariachi films I watched, but it's hilarious.
There's Once Upon a Time in Mexico. There's El Mariachi, and I
think-
forget the third
I
one.
think it's the second one. Yeah.
But
Oh,
yeah. So let's, I guess, get into the meat of this episode
Yeah.
because we're here to talk about Princess and the Scoundrel,
mhm.
which is so it was nothing like what we kind of were thinking. I think when we were told, like, it is, but it isn't, because everybody started immediately relating it to the courtship of Princess Leia.
I'm so glad it wasn't like that, but a blessing. Beth Rita saved us.
How bad was that? If you're not willing to talk about it,
So there are some really.
I-
I'll let you take it. I'll let you
Okay.
take it. This is.
I read it right before The Princess and the Scoundrel because I was like, oh, it's fun. I'll read it. Horrible. Horrible. Leia is so out of character. She just like lets herself get pushed into an arranged marriage, basically. She goes from I love Han to never mind I'm in love with the guy who I'm in this arranged marriage with. Han kidnaps her against her will, and then there's like no real resolution to that. She's like mad and then it gets over it. And Han wins Dothamir, which is where he's kidnapping Leia to take her to in a sabacc game from a warlord. This is also like the first appearance of the Night Sisters.
Yeah. What? Yeah, which the Night Sisters are not a race in the EU. They are. It's more like just a group of women who decided we're gonna use magic and that's it.
They're like witches who broke off from another sect of witches on Dothamir.
Yeah. Like, so it's not like
And then-
in Clone Wars where they're like a race.
It's so bad. And then the worst part or like not the worst part, the part that always shocks me is like Han faces off against the like big bad Night Sister, and she's like, I'm gonna break every bone in your body. So she shatters his leg, and then she starts shattering his molars through magic, and it's like the most violent thing I've ever seen in a Star Wars. And I was like, why would you write this?
God damn.
I forget who
I
wrote
also-
that.
Dave something. I heard that I was looking at like Goodreads reviews, and I guess somebody said that he was supposed to write a trilogy, and that got scrapped. So I think he just shoved everything that he wanted to do in the trilogy into this one book.
David Farland.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and so like Courtship of Princess Leia is sold as the marriage story of Han and Leia, but it's not that.
It's not that. It's barely a romance.
And whereas this is that. Honestly, if this should have been called The Courtship of Princess Leia, and that should have just been The Princess and the Scoundrel, because the titles fit better. But we can only do so much about the past.
Yeah.
But a lot of people were expecting this to be kind of. They were expecting that because everybody kind of forgot that Courtship of Princess Leia was not what it sounds like.
Well, this isn't that.
This isn't that, and we're better off for that.
Oh.
So I did the audiobook as usual,
Mhm.
and I loved it. Saskia did a
Alright.
great job as Leia.
I'm gonna ask the question now because it always happens when you listen to the audiobook. Which character's name do you think I'm going to horribly, horribly butcher? Because I don't use the audiobooks, I just read them.
See, to be fair, I've forgotten a lot of the secondary characters because
Oh.
it's been a minute. So I will just trust you to be
Okay.
correct.
Yeah.
That's a dangerous
I also
situation.
read it. So I don't know if I'm gonna pronounce it right.
Yeah, but Saskia did a great job as so one of the narrative things that Beth does with this book that I think is amazing, and I talk about this in the interview that will be later on in this episode, is she does the back and forth between Leia and Han. So we have the point of view chapters, and the best way to you basically Leia Han. That's the best way to kind of explain it. And so for the audiobook, they had 2 readers. So we got our usual Mark Thompson, and he does Han, which we'll get to hear in the interview, but he was happy to be back as Han. And that's good, because I like his Han.
I heard everyone was like, everyone that I knew that listened to the audiobook was like, oh my god, he does such a like spot on Han.
I was joking in the car ride here with Seth. I was like, it's kind of like if you took Harrison Ford from Air Force One, and that's kind of the way he reads it. But that's Han. Like,
Yeah.
if you're gonna pick a different Harrison Ford film to base your Han on, Air Force One. That's about right. And so he does that for Han, and then we have I forget her first name, but her last name is Saskia, and she does the Leia chapters. And I guess we should talk about the actual story, I guess, because
Yeah.
I'm about to I got emotional during
yeah?
listening to it.
Yeah.
Within the first few chapters,
Oh.
because they just drop us right into it. They're like, all right, we're gonna do the wedding. They're like, no wasting time.
Mm-hmm.
So we get to see a really cool Ewok wedding.
Yeah.
I kind of like the traditions that the Ewoks have. They have low grade kind of does the ceremony along with the chieftain Chirpa, and so because low grade's kind of their. I don't know. It's not canon anymore, but low grade can use the Force in the expanded universe, because that's the magic that the Ewoks have. Because magic is the Force. They just don't know that because they don't know the term for it.
Yeah.
And then of course they have C3. Han doesn't like the idea of the Ewoks running the ceremony, so he's like, "Can we get that annoying droid C3PO to do it? Just claim you're a god again, and that'll." And so we get C3PO kind of officiates for them, and I like that. It kind of it makes sense that they would pick somebody like C3PO to be the officiator, and then of course Lando has. Yeah, go ahead.
Luke was going to officiate, and the Ewoks took over, and Luke can't understand them, so they had to.
Yeah.
I guess a Jedi, it's kind of like being a priest, so you're automatically it's legal if you officiate.
Yeah, we said Luke has real youth pastor vibes.
But at a hip church where the LGBTQ community are allowed, because Luke is already
Yeah.
Luke wouldn't be
That's
allowed
what
at any other church.
Yeah, that's how they really sell. They're like our youth pastors,
But of course they don't say what he is because they're not sure. Because Luke hasn't actually come out, but it's obvious.
Yeah.
With them Chanel boots and that ace personality at the same time, it's hard to tell.
It's hard.
But yeah, so Luke was gonna officiate.
Yeah.
But
and then the Ewoks were like,
no, we've got this.
Meanwhile,
Lando
was
has
like, Han, you have to dress nice for once.
Yeah, just for once, just for this one day, you have to dress nice.
Yeah, Barry, borrow one of my cakes.
That's
Yeah.
actually you joke about that, Scotty, without reading the book, but that's what happens.
He was literally like, you cannot wear the same clothes you wear.
I know it's another kid that I am. A cape goes with everything.
Yeah, no, he tricks Han into wearing one of his outfits, claiming it's from Carillion, it's from Alderaanian.
No, Alderaan.
Yeah, it's from Alderaanian descent, and it's what you're supposed to wear at Alderaanian marriages.
He's just lying to it.
He's like, the jacket was Alderaan, and Leia's like, no, it's not.
And I think Han's reaction was like, That motherfucker lied to me.
But at the same time, Han's like, of course he lied to me. That makes sense. It's Lando.
Yeah. I also like how Han was like too beefy to fit into it.
It's
He's like, I can't zip it. I was like canonically beefier than Lando.
I feel like that might have been a section Chris had a problem with. Our resident Lando fan.
Whose measurements are we basing off of? Is it Alden and Donald, or is it Billy and Harrison?
You know what? I think it's because Han spends so much time running away from his problems.
Well, so we get through the marriage, and I teared up during the marriage ceremony, during the Leia, specifically during the Leia side of it, because we get the wedding from both perspectives. It takes up, I wanted to say, the first 4 chapters is the wedding, or at least the first 2, something like that.
It takes a while because we have the bachelor party before he like proposes, and then we have the Ewok bachelor party,
That's
and
right.
she goes and sees like Vader's funeral pyre too.
That's right, yeah. Which, we're gonna get into the daddy issues of it all here.
Yeah.
This is one of the parts that both Andrew, I called him over to read the section where like Leia tells Han about how like Vader is her dad, and I showed him Han's reaction. He's like, well, good thing he's dead. I'm like,
Not a real problem.
Yeah, not our problem anymore. We don't have to meet the parents.
you won't have to be meeting any parents.
That's why I said
Any
plural.
side of the
Yeah,
family.
any side of the family, because I've been reading the Han Solo and Chewbacca comic. A little bit of spoiler for the first arc. Han's dad is in it,
Yeah. But like it's maybe not his dad.
but it's maybe not his dad. But we haven't resolved that yet, so I don't know if his dad is still alive, or if we find out that it's not his dad, or he dies during the events of this comic yet. We don't know. But either way, there's daddy issues on both sides, and there's like, and they're both like, okay, we don't have to meet the parents.
Didn't he say like, I wish you could meet them, and he's like, why, so I could disappoint them for Bail and Breya?
Yeah, like, and that, like, in the case of the Bell and Breya one, that's the parents that would have been like, I feel like Bell would have been. Bell seems like the type he would understand Han.
Yeah, well, I think Bray would like him too, because I remember in Leia Princess of Alderaan, they make a joke about dating scoundrels, and how like Bray was like, oh, when I was younger, like you dated and maybe you'll date one day, and Leia's like, oh no, never.
Yeah, I feel like Breya would, she would approve at the end, but it would be like she'd have to get through the whole like, okay, so I said you could date a scoundrel. I didn't say you could marry one. Especially since Alderaanian tradition, you know, she would have been arranged probably, because that's what Bell and Breya
Not
were.
many Alderaanian traditions around anymore.
Yeah, because Bell and Breya were arranged, but it worked out that they did love each other. And that's some of the stuff also going in Leia's head is like how the marriage would like, how her family would think of this. And of course, yeah, she's not happy seeing that Luke basically gave a proper funeral to Vader. She's not happy about that.
Yeah.
And she's dealing with the situations of, okay, he's my dad too. How do I connect that when I know Luke to be such a good person? And I know I'm a good person.
Why was our dad so fucking evil?
Yeah, essentially. And I think this is relatable to some people. I personally can't relate to it, but I see where the relatability is, because some people just have terrible parents and have to resolve that. And realize that our parents are not us, and we don't always reflect on what our parents were.
Yeah, well, and I always like Leia's assertion that, like, she might be related to Vader, but, like, that's not her father. Like, Bail was her father. and it's like the same thing she asserts in this book, and I love the, Bale is Stardust and Vader is just ash on this planet.
Mhm.
That part really got me. But I like that she is so like still like, yeah, I might be related to him, but like Bale is who raised me,
Yeah.
and he is my father and always will be.
Yeah, it's that situation of removing toxic family members that some people have to go through, because they may be your parents or any member of your family, but sometimes you got to cut them off. And that's kind of this situation. This is her way of cutting Vader off, even if he's not
Vader
alive
off.
and he's not alive anymore, but she can still
Yeah.
cut him off and be like, nope.
Yeah, or like in the case of like Luke can give him forgiveness, but he didn't earn my forgiveness, so I don't have to give it to him or anybody.
Yeah, because everybody goes through a different journey. So like one of your siblings could get along with your parent because they've worked things out, but you might still not be able to, because you never had that chance.
Yeah.
Because the last time Leia really saw Vader, he was torturing Han.
Yeah, freezing her,
Let's
the
see.
love of her life in
Well,
carbonite,
well,
and then
at least in the
chopping her
movies.
brother's hand off.
Yeah, at least in the movies. At least in the movies. Obviously, in the comics, she's run into him a couple more times since then, but
Yeah.
they've not
Going
not been great experiences either. Like
Going
War of the
on-
Bounty Hunters.
going on movies alone, her events shared with her biological father are: you blew up my home,
Torture.
Yeah.
you tortured me and my friends, you froze Han in carbonite, and you cut off my brother's hand.
And sold my boyfriend off to the Hutts.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that too. Not necessarily in that order,
yeah.
but every experience
That's
she's
just
ever
the
had
films.
has been bad.
Yeah, like that's just the
And then-
films.
And then I imagine every other person who talks about meeting Vader, she's just like, oh fuck. Every other person having the worst experience with Vader.
Meanwhile, Luke's like, no, they're still good in him.
If I was Leia, I'd be like, I don't know if he's
Might
all
have
there.
might have to cut Luke off.
Yeah,
Hey.
yeah.
Leia, I think
Okay.
your brother might be a little bit fucking crazy from hanging out with all these weirdos on these isolated planets.
Yeah, he hung out with this old guy, and then he hung out with this whole old Muppet, like
Frog.
yeah, old Muppet frog, and
In one of the
He's seeing
scares.
ghosts.
that's another. So since we're talking about the Force, that's another thing that Leia's kind of struggling with. She's
Mhm.
trying to decide what path she wants to go on from here, because
Yeah.
the war is essentially over. It's not over because we haven't hit the Battle of Jakku yet, which is the final nail in the
Mhm.
coffin for the war. But it's essentially over. Like everybody else is like, all right, we're going to treat this as it's over, and we're going to
This is-
start trying to do business as usual again.
This is the big turning point.
Yeah, they're not on
Sorry.
court. Yeah, no, you okay?
I think so.
Okay, they're not on Coruscant yet because they
live.
haven't forced Masamita to sign the treaty yet. But and by force I mean
Just ask.
ask him, because Masamita's like, I don't want the
He's like, well, all of my friends are dead. There's nothing else
Friends.
for me to do. My bosses are dead too.
yeah.
I didn't.
I didn't like my boss particularly well, so yeah,
so
you can
I
have
don't
it.
Really care.
Yeah. But they haven't done any of that yet. But Mon Mothma is like, all right, we're moving on. Akbar's like, yep, time to just treat this like we're the new Republic now. We're the new law. Let's go. And Leia's like, okay, so do I continue as a soldier? Am I a politician full time now? Or do I want to go with my brother and learn about the Force? Because he's offered. A lot of choices on this road.
Also, I just got proposed to and said yes.
Yeah. That too, yeah. And told
So
him
now what?
and
is the
told him
question.
that Vader was my father, and he acted very nonchalant about it.
Very.
I like his reaction later when he's thinking about it. He's like, wait a minute, I did act a little bit too nonchalant about that.
You're like, wait. I do like though that's like the continuation of in Bloodline, like all of Leia's friends being like, whatever, like when it gets exposed and Lana calls her and it's like, we're all good, I don't care.
Yeah, it's like, I don't care because that's not who you are.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, like, I think that's what it comes down to is most people don't see Leia I mean, I think this, once again, is what makes it relatable, the story for Leia and Han, is Leia sees herself a certain way, and she's worried that others also see her this way. Because she's starting to see the Vader in her where others do not.
Mm-hmm.
Like, others are like, no, it's not a problem. You're fine. But, of course, everybody always sees themselves a little bit more harshly than, say,
Yeah.
friends or family.
Yeah, and I think in the same way, it's nice to see in the same way that Leia is struggling within herself. Then you can see how that would lead to her struggling with it when it comes to her son, and like not wanting her son to become like Vader, and why she would keep something like that from him. Because yeah, like in the same way she's scared, like, oh, if I learn the Force, what if I follow the path of Vader? If my son learns the Force, what if he follows the path of Vader?
And if I tell him that Vader's his grandfather, what's that going to do to him? Although I think not telling him might have been not Leia's fault. Not Leia's fault.
Leia's fault. I think she made the correct decision, but like, it's like she was doing what she thought was best.
I think the way he learned it is where the problem lies.
Yeah, and then when you like add on top of that like Snoke / Palpatine's manipulation, it's a bad recipe.
So you haven't read Bloodlines yet. We're gonna get to it,
Yeah.
but basically,
I know he finds out. I don't know how he finds out.
So basically, imagine being secluded on a planet with your
Okay.
uncle, learning about the Force, and then all of a sudden TMZ shows up on the news and says Vader is Leia's father.
His father, and you've never heard this before. You've just found out you're biologically related to Darth Vader.
Through TMZ.
And your uncle is like, yikes!
And you're
Sorry, the bud.
and you're basically almost an adult at this point because this is only 6 years before The Force Awakens.
You're
This
a
is
20-year-old.
Hold on. So this is on not Leia herself. This is on 3 people. This is on Han for not telling him, and it's on Luke. Luke especially for not telling him.
I feel like, yeah, if anybody should have told him, it should have been Luke, I guess. Like, Luke feels like the appropriate. But I feel like I think he chose not to because Leia probably said,
Leia,
Yeah,
don't tell him.
It's a case of like
I'm gonna respect your parents not telling you.
Me
Yeah.
to not tell. It's one of those sibling conversations of we're never gonna talk to anyone about this ever, no matter what.
Yeah. Well, like, Leia's keeping it a secret because she doesn't want people to make, like, assumptions about her based on the fact. And then, which is exactly what happens.
It's because it's talked about in this book that it's kind of, in a funny way, retroactively setting up Bloodline, because she talks about that, where she's like, I don't want people to judge me because of Vader, and I don't want that being used against me, which Bloodline shows us that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, especially when she's like, I mean, right now she's still kind of deciding, but basically when she is like the face of the rebellion, and then she ends up being a really big major leader in the New Republic Senate.
Yeah, because by the time of Bloodline, a 2-party system is made, and Leia's on one side of the parties, and then one of her best friends is on the other side, and then he's the one that spills the beans because she told him. Thanks for the
In your walls, ransom.
Yeah. Thanks for the follow, Zoe. We're good. We're just talking Princess and the Scoundrel and Bloodline and the complications of having a evil father. But we've talked about Leia, I think, a good bit for the marriage. Let's talk about Han. Han is also struggling. Han's concern is more of, am I good enough?
Yeah. And I really appreciate actually exploring like the PTSD that he would have from being frozen in carbonite. Like, not only like the physical effects, like when we see him like when he like gets dropped in like the cold water and how he has that panic, but also like for Leia, it's been an entire year that she's
Yeah.
loved him and that she's been searching for him. But for him,
It's
like,
been like a
he
week.
was-
Yeah, it's
yeah,
a week.
it's been a week. He emerged and he feels like he missed all this stuff, and like in a way, I think marriage is like sort of a way for him to like take back control of like all that he's lost, and like, okay, like I was frozen, but like I'm back in my life. This is one way that I can
And-
have something.
Yep. And we're going to see throughout the book his ways of like trying to cope and try to like take control over his own life, because
hmm
I guess we can kind of skip a few chapters here and there now because we've kind of been doing that anyways. But he's gonna when Mon Mothma offers them the honeymoon, because it's both a business trip and a honeymoon.
Yeah.
And she's like, "Hey, Leia, do this business trip where you're gonna get a nice little photo op, and we'll basically do good press for the New Republic and show life is normal now.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
even one of our leaders is getting married and on her honeymoon."
Very, yeah. It's really, it's also interesting on her insistence on like Leia going, especially when you consider that now Mon Mothma was married. I guess
Yep.
we don't know, but like,
Mm.
I don't know, this idea that like it's possible that if she loses her husband, especially in Andor, that like part of the assistant is like, you should take this time to be with the people you love, because like I wish that I could.
Yep.
Like I wish that I could go back to my husband now that this war is over, but
Yeah, because
I don't
she's
have that opportunity.
yeah, because it's not just like Mon Mothma's not just pushing this because of like business reasons. She's also like, as
Yeah.
your friend, I'm telling you,
Yeah.
take a break.
As
It-
like the one person who like kind of not the one person, but like someone who cares about you as a person.
yeah, like I'm immediately thinking of Hamilton because we just watched Scamilton. And so of course I'm thinking of the "Take a Break" song, and so that's
Yes,
basically
well.
this moment. Like, instead of going upstate, you're gonna go on a cruise.
On a cruise. Yeah.
She's like, you've been working incredibly hard these like past
4
2
years.
to 4 years. Fucking chill for like a little
like-
bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Literally
It's
working
fine.
since she was. I mean, she's been in the rebellion since she was 16 years old.
It's
Yeah.
fine. We can handle business without
A
you
week.
for like 2
Yeah.
to 3 days.
Yeah, like
2 to 3 weeks.
like she's been, like you said, she's been in the rebellion since she was 16, and then she's been a leader for about 4 years, if not a little bit more.
Mhm.
And so like Mon Mothma's like, "You're not the only leader here.
Yeah.
Akbar and I will
Leader
be
for 4
fine."
years. Who was also a leader while dealing with losing her entire planet.
Yeah. So she's like, "Akbar and I will be fine. We've got this.
We got this.
We've been doing this since before you were around. We've got it." And so, after Mon Mothma talks to Han about it, Han is able to convince her,
yeah.
and so he basically says, "All right, Chewie, you get the Falcon for a
Right.
week."
Go
Yeah.
in.
Also, here's some stuff we should probably get altered, some new parts, and get fixed.
Yeah, basically Chewie's gonna soup up the ride while
Also, very sweetly do something that makes it. He's like, also do something that makes it feel more like a home for Leia. That was really sweet.
also go see your family.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, go see your wife and child.
Yeah, you should probably do that.
Which,
now that
because this takes place before Aftermath, he technically still can't do. Because in,
Chewie has another
'cause
rough
the
week
Empire-
by
the-
himself.
well, because the Empire is still over Kashyyyk,
On Kashyyyk. Oh.
because that's not dealt with until the second Aftermath book.
Jesus.
Yeah. So we still got like 6 months maybe before that Kashyyyk is free. So Han doesn't know that though, so that's not on him.
Oh yeah, he has. Oh, like we've said earlier, he's been back for what, a week, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he
He's
doesn't
promoted
know.
to general.
Like all of a sudden he's a general. All of a sudden he's like They're like, yeah, you're in charge.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, and also we dealt with all that stuff that you missed while you were.
Also, there's another Death Star, so we gotta handle that.
There's a great line towards the start of Return of the Jedi where like Leia, while she's disguised, tells Han that Luke's a Jedi Knight now, and he's like, I go away, and everyone starts getting delusions of grandeur because he doesn't believe it.
Yeah, because once again, for him this is a week, and somehow the farm kid is a Jedi Knight. Like, and honestly, I'm on the side of Han. Luke is still way too naive. Like, this is the one time I will take Han's side. Like, but yeah, so they go on their honeymoon, and immediately Leia gets surrounded by press. And so, like, Han is like, okay, I'm going to let you do your business. I'm going to go explore the ship.
Gamble.
Yeah, he basically, so he starts off gambling on the main deck, on the main casino floor.
No.
And he's like, I can't, oh no, he's watching.
He's looking at
He's
and
watching.
they're
He's like, it's no fun.
Yeah, he's
and
like,
he looks
he's like,
at,
there's no stakes, there's no money.
Hollis Sabak, and he is like, it's the difference between how I play card games and other people.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I just do it because it's fun. And some people are like, that's not enough.
Yeah, like you and me, we've been playing some. I went to Disney a couple months ago, and I brought back the Sabak deck. So we've been playing Sabak like almost every Tuesday after your
Yeah.
D&D games. Like you, me, your brother, and our friends, we just play Sabak, and I taught them Sabak. And so, like, we just play for fun. We're not playing for money or anything, but like. That
Some
Han is the
people-
opposite. Han wants to play for stakes. He wants money.
I would not join your game. Oh, Sabak.
Like, we play with real cards. He would enjoy that part, but he's like, where's the money? Where's the stakes? I need people to be losing their ships.
I'll take a card and I'll stand.
Yeah, so, like, that's the difference. And so Han's like, you're not even playing with real cards. Like, this is all hollow,
Yeah.
which means the house definitely wins a lot because it's very easy to manipulate a hollow deck versus actual cards. And so,
He's like, where's the grime at?
yeah, where's the hate for the fellow players? I need to have enemies that I'm trying to crush. That's Han.
The bartender.
Yeah, the bartender's nice enough to be like, hey, so there's this like secret
Is
game. There's a secret game in the back. If you go to the engine room. And so yeah, he goes to the engine room where he's like met with
I'm thinking of the holiday special. What could you get for a man whose friends just ditched him? About some better friends.
oh yeah, the summer vacation special, yeah. And so like yeah, so he goes to the back and he's met with I forget the name of the race all of a sudden, Zeb's race from Rebels.
Lasat.
Lasat, yes. So Lasat is like Lasat's like, what are you doing here? What do you think you're doing?
Beth Revis loves a good Lasat.
Yeah. And so he's like, look, I'm just here to join the game. I was told to meet with such and such person, which is the organizer. And he's like, I was just told to go here. And he's like, I don't know. And then she comes up and she's like, nope, he's good. Let him in.
Bartender send you?
Yep.
Alright, come on.
And so they go in, and what a crew of players we meet. What a cast of characters.
You got guy who worked with the Empire sitting between a general of the rebellion and the guy who was a part of a literal genocide by the Empire. Fun times for him.
And then just somebody who doesn't care because she worked for the Hutt cartel, which the Hutts
Yeah.
Hutts only recently lost control of this ship because the
Yeah.
Halcyon Legacy has it has had so many owners.
It's changed hands a lot,
Like,
apparently.
I haven't finished reading the Halcyon Legacy comics. I don't think all of them are out yet. But
No.
But like as you read it, you see the different eras of the Halcyon's
Oh, yeah.
ownership. So it starts in the High Republic era. That's when it's built and when it's like
Mhm.
inaugural launches. And so it was, I think it was a private owned during that time, but it was like essentially like part of the Republic fleet. And so then it switched hands to the Republic proper. Then it switched to the Hutts, and now it's with the New Republic. Well, it's kind of back
Yeah,
to like it's private ownership, but also New Republic ownership. Like it's not
yeah.
not really ever
Well,
truly made clear. Yeah, and
And
also
then sequel
yeah.
trilogy it kind of falls under like First Order again.
Yeah, it falls kind of under First Order control.
I haven't been to the hotel. I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah, I haven't been to the hotel either. Like, I don't have the money for that. I
Man,
wish.
different people keep coming into this hotel and changing all the color schemes every fucking 30 years.
Well, the good news is the hotel just sticks to one era. The hotel.
no, that I'm making
Yeah.
a joke.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
And then
In
this is
universe,
the
yeah.
fourth redesign they've had.
Yeah. And they still have stuff from like the one before.
Yeah, like they forgot to go into that back room to fix that, but it's fine. Not too many people are gonna go there, and so
Still
The
like
rooms on the lower deck rooms haven't been updated since like their High Republic era.
yeah. So like,
there's like an Empire flag in one room
They're like, oh,
because
Yeah.
no one's gone
It's-
in there to clean it out yet.
yeah, it's kind of like having a flag from a different era, and they're like, we shouldn't
all
have that.
faded.
Let's,
Yeah, yeah.
Let's put that over in.
Let's burn that because
let's
that
make sure
we
one's
shouldn't
not
have
around
that.
for that.
I feel like in the New Republic, having an Empire flag is very similar to having a certain flag in the real world.
That's another good bloodlines when like it like goes into Rance's office like, what the fuck?
He's a collector. He's a history collector. He's a history buff. He's a history buff. It's the real world I'm a history buff.
I'm a history buff. Okay.
But are you specifically that type of history?
History.
I mean, that's what George says that the Empire is based on that and American colonialism. So like,
So
but yeah, so Han finds this back room and he starts playing, and of course he's immediately catching on to like everybody's kind of story, and because Han is somebody who can read people really well, and that Imperial guy cannot shut up.
No.
He's like, I'm working for the Empire. I came up
No,
with the
he's not working for the Empire.
Well, I was
and that's the
contracted.
problem.
anymore.
Not anymore. I was contracted with them because I was making these gravity well things, and I'm the guy that made it to where it's harder that we can stop ships from going into hyperspace easily.
Yeah.
And
I
Han,
would have gotten the award if it wasn't for Urso.
yeah, I would have gotten away with it if it weren't for the meddling rebels. Meanwhile, one of those meddling rebels is right there, and Han is just seething. He's like, "So that thing that killed so many of my friends was designed by you?"
I was like, honestly, he's like that Lasat didn't just take a swing at him.
Well, at least he didn't come up with that weapon.
Yeah.
If he came up with that weapon, then. But that goes into our friend Callus.
He was like, I was on Learson.
God. I feel like he would have been on Team Stardust and not saying
Yeah, well, no,
anything.
he wouldn't have been. He
No.
wouldn't have been because he was mad at. He had beef with Jyn Erso for Galen
Galen,
Erso for
yeah.
winning the award that should have been his.
Yeah, he was mad. He was like, "Stupid Death Star," and
He probably had some like very specific beef with Krennic.
Krennic had beef with everybody though.
That's your Krennic probably hated him.
Krennic is the guy. Krennic is the guy that's like, "Am I the drama?"
And I
It's like so many people hate me, but is it me? Am I
is
the
it
drama?
me? Well, my favorite is like he'd get in fights for Galen.
Yeah. He's
Like, yeah.
yeah, he's like, I'm gonna fight Tarkin. I'm gonna fight this guy. I'm gonna fight that guy.
I'm gonna try to control Vader.
I'm gonna fight Thrawn.
Just pick fights with everyone else where you work.
Well,
at.
it's because the Empire, Tarkin, the Tarkin Initiative was very smart in that it fed on competition.
Mm.
And so, like, this guy would have been part of the Tarkin Initiative and feeding into that competition. And basically, the idea is whichever is the best weapon is what we'll actually fund. And so, a lot of things were competing for these same funds. And it was like,
yeah, like the TIE Defenders.
yeah,
and
like in Rebels,
the
it's
Death Star.
yeah, and
Okay.
Rebels, it's the TIE Defenders that Thrawn is making, which gets fucked up by the
Good
still.
job, Kanan.
Good job, Kanan. Good job, Price. You did you did a
Grobas.
Price is like, we're gonna take out that Jedi at any cost. Wait a minute, we just blew up the fuel that's for Thrawn's
He
thing. Crap. And then you had the Tarkin was kind of playing all sides because he's like, I'm totally for the Death Star, but I'm also totally for the TIE Defender.
Whichever one I get to control.
Yeah. Either way, at the end of the day, Tarkin's the guy in a group project that's gonna take he's the one taking all the credit.
He
Hey.
won't be taking any credits now, will he?
It's like that guy. He's the guy who takes credit for all the group projects, but except he's in multiple groups
So it
at the
should
same
count.
time. It's kind of like if the teacher took credit for what their students did and was like, "See, I
Yeah.
did that."
Yeah, I did that.
But yeah, so this guy is kind of upset with that because he's like, now that Death Star 2 is blown up and the Empire's gone, I got no employer. I had this, but I am meeting up with this guy to sell something to him, and maybe that will get me back in good graces with the Empire.
He said, surrounded by people who either A, don't care, or B,
Really don't like the Empire. Either really don't like the Empire or just think the Empire is an annoyance.
yeah.
Because that's
Yeah.
where I would put the Hutt lady. She's more like,
She's like,
I don't care, but they're an annoyance. The Empire's an annoyance because I
Yeah.
can't.
They won't let me drink my booze when I want to.
I hunt booze.
My crime, alcohol.
I need my spice.
They won't let me toke up while I'm on the clock, man.
Yeah, but yeah.
Sucks.
So eventually things get very heated
Yeah.
because the Lasat is finally just like, I'm gonna fucking punch you. I'm gonna come across this table and start a fight. And Han is like, wait. I'm just here for a fun game. Sure, it's a little heated because we're playing against each other, but we don't gotta resort to that. And so
And he's like, maybe I should kidnap Leia.
yeah, so the Lasat leaves because Han basically convinces him that the guy's not worth the Lasat's time.
Yeah.
He's like, you're worth more than that. You don't need to punch this guy. He's nothing. And then after everybody leaves, no, the Hutt lady's still there, so she hears this deal.
Yeah.
Keelad is this guy who won't shut the fuck up about what he used to do.
He's-
for-
it's that saying of, don't commit crime, but if you're gonna commit crime, don't be recorded saying that you're gonna commit crime.
Don't tell the crime you're gonna commit to the person's husband.
And so he's like, yeah, I'm gonna kidnap that Leia lady because she's on this ship and she could be worth a good bounty because the Empire's still got bounties on her.
Yeah, she's got tons of it.
And Han,
And Han's like, let's take a walk.
let's
Hey,
take a
hey,
walk. I'm interested in
why
this.
Why don't I help you out with that?
Meanwhile, he has to lose a couple hands on purpose, because the Hutt lady's like, I know who you are, and so like I'll squill right now if you don't give me some of your money. And so he's like, I'll put some more money on the table, and then I'm folding
Yeah.
because
Then
also that guy, the Imperial
Yeah.
guy, cannot play cards.
he
Like,
sucks.
He's real bad at it.
like Sabak is very luck based, but that guy is somehow took a luck based game and made it a skill based game and sucked at it. Like we've learned it's a luck based game. There is no skill involved. Like you
No.
either have the best card you need or you don't.
You don't.
He also doesn't know
And
when to
then Han-
fold. Like, if you're playing for money,
Yeah.
you gotta know when to fold.
You gotta know when to be like, all right, time to cut your losses.
But he's like, instead, kidnapping.
Yeah, instead,
We'll go with that.
yeah. Like, I've now lost all my money because I don't know how to play cards. So let's do this kidnapping thing.
And then Han's like, how about I kick you off the ship instead?
How about put you in an escape pod? Oh, we skipped a part though, because we got to bring up the engineer guy who walks in on this card game.
Oh yeah, the
Yeah.
Ugnaught.
Because he's gonna come back.
Like,
Because
yeah,
the
he's
because the
like-
Ugnaught is like, "What are you doing in the engineering section? You're not supposed to be here." And they're like, we can be here if we want."
They basically tell him to stuff it.
Yeah. They tell him to take off because, like, the hut lady's like, "I have bigger pull than you. I know the people that are in charge of this ship.
Yeah.
You don't want to mess with me." And the Ugnaughts like, "Fine." And so he leaves, and when Han is kicking the Imperial off the ship in the escape pod, the Ugnaught shows back up, which is why I was like, wait a minute, we got to talk about him.
yeah. And it's like, hey, you can't do that.
What
Yeah,
the hell are you doing?
Because this time, the hut lady's not there to defend you, so now I can actually be mad at you for being in a part of the ship you're not supposed to be at.
Yeah.
He's basically pulling a Rose. Except he doesn't have the anything to shock and knock out Han with.
And then it's like, then turns out he's a stowaway, so.
Yeah, because while
No
Han,
ticket, man.
yeah, because while Han and the Imperial guy were walking here, he kind of brings up the fact, like, Han, he doesn't actually say it, but Han figures it out. Han's like, okay, so this guy doesn't have money,
Money.
but he's going to this big Imperial thing, which isn't really like it's a planned stop, but he could have taken another ship here that would have been cheaper. Okay, this
Get
guy.
out of here.
Yeah, this guy's a stowaway. He's using this ship so he can look more fancy for his client. Got it. And so, like, Han figures it out. He basically 2 + 2 = fish. In the case, this Imperial is the fish. And so, basically he calls for the higher up on the engineer guy, and the engineer's higher up comes up and is like, "Oh, you're Han Solo. You're Leia's husband."
Mm-hmm.
Like, and it's one of the few times Han's like pulled rank.
Yeah.
Like, Han doesn't like to name drop. Like, he makes it in the point of view because this
He's
is
like, it's General Han Solo.
it's General Han Solo to you.
It's General Han Organa.
Han Organa, yeah. And so, like, he's like, I don't usually like to pull rank, but this is one of the few
This
times.
one time, I'll make an exception.
Yeah, like, this is one of the times where it's like, oh, Han's like, this is kind of nice. I kind of like this. I don't know if I can get rid of this buzz. I kind of want to do it again.
Anyhow, this guy was trying to kidnap my wife.
And of course, the Imperial guy's like, wait a minute, oh no! Like, he realizes his mistake then, and he's like,
It's like realizing you've kidnapped fucking Lois Lane in a Superman.
yeah, like, you told Clark Kent, hey, I'm gonna kidnap Lois Lane.
It's don't commit crime, said the person committing crime to the police officer.
Yeah, and so they put him in the brig, and they're like, "We're really sorry, Mr. General Han Solo. We will make this right for you. You can come visit the captain of the ship with your wife."
And we'll figure out what.
Basically, they pull a Titanic where he's like able to have dinner with the captain,
Yeah.
except unlike in Titanic, the captain's too busy, so they go to the bridge instead. And of course, Leia. So before that, though,
Yeah.
Han and Leia reconvene at their room, where they kind of have it out, because we start to see the cracks in the marriage that lead to the separation later on.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think it's kind of like I've said this. I think that Han and Leia's separation makes a lot of sense because it's like they lost a child. It's basically as if Ben died, and that's a lot for them to cope with. And I think both of them, like, it's just they fall back on their old habits, which is that Leia throws herself into her work, and Han runs away, or like in this case, like he starts smuggling again because like that's also what he did last time he lost someone significant in his life. But like Han tends to run away. He tends to not want to confront the problem, and Leia throws herself into her work.
And we kind of see that even before problems are really truly in the marriage. Like we see it here where Han's already like, I'd rather just gamble and not talk to my wife about what's going on.
Yeah.
And Leia is in the work, not noticing what's going on either.
Yeah, they love each other, but they've always had, I think, a hard time. Because I think the truth is, like, they don't want to make the other feel like they have to live, like, their life. Like, they understand the other has their own separate life and, like, a lot of their own separate ambitions, and they don't want to force the other to, like, fit into that life when they're not for it. Han is not really designed to be a senator's wife in the same way that Leia is not really designed to be like I guess in the New Republic era, like a racer's wife who like sits in the stands.
Yeah, because I was saying this on the car ride. Like they love each other. There's no doubt about that. It's just a matter of it just didn't work out because they didn't communicate properly with their problems.
Yeah, and
also
and,
a
like,
Skywalker family tendency.
Yeah, and like I said, like I think a lot of people tend to forget how hard it really is to lose a child, especially when
that's
child
the breaking point.
Comes out of such like love, and they tried so hard to, especially for them, like they tried so hard for Ben not to fall into the dark side. They thought that they were doing everything right, not telling him about Vader, sending him off with Luke. Like they thought they were doing everything so right, and then to watch that kind of fall apart is really hard.
Yeah, Ben is the breaking point, and we see the cracks before that breaking point here. And so, like, they don't really. I'm skipping. They don't really fight here. They just talk about their day, and they're like, "Hey, what was your day like?" Oh, and so like we get one of the few like really like tender moments between them here, because this is them just talking about their days and like being happy for each other, and like he talks about the kidnapping, and they both kind of just laugh it off. Like they're like, "Yeah, I stopped this guy. He was an idiot."
Well, I think the exact words.
Leia is kind of like,
"Oh yeah,
like, oh, why did you do that?"
Yeah. Like she's a little upset, but they kind of laugh it off afterwards. Like,
yeah, because I think a really big theme is basically like Han knows that Leia can take care of herself, but
he still doesn't.
Would also, but he wants to support her. Like Leia thinks that she has to do everything on her own, and he knows that she can do it, but that doesn't mean that she has to. And like he wants to do what he can to make sure like she knows that like she can rely on him, and she can like kind of use him to help resolve the burden, or like kind of lift the burden that she carries. But she's so like used to doing things alone and used to having to do things alone that it's hard for her.
Which that's gonna come up when they actually fight, and because they go to the bridge. Oh, go ahead.
They discuss Han's like. So Han's looking at this, and he's like, "It's not that Kilad could kidnap her; it's that he would, and that."
Because he's dumb enough to try.
Yeah,
because he's dumb enough and
it's
desperate.
It's not that this guy is smart.
Yeah, he's dumb and desperate enough to do it.
This is one of the few. The only reason it would work is because Leia gives a shit about people, and even then, it probably still wouldn't. But I can just get rid of the problem right now.
Yeah, why go through the hassle of him trying when I could get rid of it now?
It would be so easy for him to like walk up to her, acting friendly, and then drag her off,
especially right now,
because she's like in full politician mode.
Yeah, which she has somebody following her around taking pictures of Pantoran that's working for Mon Mothma.
Yeah, and another thing,
this
is also.
Oh, go ahead.
The Pantoran, apparently, she becomes the captain, and she's like the captain during the sequel era.
Yeah, during the Halcyon Legacy comics. Yep.
Yeah.
I like her design. I like her the way her yellow tattoos are, because the Pantorans
Yeah, and
always
she's,
have
like,
those
red
tattoos.
hair.
Yeah.
The other thing is Leia. So there are other people who are or were like rich and sided with the Empire.
Oh
on
yeah,
that
we didn't
ship.
really talk about Leia's bad
Leia-
day.
Oh yeah.
Leia, and so Leia overhears one of them, and essentially she hears this woman cussing her out because she's like, "My son was on that ship that you and all your fucking friends blew up," and Leia's like,
Yeah.
"Oh God, I never thought that the people I killed had families," and I'm like, "Really?
I
It's
mean,
never crossed your mind?"
it is hard to think about that though during the war.
Yeah.
Because she was in war mode. She's in. I gotta protect the rebellion and the people. She thinks that she's protecting the people by doing the rebellion
and
stuff.
she's right. She is.
But she's forgetting about
She also
the
forgot.
people on the other
Yeah.
side.
Well, like it's
But
so
it's
easy,
so-
I think, when it comes to the Empire to just be like, oh, kind of these faceless stormtroopers and people who are working with the Empire, so of course they're bad. But then you forget, yeah, like there are people who do love them
Mhm.
and like who do miss them. Like I think it's hard. Like I don't think it's that she's never thought about it before. I just don't think she's been like confronted in
Yeah.
that way
And
about
then
it before almost.
and then on top of that, there's basically the Star Wars universe version of a QAnon conspiracy theorist with that
Oh, yeah.
with that one guy who's like, yeah, the Death Star blew up and the
Blew up. Palpatine is
yeah, that
like
fucker.
Palpatine is still
Yeah,
alive
and
somewhere.
that fucker, I'm like, God,
Yeah. Palpatine's still alive,
I
but
don't
he's
hate the
allowing
woman crying for her like
Yeah.
dead son, but that fucker needs to shut up.
yeah. Yeah. He's like, yeah, Palpatine's just letting the new rebellion take over and
Well, I think too. I like how I remember there was some like discourse when this is like people like, oh, so it's just like an ad for the Halcyon Legacy, but it's kind of funny that Beth Revis, like, I mean, one, they're not on it that much. I didn't feel that way, but also
No.
that like Beth Revis
No.
kind of takes it and is like, yeah, but there's like a bunch of fucking assholes on this ship. Like, it's all of the rich people who Leia essentially says like, there's so many people on the ship who, no matter what way the war turned out, they would have been
They
the
would
same because
benefit
either
either
way.
way.
yeah.
Either way, the New Republic or the Empire like needs whatever they're selling or needs their services, or they're just so rich that they were never affected by the war and they wouldn't have been no matter what the outcome. It's very like Canto bitey.
Yeah. They're
Like,
they're so
this-
they're so rich they're disconnected from everything.
Yeah, and I liked that kind of like I always really liked that kind of like thing where it's like, oh, you have people who like they feel like they're not doing much, but it's because they just like are so focused on like surviving. Whereas like these people, they're not focused on surviving. It's a specific stance they're taking.
It's almost a
to
game.
It's like selling
not be involved.
It's
Yeah.
like selling bandages. No matter what happens, you're gonna be set as long as you can keep making and selling them.
Yes, exactly. Like
And,
a lot of these
yeah.
people, it's like, or that one lady was selling. She's the only person who like sells that. So like, no matter what, we have to go to her, and the Empire would too.
Yeah. Like it's like you said, the Canto Bite thing. It's DJ going either way. People are gonna sell weapons and they'll be fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we get that, and so that's where Leia's bad day is in this before they meet up, and so like they kind of leave out. She leaves out her bad day. She does not really confront Han with this,
Mhm.
and so they. Meanwhile, she learns that she has a mission to basically take the Halcyon off course a bit because they need to go to a specific planet where she has to meet with the king because he wants to the New Republic want to bring him in.
Yes.
They're like, hey, we want to bring you into the fold because you've been neutral throughout the war. We want to,
Mhm.
yeah, neutral. I would say he's pretty neutral because he's made it
Yeah.
like it's not quite Mandalore neutral, but it's still like neutral enough that like
It's like we just hang out in the outer rim and make like ice sculptures. Leave us alone.
yeah, and so
And we just happen to have this like very like whatever resource they have that's
Well,
very sought after.
Yeah.
Carnium.
yeah, the Carney, yeah,
I'm like,
Cardium.
you guys mean to tell me you basically have a medal that operates like a generator just lying around? Here's one of the. I guess.
I mean, there's
gonna-
probably not a lot of it though, because it's on this one planet.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's so
Um,
hard to get, right? Because they have to like mine for it.
Mhm. I was thinking about. I'm like, you're not one of the people that can actually, like planets, that can actually back up your independence. And no offense to them, they certainly try.
Yeah, but
But
they don't
it's
have an
one of-
army. They don't
yeah,
have.
I'm
Yeah.
like, this is one of the times where I'm like, I understand why you said no, and good on you for doing that. However, long term, that's gonna bite you in the ass.
Yeah, and we kind of see some of the repercussions in this book.
Yeah.
But before we get to that, Leia has to convince the captain to go there.
Yep.
And so Leia basically comes up with Han with this story of, oh, well, there's this big asteroid belt that's in the way and a bunch of crash ships and like...
They were going to go there anyway, but they were like, here's all the other stuff that has probably happened since last time you checked.
Yeah, like...
Hey, that highway
Yeah.
has a nice view. There's been a bunch of car wrecks since the last time you went there.
Yeah, because hyperspace is a highway. We always talk about that. Hyperspace is like getting on the highway, and then you can only get off on certain exits. Here, they have to get off the exit early and then take a different interstate to get to where they're going.
Yes, and they have. And I like how Han doesn't know what she's doing,
Yeah,
but
no.
just lies with her.
Because and they bring this up because we're gonna get to the fight. In the fight, he's like, you're my wife, so I'm gonna support you no matter
Yeah.
what. Because
He's like, I'm just gonna back you up.
because that's what being a husband means to me. Like, I'm just gonna back you up. And so, like, he thinks that she's just pulling a con. Like, he's like, okay,
Yeah.
I'm in. Whatever my wife's doing, I'm part of this con. Let's go.
It's like, I don't know what it is, but I'll help her with it.
It's kind of like, since I've been watching Better Call Saul, it's kind of like when Jimmy and, oh man, it's been a couple days since I watched an episode. But the girl in the show.
I don't know who that is.
Thanks. But it basically they go off and do like cons all the time. Like Jimmy will start a con and then she'll join in and she's like, I'm Giselle, and this is my brother. And like they'll pull like cons together because like they'll just back each other up. And it's that. Han like Leia's starting the con this time and Han's like, oh, okay, I'm in. And so they get back to the room afterwards, and that's when Han finds out that this is Republic work.
And he's like, God damn it.
He's like, are you kidding me?
He's like, I don't mind that it's Republic work, but like,
I understand
Tell
you.
me.
I understand that you have some important government stuff to do while we're here, but it would be a nice heads up to let me know about the change of plans.
especially since we're on our honeymoon. Like, literally, the first time they're in the bedroom is like the one nice time where you can kind of be like, oh, okay, this is a honeymoon. This time, and so like, yeah, they get back and they're like, yeah, this is Republic work, and she's like, you didn't have to back me up on that. And he's like, but I'm going to because you're my wife.
Yeah.
And
like,
that's when it sinks in for her, because that goes back to what you were talking about, where like Leia thinks that she has to do the work by herself, but this is the point where she's like, oh, I'm in a marriage now. That means
yeah.
I don't have to do this by myself.
Yeah, and like I think it's interesting to watch her kind of have to balance like how involved she wants her marriage to be, because I also noticed that like it's like at some point she seems uncomfortable like having this honeymoon be like publicity, because like I think she's trying to find that balance between like, is this marriage for me, or is this like marriage also
Yeah.
a part of my work?
Another Skywalker tendency, keeping that work-life balance, because
Yeah, exactly.
it's still, they figure it out better than Anakin and Padme, but it's still not great.
Yeah, well, and even like if you think about like Vale and Brea, like they were both so into like their work. But of course, like I mean, but they had the balance. But like Leia has in her own life seen like her parents, the model was like these two people who were very dedicated to their own work, being queen and then a senator, and then eventually being like leaders of the rebellion.
Mm-hmm.
So like for her, I think it's so natural to have this inclination of like to keep working because that's what she's seen.
Yeah.
That's what she does.
So,
Yeah.
so after this little argument, they kind of make up a little bit. But there's still a little bit of hurt feelings on both sides. But Han is also starting to, like we discussed earlier, this is the moment where Han's like, yeah, I kind of rushed into this, and I also I didn't think about the Vader being her dad thing, because that conversation also comes up in this scene.
Eventually, the galaxy will find out, and Leia's still worried about that, and apparently she never stopped worrying.
No,
about
she never
that.
does. And
Mm-mm.
like Bloodline is when it comes out, and I think that's when she stops worrying because it's out.
Yeah.
And
Mhm.
and honestly, when she stops worrying, that's when things kind of work back in her favor. Because like Bloodline, a lot of bad stuff. She goes through a lot of bad stuff because of it coming out.
Mm.
But at the end of the day, she still kind of overcomes it. Because Leia can do that. She can overcome that. She just in this moment especially doesn't realize that yet.
Big secret, big quiet.
Yeah. Skywalkers and their secrets. But so they're on their way to the
God,
ice
if
planet.
The Skywalkers just never lied about anything ever.
Never.
Yeah. But before we get to the ice planet, I do want to go ahead and I got an interview with Mark Thompson. We talked a little bit about his career. We talked about this book. And so I want to share that with you guys. And so the three of us will be right back, but you guys will get to enjoy that. Hey, Mark. Thank you for joining us on the show. It's good to have you here. We got to hang out a bit at GCX, and now we get to have you on the show.
That's right. Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah. So I know most of our audience knows who you are, but tell us who you are and a little bit about yourself and what your importance to Star Wars media is.
Sure. So I'm Mark Thompson. I'm an actor, and primarily I've been finding work as a voice actor. And I've done a lot of different anime and cartoons. I do a lot of stuff with Pokemon, and I've been on Yu-Gi-Oh! And Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal. I was in a show called Daria and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and more recently I was on Transformers Cyberverse, which was really fun. And as far as the Star Wars media goes, I've been really fortunate and blessed. I've gotten to do a bunch of the Star Wars audiobooks. So that's been really awesome for me because I'm a huge Star Wars fan. So that's one of the great honors of my career so far, has been able to do a bunch of those Star Wars audiobooks.
Yeah. I wanted to actually go in a little bit into your career before Star Wars. Even though we're Escape Reality Star Wars talk, we like to talk about whatever. And so
Yeah.
like you said, you did a lot of voice acting before doing audiobooks. And you got your start around the late 90s with Daria and some with some of their secondary characters that were in the first and second season, I believe. And then you later on moved on to TMNT, like you said, playing Casey Jones, being Cobra Commander in G.I. Joe Sigma 6, Wolverine in the Marvel motion comics, Astonishing X-Men, which was Gifted, and then I forget the ones after that. Gifted is probably the
I'm
better of the
impressed
runs.
you knew that. Yeah, it was impressive. Yeah.
and then you were, like you said, you were in Transformers Cyberverse, which you were Megatron. I mean,
Yeah.
Is there a character over this career that you found the most fun to play, and would you say any of them kind of prepared you to be part of Star Wars?
It's definitely a hard question to answer because I feel like I've been really lucky to kind of do a bunch of characters that are kind of reboots of shows I got to watch growing up. So like G.I. Joe, Transformers, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, I grew up on those shows. So the fact that I got to do characters from those franchises is like really exciting and been super fun. I think like one character that was a lot of fun to do that maybe is not as well known as I was this character Kid Muscle on this show Ultimate Muscle, and it's kind of this like anime Kinnikuman thing where it's like a bunch of like intergalactic space wrestlers, and Kid was like this super coward, and I got to do like a lot of screaming and yelling and running away and over the top comedy stuff, and that one was always really, really fun. It never found like a huge audience, I would say, but it was a lot of fun to do. And in terms of preparation, I think oddly enough, what prepared me the most for the audiobooks was in high school. I had this awesome director, Miss Hofstetter, and she cast me in a two-man show called Greater Tuna. And each actor plays 10 different characters in the show. And that was kind of my first time where I had to experiment with creating a bunch of different distinct characters and make sure they all sounded different. And I think I definitely like think back on that experience a lot. And I think it did kind of plant some seeds and help me get ready to kind of tackle some of the characters in the books that I've gotten to do. So
Wow. And I guess that means that you must really like the efforts from your answer earlier about your favorite role, because getting to make the effort noises. It seems that's a fun part, though, of voice acting.
sure, yeah. It's always like you feel a little foolish when you're doing it, but like it's easier when you're dubbing
Yeah.
because you can see the animation and it makes
And
more
so
sense.
then you
like
can-
how
yeah.
this is gonna.
Whereas without that, you're just making these weird noises with no context.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's like, did you stub your toe or are you performing? Oh, okay, yeah. So
So up to this point, you have been focused on voice acting and making the rounds in American and Canadian animation, as well as some anime. You even appeared in several video games. So we're starting to hit the year of 2007, and the new Jedi Order series has wrapped up. It's very apparent that you're a Star Wars fan first. This is the year you were hired by Penguin Random House Publishing to read your first Star Wars book. Were you already reading the books that were currently out? And how did you transition from traditional voice acting to audiobook narrator?
yeah. Oh, you did your homework. I'm one of those like horrible people that I was not a reader for fun. Like I always feel guilty talking about this, but like I was the person who, if we had to do a book report in school, I would try to find the movie version and watch the movie because I was not a fan of reading. So when my agent called and said, hey, have you ever done an audiobook? I was kind of trying to talk her out of it. And I was like, no, not really. And, I'm not sure if that would be my thing, and all this stuff. And she's like, well, it's a Star Wars audiobook. And I was like, whoa, hold on. Yes. They sent me kind of a few pages of the book to audition with.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember like really going over it and like really like going back and watching some of the films and really trying to kind of get as close to the voices as I could. And I was praying about it. I was like, God, please let me get this. And I go in and I think in the audition, I went into the studio and I was able to do a good enough approximation of some of the voices that I think that's why they were like, okay, let's use this guy, even though he's never done a book before. But then it's like I had to, record these like 6, 8, 10, 12-hour books, and I'm not a reader. So first of all, it was like overwhelming to have to like read an entire book in a week or two. I've never done that before. And then it was intimidating to try to kind of perform the prose, is because like I think they liked that I could do the character voices, and I think initially I was maybe pretty decent at that, but I was not doing a good job of like, narrating and telling the actual story. And at one point, the director, Kevin Thompson, who directs most of the Star Wars productions.
Yeah,
and,
he does a great job.
Yeah, he's awesome. And like, he's definitely a huge part of why I've gotten to do it for as long as I have, because at one point he was like, the dialogue is engaging, but you're making the prose boring and it's like really flat, and he's like, you got to find a way to make the prose as engaging as the rest of as the scenes, and he was kind of talking to me about how what's unique about the prose is that you're in the character's mind. So you have to almost treat it as if it's a monologue from the character, because there's a reason because I was reading it as like, he walked into a cave and there were water dripping from the ceiling and the echo, and it was like, it was all like boring, like, yeah, blah, 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 baloney, my line, and then, but
yeah,
like
the stuff that usually takes you out of an audiobook. It's why I think Star Wars audiobooks are some of the best with what they do.
Yeah. So like, and that, and so he helped me to kind of put more meaning into that, and kind of think of it as, looking through the character's eyes, and so that really unlocked something for me. And now it's kind of crazy because like now, I really enjoy doing the audiobooks. Like it used to be the animation was my favorite thing, but
Mhm.
doing the Star Wars audiobooks is one of my favorite things I get to do because I kind of see how much more time you get to spend with the characters instead of just 2 hours in a film or a half hour, an hour in a show. It's like you're really with them for this huge journey, and you're really you get to like really see their thoughts. Like you might notice and guess at what they're thinking in a film or TV show, but like in the book, like you're really in their thoughts, like you're really knowing what's going on in their head, and
Yep.
now I've really come to love it. So.
Wow. That's amazing. So you got to be around for the end of the EU Star Wars era. You got to be the voice of all 9 Legacy of the Force novels. You got to do the Millennium Falcon and all 9 Fate of the Jedi novels, all 4 the Old Republic novels, which are some of my favorites during this era of the EU. The 20th anniversary for Heir to the Empire trilogy re-releases, which got me back into Thrawn as well. You got to do the X-Wing Mercy Kill, Scoundrels, Allegiance, Crucible, the Hand of Thrawn duology re-releases, and then the original trilogy Shakespeare books.
Yes.
So did you have a favorite book or series that you got to do during this era?
Oh wow. I mean, I always feel like it's like they're all my babies
Yeah.
and I love them all, But I think it's definitely a tie between Legacy of the Force and Fate of the Jedi, just because I really loved they all start to blend together after a
Mhm.
while, but like I can't remember if it was, I think it might have been the Fate of the Jedi, but like some of the discussions about different types of Force users, and I thought Abeloth was really creepy and cool. I loved kind of the stuff that happened between Han and Leia's kids, and
Mm-hmm.
kind of the tragedy of that, and so there was so much in those arcs.
Yeah.
It was really amazing, that I really liked. So, yeah. So like,
Okay, so around
it's
that.
hard. It's hard to pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, but those two, yeah.
Yeah. So you mentioned you weren't much of a reader at the time, so that kind of throws this question a little bit.
Sorry.
But it's still fine because you got to reread the Heir to the Empire trilogy and Hand of Thrawn books,
Yeah.
and you got to be the new narrator for them. Now, you probably didn't read them growing up, but you still knew the importance of those books. What was it like being the person that they brought in to do those?
Yeah, so funny story about that. Like so the one time I actually bought a book and actually like started to read it was, Heir to the Empire, because it was the first ever new Star Wars after Jedi. So
Yeah.
like that was the only time I went to a bookstore and I bought a book. But then my laziness got the better of me. I started it, and then like halfway through I got lazy and never finished the book. So to be asked, like, 20 some odd years later, we want you to do this. Now someone's paying me to finish the book I never finished. So, and I definitely, like you said, like I was aware of the importance of Thrawn and kind of his legacy, and how he's basically responsible for jumpstarting everything that comes after, the whole entire expanded universe and all that. So it definitely, I definitely was nervous and felt kind of a huge weight for that one, and a huge honor, even though I had not read all of them
Yeah.
beforehand. So
In a way, like, it's one of those things of like, in a way, without them, we wouldn't be where we are now.
yeah, no, totally. No,
Um,
it's amazing to think about how much that is responsible for. And Timothy Zahn is like super talented and kind, and
Yeah.
and so intelligent and insightful, and it was definitely a huge honor to get to narrate some of his stuff. So
So to quote your own voice and the written words of John Jackson Miller, forget the old ways.
yeah,
In 2015, you narrated Star Wars: A New Dawn,
yeah.
which is considered a landmark title as it is the first in the new era of Star Wars novels.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
how did that feel getting to be the start of this era?
That was again, it's super exciting. And I think kind of a surprise because I wasn't sure if with the new kind of starting point
Mhm.
in publishing, if they would want to go in a new direction and maybe, find new people and so, and they certainly have.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if I'd get to still play in the galaxy far, far away. So I was super excited that I did, and I can't remember if had Rebels come out at that point yet, or was this before?
It was just, I want to say it was just before, because I remember reading this book while also listening to the Guardians of the Galaxy soundtrack.
Oh wow!
Like, because
Wow,
I
wow.
remember getting the audiobook like day one. Like, I pre-ordered. I was like, okay, I'm on this. I'm gonna, because at that time I'd been kind of lazy. I in the same way as you, where I wasn't reading all the books. So I had not been keeping up with Star Wars books at the time. I would get some here and there, but I wouldn't get all of them. That was when
Right.
I was like, I was paying for Audible at the time, so I had the monthly free book every month. And so I was
Nice.
like, all right, I'm going to just get every Star Wars book. I'm going to pre-order them if I have to, because I got that free
Yeah.
book that I can do. And usually Star Wars books they come out once a month, maybe 2 times a month at that time.
Yeah.
Or once every 2 months rather at that time, because they were more spaced out and because they were resetting everything. But yeah, I mean, it's crazy. And then the very next book was, from what I can tell, your first time doing a first person perspective, Heir to the Jedi.
Yes.
And you got to essentially play the role of Luke Skywalker in this book. More so,
Yeah.
yeah, more than say Heir to the Empire, where you did the voice, but now you got to be Luke. You got to narrate his inner monologues.
Right.
What kind of challenges did this book present?
Yeah, it was definitely. Anytime you're doing first person, it's definitely challenging to stay in the character's mindset throughout the entire thing, because there's a certain rhythm that I find when I'm narrating, I guess in third person, or like, and there's kind of a cadence that I find myself flowing into when I'm doing the narration. And so it was tricky to kind of try to stay in Luke's cadence and Luke's mindset throughout the whole thing, but yeah, it was really, I'm a big Jedi fan, so like that was like really, anytime I get to do Luke was super exciting and fun, and any of the Jedi stuff, I really love doing. So I just remember seeing the three of them on the covers, like so. So they're all like, anytime I get the call to do Star Wars, I'm like, I feel super honored and excited and kind of burdened by, I want to live up to the legacy. I want to live up to, how I know how important it is to me as a fan. So I want to make sure that the quality is the best it can be. So
yeah. And so from there, you would get to be the voice of the first post-return books in this era. So you got to do the Aftermath trilogy.
Yep.
But you'd also get the chance to return to a character you read for only a few years back, Thrawn.
Yeah. Yes.
Now the voice between both versions of Thrawn are similar, but there's also some slight differences in how you make them sound.
Yeah.
Was this something that was suggested to you by the team working on the book, or did you just think a new Thrawn needed a new voice?
It was basically, again, that was a pleasant surprise, because that one I was really surprised by, because I thought for sure they would want to distinguish between the older canon Thrawn and the newer canon Thrawn. But they liked me and they wanted me to do it again, and I was like, yeah. So at that point, Thrawn had been on Rebels, and I definitely had been watching Rebels as a fan, and Lars Mikkelsen, like you said, like he was kind of doing something similar, because I think that's just the way Thrawn is written, kind of calm, cool, collected, calculating. So he had all those qualities, but he also had this really interesting kind of rhythm, and kind of it was very hushed the way he was performing him. And there's some slight pronunciation things that he did that were interesting, and so I was definitely made a conscious decision to try to emulate what was happening on Rebels, because I thought with the new canon, more people are going to maybe be familiar with Thrawn because of the cartoon, than necessarily, the older fans from the 90s. Or so I figured, like, let me do that to make sure that it's consistent with how he is now. And so that was kind of something I brought to the table, and they were cool with that and agreed, and decided to go that way.
So now we're finally almost caught up to what I'd say is the new era of Star Wars books and where we're at currently. You never gave up voice acting. As I mentioned earlier, you were doing work in all forms continuously, and you brought up that you're still doing Transformers. You were given the chance to be in an animated Star Wars project, though.
Yes.
You were the English voice of Lan for Star Wars Vision's Tatooine Rhapsody.
That's right.
What was it like to be in a Star Wars show versus narrating a novel?
That was really cool, just because I had so many animation credits that, and I'm a fan of animation, and I still want to work on more of them, but I was really hoping to kind of get to work on some of the animation projects. And I even, like, when they announced that Thrawn was coming to Rebels, I called my agent and was like, hey, can you reach out to them and see, because I've done them in the books, maybe they'd be open. And by that time they had announced that they had already recorded everything.
They were already months into it, had Lars and
exactly. Yeah. So, but so I would still love to work on an actual a multi-episode, whatever. But my good friend of mine, Mike Sinner-Nicholas, who played Leonardo in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and is a very prolific anime director and does a lot of dubbing work, owns NYAV Studios. He got hired to do Star Wars Visions, and he knew what a big Star Wars fan I was, and kind of suggested, hey, are you open to some of these ideas for casting? And I know this guy who does a bunch of the audiobooks, and it might be a fun thing. And they were like, okay, yeah, sure. So he called me in, and I got to do some ancillary stuff, but then I also got to do Lan, which was really exciting and fun. And so it was definitely answered prayer, dream come true stuff to be in an animation, and it was a very cool project too, because it was just the style of animation was similar to a lot of some of the shows I've already worked on. So it kind of felt like this really cool melding of two worlds, because it's like the animation and the audiobook narration don't always mix, but it was fun to kind of see them come together in that way. And it was so fun. Mike called me in, and we were both head over heels to be working on this project. So he, we did our lines, but then he would say, do you want to see the rest? I was like, yeah. So he sat me down and we watched a couple of the episodes, and as they're being mixed and stuff. And it was just, so we were so excited to be a part of that. And that was awesome. That was just super, super fun.
Yeah. If they work on a certain project, I have an idea of where I think I would love to hear your voice brought in. We're actually about to talk about that era of Star Wars books, because now we're hitting the High Republic, which is I would argue is a brand new era for Star Wars, in terms of really this is 2020 became a new era. We got new High Republic, which is a brand new setting, so many exciting characters, and you are arguably the voice of Star Wars to a lot of listeners. But the High Republic even more so. Because you narrated all 3 of the adult novels for Phase 1.
Yep.
So what was it like working on such a vast project with so many voices united to tell a larger single story?
Yeah. I love the High Republic. I think I mentioned earlier that lots of people like Star Wars for lots of different reasons. There's people that love kind of the bounty hunter aspect and the resistance versus the Empire, or resistance, First Order, Rebel, Empire. But I'm a big Jedi guy. I love the mystery of the Force. I love kind of the honor and the mission of the Jedi, and so to get to kind of be a part of this new era and kind of really examining the Jedi maybe at their possibly at their peak, like possibly at like when they're really living up to their ideals and kind of there's many of them and they're not, being shot down in Order 66, but like they're kind of setting out and really trying to spread, light and life throughout the galaxy. I love that. And I feel like the authors have done such an amazing job really kind of diving deeper into the mythology of the Force and how different Jedi view the Force differently, seeing their struggles. I think the idea of the Nihil being the antithesis of the Jedi, like the Jedi want peace and order and harmony, and the Nihil just want chaos and anarchy, and I'm going to do what I want, and like, selflessness versus selfishness. It's like, I couldn't have predicted how well those two groups play off of each other. And like, it's, because I was like, no Sith, like, what's going to happen? Like, but like, it was like, I'm really loving, Marchion Ro and just all the conflict. So I'm kind of, in heaven doing those books. It's just everything I love about Star Wars. And I will say, like, introducing all the new characters and and not having kind of like, in the other books that I had gotten to do, I would have like the films or the shows to kind of use as an anchor or a touch point and kind of refer to, but to have all these characters are brand spanking new except for like Yoda or Tara Sinube or
Yeah,
so like
Yoda I don't think has been in much of the actual novels. No.
Yeah,
more comics.
Yeah. So that was a little daunting and can be a little challenging to try to really come up with distinct voices for all those, but it's a fun challenge, and it's definitely rewarding to do it. And then I do get to see a lot of the concept art. I read the comics, and they kind of had, when we were starting off, they gave us this like, Bible that had a bunch of the concept art that's been released online. Yeah. So I got to see a lot of those that definitely helped inform the characters, and it was very, very useful. So, but yeah, it's awesome. Like I'm so grateful I get to be a part of the High Republic.
Going back to the Nihil and Marchion Ro,
yeah.
You've quickly become the voice of the main antagonist for Phase 1, Marchion Ro himself, thanks to the audio drama Tempest Runner. I personally love that Star Wars is going back into audio dramas. They used to do them back in the 70s and 80s.
Yep.
In more recent years, we've gotten Dooku Jedi Lost, Tempest Runner, and in Phase 2 of the High Republic, we're going to get the Battle of Jeddah.
Yeah.
Which sounds exciting just from the title.
Right.
So, how does working on an audio drama compare to how does that compare to straightforward narrating or even voice acting?
I guess it's more similar to like prelay animation because you're just doing the dialogue and you're just doing your characters. So, the fun part about that is if we're lucky, if there's no COVID, we get to like play off the other actors. So, like when we did Dooku Jedi Lost, they had like 5 or 6 microphones in a room, and we were all kind of in there together, and we got to play off of each other and kind of do scenes together. So it really was like, the old radio show where they're doing the Foley or whatever, like they did ours, the sound effects they do digitally, but like, but like we got to like, actually read the scene together. And there's nothing that can replace that because you get so inspired by someone else's performance, and there's a way that they read a line that's going to be different than the way I would read the line to myself. And so inevitably their performance influences my performance, and then my reaction to their performance reflects, inspires their performance. And, so it's just you feed off of each other, and there's this synergy that happens, and it's so fun to do that. It's much more like theater. And so I love those. They're definitely, from what I hear, much more difficult to produce on the production end because it's like coordinating everything, casting everything. Then you have to like, insert and edit everybody's stuff together. And so they're more rare because they take a lot more to do. But I love that, like you said, like I love that they're doing that more often, and I hope they will continue to do so because they're they're really special. Like, as great as the audiobooks are in terms of immersiveness and the sound and the effects, like when you have a full cast doing it, it just ups everything a notch. It just like raises the level of everything. So I hope we get to do a lot more of those because they're really, really fun to do.
Yeah. All right. So this month, however, we've gotten The Princess and the Scoundrel that just came out.
Yes.
We're talking about it for today's episode of the podcast.
Woohoo.
Like we mentioned last time, you worked with several narrators for audio dramas, and you've also done some short story collections as well for the From a Certain Point of View books. So you've gotten to work kind of with other narrators. What was it like having an actual co-narrator though for The Princess and the Scoundrel?
Yeah, that was interesting. That was kind of a new approach, and I can't wait to hear what Saskia has done with her chapters.
I'll say,
reading.
Yeah, I'll say from hearing from hearing it myself, because I got to listen to it. I'd say you both did beautifully, and I love Saskia's reading of Leia. Personally,
that's great. Yeah. Like I loved that. The way Beth kind of like I one of the devices of the book that I don't think is a spoiler because people will know this when they pick it up or buy it. But like, you have some of the chapters are from Han's perspective, and then some of the chapters are from Leia's perspective, and that was a really cool literary device and a cool way to approach the story. To again, like you get to kind of go in each of their minds in a very natural way, and so I love that as a storytelling device, and I feel like you really get to know Han and Leia and what makes them tick on a much deeper level, So, and it felt very true to the films. Like it felt like she really understood kind of those characters, and it felt very true to the spirit of what we see in Empire and Jedi and Star Wars, and so I really love doing it. And then there is a special bonus at the end that we adapted specifically for the audio book that listeners might enjoy for that last chapter.
So this was also a chance to go back to Han Solo and Leia Organa, who you haven't read for since the Aftermath trilogy.
Yeah.
And in a way, this novel sets the stage for those novels. Because there's some stuff there. And it takes place almost just before them. I think on the timeline, it's this, the Shattered Empire comic, and then the Aftermath novels.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
So how did it feel getting to go back to these characters after about 5 years?
Yeah, it was really cool. Like I was thinking about it, and like I missed them, like I missed getting to be with Han. Chewie, come on, like it's just like he's so fun to do, and kind of that cockiness and that kind of bravado, and like and their banter is just like you don't get much better than Han and Leia arguing with each other. So it's like it was really fun. It was like visiting an old friend. It's like, oh wow, I miss these guys. I love seeing them together again, and so it was really special to get to do it once more.
All right. Well, before you leave us, is there anything you can tell us about future books you're working on?
Ooh, well, we've been going back and redoing a bunch of the Rogue Squadron X-Wing books.
Yeah, I actually got to listen to the third one that just came out.
Was it Krytos?
Yeah, the Krytos trap. Yeah,
and that already came out, did it?
Yes. At the
gotcha.
time.
Okay,
Yeah.
I sometimes miss the release dates of those. So yeah, those have been really fun, and we're actually on Monday. I'm speaking to you from the future, so it'll have already happened. Hopefully, it went well. But I'm going to be starting Back to War, so that's going to be really fun. So that'll be coming out soon. And then that's the only one I can talk about right now. But there's
obviously High Republic's going on somewhere.
Yeah. Like I hope I get to be a part of the Battle for Jedha. I really hope I get to do that. And So and Prince of the Scoundrel, like you said, is releasing now. So
yeah. All right. Well, thank you once again for coming on the show. It was great having you. It's always good talking to you because I enjoyed having our little chit chats about that.
Yeah. No, thanks for having me. This has been really fun.
All right, we're back. Woo.
Hello.
Yeah, I love that. Thanks for joining us, Cal. And I love that interview with Mark Thompson. It was fun. I had a lot of fun talking to him about it, and he was enthusiastic to be part of this book. And he's at the time hadn't listened to Saskia's readings yet, but I hope he gets a chance to hear it by now. So
Yeah.
let's
I just looked it up. I didn't realize that he also did the solo audiobook, so that's cool.
Yeah,
But-
that was one I guess I forgot to mention in my interview because I was going through all the stuff he did, and I was like, "You did this and this and this," and like he has a storied career, man. He went from voice acting in the '90s with Daria as like secondary characters, all the way to this, and even still doing voiceover work. So he's like in the interview, I bring up that he's in the new Transformers show, and so
That's cool.
he has a storied career. I hope, because we talked about it, I hope he gets a voice acting gig with Star Wars beyond just Visions.
Yeah, it'd be so cool to see him in like I don't know, like a season of the Bad Batch or something.
Yeah, I want a High Republic animated show, and I want Markion Rowe.
Yes.
And give us Mark Thompson as Markion Rowe.
Yes, that would be so good. Yes, I also would love I know sometimes they have fun little like cameos for authors or like different people involved in Star Wars. If he made like a cameo in something live action as like whatever random person walking in the background. Oh,
Yeah.
and the Acolyte maybe because that's kind of High Republic connected.
Yeah. So let's I guess let's get back to the meat of the book because we are now in Act 2 essentially. I consider this Act 2 of the book because so they've made it to the ice planet and they're greeted by the king who's like, "Hey, welcome. I was kind of expecting you. So, welcome." And like he's like, "I also got some housing ready for y'all to stay in so you can stay for days here." Basically like cuz
Yeah.
it's a luxury cruise, so people are expected to, it's like when you go to the islands in real life and on a cruise and they like stop at the islands and you're expected to go off for like a few hours and then get back on.
It's 3 days.
Yeah, it's 3 days. And so some of the people on the Halcyon Legacy, because the king is like, "Hey, I know it's a little early for everybody else to be here, but hey, we'll let anybody who wants to be here can be here."
Yep.
Because we got the room for them, which
Yeah.
Han finds a little bit suspect.
Yeah. He's like,
Because
not
they
too sure about that one.
because they talk about he brings up the how long it took to build the housing.
Yeah.
Because Han is like, "Hey, so like how long did it take you to do this? Like, because this is a lot of work, and I don't imagine there's a lot of people that were doing this work because you guys are smaller, like it's a smaller tight knit community."
Yep.
And like
Yeah.
he gives him the number of how long it takes to build one house, and Han kind of does the math, and he's like, "It would have taken you about 2 years."
Yeah, that, and then they have this suspicious black tower that no one wants to talk about or go near.
Yeah, which I also did the math, and my math was a little bit faster than Han's. My math was like if they were like if they were building multiple houses at once, it would have taken them about 6 months. So, like if they were doing it almost all at once as a big project, half a year. But that's giving it like the quickest time. But even then, that's suspicious, and even on the 2 years, it's even more suspicious. Because he's like, "Why would you be building this many houses for 2 years if you're not expecting anybody?"
Yeah, 'cause this
and
is This
if
is
a
an
bunch of your population was just killed
Yeah,
in an ice quake or
This
whatever,
is-
like the city.
This is an unexpected stop. There is no way you could have actually known we were going to stop here.
yeah. Like you would have
Exactly.
you had some advance notice, but not enough for this.
To build so many houses.
And so like Han decides to call him out on both.
Yep.
He's like, "You got too many houses, and you got that stupid black spire that nobody will talk about."
It's weird, man.
And like
And he's like,
Why do you have the
King's like, "Just don't worry about it. We'll have some dinner. I'll show you a good time. Let's go to the
"Have
banquet."
you had alcohol? Have you had alcohol tonight? You should have some."
we should have some more alcohol.
Eventually, after some very much teeth pulling from Han, they basically get yes that the Empire did approach them first.
And we told them no.
But they said no.
But that doesn't stop the Empire. And
It never stops the Empire.
and like Han and Leia both know this, and they're like, you should be concerned, because you're on their radar now.
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
And then,
He said,
as they say that, that's when the Empire's like, "Hey, we're back."
We never left.
And we're with, one of the villains from a story that a lot of people probably forgot about.
I
Yeah.
did not know
I was
who
like,
she was.
I
Uh,
also was like,
So you haven't read this, so I
who
didn't
the
expect you
hell
to know.
are you?
So she appears in the it was one of the books that came out when The Force Awakens was coming out. So they did the Journey
Oh.
to Force Awakens books.
Yeah.
It was the junior novel for Han. It was the Han Solo adventure.
Oh, cool.
And so she was the villain in that, Beck. And so
I noticed like heavily if Beth Revis loved to include other material from other like books and comics in this, like, references to Princess of Alderaan, Rebel Rising. Of course, we have like the very explicit, straight up, we're the bounty hunters
and of course a little
talk.
bit of Most Wanted because,
Yeah, Most Wanted. I was like, I appreciate it. And I guess that also Han stuff. I appreciated how much she was referencing and pulling from like other materials to really like flesh out their
Yep.
story.
But yeah, so Beck was somebody that was in Han's past that him and Chewie went off against as they were trying to save somebody from a planet. Basically, they were trying to pick up an informant. This is like just after A New Hope. And So
Okay.
they're trying to get an informant, and Beck was the lead in charge of stopping them. And so, yeah, Han and Beck have a little bit of a history there.
History.
And so
She really wants to kill.
she's like, you stopped me last time. I'm not going to do it this time. But no, it doesn't go well for her.
At first, I was kind of towards the end because I guess. No, I don't want to jump too far ahead.
Well, it's fine. We can jump around.
My initial assumption was, damn, you're going to take out an entire planet just to kill this one man.
I mean, the Empire's done more for less.
Yeah, true.
They took out Alderaan just because they could.
Just to prove it.
Yeah, just to prove a point.
Yeah, just because they wanted to see Leia
Yeah,
hurt.
because they were like, oh yeah, we'll get to Dantooine. But yeah, so yeah, eventually they convinced the king, hey, no, this is a problem for you, so you need to work with us. And so
Very explicit Rogue One, or because it was, it's easier to pretend Imperial flags weren't there if you didn't look up at them.
yep.
I was like, wow, the Sagaraification of Leia.
She's not quite like she's not quite to the level where she's gonna, risk it all for civilians though.
The mentality.
But yeah, she's very much, hey, we gotta fight for what we love, and if you care about this planet and your people, you need to do something.
Yeah. And then turns out there's this whole like rebellion that's been there the whole time, like trying to sabotage the Empire.
Yeah, it turns out there's just been this entire secret war beneath the ice of this planet that the king was like, I don't really know about, but also ignorance is bliss.
He's
so
like,
Yes.
I know about it. I can't say anything because that puts people in danger.
Yeah.
So I
Risk,
have
yeah.
to balance this constant thing of how much I know and what I should or should not say.
yeah.
Especially to random people he's never met. You don't know how much you can really trust them.
And like, especially since like Imperial spies are all over, so who knows where they're listening from.
Yeah.
Do you know where the Empire is? No. They're in your cabinet.
They're everywhere.
Quite literally in your walls.
Yeah. And so
We wiretapped all your.
after a huge battle, because they go
Yeah.
through it, there's a big fight, and I was not
Yeah.
I was not expecting that in this book. Like this book, I'm not sure what I was expecting, but it was not this.
I wasn't expecting
Yeah.
political thriller.
I mean,
as well
I
as
was kind.
romance.
I mean, I kind of expected political thriller because Leia, but like,
Yeah.
Should have been expecting that.
but I was not expecting like a
I wasn't
huge battle.
expecting
I
guerrilla
wasn't
tactics.
expecting. Yeah, I wasn't expecting Leia using the Force to get Wales to help defeat the Empire, which
Yeah.
was such a great moment. But oh my god, it was unexpected and also perfect.
Once again, confirming the best Force users can work with animals.
Yes, it was really her Disney princess. They like truly were cementing her as a Disney princess.
Well, like, and it's great because like throughout Star Wars canon and Legends, like it's really hard for that specific Force ability of communicating with animals and working with them. Because in canon, I think it's only really Ezra and
Kanan a little.
Kanan a little, Leia, and Obi-Wan. It's referenced that he's done it, but like we never seen it.
I think it's
Because
you're
Obi-Wan
right
and
in
Anakin,
that
because Obi-Wan and Anakin mention it in the comic. Because
they both have done it, but they were like, "That was so hard. I'd rather never do it
yeah,
again."
because Obi-Wan tries to train Anakin to do it in the Obi-Wan and Anakin comic, in the flashbacks of that comic, but Anakin struggles with it because he's too frustrated. Like it's like Ezra in season 1 of Rebels when he's trying to do the Loth Cat. He's just so frustrated that he can't.
Yeah, but it kind of I like how much it makes sense for like Ezra and Leia as like rebels and like knowing the importance of like how something like everyone can kind of help the cause. Like I kind of like that in that sense of like, oh, there's so much that can be like everyone can help, every little thing matters or to protect. So I think that's like it's kind of cool that like they're the kind of main ones in canon who we see.
Yeah, and
that.
Legends it's brought up a little bit more. I know your character in Knights 2 can do it if you take that skill tree, but
Wasn't one of Han and Leia's kids in Legends?
I think so. I think it might have been. I think it's Anakin Solo that can do it.
Oh, I haven't read a lot of Legends.
Yeah, it's been a minute since I've read him, but I think it's Anakin that can do it because Anakin is the most. He's the more sensitive of the three, but also it doesn't help that he and Han share this moment of watching Chewie die
Jesus Christ.
from a moon.
Oh, okay. I haven't heard of that.
Yeah, that's the story of where the moon lands on Chewie. Yeah, but going back to this book, which is a little less depressing than that. After all this, like I think there's also like another like another avalanche that happens because of all this fighting.
Yep.
Yeah, Quake.
Yeah, another quake. And so like literally the Empire is causing this, like I think it really shows that the Empire affects this planet more than just on a political level. It's affecting it on a ecological level.
Yeah, and then like for Leia, like I mean, it just makes Leia's involvement so much more personal. Like and like Han basically says this is like she just doesn't want to see these people basically go what she went through, which is like she doesn't want to see the Empire take another planet from people, especially when they've already taken so much from them.
Yeah, exactly. But eventually, everything works out. The day is saved with a lot of effort.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We get a kind of
Poe's mom comes in and helps save the day.
I love the Kez and Shara dynamic.
Yes, and I love how they like reference that they have a baby now. Like I was so happy to see the little sequel connection, but also to see Poe's parents.
Yeah, I find it. See, it's so weird now knowing that.
Last time I left them, they were in a pretty bad spot. I'm glad they're okay.
Yeah, because he hasn't read past Crimson Reign. So last.
Oh, I was like, isn't she like in the like prison or something? She's with the Empire right now.
So we've gotten to the part where they've been rescued, and so.
Oh, okay.
And also, Tarkin's prodigy is dead, presumably.
No, she fucking isn't, from where I recall.
No, because she got she's been. Oh, did we not get? Is that not part of the part that we read?
No. She calls up Leia at the end of Crimson Reign to tell her that she lived.
That's right. So you haven't read the rest of that arc. Yeah. So you haven't read the rest of that arc.
I haven't read the rest of it.
That's right. So I don't want to spoil that then, because we'll read it eventually.
Again, all of this comic information I just know from Live and Hay because they talk about comics all the time, and we have a section on our podcast where they go over the comics.
But yeah, so the king still is kind of like, can I still be like neutral? I kind of want to still have my independence. And Leia's understanding of that. Leia's like, look,
Yeah.
you can still have that, but we're here if you ever call upon us.
Yeah.
And like the New Republic will help you regardless.
Yeah. That's where the New Republic is trying to do better than the Republic. Because the New Republic, but it's also where the New Republic kind of does too much, and we see that in Mandalorian.
Yeah.
We see that in Mandalorian, where it's like, it's not our territory, but we're still gonna police it.
Yeah, or in like some cases kind of where like the lack of unity can sometimes lead to like its kind of downfall, like we see in the fact that like because they weren't as unified, it kind of led to like the First Order being able to like
Yeah.
collect.
Yeah. So like, there's some positives and negatives to this kind of thinking of, well, you don't have to join us, but we're here if you call us. Like, the positive is that it gives more freedom, something that the Republic kind of was bad at during the prequel era. Like, the Republic during the prequel era was like, oh, you're on your own if you're not part of us. Which is also something the High Republic was good at, because the High Republic's like, oh, you don't have to be part of us to be part of the Republic. We got you.
Yeah.
The difference.
But the High Republic is trying to like really bring more people in, because that's like when like the mid rim is still like considered like really out there.
Yeah.
And man, it's like a real mixed bag in the High Republic, because it's like, look at all the good we're doing, but also, man, these guys really don't want us here sometimes.
So much
Really?
so much so that they've casted a literal wide net of mines to stop us from going through it now. Eye of the Nihil.
That fucker.
That ending, man. He's like, we're just gonna plant some mines here.
You know what?
Oh, the fact that we have to
Go
wait
ahead.
so long too to see, because we're going backwards again. We're not gonna know what's up with that last like. Oh god.
You know what? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Also, poor Farzalla's master. Rip.
Missing, presumed dead. Oh no.
Yeah, I think he's dead, because I think Markion kills him at the end of that issue.
Oh.
He doesn't kill him. The
Oh.
Nameless might.
Oh, the Nameless might,
but
yeah.
He's not dead.
Yeah.
I think he's dead.
Probably.
He brought him to. I think once the Nameless get involved, and unless you're the detective guy from Trail of Shadow, you're not surviving. But yeah, so that was Princess and the Scoundrel. I mean, they go back on their cruise and they go off to greater and better things. And
He
then
gives her the ring that we see in the sequel trilogy, her wedding ring, which she wears even when they're separated and also after Han dies. Which is, I think that proves, if anything, like they always did love each other. Like even when they weren't together in the sequel trilogy, like they still loved each other. She clearly still thought of Han as her husband.
Like, I mean, I don't imagine they ever officially divorced either. I imagine they were the kind that was just like, okay, we're separate, but like we're not gonna see other people.
We're gonna take some time to process this differently.
And especially because in Bloodline, they spend so much time apart, even like as a couple, because like she's on, I forget what planet, doing like she's a part of the Senate, and he is has this like racing team.
Yep.
So like they see each other like when they can, but like they very much lead like they're married, but they very much lead like separate lives.
Yeah.
I mean, even in the
And then-
even in the canon, I forget the name of the book, the Lando book with Han and
Oh,
Lando.
Last Shot.
Last Shot. Even then, like Han is off doing his own thing with Lando, and Leia's busy with the Republic, and I forget who's watching over Ben at the time because he's a baby in this. I think it's it's the nanny droid. Isn't there a nanny droid in that one? Yeah.
Turns
I
out
think the nanny droid tried to kill him.
Yeah.
Turns out installing a new government is hard.
Yeah.
Hard, yeah. And like I always loved Leia's like acknowledgement of like Han, this isn't like what Han wants for his life. He doesn't want to be here and be like my senator husband, and like I'm not gonna make him do that.
like your mom just commented. Yeah, not quite unrequited love. Yeah, it's not that. That's not the
Yeah,
issue. They
no.
love each other. It's
No, they love each other.
They
It's-
love each other.
it's just
But
personal
because-
differences that they can't
Yeah.
talk. They just cannot talk about.
They love each other so much and they want to see the other succeed so much that like that's almost the issue is like how much they don't want to like be a burden on the other person or like make the other person do something they don't want to do.
Yeah, and so I think this book ends in a very great way of like
Very sweet.
it's very sweet, but it's also kind of bittersweet because of the knowledge that
Yeah.
we have as readers of what happens down the line.
Yeah, or even like thinking about them talking about having a child, knowing that one day they'll both sacrifice themselves to try to save that child is just like
Yeah.
so. It was
Your mom said it's frustratingly romantic. Yes.
yeah.
yeah. Kylo Ren, who was or Ben Solo, who was probably conceived on the Halcyon.
Probably.
Probably. Yeah, it was probably during that first
Was.
one because they mentioned that they rested together, but they don't like talk. Obviously,
Yeah, I was
it-
like, it's
it's
either that or
implied.
the Falcon.
like it's implied that they slept together on the Halcyon Legacy. It's never stated, but it's like
We have some nice fade to black scenes.
Yeah.
yeah, we have enough fade to black scenes where we're like, okay, it could have been here or here. It still blows my mind like how old Poe is though, like because Poe was
Yeah, I
Like-
forgot that Poe was technically older than Kylo.
yeah, because he was born after or during Empire. It's during that era.
Yeah.
And so like
Yeah,
and so because it's weird to me to think of that because when Shattered Empire came out first and everybody assumed
Mm.
oh that's when Poe was born. He was born or conceived. He was conceived during the celebration on Endor. But no, now we know. No.
No,
He was already
beforehand.
like a year old.
yeah. For some reason, I thought like him and Kylo were like the exact same age. I figured they were both conceived after the War Sibling here, and I was like, oh, so Poe's actually a little bit older.
Yeah,
like, they
'cause-
still would have grown up together, but
Because the mainline comics have kind of, I wouldn't say retconned it because we never got confirmation that Endor.
Cover-
Yeah, like they never said.
challenge the assumption.
Yeah, it challenged the assumption. But yeah,
It's
so-
one of those fanon things we all accepted, and then like canon is like, no.
yeah. So I give this. Ooh, it's hard to place this because it's a good book. And I love the way Beth presents it. Either 8.5 or a 9 out of 10. Because it's pretty good. Like, I can see myself sitting down and going back to this again because it's just that good.
hmm
And it's short. It's only 400 pages on a
Not
physical.
even.
Like, it was, for the digital one I gave him, it was like about 400.
400. Yeah, it goes
400.
fast too.
419 pages, and I think the reason why it's even 419 is because some pages are just a line and nothing else.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because you have your blank
Yeah.
pages and then your
Yeah,
single
because
lines.
this is about 350, the physical.
Yeah, and I think the audiobook's only maybe about 12 hours. It's because it's more of a novella than a novel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the upside, they're together now.
So where would you put it on this scale? That we-
I'm gonna give it a solid 8.5.
Okay.
Pretty good,
Yeah.
considering the lowest I've gone is like
I think the lowest you've gone is like 6
yeah,
on something. But even then you were like, it's still good. It's just,
not what I was looking for.
yeah. Where would you?
I'd give this full 10 out of 10. This is easily one of my top 5 favorite Star Wars books, which does mean that Beth Revis takes up 2 places in my
Yeah,
top 5.
I think for the show, I've only given one 10 out of 10, and it was for Fallen Star.
I don't think I've ever given.
But we also haven't gotten further in the timeline. It's mostly been High Republic stuff and then a few things that have come out this
The High
year.
Republic stuff is so good, though.
Yeah, and
it makes sense why your ratings have been so high then.
and it's hard to get, and it's hard to give 10 out of 10s for me because I'm like, that means it's perfect, and it's really hard to say perfect.
Yeah, maybe 9.5, but like I just like this is.
Oh, I'm not trying to change you.
No.
You.
Oh no, yeah, but like this is. I mean, it was a combination of two of my favorite characters written by a Star Wars author
Who
that I
really-
love and already loved one of the books.
And she really gets the characters. Like, she really understands
Yes.
Han and Leia.
She does. I'll
Yes.
give her that.
I'm so happy that Beth Revis has written both Jin and Leia now.
I really hope they give her an opportunity now, because I guess it's a young adult novel. I forget what they classified this one as. Is this a novel?
This is an adult. This
Okay.
is an adult novel, yeah.
I want her to write more adult novels.
Yeah.
I'm campaigning for that now because I like Beth's writing. I also want more of like the narrators that we'll get more Mark obviously, but I want more Saskia because I think she did a great
Yeah.
job.
I'd love to see Beth try to write Rey in like a post Rise of Skywalker situation. I think that would be really cool.
She could really. I think she would do well with Rey and Poe, and
Mm-hmm.
I could possibly even see Finn being really well for her.
Yeah, but I also think I don't know. I'd be interested too to see her like even write like another person in like the kind of New Republic Rebel era. Someone like I don't know, like Hera.
Or even
Or-
Mothma, because we do not have enough Mon content, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it would be kind of cool to get kind of a book that maybe filled in some of the gaps, like now that we have Andor filling in like the 5 years before Rogue One, but like kind of maybe fill in like all of the years between like the fall of the Republic to like around like maybe Andor time would be really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I mean, I would also like to see her, because everybody slanders Mon Mothma because of how she dealt with the aftermath of, because in the Aftermath novel, she removes the military structure for the New Republic.
Mm-hmm.
But that's because Mon Mothma has always been, she's against.
Staunchly a pacifist, and
Yeah.
she always has been.
Yeah, and so like she's a pacifist, and she's like, well, we don't need a standing army anymore because peace times.
That's
Yeah, and I understand the logic of
I
like,
see
especially when
why.
you're trying to like
I
lure
don't-
people into we're okay.
The problem is
I see why.
the-
I don't think it's a good idea.
So the problem
Yeah.
the problem lies in years later where people blame Mon for this, even though she's no longer the one in charge of the Republic. Because by bloodline, it's somebody else, and that's when the problems are
She's-
starting.
Like there were enough people. There was someone else. Like other people could have
Yeah,
put together a standing army.
like there was a
Yeah.
new chancellor by the time of Bloodline, because Mon
Yeah,
had already
or-
retired from politics.
Yeah, it'd also be cool to get a story of her becoming chancellor and kind of seeing that like a real heavy political book.
Yeah, because Aftermath
for her.
gives us the broad brush strokes of it.
Mhm.
Because we get she becomes obviously she's the one who takes it because she's the most qualified other than Leia, because
Mhm. And she's quite a bit older than Leia, so
Yeah.
she's like 25 or something.
yeah, so like people figure, well, Leia could eventually run for chancellor, but Mon is the more obvious choice here.
So
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Mon's a bad character, but also on the other hand, what does Mon Mothma do? If someone asked me that question, I think all I would have to say is, I think she does politics for the rebellion.
Yeah, she's mostly a
technically correct,
she's mostly the
but not a very in-depth answer.
yeah, she's mostly a politician, but she's also a leader. She understands strategy still. But that's
yeah, and like what, and also because she has like such a grasp on like politics and like what the Empire's doing, I think that especially helps in the beginning.
yeah, because
kind of
her
like Bale, like knowing the inner workings of the Empire and like what bills they're passing and what they're trying to do.
because her and Bell were both senators in the Imperial Senate at the start, and because I mean they were both around for the Republic in the fall, because there's the deleted scene with Mon
Yeah.
Mothma and
Her.
Revenge, yeah, with the same
I mean,
actress we're
I'm
getting for
assuming-
Andor.
Yeah, I'm assuming Andor is. I mean, because she's basically been advertised as like the other main character of the show, and how Genevieve has talked about it. It seems like it's going to go really into depth about
Yeah.
not only her work with like the rebellion and what she's doing as a senator, but also like some of her more like personal life stuff.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of more the woman behind
Yeah.
the figure that we've seen in just like sprinkled throughout these shows and movies.
Yeah. All right. So we have done. I think we've talked enough about it for this week
Oh.
because we are running on time here. I mean, I always love having guests because I love just talking Star Wars.
Yes.
I mean, he knows I could do this literally all day, every day. If I could, I would just do the podcast every day, but I can't. So remind everybody where we can find you.
So you can find me on TikTok at StardustM, and then on Twitter and Instagram at _StardustM. You can also listen to my podcast, Kessel Run Relay. That's on Apple and Spotify, and then we're also on Instagram, Twitter. I think it's like Kessel Run Relay Pod on there.
Yeah, I put the links down below on the YouTube link. Hey, everybody.
Hello.
Welcome back to Escape Reality Star Wars Talk. We've got a guest with us,
I'm a guest.
and it's official.
It's official. I've been haunting this show on and off. You might have heard me in the background.
Yeah. You know, he's the ghost of the studio.
The phantom of the studio.
Yeah. Scotty White.
Hey, it's me, Scotty White.
And then, of course, I'm your host, Caleb, and my co-host, Seth.
Yep.
And this week, we brought you on so we could talk some Rebels.
Yeah, Star Wars Rebels is kind of my passion. If you see the studio, I have lots of Rebels things around here. I love Rebels.
Because we've discussed this a little bit on and off podcast, off air, that it's the show that brought you back into Star Wars.
So yeah, I was done. I was out. I was in college, and you have to understand. So I was born in '77, and I have for those who are born the year of, we are kind of saturated in our DNA with Star Wars. The merchandising was everywhere, the advertisements were everywhere, the movies were everywhere, and so growing up, that was like all the influence was Star Wars. Because even after that movie, everybody wanted to make their own Star Wars, so everything has a Star Wars influence to it, and so you just couldn't escape it. And so I was a fan. I was a big fan. And then the prequels happened, and I love hate at the time. I have grown to appreciate the prequels as I gotten older, because like at 20, I was like, I don't really care about taxation and blockades and stuff. Darth Maul was cool,
Yeah.
but. Now I'm like, after paying taxes and stuff, it's like, I get it a lot.
I get why that war happened.
I get that. And then I was in college. I went to college late in life, and I was kind of done. It was kind of a thing I finally, it's a list of movies. Like, I enjoyed those, but I wasn't as much as my identity.
Mm-hmm.
And then Star Wars, Clone Wars didn't grab me because, I wasn't really a prequels guy. And then I heard about Star Wars Rebels, and I was like, oh, it's pre-Empire, but it's post-Clone Wars. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. And so I downloaded the Disney XD app on my iPad, and that's how I watched it. And I watched the first episode, which is the two. It was an hour long at the time.
Yeah, it's
now
a two-parter.
Two-parter. And I was like, what is this? Because it looked like to me like the Adventures of Space Aladdin.
Which I'm on board for, but it's a hard sell.
But
it's a hard sell.
But like the first thing he does is when he goes steals those melons and stuff. It's like one jump ahead of the breadline. Da da da. I don't know the rest of the words, but it's just like, and I'm watching him going, oh, and then I watched it and I was like, is this what this show's going to be about? I don't know if I'm in.
And then you hit episode 3.
And then 3, which is really silly.
Because episode 2. Because we're gonna call the two-parter one episode.
Yeah, I always call it two-part one episode.
So episode 2 is basically droids, Star Wars droids.
Yeah, episode 2 is basically what spin-off shows do. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, by the way, do you remember these two famous stars who are not the stars, but they're in you know these characters,
Yeah, C-3PO
and
too.
they're gonna make a cameo, and so it's Star Wars and where we're at, and I'm like, okay, and it's fine.
And in a way, it's also set up for future stuff because we get Bell at
Right,
the end.
yeah, but we don't.
But we don't know
we
that.
don't know that watching it. And then 3 is this weird episode of like Ezra and Zeb have to work together to steal a TIE fighter, and it turns out to be funny and clever and very, very sweet.
And you get a lot of character development.
Well, yeah, a lot of, and so I'm like, oh, I see this as it's still kind of kiddie-ish, but but Star Wars is, and so I'm not. And then from then on, it just build up and build up. And then there was the Lando episode that was sealed the deal because I'm a Lando fan. So,
Yeah.
and Billy D coming back, and it was a great episode.
Yeah.
But what really made Star Wars Rebels my Star Wars, and here's my controversial statement, is that I like Rebels more than like any of the movies, any other property. Like, it is my Star Wars. Because to me, it is the adventures that I had with my friends as a kid playing our action figures or playing pretend in the backyard. We were playing Rebels.
Yep.
That's basically what we were doing. And so I just identified with that. But season 2 comes on, and it's like floating the game's like, wait, no one's really watching this, right? So we're just going to do really hardcore stuff, like including blind our main character and bring in Jedi, and we'll just cut people in half and chop people's heads off. And I'm like,
Yeah, season
I'm like, this a kid's show?
season 1 they start cutting people off because the Inquisitor cuts off the 2 Imperial heads.
right. I'm just like, woo, I'm digging. And then Thrawn came in 3, and I'm just obsessed. If you've not watched Rebels, I'm sorry I spoiled a little bit for you, but if you've not watched Rebels, it's on Disney Plus. It is well worth the watch. It is all the joy and love of the original film. It's like a beautiful love letter.
And there's multiple reasons to watch it again because
so good.
Ahsoka's coming out, and we were discussing that you want to do a rewatch.
Yeah, so Caleb and I host a show called My Star Wars Life, and we're coming back soon. We're going to start doing Andor recaps, and the reason why we're kind of seasonal because the fact there's we're not on top of all the Star Wars news because we really just like cover the visual stuff, and so Andor's coming back. But I got really thinking about I really like Rebels. I want to revisit, and Seth's not seen it, so this is going to be an interesting conversation today.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to invite you to come on and do a week by week watch with us,
All right.
and you might hopefully fall in love with it.
Yeah.
Maybe. We'll see.
I fell hard in love with it. It's a
And
good-
then, so speaking of news, there's a
Dun-dun-dun.
lot today because today is the second day of D23.
Today's one
23.
of the days where Disney's like, here's all this stuff we're gonna work on.
Yeah. Here's all the lovely gifts for you, the fans. And while they didn't show everything, like they didn't do a live stream for it, they were nice enough to give us the trailer still, which I appreciate that. And so we got some news about. Let's start at the beginning. I think the first thing they talked about was
Andor.
So that's coming out in a couple weeks.
Or as Skill and Skarsgård says, Ander.
Ander. Ander.
Ander, you gotta be a spy for us, Ander.
Um,
I know that's not. I don't know why it just sounds like he's from Atlanta.
that's where they shot it. So,
Ander, yeehaw! You got to go find me a Saul Guerrero.
I mean, that's probably where they shot it, anyways. At least
So-
some of it.
So there's no E in my name.
There's an O.
Ander.
I want an entire scene of them just discussing that. But no. So we got a final trailer, which we've kind of already seen this trailer, sort of, but with some few extra
It's a
clips.
couple little clips. It's the comfort trailer.
Yeah. So this is coming out September 21st. So, like I said, in a couple, very soon, it's coming up,
And we'll cover it on My Star Wars Life.
and we'll cover it eventually when it's over.
I'm excited for Andor,
I'm
Which-
excited for an espionage show.
which has surprised me because I'm not the biggest fan of Rogue One.
Mhm.
Rogue One's fine. It's not one I go back and rewatch. And so when they announced Andor, I was like, who asked for this show? And then they showed the first trailer and went, oh, I should have asked for this show. I'm in. I like the idea of a Star Wars spy thriller. The guy made it as the guy did
From
the
Bourne
Legacy.
Legacy.
So I'm like,
Not the best of the Bourne films, but still.
sure, it's a Bourne film. I'm down with it.
Yeah.
Andor's Jason Bourne.
Yeah. And then, of course,
Jason
we're getting Mon
and Bourne.
Mothma content, which we talked about last week, how there's not enough Mothma.
Joe Mothma.
Apparently, we're going to get hints of her marriage because she was married during this time.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Look at there.
And so we're going to find out what happened to her husband. Probably didn't end well.
Dead like all the rest of your friends.
It'd be really cool if you instead of died, just went hardcore Imperial.
Yeah.
He's like, baby, I'm going to be a moth.
What?
The Emperor is going to make me a moth.
A moth. Like
No, that's
yeah.
the reaction.
Oh, yeah. What? Excuse me?
I'm going to go moth it up over here.
I guess we can talk about it. We didn't watch you watched the trailer, but we did.
I'll talk about it.
Willow.
Willow's trailer looks so awesome.
I'm excited because I'm looking at discussing films Twitter because they've been they were live tweeting since it wasn't live streamed.
I think Cult Movie's going to do a side thing with Willow because Justina, our other podcast, Cult Movie Cantina, where me and
She hasn't seen the first one.
well, no, she's seen the first one.
yeah.
She likes Willow.
Oh yeah, that's
Which
right.
surprised me. Like
Yeah.
it's not. Yeah, she's our friend Justina, who hosts the Cult Movie Cantina with us, isn't one who's seen lots of movies, and she really likes that one. And it made me kind of think about like doing like a side thing with us because I think it's only like 6 episodes.
Yeah,
right?
it's not a lot, but
And so it'd be fun to do the movie and the episodes.
yeah. But I'm seeing my boy Christian Slater on the slate as being in Willow.
Yeah. The thing in the trailer was the Brownies are back.
Okay.
Who were not in the original trailer that they showed at
Yeah.
Celebration.
Yeah, the original trailer kept a lot of things close to the chest.
Yeah, but the original trailer was really good too. So it's like
Yeah.
saw the Brownies and Willow's like, you got to come with us. I'm like, yes, I need the Brownies.
All right, so we got a Bad Batch season 2 update.
So it moved from
So
August
It moved from
August?
August because we should have already had it.
right to October.
I
And-
think it went to September 1st, and then it went to
October, and now it's
Now it's in January.
January.
January 14th, which just leads credence to my theory that Mando was getting moved, which we'll talk about that update as well.
How many episodes?
So it's 16, but we're getting the first 2 similar to season 1. We're getting the first 2 off the bat.
So we're getting 14. So that's 3 months. So March or April.
That's probably my prediction.
So spring, yeah.
Because Mando was supposed to be February.
So just 2 months later. That's
yeah,
I can do
yeah,
that.
it's not a huge push. We also got
So that would probably put Ahsoka in the fall.
yeah, and Acolytes
Christmas.
probably no longer 2023.
No,
Acolytes
actually,
probably 2024.
24, yeah.
Which Acolytes the one I'm most excited about because it's different, it's new.
It's also High Republic, right?
Yeah, it's also High.
The first
it's
High
the
Republic
end of
days.
the High Republic, but it's High Republic.
It's the High Republic days, yeah.
So we got all that, and then we got Tales of the Jedi trailer. It's the one I think it's what they showed at Celebration. Because actually, I don't know if they got a trailer at Celebration. They got
They
the
didn't.
first 2 episodes, or the first episode.
They got the first episode, but they didn't get the trailer.
Yeah. So we got a trailer, and we also got a release date because Tales of the Jedi didn't have a release date. It's October.
Right, it's October 26th.
Yeah, and we're getting all 6 episodes, which they said that at Celebration. So
They're short. Do you know how long they are about?
they're probably no longer than 10 minutes each.
Okay.
That would be my guess. They got to be at least around Vision's length.
So
of
like an hour?
episodes. Yeah, because Visions was a similar situation where they
I'm
were
surprised
short.
there was
but
no
they bumped
Vision
them
news
all.
either, because
Yeah, 'cause Vision's
there's just
Volume
season
2
2
is
is
coming
coming out. So I guess that's next year.
Yeah.
But Baby Ahsoka looks normal. See, I like Star Wars marketing. I really do. Because Baby Yoda becomes this hit, right?
Yep.
And they're like, bigger than anyone else would think.
Yep.
And so they're like, what else do we have? And like,
What
well,
else can we baby
well, what else can we baby find? And they're like, well, Ahsoka's the biggest thing we've created since George. And they're like, cool. Let's just make her a baby. They're going to sell so many dolls of that. I will probably buy one. She's so cute.
In a
She's
few
so cute,
years,
like
in a few
trailer.
years, it'll be like the '90s. We're gonna have Star Wars babies, and
Star Wars babies.
like literally the '90s and '80s was about turning everything to babies.
So the Pump Named Scooby-Doo, Flintstone Kids, Roseanne had a cartoon. Roseanne,
There was the Looney Tune baby show as well,
which was 90s. They had
and then Tiny Toons was '90s.
no, Tiny Toons was 90s, and just you had a property we could make it kids.
Rugrats
dude.
went the reverse route.
They did. They were like, we're gonna make them. We'll make them
We
teenagers.
started at babies, so we
So
have to
we
go.
gotta-
We have to go there. Rugrats has been back though, right? They've
Yeah,
like a
they got
like a
one on
CGI
Paramount. Apparently, it's not the best.
No,
But apparently it's fine for the demographic that it's for. But
Right.
like people who grew up with it. Or
yeah. Well, of course.
Yeah.
I mean,
Because obviously we're not the demographic.
right.
But the Tales of the Jedi trailer looked good. Once again, my only problem is the name. But
Yeah, you want it to be.
I
all,
want it to be Tales of the Jedi. I want
like-
Old Republic.
Old Republic stuff. You'll never
I
get.
want my Quinlan Voss.
He'll never get it.
Well,
I'll get Quinlan, but he'll
not
never.
Quinlan. Sorry. My other Q name. I'm usually good at this.
Yeah, you are actually. Am I freaking you out being because you usually have you have your
My
video your TikTok people coming on.
yeah.
I mean, I can go on TikTok and be like, sing about corn. That kid is going to make so much money this year.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Ulick Keldroma. and K Keldroma. I was
No.
thinking Keldroma, and I went Quinlan
I
Voss.
keep saying you're never the High Republic. You'll get that, but you won't get.
We will continue to disagree about that.
I will eat a shoe like Werner Herzog.
We also got images of Ahsoka.
I'm
We didn't
so
get
mad I didn't get no visuals.
Yeah, we didn't get any actual trailers or anything. We just got pictures.
But there's a great picture of Sabine in front of a live action version of the
mural.
Rebels mural she made at the end of in the coda.
Yeah.
So
Well, yeah, because the leading idea from fans, and I think it's basically been confirmed, but not officially, is that the coda is going to be the start of the Ahsoka show.
well, yeah, I said that early.
Yeah.
Like we talked about this
Yeah, we
on
talked
My
about
Star
it.
Wars Life, and after the Jedi episode, I was like, I'm convinced that the Jedi episode of Mandalorian season 2 is
before the
right
coda.
before the coda. She finds out where he's going to be. She goes to Luke for something. I don't know what she's there. She's with Luke for a purpose, and that purpose is to serve whatever the show. Because it's not random. It's just too random for her to be there, and so there's got to be a reason. Not to be like, we need you as a cameo to save this Boba Fett
No,
show.
it's
so she got to be there for a reason. So
yeah. And then we got an image from Skeleton Crew of
Jude
Law being Jude Law. He's in front of he's in front of a door probably because he's got
Yeah.
the
door
the
doors.
security the
the
Star Wars version of a the Star Wars version of a ring cam.
Donkey. I have no idea what you're saying. It's Huttese. I don't
Yeah.
speak it.
I used to have a book that could translate.
All I know is Dewano Hanga.
Yeah.
Dewano Wago.
And then Jon Favreau talked about that he brought John Watts on to do the show after working on Spider-Man with them.
That's cool.
So that's why they brought him on, which also confirms that this is definitely part of the Mandoverse. I think they talked about that.
Yeah, it's in the same time period. It's a good place for them to hang out.
The Mando era, yeah. And then we got season 3 trailer, which was the one they showed at Celebration with a few extra clips.
Yeah.
And I thought that was good. And
So is in that clip, is the armor telling him that he's a Mando no more, or is that just a clip from the second season? Because I'm like,
I think that's a clip from the
because
second
I'm
season.
keep going like, why are you telling me this? I know I'm not Mando. I got to go to the lands
That's
of
a
Mandalore.
clip from the second season. And then Discussing Film still puts the February date on it, but the trailer that says just next year.
It says 2023, which still could happen. So
it still could, but I would think if they were pushing for that February date, still they would have put it there.
Well, I mean, Marvel had a couple of I think What If overlapped with a live action show, and
yeah, because What If overlapped with, was it Falcon?
No, Loki. I think Loki was after Falcon.
Oh yeah, Loki. It was.
So I mean, there's no reason why they couldn't overlap. So, but
and then they got Indy 5 first look there.
I'm tired of seeing that image. They should show new images.
Which apparently made Harrison cry on stage.
Poor Harrison.
And
just
then they got a live performance of Rogers the Musical.
Rogers the Musical made me cry.
They can do it all day.
I should have been Indiana Jones, and since I didn't kill my wife.
Yeah, it is. He was doing this bit before we went live.
I do a terrible Harrison Ford. To do Harrison Ford, you just kind of just mumble and get as deep as you get.
I mean, I talked about it last week. Last week. And that basically the best way to get Han Solo specifically is to, if you're gonna not copy Han Solo specifically, but pick a different Harrison Ford film, it's Air Force One.
Get off my plane.
Which is kind of what Mark Thompson does.
Get off my plane. I didn't kill my wife. I don't care. God, Fugitive is so good.
But let's.
Because you get two quick. Sorry, you get two. Welcome to the Fugitive Talk. You get
No
two.
ticket.
You get two curmudgeons. You get Harrison Ford and Tommy Lee Jones out trying to curmudgeon each other.
And it's like, because the thing is, Harrison Ford was always a curmudgeon.
And you know who wins? Tommy Lee Jones, because he got the Oscar in that. So he won the Oscar for that. All right. Sorry. We
Main
have
topic.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Because we've been, it's almost 30 minutes, so we should jump into the main topic.
Has anyone been yelling at us yet?
Not yet.
Feel free to yell at us.
Yeah, feel free to
We will take questions.
So
talk to us.
I'm gonna throw myself under the bus here. I learned the names of every other member of the Ghost.
All
But
right,
I
name
could
as
not-
many as you can right now.
Okay.
Yeah, name who you got.
Let's play this
Okay.
game.
Hera's the Twi'lek woman.
Yes.
Sabine is the Mandalorian girl.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Urza is the street rat.
Ezra.
Fuck.
No, fuck is not a member of the team.
So hold on.
No.
I lost track. So you said Hera.
He's at Ezra. I got
not
it.
Urza.
So Ezra, Hera, and
You're playing Magic the Gathering
Sabine.
with Urza. I got you.
There's Kanan.
Kanan.
Get him? Yeah.
There's Chopper.
Mm-hmm.
You got one more.
Is Zeb?
Look at you.
Like, I got to the end of the comic, I was like, fuck, I don't know who the Lasat is. They told me his name.
At least you
8 times.
remember he's a Lasat.
Yeah.
Well, there aren't many of them left to remember.
Sick burn. Sick burn.
Yeah.
Vampire.
Yeah, because we talked about that.
Sorry,
We talked
that's
about
cruel.
that last week because Princess and the Scoundrel has a Lasat in it,
No.
and
I was like,
and he's upset. And there's this like they're playing Sabak, and it's the Lasat, Han, and this Imperial who worked on a bunch of super weapons.
Right. Because they all did.
And this Imperial's like talking about how he's upset because the Death Star 2 ruined his career because
well, yeah.
he was competing against the Death Star projects, and also it got blown up, so now he's fired. And so the Lasat is mad because obviously Lasat is angry that his people are dead because of the Empire.
Yeah, that
But this guy just doesn't clue in.
that disruptor
Fuck
that they
you,
made
lad.
in
Yeah.
they talk about in episode 2 of the Droids in Distress.
Yep. Yep, because we get that awesome fight between Zeb and
Callus.
Callus. Yeah.
I like Callus.
So does every Star Wars fan I know.
Because he's awesome.
Also, there's, Sexy Callus. Which, Sexy Callus is so I learned this while being on the show on Pod once. Sexy Callus was an in-production name. And there's a certain point where you go from Callus to Sexy Callus.
And apparently it was a lot of money to do that, like because it's the end. There's the change in the animation stuff, so he doesn't have the helmet and he's got the loose
The
hair,
loose hair, yeah.
for his, and apparently that costs money to do. Like and so,
Well, hair is expensive
and so
because you got
because I mean I'm not into guys, but like after they beat him up and he's in the elevator, he's gonna in the turbo lift, he's gonna go get escape. He looks up and he's got his sexy hair. I'm like, okay, maybe, I don't know.
yeah, and also like I get it, and then
Hold on.
and it's even more of like he goes, oh, I'm gonna stay by the way because I know that I'm better off staying, and because then it gives away everything.
No, that's when he escapes.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh,
The first-
when he actually escapes.
Yeah, the sexy Callus side happens when he escapes
Well, there's also
because that's a 0 hour.
Oh yeah. You're right. But yeah, so it's in production. There's an act like it's not just like the fans dubbed it. No, this
No.
was an actual
And he is hot looking.
animation team name for him.
I admit, I do like Callus. Not
Because you mentioned that
because of
one.
I was like,
'cause-
I like you because you're evil and competent. And we see the Empire, they fuck up a lot.
Well, this is my beef with Star Wars, and it has to be this way because this is how narratives
Yeah.
work.
Yeah.
When you're following a ragtag group of people, they always have to get away and they always have to win for the most part. And so in Rebels, they rarely lose.
Yeah.
And so Caleb.
Caleb, what have you done to the rebels?
Well, see, actually, I was thinking more of Caleb Doom.
Yeah.
but because
Kanan.
he's named after a Jedi.
Yeah.
But or a Jedi's named after him because he's
Yeah.
awesome. But Callus is so competent and like he looks like he's him and the Inquisitor know both like know
They look
like they could do stuff and
Yeah.
like because the narrative's like oh no they have to screw this up and like would they
And
Zeb should be dead like 12 times.
I will say when the Rebels team when the Ghost crew loses, it's a big loss usually.
Yeah, they make up for it in the end like both in Twilight of the Apprentice and 0 Hour.
I mean, it's the same rule they had.
and honestly at the last episode.
It's the same rule they had with Clone Wars, where they were like, okay, they've got to win because they're the heroes, but sometimes they got to lose, and that's when we bring in the big bads.
Mm-hmm.
And so yeah, usually when the Empire really lost, it was those two Imperial bumbling idiots. I forget their names.
Yeah, Queso, they're in here.
Yeah,
They're in here.
yeah, they're in there. A few. But you mentioned that the Callus Hunt was one of your favorites
Yes.
last time we talked. Is that still true after finishing it?
Yeah. There's like 5 of them that I really like, and that one's one of them.
I like
Oresco
I like
and,
Callus's Hunt. Oh yeah, Oresco and
Where the other guy was.
yeah.
I like Callus's Hunt too.
It's a good issue of like Callus going after one of his mentors and the kind of planting of the idea of Callus turning later. Because I think the ultimate point of him realizing he wanted to turn is in the Rebel show, obviously. Because him and Zeb get stuck on a moon together.
So should we talk about? We pivot to talk about this book.
Yeah, let's talk about the book.
So, you know the origin of the book.
Yes. So originally, it was part of the Rebels magazine that ran from like during the run of the show, and a little bit after the show finished.
Right.
It was a UK publication. It was done through the same people, Titan Magazine, so the same people that do the Insiders. And so that ran for a while, and I was keeping up with the comic part for the most part, because people would still do scans and upload them on the
Yep.
internet, as fans tend to do. But eventually, the publication switched to German.
Yeah,
Only.
yeah, it goes to Germany, and Germany keeps because it gets canceled in the UK and it's still going strong
But
in Germany.
yeah, because it wasn't just in UK, but it was Europe that was publishing it. We weren't getting it in the US. But then UK stopped. Germany kept going.
See, which is weird to me. Maybe because of I guess Titan does this, right?
Yeah.
And so Marvel has the comics license at the time.
Yeah, it's Marvel and IDW.
And so I don't know why IDW didn't put this out either, but
Yeah, IDW had plenty of opportunities.
so because we could have got it, but
after during the Germany run, it gets harder to find the comics, and then if you can find them, they're in German.
right. I own a toy.
The Dutch.
I also own a toy store, and so I'm in the toy world on the internet, and someone had posted. There's a great story in here where Kanan's in a tank,
Oh yeah.
and the tank is a Kenner mini rig, and the mini rigs were like a 1980, early 80s toy line, and the idea was like, yeah, these could have been in Star Wars, but they're just off camera, and so they had posted the couple comics. There it is. So Kanan is these little tanks he's in.
Yeah.
And so, he that was a mini rig, and I was like, I used to have this kid, and I've been dying to see mini rigs on screen. So,
I'm trying to find my favorite, because there was one that I saw first in the German one, and then I was like, once I got to finally read it, I was like, oh yeah, this is one of my favorites. I was talking about it with you on the ride
I've
here.
got 5 of them that I like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Since you know yours right off the top, let's.
Second one is Ezra is trying to. So from what I've gathered, Ezra is not very skilled with the Force.
No, he's
so
in train. He's
So
I
this-
assume that's
Kanan.
because he's
this
being
comic's
trained.
very first season.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's first, and then eventually it kind of gets later seasons because like he pointed out, he was like, yeah, where's Kanan? And then he was like, oh yeah, he's dead. Because there were certain points later on where there's no Kanan.
Oh, but do they do no kind of stuff?
Yeah, there's some no Kanan stuff. Like he's not around at all.
Yeah, like
And then there's some like stuff with Rex.
Yeah, Rex, that's season 2.
yeah. And like
The art show.
I like that one. That's another one. That
Oh, one of my favorite is Too Late to Change. That's what it is. That's the one I've read in German first. Well, but I saw the art for in German because I can't read German. Also, part of the history is that they did start releasing paperback versions, but for the German version.
I'm so glad Dark Horse put this all out.
Yeah. Eventually, IDW lost the license. I don't know what happened regarding that. but
it comes out of money.
Yeah.
Probably Dark Horse is like, we can do it cheaper.
But yeah, and so
Like, look-
Dark Horse took IDW's part of the license, which is why now Dark Horse is going to be doing the Star Wars Adventures line,
Right.
and then also the High Republic Adventures stuff. And one of the first things that they said they were doing was this, and I was happy. Like, I got it. What's funny is a week before that happened, I was talking with Scotty about it. I was like, man, there's this really cool Rebels comic strip set that we never got. I want it. And then a week later, they're like, oh, yeah, Dark Horse, now that they're in charge of the license, they're doing it.
And the moment I read, I went to Amazon, went pre-order. Click. Click. Showed up at my house. I was so excited.
But yeah, go back.
The
I'm sorry.
third one, because I don't remember the name of the one that's got Urza.
Yeah.
I do
Ezra.
remember that he. Fuck.
Ezra.
Yeah, Ezra.
Urza is a magic dude.
God damn it!
It's
Why
okay.
are the names
Ezra.
so similar?
Ezra is part of a band, Better Than.
Yeah.
And I remember it very because I'm like the Inquisitor, brother 5,
Fifth brother.
fifth
Yeah.
brother, and
Third.
third.
No, no, no.
Seventh.
Seventh. I forget my number.
She's like,
I got you, bro.
I can teach you the ways of evil. I'm like, well, that's not gonna work.
Yeah.
Also, how you know we hit season 2 stuff because they're more season 2.
they're in the yeah.
And
They're
I'm
only
like,
season 2.
That,
Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
that went about as well as
Until
it could
Maul
have.
shows up.
I guess. Third one has a character by the name of Rianne, and she's like, "Yeah, I'm done. None of this. I don't want it anymore." And she's like, "Then I'll go to the rebellion." And it's like, I don't want to shoot anybody. Actually, I know where I'm going to go. And then the last thing, she's like, "I need a place where the Empire will never go, ever."
Yeah.
And she's like, "I know. Alderaan sounds like a nice place to go." And I'm like,
I mean, it's still around.
"You've got a few years, but
A little while to be
Yeah.
peaceful.
uh,
I like Puffer Problems.
I like Puffer Problems too.
I mean, it's got Lando, so
Yeah, I skipped around. I was like, Puffer Problems. I definitely got to read that one. Because it's my favorite episode of season 1. Idiots Are Race. So funny.
yeah. And then Lando's
Gives you
like,
the puffer pit.
let's get some puffers.
the so number 4, and I fucking wish I had remembered the name of these
Oh no, it's fine.
because it would make things easier.
I'm sifting through names as well because I'm like, oh yeah, which one was about that? Who was in that?
Is in regards to I think Wedge like
Oh, yeah.
leaves and he's like, "I'm gonna go and find like Iron Squadron people who flew with my dad."
Mhm.
And they're like, "Okay, yeah. Don't you ever fucking come back here. You got
Yeah.
your dad killed and we're mad about that."
Was it probably Sons of the Sky?
Probably.
Because that sounds like a Wedge comic name, if ever there was one. Yep, Sons of the Sky. 'Cause-
And it's like basically him dealing with that.
Because I think that's actually a title from a Legends comic too. That's about Wedge, is Sons of the Sky.
As about him like struggling with the rebellion in his place in it.
Yeah.
The
And
Son of the Sky.
Yeah.
Governor Price.
Oh yeah, Price.
Price. God, man.
Stupid Price. You'll get that when you get to watch Rebels.
Have you done
the
the Rebels book?
Which one?
The Dawn. What is it?
Oh, a New
Dawn?
Dawn, not yet.
Oh yeah, I want to come back for that one. Y'all should do
A New Dawn, yeah. When that's down the line, but
You know, like if you're gonna do a Rebels thing, you should definitely do it.
I'll
If-
definitely, yeah.
Or when we do our Rebels line, we can do it as a companion piece,
Because A New Dawn is so good.
as a crossover. No, yeah, a New Dawn's really good. A New Dawn is Jedi Fallen Order.
Yeah, it's also the first it's the first canon book.
Because I was like, I thought Tarkin was.
No, A New Dawn came first.
Okay, cool.
Because it was a year before, like it was a few months before Rebels came out, and so they did that, and then Tarkin came out not long after.
It's cool.
Yeah.
I go ahead. You were gonna.
The last one does not feature any action in it. It has either Kitsu or Sabine in it. And it's basically like her. I was like, why are you fucking hanging out with a man with no name? Because that's what the side character they're
Yeah.
traveling with looks like.
Mm-hmm.
And he's basically like, yeah, I'm just here to like pay my respects to so and so's daughter. Also, here's the evidence that your son's been like undercutting your business.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, I like this. This was nice. And they're like, by the way, at the end of it all, they're like, okay, yeah, sure. We told you never to come back here. You have 1 hour to get the fuck off my planet.
Also, but so overall, this comic is very much because you said that your biggest issue really is the art style.
No, it's not the art style. The art style's fine.
Oh, I remember you saying you weren't a fan of it.
I'm like, it is very reminiscent of the show, from what bits of it I've seen.
It's a little but like we talked about it, you can tell
It's cartoony.
You can tell it's cartoony, but you can also tell it's a little bit cheaper because it was made for a magazine.
Yeah,
It wasn't, and a lot of these.
my
Yeah, and of course these are all like they got to fit into the single magazine. They didn't do like 2-part comics. They
Yeah.
did, like
that's my main issue with it. It's not that the stories are bad. It just feels like
brief.
Yeah, they're
very
shorts.
brief.
They're shorts.
I explained it was like, imagine if someone had like a bunch of side quests on a thing they had to go and complete.
Mhm.
It just feels like going through a bunch of side quests.
And that's
I'm like,
fair.
The reason why is because it's for a magazine where they probably publish them one at a time.
Right.
Yeah.
So all of the stories have to be self-contained and
Yeah.
able to be completed.
Right, and
within,
you're not
like-
gonna, and it's a monthly content, so you're gonna get a new one next month. So
Yeah.
you don't have to worry about keeping up with anything
Yeah.
that you've missed.
It's not like you're waiting weekly and missing something.
Right.
And since they're all standalones, you don't have to worry too much, like you said, about like, oh, what did I miss last time?
So I have questions.
Yes.
Yes.
Mainly for Seth.
Oh.
Not that I don't love you. I just
No. Yeah, we talk a lot.
So, you have not seen Rebels,
No.
and then you read this, which I think is interesting. As a,
It's
I think
a
that-
weird.
no,
place
but
to
no,
come
but I
from.
think So first of all,
Yeah.
how long did it take you to get it? Like, because was it confusing at the beginning, or you just was like, okay, this is what this is?
Can you explain a little bit further?
Sure, like when seeing Star Wars for the first time,
Mhm.
we don't know who anybody is.
Yes.
And it takes just a minute to kind of figure out the groove of what's going on. You figure
Mm-hmm.
out who's the bad guys, who's the good guys. In Star Wars, you get a little taste of that, so you know like who your heroes are going to be. But like you don't know, you don't know Kanan from anything, and
Yeah.
I
I
don't
remember he hung out with wolves, got blinded, and died in an explosion. These are the things I know about Caden
right,
Terrace.
right. So
I think he slept with the Twi'lek woman. 'Cause
It's,
they have a
it's
kid.
implied. It's implied.
it's not implied. They have a
They
kid.
have a kid.
It's implied. No,
Well,
they show
it's
the baby.
It's implied because we don't see it.
Oh, I know. We have proof. She does have a fuck trophy.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the coda. They show a 4-year-old.
Yeah, they show. Yeah, which
Um,
has never appeared ever again.
God, I hope
You better be in Ahsoka.
I want Jason
I
to show
hope
up.
They are living a peaceful life away from all the
Like-
bullshit.
Like literally.
Well, she's at Hera's in.
Yeah, she's in-
Hera's in. Ahsoka, so.
Constant said, "LOL, screw trophy."
Yes. Yeah. Oh, that's a term you're not. Sorry. There's a learning new language today.
Yeah.
uh,
The scroofy.
The
I'm
scroofy.
over here like, man, I'm fine with. I'm like, okay, these are the heroes, and I'm like, it feels to me, and I think this is more just because of how, like, it was when it was written and what it was written for, that the characters have some weird interactions sometimes.
Right.
Because it'll be like there'll be a new character introduced in a story, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the two main characters, like Ahsoka shows up, and like Ahsoka and Sabine go on this like rescue mission once or twice, right? Well, because of how short it is, it does not feel. So Sabine has a thing about being underwater.
She has a few things.
This
but
is
that's one of them.
one of them. And throughout the story, it's like at first she's like, I fucking hate this. I don't like it. And takes a weird middle shift through the story to where she doesn't care anymore. And I'm like, okay. But the lesson of the story had nothing to do with you getting over your like distress of water.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's fine, I guess.
But like, so I think the main point of the question is, was this an easy transition to understand the characters, or did it take a little bit longer than, say, normally in another piece of media?
The same, I guess.
Okay.
Because I'll go with the fundamental thing for me in stories. No matter what happens, even if like the setting has been previously established, unless I've been told a hard and fast rule, I go in with the expectation of, as far as you know, things do not work the same way.
It's true.
Yep.
Like, it's like, the sky is purple here. Like, that's one of those hard and fast things where it's like, okay, once you've been told that, that's, or like,
Yeah.
gravity is
Right.
weird here, or things
Yeah.
like that. Usually it's like, for the most part, you can imply certain things. Like, most of the atmospheres are breathable
Mhm.
because people will just walk around without like masks and such on.
Yeah.
And it's like, always go in expecting that you don't know a damn thing. So when new people or races are introduced, and it's like, the environment will tell you stuff, and it's
Right.
like, okay, yeah, I can believe that. I can believe that the people from a war culture in a destroyed world would wear a shit ton of armor and like respirators, because why not? That's
Right.
what you would do.
That's what you do.
Yep.
So, next follow-up question.
Yeah.
So, out of the Ghost crew, did anyone resonate with you? Is anybody you like?
Ooh.
My silence is not very reassuring.
No,
No.
I mean, you don't have to like it. I'm just,
Yeah, no.
It's just, you know,
I
I'm gonna kick you out of my studio, but that's I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
There's only one correct answer in my opinion, but I'm curious what yours is.
I'm curious what yours is.
I this is gonna sound bad because I forgot.
Without saying the name, it's the war crime. It's the walking war crime.
No.
I understand Zeb's annoyance at Chopper
I know.
Yeah.
because it's like, fucking, why would you do this? I'm like, it's like you're useful.
I think
but-
Chopper's killed more things than anything in Star
Yeah.
Wars. I mean,
Yeah, that's why he's the walking war crime.
he is like, there's
Ah, the droid scrapyard. That was the other one.
Yeah, oh yeah, you like Droid Scrapyard, yeah.
It's
Chopper
fucking terrifying,
Chopper surviving in a
so
scrapyard.
you like Zeb, Chopper. Who do you like?
I, in truth, I don't like them, but I don't dislike them,
Sure.
and that's just kind of in regards to any of them.
You just need more time with them
yeah,
to kind
like, I don't,
Yeah, because like, well,
because this is one first exposure. Stories
Sure.
are very short. I don't really know who these people are. This would be like if you looked at basically comprehensive reports of stuff they did,
Sure.
and they were like, "So how do you feel about them?" I'm like, "I don't fucking know, man.
Gotcha.
I just read their report."
yeah. I mean, yeah, because it's not these comics definitely don't give real character development. Really.
No, well, I mean,
they're just
and they're not designed to. They're just
No.
here's an adventure, and this is what they do.
this is really these are really more for people who already love the characters and wanted more of them. And that's really what this is. And so, yes, jumping you into this is kind of, what we do on this show, but but
It's kind of one of my favorite things, just here's a thing you've never seen, enjoy it.
yeah.
Or here's in the middle of something.
And it sounds like you still found things to enjoy out of it, even without knowing these characters.
Lando and the train heist is not heist. The train robbery is a great one.
Lando is such a good character. Like, it's smart putting Lando in Rebels. And
Yeah.
I wish there was more Lando than Rebels, honestly.
Lando and Hondo are the smartest things that they can put in the shows.
Absolutely. Honda's great.
The funniest bit from this is he assumes someone's identity on the train, and as they're all playing cards together, the mom is like, "By the way, I know you're not that guy." The person who designed the train, and
Yeah.
he's like, "Well, what do you mean?" And she's like, "Well, he's my son, so."
My favorite are all the code names Ezra gives himself throughout the years. I think some of them are brought up in these comics, but like
Yeah, most of the two biggest ones, he's called himself Jabba
Jabba
and
the
Lan-
Hutt, yeah,
Jabba the Hutt's
Jabba
the biggest
and
one,
Lando.
And so,
My favorite is whenever Callus is like, "Yes, you are definitely a Hutt."
Or in the first episode, I'm the Emperor's nephew. You're gonna be really upset when my uncle, the Emperor, comes and gets you. So, who's your favorite character?
I mean, I like Chopper, obviously, but that's
great.
an easy answer.
Chopper's great.
I like
In the series, Chopper gets one of the best episodes.
yeah,
So,
and then I like Kanan. I mean,
Kanan's my favorite Jedi.
yeah,
Like,
he's one of the best. Okay, it's a heavy discussion on the internet, but the Yoda line of Jedi suck. Mace Windu's line is better. His lineage is better. Yoda's lineage is Yoda, Dooku, Qui-Gon, Anakin, Ahsoka, and you can maybe count Luke.
No, I would count Luke in that.
I like how you skipped Obi-Wan.
Well, because
Yeah,
Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan,
yeah,
Anakin.
yeah. So how does that suck? Because you've got Anna, you got
Your best Jedi are Obi-Wan and maybe Qui-Gon in that, and Ahsoka.
and Anakin. Anakin was
And
the greatest.
Jedi.
No, Anakin was the greatest Jedi. He
No, he
falls.
wasn't.
He falls. Say that. Say it to the Clone Wars. Seriously, he's a hero of the Clone Wars.
But what did he do to be a hero?
He killed lots of things.
Yeah,
But
which is
that's-
not Jedi.
No, absolutely, it's Jedi. It's war. They're not. The Jedi code is different in
But
the
I'm
war.
talking about if you go by the Jedi if you go
Am I not wrong? Am I not wrong,
You're
man? They slaughter lots of things.
But if you go strictly
I
by
don't agree with the spirit of what you're saying, but the truth
It's
of
not
it
about the
is
space. It's the truth,
fact.
right?
I
but
can't
here's the Windu lineage. You got
Okay.
Mace, great example of a Jedi,
He gets his arm chopped off and knocked out a window. Whatever.
and then you've got Depa Billaba,
Okay,
Kanan.
I like Kanan. So what
Like
we got?
Kanan and Obi-Wan are like the best examples of Jedi. They live the code the best.
I think.
Tell York better.
I think.
Ty York. He doesn't know Ty York though.
Okay, so like, I want to disagree. I'm trying to figure out how I want to disagree with that because I like, in principle, I get it, but then it's like Obi-Wan turns his back on the code to stay,
Yeah,
and then so does Kanan, but Kanan lives.
like he dies by the code.
Uh,
He dies following the principles of the Jedi, as does Obi-Wan.
maybe.
And then Ezra, we don't know much about his post-Rebels, but Ezra during Rebels is definitely like up there.
Oh, hey, absolutely, absolutely. His sacrifice is up there too. Absolutely.
Yeah.
You'll find out that Ezra is Dr. Doolittle. He just speaks
Yeah.
to the animals.
We
I
talked
wanna
about.
talk
I think
to
we
the
talked
animal.
about this a little bit.
Hello, Purgill.
Did we talk about this last week
Hello,
about
crazy spider.
Jedi Jedi communicating with animals? I can't
I
remember.
know that it's a thing that they can do.
Yeah, Ezra can do it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We did talk about it because we talked about this with them.
I was like, we discussed it briefly, and I
looking at
believe my exact words were, it's an ability that's useful, but it's very hard to use.
Yeah. There's literally only 2 examples in canon and legends that I can think of that are good at it,
And Ezra's amazing.
and Ezra's one of them.
like Ezra's like really amazing at
The
it.
other example is a character that you can choose to ignore having that ability, and that's the Jedi Exile from Knights 2.
I was like, it's one of those things that's like, you would hear about, and you're like, yeah, Jedi could probably do that.
Yeah.
They can do a lot of weird shit.
Yeah, because even Anakin failed to do it because he, similar to the first time Ezra tries to do it in the Rebels, Anakin got caught up in his emotions, and it's a very Anakin moment.
Right.
Obi-Wan's trying to teach him to do it. But we also never see Obi-Wan do it, and I think Obi-Wan even mentions that he struggled to do it.
Might disagree. I think the other line's better. I hate to say it. Because Kanan's in the other line. And I like Kanan and Ezra. I like them both. But I'm looking at like Anakin, Luke, Ahsoka, and Obi-Wan's in that.
Yeah.
Man, that's tough to beat, brother.
And I guess you can include Rey because Luke taught Rey.
Sure, you could put Rey in that. And so you've got,
I guess-
man,
Yeah.
that's tough to beat, brother.
And then eventually Finn down that line because we're getting hints that he's definitely getting trained.
He's not coming back. They'll put him in books or something, but he is done. Boyega's out.
He's giving
Tapping
good
it out.
battles, man.
Tap
I-
out.
But yeah,
They treat him bad, take him out.
I understand. He says they've gotten better, which is good, but,
Sure, but-
I still understand him wanting to take a break from it.
I feel like the main reason, like why, don't get me wrong,
Yeah.
the Yoda lineage is great, but it also has some of the
It ha-
biggest.
It has
like-
some of the biggest fuck ups, to put nicely.
I think it's because they're very good at being good for such a long time that the fuck ups, when they do happen, seem, I'm going to use the word cataclysmic, because of how bad some
Yeah.
of them go.
Because I mean, Dooku was a Jedi until like he was in his 80s.
Yeah, it's
before he-
always like once they get to like their like 20s to like early 30s where they're like, maybe this is bullshit.
But yeah, Yoda. I mean, Dooku was in his 80s, and that's when he swapped. Like 80s, because he's around 100 when he dies.
Damn.
And so,
It's a very old Santa Claus.
I mean, the real man was also really old.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they had to CGI a lot of his fights because
All of his fights.
yeah,
That's a lot.
it's why he mostly stands still in the episode 2 fight.
That episode 2 fight's so terrible.
On
It's the disco fight where it's just
I
lights
like
in front of it.
I like it, but it's because it's so silly.
No, I tell you why I don't like it. Is because movie sequels should step up and this step down. So we get
Oh yeah, you go from duel.
you
to-
get Duel of Fates, which is still I'll die on this hill. The greatest lightsaber battle we've gotten. Period. Live action or animated, still top tier. That's the top of the mountain. That echelon you got to beat. And so you would think they would try to top that. And Lucas's idea is like, no, I'm just gonna back off and do a CGI Yoda fight.
Now I am curious. Do you think the song does a lot of the heavy lifting though for that fight?
Watch it without the sound. It's still epic. The song helps. Don't get me wrong. The song helps because that's part of it.
I
but,
mean, yeah.
But I'm in it for just. I mean, from the moment that they just show up and take off robes, it's just badass. I mean,
I'm willing.
Darth Maul opens a door with a droid head and still kicks some ass while he's doing it. It's
I
just-
think I would put the Obi-Wan v Vader rematch.
I wouldn't
up
put it.
there.
I wouldn't put it above though. It's not above Duel of Fates. The stakes are different.
Yeah, the stakes are
The
different.
stakes in Duel of Fates make this so you get Qui-Gon's death in this.
Yep.
I mean, there's nothing that you can't talk. There's
I mean,
no stake. This
I mean, it's called Duel of the Fates for a reason
Right.
because it sets up.
right.
so
right,
much of
right.
Star Wars.
And so, and don't get me wrong. I like the fight. I like the rematch. The rematch is good.
Yeah, the Obi-Wan
Yeah,
TV show
yeah,
rematch.
The rematch is good. It's brief, but it's good. But my argument is like you have such an epic lightsaber battle. Like Lucas was like, this is what I've always wanted them to do. Like in their prime, they
Yeah.
would,
And I think Nick Gillard is one of the I love Nick Gillard.
Right.
He's a great choreographer.
right.
I think he did a great job with the prequels in general. I'm kind of I kind of wish they brought him back for the sequels.
Sure.
Because he's still around. He still does
Right.
this stuff. He's still
And also don't discount Ray Park because Ray Park
Ray Park
just
helped.
did a lot of that work too.
yeah. Ray Park and Nick worked really closely to get that fight.
and made a beautiful. And so then you have to scale it back because you've got Christopher Lee, who's an excellent actor, but he's also in his 80s by the time he's doing these films.
Yep.
And so he doesn't have the maneuverability, and the effects are not great enough to do the stand-in that they want to do. And so they do a bunch of close-ups, and they put lightsaber lights in front of them, and so it's just like it looks like a disco. They're fighting, like in a discotheque, and then to make up for it, they do the Yoda fight. And look, I saw the Yoda fight in the theaters when it first, and I cheered because it's great to see Yoda dance
In his
around
prime.
in his prime, dancing around. Because the best part
He's
of
not
it,
in his prime.
no, the best
during
part of that though is when he stretches and then pulls it.
In his prime compared to the original
Right,
trilogy.
right. And so I get it. Is it no, it's not my favorite, but it's good to see.
Yeah, it's not my favorite. I would never say it's my favorite fight. It's a fun fight,
But it's definitely a step down instead of step up.
Yeah.
I do agree that episode 3, which is not my favorite fight either, but it's still a step up from 2, and that's the proper direction. So
Yeah.
it's like it needs a step up. I like the lightsaber fight in not Rise of Skywalker, the Force Awakens. I like
like that it's not really about the lightsaber fight. it's the temptation.
Right, but I love Wounded
Kylo.
Kylo, and I like he's reaching for the saber and it goes to her.
Yep.
And then it's this, and it's a good fight between them. It's a really good. I'm into it.
Yeah.
I
That's
like.
a hot opinion, by the way.
It's a good fight.
No, I know. I think it's a hot opinion because of certain fans.
Right.
They're like, why did he lose? It's like the movie showed us why he lost.
Okay, I'm tired of explaining this, but I have a new audience, so I will explain to the new
Yeah.
audience. All right, if you will watch Star Wars Episode 4, the one called A New Hope, Luke is on the Millennium Falcon, which is the ship that Han Solo drives, and and they're on their way to Alderaan, which they don't know is blown up, and Luke is getting some Jedi training.
Yep.
He's wearing a helmet, he can't see things, the thing shoots him at him, and Obi-Wan basically explains that like the Force will obey your commands, but it also augments your actions. So Rey's invalid the other side of it. So the Force knows what it needs her to do. It's going to help her out.
Yeah.
It's not like, oh, she can do all this thing.
And
it's the Force. It can do it for all of us in the moment.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm trying to explain that even if you ignore that and you
Right.
just look at just what's in The Force Awakens, they present to us the answers of why he lost. He's injured.
Yeah.
He's
He's Chewbacca.
he's also not trying to kill her.
Chewbacca just missed.
He's not trying to kill her either. He's literally doing a Vader and going, "Hey, join me."
I did like the fight in
I like The Last Jedi, but it's not a lightsaber fight.
No, the lightsaber fight in Last Jedi I do like when the post Snoke death.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying it's not a lightsaber fight because it's
mean,
not lightsaber v lightsaber.
Yeah, that's not a duel, but it's still dope.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like
it's great.
I hate that movie, but and I've been on record lots of times I hate
Yeah.
that movie, but I do love that scene. I just hate it because of this stupid OJ chase. Is dumb, and
It
just
occurs-
like I will tell Ryan Johnson that to his face. It's like, why you OJ fight? Why? I couldn't think of anything better. I got you. I feel you.
Yeah.
Here, I guess I'm just going to open the category of like
do
fights
it.
I've seen through Star Wars.
Sure, do it.
And like in regards to the movies and which ones
Absolutely.
that I like and the reasons why, I agree from like a technical perspective, the first and best one is definitely Duel of the Fates with Maul and Qui-Gon.
Rightfully so, because
Yeah.
it's the first time like in almost 20 years we'd seen a lightsaber fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it had to go up.
And it's like, well, yeah, this is what happens when three very skilled people fight each other
In their prime.
in their
Their
prime. If you fuck it up once, you're going to die.
Exactly.
And so that's it for. If we're going to count the brief encounter between Qui-Gon and Maul on Tatooine, which I don't, that is technically a fight, but it's more like a scuffle, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because they swing twice.
Right.
I'm
And then Qui-Gon
neither
jumps
of-
away.
And then they're both like, okay, goodbye.
Although Darth Maul almost kills the kid for no reason.
Anakin, get down.
Like
Man,
literally,
Maul sliced him in half in that.
Maul's like, I'm
many
just going after the
problems
girl.
could actually have
Like-
been avoided.
like Maul has no idea the importance of this kid, but he's like, I'm gonna run this kid over.
I almost had him.
My second fight, the movie, fuck, god damn it.
Yeah.
When I get my sentences in
No, you're
order,
good.
It's all right.
I actually like Obi-Wan versus Django from the second movie.
Oh, it's good.
Oh
fight.
yeah, that's
because it's a non-force user going up against a Jedi.
Right, of
And
course.
they're pulling all of these tricks on each other
It's a-
because they're like, once again, I have to kill this motherfucker right now.
But it makes sense
Yeah.
because it's the Mandalorian versus the Jedi. And it's,
Yep. Well.
he's a foundling. It's official.
yeah, but
It's official. Yeah,
founding doesn't mean he made it to Mandalorian though.
he's a Mandalorian. I'm pretty sure that's implied in season 1, season 2 Mando.
It's like, this is a struggle, and it's a fight in the rain, which are always cool, as long as you don't
Hey, if
fuck
you're
it
watching
up.
the chat, is Django Mando or just a foundling?
Yeah, because
We'd like to know.
I'm
I want
curious of the poll
I want
results, too.
interaction.
Yeah,
I
we're
want-
getting some constant interaction,
Good.
but I definitely want. Yeah,
Now for three actually has a lot of good ones, but they're not for, like, technical reasons, because all of those fights have emotional stakes in them,
Right,
with the
and-
exception
yeah.
of Grievous.
yeah. Grievous is kind of
Grievous is a
Grievous,
problem.
Grievous gets punked out.
yeah. Grievous is a good fight until the end, where it feels very anticlimactic.
No, I like it. I like it because of that exact reason. It's like neither of them have their lightsabers, and this has gone from like a fight to a brawl.
And it turns out to be they only do it to make a joke,
Yeah,
and that's why I don't like it. It's the
I like it because despite the fact that Obi-Wan fucking hates blasters, he's actually a really good shot.
Because he's a Jedi.
Yeah, because you still use the Force to get that to work right.
I can spin a bullet that way
I'm
too.
like, I'm like, why didn't?
What are your favorite lightsabers? Both of you. What are some of your favorite lightsabers?
I mean, obviously,
hold on. Let me go.
Yeah.
I know.
he was going through it.
Hold on. What? I just want to be fair. Like, how much Star Wars have you watched?
I've gone all the way
Because I don't know.
in
Your,
terms of movies.
yeah, movies.
I've gone from
I think you've
episode
seen.
1 all the way to.
I think you've seen everything but 7. I mean
7?
8. You stopped at 8 and 9.
Yeah.
Oh, so you've seen. Okay, so you've seen most of Star
Yeah,
Wars.
so
Okay,
you've
cool.
seen up to 7. Yeah.
Cool.
Now,
Eighth
episode
is locked,
4,
you'll
there's
get-
only one lightsaber.
And it's the
duel,
first one. I mean,
it's the first one.
it's the
and I'm
first
like,
one.
how could you not like it?
and 77
like-
is badass. I remember. I'm
Yeah.
scared.
And I like it because it's like these are two old men who, to me, it doesn't really look like they're trying to kill each other. It's more like,
I resemble that remark because Vader's like 43 in there.
Yeah.
I'm 45 now, so yeah,
he's
I'm old.
45 in an ICU unit. I don't think it counts as much of.
I don't know, but he's got the Force and robot
Yeah.
legs.
He's got
Like he could be
Like
going. He
Lieutenant
could be going
Dan.
faster.
Yeah, I'm like it does. It seems more like they're
Lieutenant Vader,
playing
you
with
got
each
new
other.
legs.
But also, it's also a situation of it's a product of the time.
Yeah.
There's only so much they can do.
And
They-
it's and look, no one has ever seen anything like it. It was magical. I buy that 100%.
and once again, it's not
it's always
about
in my top 10.
it's not about the showmanship. It's about the stakes
Mhm.
in that fight. Because it's the emotional stakes, like you
Yeah.
brought up.
I like Vader versus Luke in 5, mostly because Luke just has the shittiest time on Cloud City.
He does.
It starts with he's like, great, one of my friends is frozen in carbonite, my other two are being marched off to wherever,
Which he doesn't even know about the
He
carbonite
doesn't
yet.
know about that. Boba Fett sees him while he's sneaking around and has a shootout with him, and that's what leads into the Vader fight. Vader just waits for him in the hallway. He's like, hey,
Actually,
I'm gonna beat your ass now.
Lieutenant Belvin was ordered to make sure Luke got his way to the carbon
Yeah.
freezing chamber.
They were trying to point him in the right direction.
I just have this weird knowledge. Thank you to the Cypher card game.
Yeah.
It's not canon, but I think it's one of my favorite things.
And it's like, from there, it's like, okay, I guess I'll fight Vader now. You killed my friend, I guess.
Oh, he's mad.
Yeah.
And throughout
'Cause he
that
killed
time,
his father.
Vader starts
Yeah.
he's playing with him. He's not considering him a threat until eventually he's like, oh, okay, this kid actually knows a trick or two.
Yeah, because we start to
Let
see.
me fucking hit you with everything in the room.
Which,
Well, I think-
episode 5 is also the first time we start to see like a little bit of the showmanship that we'll get in the prequels, because Luke starts to do some flips and a few things here and there.
I think Vader kind of gets impressed.
I am a
with
sucker for people using.
He's of course he's impressed because he
Yeah.
says it after All Too Easy. He when he knocks him in the carbon freezing pit and activates it, and Luke Mario jumps his way out of it.
So that's a good question that Constance just asked.
Oh, hey Constance, what's your question?
How powerful could Vader be if the suit didn't hold him back?
The suit actually isn't the problem.
It's part of the it's a technical problem, because
It's also why he can't shoot lightning.
it's something that the Emperor brings up a lot, and it's that, man, I got this nice replacement shiny model and now it's broken already. Like literally the first fight it's broken.
It's on you, Emperor. That's on you, buddy.
Like, and then of course if you bring up, I'm gonna bring up the dreaded word, but it's canon, so I'm gonna bring it up, midichlorians. If you start to bring up the midichlorians and how it's part of the bloodstream, he's lost a lot of limbs, which means he's potentially lost a lot of the midichlorians.
I disagree with that, but
It's also not how blood works.
right.
But your blood is in.
Your blood comes from your bone marrow. He
Well-
has plenty of bones, last I checked.
No, he has less bones than
He has
had.
less bones.
Yeah.
He's got less because this is
Listen,
gone.
as long as that man
This is
is
gone.
eating, he'll get back there eventually.
All right, so let's say Obi-Wan defeats.
However,
Obi-Wan doesn't defeat Vader and Mustafar, right?
Let's say it's more of a standoff, so
Sure,
that way they
well-
both
They both.
go their way.
Yeah, Obi-Wan escapes. I think honestly, what would happen was when the. Did you ever play the Xbox?
Revenge of the Sith.
No, yeah, the episode 3 game.
No.
So there's a
There's
game,
an alternate ending.
and it's basically the Star Wars fighting. It's another Star Wars fighting game.
Oh yeah.
It's the Force Unleashed before the Force Unleashed.
Right.
Okay.
And so, but you can play the game and have Anakin win,
Mhm.
and Anakin doesn't turn into Vader. He doesn't burn.
Yeah.
And so the Emperor shows up and he's like, "Good, good,"
And then he kills
just
the Emperor.
kills the Emperor. And so,
Like you wanted to
Yeah,
earlier in the movie.
right. And so,
Well, because he states before the fight with Obi-Wan that to Padme, my whole reason is that I'm going to take over. I'm going to get rid of the Emperor. Like, that's his whole reason for going along with this, is to save Padme and then take the Empire for himself.
just because he wants to make it peaceful. See, this is what I like about the Sith guys. Like the Emperor is like, I just want peace.
That's kind of changed because we have that short story.
Yeah, but like for the most part, it's been like, look, I want peace, and I will do. But that's what's great about it, because I will do anything to get that peace, and that's what's corrupting about it.
Yeah.
And so he realizes, yeah, it's peaceful with his new empire, and then it's like, then he lets his minions. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
It's just quiet now.
Yeah.
And then the rebellion happens because his minions are morons, and so. He just wanted one voice to make this happen, and then just like when you get the voice, he became silent, and his minions screwed it up.
Yeah. But I think that Revenge of the alternate Revenge of the Sith video game ending
He does have
would
bones.
be,
I like that.
that would be what happened.
Yes, he does have bones.
So, I think the main reason that I'm going to say that I think that
That's
The
not like a
main
problem. You have to
reason-
speak in them.
I think Anakin loses that fight in 3 is not because he's
It's not a skill
weaker
issue.
or less skilled. It's because he just doesn't want to kill Obi-Wan. That's it.
No, I think it's hubris.
Yeah, I think it's
That
hubris,
too.
and I think neither of them want to kill each other. That's the emotion of the fight. Neither of them want to actually kill
But
each
they're
other.
like, well,
No,
we're here now.
I disagree with that. Anakin wants to kill Obi-Wan. Anakin feels betrayed. Obi-Wan won't join him. He gets his wife to go against him to the point where he kills his wife. He kills Padme right there, and so I mean, she
Or at least
died.
in his head.
Well,
As far as he knows.
I mean, he kills her right. She dies of sadness right after.
Yeah.
God,
But I'm saying, as far as he knows, he killed her.
I'm sad.
Especially after the Palpatine lies to him and says,
I
yes,
hope
you killed her.
I hope someone retcons that. That's the one retcon I need. I need like
Yeah.
the dying of sadness.
You and the rest of the internet.
would just want dying of sadness is dumb.
6.
It shows
I mean,
George-
depressed. Look, guys, I understand depression's a real thing, but she's got 2 kids, and
I mean, it's part of the continuation of George can't write women.
right, it's just absolutely. Jamie, the best thing you've said on podcast. Bravo, sir. They should give you an award for that statement.
There's only one, once again, duel in episode 6. And once again, the choreography isn't great, but it doesn't have to be.
No.
but still
It-
good.
once again, it's
It's actually good for the time.
Return of the Jedi is, once again, emotional stakes. It's the emotional stakes.
Luke and Vader have 2 really good battles.
Yeah.
Even the ending of the hunt in 6. I love Vader. Luke's in the shadows, and Vader's like, "Okay, fine, no problem." Oh, by the way, oh yeah, your sister. I'll kill you and get her.
It's like, I'm
yeah.
just gonna lose it right here
Right,
and
like,
now.
Which once again proves,
Yeah,
Luke has a temper issue,
Because he's a Skywalker.
Yep.
Skywalkers have that.
Skywalkers have it, man. It's a Skywalker.
and he'll never lose it. So anybody who thinks that he lost it
so
later on in life,
You
is
like
wrong.
you like the original OG?
I actually do like the fight in 7 because of how fucking messy it is.
Right.
Yeah, because honestly, everybody's like, well, Ben is so, like, because everybody talks about how Ben has been trained for all these years. He's still an apprentice. He's in his 20s and still an apprentice.
Right.
So,
He's
like,
also been shot with like the biggest gun they could use on a person.
they make a point of showing us that normal people fly when they're shot with it.
I-
bowcasters.
I like how this one
Also,
is
I see
also
bowcasters being like used properly.
Yeah.
this is also like a 2-on-1
Force Awakens.
fight as well.
Yeah, it's a 2-on-1 because it's Finn goes in until he's knocked out.
Yeah.
Finn tries. Good friend.
Good try.
Oh, the Force works, Finn.
Once again, like I said, I like it because it's sloppy.
Right.
It's sloppy and messy. Because, well, one of them's wounded, and 2 of them, while they've never held a lightsaber before, they're using what they know from other weapons,
Mm-hmm.
and that is a thing you can do. It's like you won't be as good at it, but you'll be able to hold your own for a little bit. And their objective isn't to kill him; it's just to get the fuck away.
I think it's a mix for Rey.
I mean, if
I
Rey-
think it's a mix for Rey because
I mean,
her only real mentor that she just met died.
she doesn't know that yet, right? No, she was there. She was there. It's been sorry.
Yeah,
It's
she saw.
It's been a minute since I've
Yeah,
been
because her and Finn are
Yeah,
at the top.
Yeah, it's been a while.
And
since
then
I've-
she yells no. When
Yeah, I need to go. I need to go rewatch it.
Force Awakens is a
It's
fun
good.
watch.
Force Awakens is my favorite. My favorite of the sequel trilogy. So, it's good. It's a fun rehash of A New Hope, but
Mhm.
like a fun rehash. It's not like
It's not like, oh, we're going to do exactly.
so. So what about you, Gabe? What your lightsaber fights?
I definitely, obviously, duel, and then
Oh, Duel's so sexy.
I like,
I'd marry Duel if I could. I'd
like-
father its children.
I like Battle of the Heroes and Revenge.
Is that what they were calling the stuff they call it? Battle of Heroes?
That's the name of the song.
Oh, okay, cool. I learn something every day.
Because it's the Battle of the Heroes.
Yeah. No, I get
Anakin and Obi-Wan.
it. I get it.
And then I like,
It occurs to me that no, I said I was only going to do the movie.
and then of course I like, obviously, I like even though it's, once again, it's not technically a lightsaber duel, I like Last Jedi's fight because
Sure. I mean,
it's a great moment because I liked it.
The throne room brawl.
Me, Keontae, and who else was there? I think it was me, Keontae, and John. We watched this in theaters. Nobody knew what was going to happen.
It's the throne room.
Yeah, it's the throne room. At this point, my theory for Ben going in was Ben is a spy. Because obviously nobody knew what was going to happen in the rest of the sequels yet. My theory was that
neither did they, so it's okay.
Yeah. I have disagreements on that, but
We will never agree on that.
but I had a theory that Ben was basically the Snape of the Star Wars sequels.
Oh.
And he killed Han in a similar like Dumbledore fashion where Han knew the plan, kind of knew the plan, and let him.
I just don't want to be in these movies anymore. Just kill me. Just kill me off. I don't.
And so that was my theory. And then so when Ben does kill Snoke, like me, Keontae, and John are like, "Oh my god, he just did that!"
And killing him in like Act 2, you're just like, what? I was excited. I was like, whoa, all right, now someone's doing something fresh. Wasn't killing us.
Because at this point it was like, okay, so Episode 7 was A New Hope. This is feeling a little bit like Empire, and then they do that,
Right.
and you're like, "Oh, that's not Empire. This isn't even Return. This is." And then that fight afterwards just adds on top of the excitement.
Yeah.
But and then at the end, Ben's like, "Oh no. I'm gonna be in charge now. I'm gonna do what my grandfather was planning. I'm in charge now."
I'm going to do the thing that the Sith always actually encourage the apprentices.
Even
to
though
do.
I'm not Sith.
All right, so that's
That's
two.
two.
I
and then-
do like that because it's a multiple opponent engagement against different weapon
Mhm.
types. So they have to switch up how they use the weapons.
Right.
And they've only got one lightsaber to go around.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It is a mess,
it's a fun fight.
which makes it very fun.
Yeah. And then
I mean,
Return just has a lot of
you also, I mean, his rule is that he because he's not seen a lot of the show stuff. We have that. We don't have
Yeah.
to.
Return would be my third one, but
So Return over Empire.
I like Empire.
I'm just-
like
no, you-
Empire and Last
I'm
Jedi.
not trying to persuade you.
yeah.
I'm just like, well, that's cool.
Like Empire and Last Jedi are my favorites. They're the ones that always flip back and forth between first place for me. But if we're talking strictly duels,
Right.
Return
Gotcha.
because it's emotional.
I got you.
Um,
I don't know. The Empire, I like that kiss that like the only reason why Vader cuts off Luke's hand is because he hits him.
Yep.
It's the first time he's felt a strike in
probably forever.
since probably at least Obi-Wan, right?
Yeah.
And so that just pisses him, or Ahsoka, since
Yeah. Since
since Ahsoka, and so like that just pisses him off, and
Yep.
that's why he cuts his hand off. He goes, "Ow!" Well, that's not gonna happen anymore. That's the only reason. It's
But yeah, and then if we're gonna talk TV, there's not as much good duels outside of Rebels, because Clone Wars doesn't have the best duels.
Which is a shame because they have all these Jedi. I mean, they focus a lot on the military, so the
It's
clones.
more- it's
the
more
clones.
clones.
The clones get the fight in that. But man, you got some good.
Because you got Ventress.
And who doesn't have really good fights. I mean, like you would think because she's dual wielding and they don't really give her a lot of good solo fights.
Like I would say the number one duel. There's two good duels, and they're both in the same episode.
Okay.
It's the Obi-Wan v Maul, which isn't really a duel. Actually, sorry, the Maul v John Favreau.
Gar Saxon.
No, not
He's a Saxon, right?
not Saxon. Pre Vizsla.
Pre Vizsla. Sorry.
Yeah,
The family names are so many.
The Maul v Vizsla, and then later on the Maul v Sidious.
The Maul v Sidious is, I would argue, is the best duel.
Maul and Savage v Sidious,
because it is
which
That one is very much
It's dope.
flashy.
it is dope as hell though.
it's
right?
it's Sidious going,
I'm
"Hey,
like-
I'm reminding you of your place."
But it's also reminding everybody that Sidious is a badass.
Yeah.
He's just not this shallowy figure. He
He's-
does get his hands dirty.
He does it if he has to, though.
Right.
That's the
And-
that's the key.
He's like,
But he enjoys it.
Yeah.
I could just fucking go for it the entire time, but that's stupid. That's how every other Sith Lord has gotten basically killed
Caught.
before me.
Yeah.
So why don't I just focus on not doing that and doing a bunch of other shady
So
shit?
my question about that is that when that shows up, Maul is sitting in the throne.
Yep.
And then he says, "I haven't felt." He does basically the Obi-Wan, the
Obi-Wan,
Vader
yeah.
line, the Vader line, and then he looks at him and he says, "Master," and then Sidious shows up, and then the first thing he does is kneel.
It's like a estranged kid seeing their abusive parent
Right.
again.
But so here's my
So
question.
he just goes right back into
Here's
that.
my question for you.
Yeah.
He suddenly goes, "I've built all of this for you," and if Sidious then Sidious says, "Hey, look, you have now become a rival," and he starts kicking the shit out of both him and Savage.
Mhm.
However, because he took an apprentice.
Yep.
So if Maul didn't take Savage as apprentice, still managed to do this, does he take him back?
No.
Well, no, because he's been replaced, and Sidious is looking for better.
Yeah, but Maul's pretty.
And also, I don't think, if we're gonna be honest, I don't think Maul could have done it on his own.
I absolutely agree. This is why it's the big what if. But or if
I also think Maul is lying. I
don't.
I think he's half lying. I
I don't think he's lying.
I think he did it for him, but in a way of like, I want your approval, Dad, not a.
No, I think I think if Sidious opens his hand and says "come back," and then I think right then they murder Savage and then they go murder Dooku, and then it's a whole different trilogy. Like
Yeah.
because that would have been better. Like on the ship instead of Grievous, it's Maul. Oh, shit.
we think Dooku's gonna be on the ship, and then
Right.
they reveal, oh no, Maul's here.
God, that would have been so dope. But because it's a very powerful moment that gives you a really good duel. I mean, because not only like Sidious is in as a prime, and like Maul and Savage are great. Maul's a fantastic fighter,
And Savage is just dirty fighting.
right? But it's just nothing. I mean, Sidious doesn't. It's like he's in the Matrix. He's just Neo. He's got this damn. I can block everything because I've seen this episode. It's like literally what it is.
I also like the fight between Maul, Savage, and Obi-Wan,
yeah.
where Obi-Wan is taking the opportunity to
I keep
kick
telling you
him in the shin over and
that-
over.
I keep telling you, Obi-Wan's favorite trick is to stomp on the knee.
It's true.
Yeah, like Savage gets injured that one time, and then
He
Obi-Wan's
tries to
like,
kick Grievous in the knee, forgetting he's a robot.
Cyborg.
Because, well, sorry, yeah, cyborg. Because that's Obi-Wan's go-to. He's like, I lost my lightsaber, stomp that knee in. I'm like, it's a good trick,
But
it
Can't
didn't
walk.
work.
Can't.
yeah.
But
And then Rebels has some of the best duels. It's got obviously number one is the Obi-Wan and Maul.
I wouldn't put it in my number one. It's in my top. If I'm doing
It's strictly Rebels.
Strictly Rebels, it's like number 3.
Okay.
But it's up there, and like in my top.
I
five,
mean,
it's in my
obviously,
top
you
five.
probably got Twilight of the Apprentice as number one.
God, man, there,
That's the other like up there.
like look,
I assume
Twin
that's
Son-
That's the Ahsoka
Yeah.
Invader. Yep.
Twin Sons is beautiful. Twin Sons is
It's art.
it's art, and it's everything, and I wanted to and more, and it's beautiful. However, the emotional stakes in it are not the same as when Ahsoka sees Vader for the first time and says, I'm not going to leave you this time. And she doesn't. And then the cracking of she just jumps up behind and cuts him in the face. I mean, I'm getting chill bumps because it's just so fantastic. And even the lead up from like when Maul is like killing everybody getting up to that fight. But Ahsoka v Vader is just fantastic. Just like it's my second favorite because it's like it's right under Duel.
Mm-hmm.
It's right under Duel of Fates for me because it's just the emotional stakes in it. I was in tears. I'm just like, it's just oh my god! It's a cartoon show, man. I'm like I was in my 30s when they showed up.
My tears were during when Kanan died.
I did too. I bawled like I was inconsolable.
I have a weird thing in regards to like fights that are like very emotionally charged throughout this series, and it's more like, this sucks, I wish it didn't have to happen, still glad you're dead.
Yeah, they're Star Wars is very much like Star Trek in like when it comes to death. They're like, death happens, moving on.
Yep.
And I think the reason why
except for Kanan, they give us an episode of Warren.
Yeah,
I'm like Kanan's is just unfair.
But it was an important sacrifice he had to make.
Yeah, you watch it and you realize that whole episode is sad.
Yeah, especially when you
like it's so telegraphed that he's not going to survive that episode.
And then once you watch World Between Worlds, Ezra gets the perspective of why Kanan had to die.
Right, because he was going to try to rescue him. So
yeah, he had to have that perspective of, oh yeah, if Kanan doesn't die here, the rebellion basically loses because Thrawn will win.
So can I throw up another lightsaber fight for the candidacy for like top 5? Ahsoka Maul, Clone Wars Season 7.
Yes.
A couple of reasons. A, there's a moment where Ahsoka could just turn. Two, this is choreographed by Ray Park. This is it's mocap, so it's live action to animation, and it is epic. I mean, the fight is just beautiful to watch. And so
I wish Ray Park and Sam can work a little bit more together.
I do too. I would be happy for a Darth Maul show.
I want a Crimson Dawn show showing the rise of Crimson Dawn.
I would take it. I'd take
3.
it. Daenerys is not doing anything right now, right?
Yeah. Show.
Or healing from that brain damage she's got or whatever.
Oh, did something?
She had a stroke or something happened to her.
Oh no.
No, not recently. Like when she was filming Game of Thrones.
Oh.
She has some kind of brain damage. She doesn't remember a lot, and so.
Is it similar to like Frank Muniz, where he doesn't remember a lot of his time on Malcolm in the Middle?
Well, that's a little bit more exaggerated. He did a really good interview with Steve-O and about that, but it's on YouTube. You can find out. Like he explained, because okay, I do remember being on the show. It's just
not. It's just there's some blanks.
There's my spots. So.
Yeah.
So Ahsoka Maul,
that's a good one.
Again.
There's no fights in Resistance because it's the racing show.
There's no lightsabers in Resistance, right?
Yeah, no lightsabers. The only lightsaber we see, I think, is a hologram of Kylo.
Mando doesn't have any good fights. I do like watching Luke kick the shit out of everybody in the end of the season finale.
Yeah, and then of course the Gideon v.
Oh, I do like Ahsoka. It wouldn't be a top 5, but it's Ahsoka versus what's her face?
Yeah, the governor.
I just watched that recently. It's fun, very classic, like Japanese samurai kind of thing.
I like the Gideon v. Din, but it's not a big fight.
It's sloppy though.
It's
sloppy.
Well, Din is. I mean, they're in a tight spot.
Right, and
Din isn't exactly the best combatant.
And both of them are not like fighters. They're like, he's like, I have a saber, and he's not really good with it. And
and Din
Din's
has
like trying to figure out how to use this
no
training with a stick. So he's like, I'm just gonna whack you with my stick.
And then of course Gideon's like, hey, you win, because he wanted him.
I
to
give
win.
up.
I give up
because he knows like Bo-Katan's gonna kill him for him, and then he can just take care of Bo-Katan.
Yeah.
I do like the Maul versus Obi-Wan fight from Rebels, and the reason why is, one, I'm a fan of fights that are like whoever gets there first wins.
Yeah,
but also because Obi-Wan's fucking with him the entire time.
Because he starts with the
Don't continue to fight. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no, you're good. Starts with young Obi-Wan, which we learned the origin of young Obi-Wan pose Thursday. It's actually from Highlander. Sean Connery did it first. And then he goes to Qui-Gon to trick Maul.
Mm-hmm.
And then Maul's like, oh, I know the Qui-Gon.
It's like, I'm gonna use the same trick then.
And then as he's starting to go in, that's when Obi-Wan goes to new Obi-Wan to take out Maul.
Yep.
So yeah.
Also, I'm trying to remember. I think. So we discussed how like a lot of Star Wars is inspired by like old samurai Kurosawa films.
Yeah. You're good.
I'm trying to. I know it's one of my favorite like clips.
Oh.
I'm trying to remember which one it's from.
So let's see. We got Hidden Fortress is a key one.
It's not that.
Obviously not Seven Samurai.
It's not Seven Samurai. It's either Yojimbo or Sanjuro.
Which Yojimbo I think was a big inspiration, so probably Yojimbo. Was it for Star Wars Rebels specifically?
No. It's
It's just Star Wars. in general.
It's just meant that in general.
I'm trying to think now which one it is.
Trying to,
What Star Wars scene is it?
it's just very similar to the one between Obi-Wan and Maul.
Oh, there's a Yojimbo scene that's somewhere.
Sorry, kiddies. I had to go use the fresher.
No, you're good.
Either Yojimbo or
Yeah, we're trying to figure out which
And
Kurosawa film.
what happens at the end of that film is there's essentially a bunch of these like young up and coming samurai have hired the titular, basically the guy who's going by a code name.
Oh, it's Yojimbo then.
Yeah, and so they're like, the main rival is like, I don't have anything to live for now, so I'm just gonna try and kill you.
Yeah.
And the protagonist is like, hey, don't do this. There's no reason for us to do this anymore. And he's like, no, I'm gonna try and kill you. And he's like, okay then. And they just stare at each other for a minute. And it's whoever gets there first wins.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I should.
Yeah. No,
I
you
seem to have
yeah.
drifted away from
Yeah,
the
you-
mic
you
while I
did.
was
You kinda like-
shouting.
You just kind of go this way.
Yeah. But at least you're loud when you get away.
But when you shout,
But-
that's good. You can shout that way. But
You want to
Yeah.
talk to it.
Yeah.
Make love to it. Just
Um,
be like Harrison Ford. Oh, I'm so sorry. Didn't kill my wife and replaced a
So-
Flockhart carbonite.
I like
Dun, dun, dun,
single
dun.
stroke battles, and I'm like, Force users should always be throwing shit with the Force during fights. I'm like, Jedi should do that more often.
Yeah.
Fuck it. No one cares about honor fight dirty, especially not the Sith.
Yeah.
If they could kill you with a firing squad, they'd fucking do it.
That is true.
They do that. That's the entirety of Order 66.
So I want to go more
It's
into
the galaxy's biggest firing squad.
I want to go more into what we've been up to this week.
Sorry.
No, you're good. So I showed you Highlander for the first time.
Yes.
And you've seen Highlander because you've talked about it on
We've
the
got
show.
there's an episode on the podcast of it. Yeah.
So rewatching it, I reminded myself that, oh, Sean Connery does the young Obi-Wan pose before young Obi-Wan.
Which pose? There you go.
The one
For
that
the kids
everybody
at home.
Yeah. The young Obi-Wan pose that everybody knows. I don't think I had to explain which one, but yeah. Cause it's during the Kurgan fight with Sean Connery and the Kurgan. Which he loved that fight because of how over the top it is.
My cut has improved your voice.
Makes sense. They're both Scottish.
Yeah. So it's weird because Star Wars was already out.
Mhm.
Because you already had Star Wars and you already had Empire. And you had the original trilogy. The whole original trilogy was out by then because Highlander was 86.
Yeah, 86.
So by then you had it was in this era of not connected, but it's still you still feel some of the inspiration from Star Wars because like the whole being able to tell when other immortals are nearby, that's very Jedi senses.
Again, after 77, everybody wanted to do their own Star Wars.
Yeah, but it's fantasy Star Wars.
86, yeah.
It's fantasy Star Wars. It is 86.
86, yeah.
So yeah, the whole original trilogy was out by then. It's fantasy Star Wars, but it's its own thing because it's made by these French filmmakers who probably didn't have as much connection to Star Wars.
The question I asked myself earlier this morning, because I was thinking about Highlander as well. For the time, would Highlander, in terms of genre, have been considered modern fantasy?
Yeah,
It's
it's
got fantasy elements.
it's
set
urban.
in-
It's urban fantasy.
yeah, urban
Well,
fantasy.
the
there we go.
director of Highlander's Australian.
Oh, okay.
The only French guy in there, I think, is
I thought it was produced by Panzer Davis, which are French guys.
I'm on IMDb now. Let's find out. Peter S. Davis. Are you French? Where were you born?
And I was discussing this with you, and I'm like, it's actually a good thing Kurgan showed up and like killed 2 other immortals.
Oh, and I didn't know Peter S. Davis died last year.
Yep, dead. 79.
But yeah, it's
Because if they hadn't, was they just kind of hang out in New York forever?
yes until they all died off because that was the meeting ground for the final like everything. New York seems to be the center point until 5. Oh, and let's see, 2 takes place in New York in the future of 2024. Which I think actually it was 2019 in one cut, but it's 2024 in the most recent in the Renegade cut. And then either way, the far distant future of 2024. And then 3 is
God, people from
3
the
is New
past
York
must
as
be
well.
So disappointed that we didn't figure out a bunch of stuff between then and
Yeah,
now.
3 is New York. Well, no, see, our future is still better. Well, I don't know if we're better off than Highlander 2 future.
Highlander 2, the future of that just happened.
Yeah,
Highlander 2 happens like,
well, it's 2024.
is it 2024? It's next year?
2 years.
Yeah, 2 years. We should do the podcast when that comes out.
It is. I believe it's 2024.
Oh, that's plot stuff.
Yeah. But the one. It says 500 years after the. Come on, give me.
No, the it starts with the 500 years. Though.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the. Oh yeah, 2024. By
Yep.
2024.
Set in the year 2024.
Yeah.
So we'll
yeah.
we'll do it on the podcast in 2 years.
Yeah. But yeah. And then 3
Definitely
is
like
back in like modern day New York because it's 96. No,
I've only seen the first 2.
93. It's 93 or something like that. 93, 94 for 3. And that's the one where Mario Van Peebles is the villain.
Is that the Final Dimension or?
Yeah, Final Dimension / the Sorcerer, whatever.
Yeah, it has like 5 titles.
94. Yeah, it's 94. And then the American one, it's Final Dimension, I think,
Yeah.
is the American title. And then 4 is Endgame, but that's after the show.
Is that where they get the show guy on it? Is
Yeah,
that
that's where you get Adrian Paul.
Adrian Paul and Christian Lambert team up.
And then some other stuff happens that I don't want to spoil.
Do they have to make out or kill each other?
What was the?
Oh, wait, no, I already gave you the synopsis. Yeah, they kill each other.
What was I made a joke. So the what's the name of the
Is it in 1?
Yes.
So you got Christopher Lambert. Welcome to the Highlander podcast, by the way.
It's not.
Welcome to There Can Be Only One, a Highlander podcast.
You know, if that's not
That's
taken,
probably a title. That should be a title.
if that's
Stefan,
not,
you can host that one. We'll put that on the network.
yes,
Stefan would
What
love
is
it.
the name
we go through the show.
of?
She'd absolutely love that.
So you got I forget his other name, but you got McLeod, and then you've got
It's not McLeod.
Duncan and
well, no, he's talking strictly Highlander 1. You got the Kurgan, you got Brenda,
Brenda.
you got Juan Sanchez Ramirez, who's
Who's
not
Egyptian?
he's my favorite description for this film that I love to throw out is you got a Frenchman playing a Scotsman playing a Spaniard Egyptian, and a guy from Ohio playing a Russian.
There Can Be Only One podcast.
Dang it.
But is it
It's
a
the-
Highlander burger?
It's the
No, it's not. It's a podcast
it's
that
McLeod's friend.
Sorry.
The one that he and he's talking about like, hey, do you remember the last time?
Oh,
pissed
where
from-"
they talk about the. That's another bit that I was angry that the version we watched cut out, because I told you about that bit.
Okay.
He's
Oh, go ahead.
talking
Oh,
to
sorry.
his.
Okay. Hot take.
Yeah.
There can be only one podcast. It's not a podcast about Highlander.
Mm-hmm.
It's a podcast that explores hypothetical bouts between your favorite fictional characters. Their last episode was April 19th, 2017.
So I think it's fair game to take it.
So,
Um.
just say.
The person you're thinking of, I'm trying to remember his name. Castigear.
So you do yours as there can be only one with a number.
Yeah, but he's thinking of Castigear.
Castigear, who is like when they show up on the bridge. I'm
He
like,
pulled out the drink.
yeah, I'm like,
Oh yeah, you.
they're like talking about what they've been doing, and I'm like, I've been fighting Jackie Chan and Bruce Lee in the slums.
Yeah, because he does look like he came out of a Jackie Chan film.
Yeah, this is immediately followed up after they go off their separate ways.
With
With
one
him
of the
then-
best flashbacks ever.
The best flashback.
Going to the party and him getting shot over and over.
This is the World War II flashback.
Oh
where he
no,
picks up
no. This is the party that the duel.
Yeah.
So sorry, not shot over and over. He's stabbed over and over.
Stabbed.
And then like I'm upset because there's a bit that's in the director's cut that they cut in the American version where the little servant for the guy that keeps stabbing Connor is like kissing up and sucking up, and he's like, aren't you gonna shoot him? Shoot him now while he's walking away. And then they fight over the pistol, and then he shoots the servant for like being annoying. But they cut that from the American version. There's a lot of stuff in the American version they cut. They cut the World War II scene, which explains how he met Rachel. They cut the zoo scene, which explains how Kurgan found Brenda.
Yeah, the version we had all that stuff in it.
So what happens is like there's the flashback after Castigair and McCloud lead up. You already know this. You've seen them.
Yeah.
Most people, I would think, have. I'm just a weirdo.
No. Have you?
And I mean, it's good to
But
explain for the
again-
audience as well.
Again, have you seen my podcast? Because that's the premise of our show.
And so what happens, at least in the version, Kurgan kills Castigair.
Yep.
He gets blown away by an Uzi.
That's a great way to describe what happens in that scene.
It's true.
No argument here.
Gets up and kills that. He lifts that man in the air, mind you, after being shot with an Uzi.
Highlander is a crazy film. It's from the 80s, and it's
Good movie though.
it's
It
an
holds up.
independent film. Like,
hel-
and
it
you can
hel-
tell the budget's a little bit independent, but like it's a fun film.
Yeah,
They
it's,
let
it's like a $3
McCloud
million
walk
movie.
out of the police station.
Oh yeah, they just let him walk out. Like that's something that there's no way 80s cops in New York would have ever let him just walk out of the police station.
I do like how they were ready to blow him Nash away at the beginning of the film, but they'll just let him walk out of the police.
They got no evidence. Gotta let him go.
80s cops would have held him. They would have beat him up some more, and
They did. I watched. I'm on a Michael Mann kick.
yeah.
And Michael Mann directed Heat and Miami Vice was his, and he's a really good like detective thriller story director. And I watched a film I've never seen.
Did he do Ronin?
No.
No.
It's a movie I've never seen called Thief. It's one of his earlier ones and it's James Caan.
Oh, your mom watched Highlander. She says it's a really good film.
Oh,
Where is it? Where's
She
it?
just commented on the YouTube channel.
All right. Hey, Jennifer.
Yes.
Nice to meet you, Jennifer. You're a lovely lady. And thank you for sponsoring this amazing podcast.
Yeah.
We, the Mobcast Network, appreciate you.
Also, I'm kind of disappointed that I was the one that introduced you to Highlander if she loved it so much.
so I think it might have been a case of like the last time I saw it, I was like 9.
Oh,
So
yeah.
that might explain
Which
it.
that's a weird film to show a 9-year-old.
Listen, films
think I
I was
watched it first
shown
time I
as
was
a
a 9.
child were Krull, Star
Oh.
Wars Episode 3, Merlin. There was a weird Camelot thing. With
Can we talk about Kroll for a minute?
Yeah, let's talk about Crow.
That was like the fantasy movie I watched a lot growing up.
Liam Neeson's in that movie?
Yeah, he is.
We did. So the
Love
early.
Liam Neeson, now that I think about it.
Liam Neeson is a tender.
Taken?
Yeah, he's.
I was also pretty young when I saw that.
Yeah.
Man, y'all just make me
Oh,
feel
you were
old.
young. Ooh.
Yeah. It's a
Oh,
weird thing. Like, I explained this to you one day.
Oh, she knows you from Battle of the Brains with Mark Dawson.
oh, hi! I love Mark. Mark is so awesome. Mark Dawson.
I explained to
is a
you.
Jeopardy champion, and I'm friends with a Jeopardy champion, and that's just very cool to say. So,
The Medallion was another movie with Jackie Chan.
Oh yeah,
Not
that's
like
that's a classic one.
that is it. So Kroll, though,
Yeah.
like, Kroll, okay, again, this is one of these movies where, like, oh my God, Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back made a ton of money. What do we got? And this guy's like, well, I got like I don't know, a fantasy Star Wars movie. We can, but like a frisbee of death. And they're like, Tron? No, not like Tron. That's a different kind of frisbee of death. And they're like, all right, green light it. And
it's great because the set, like the main conflict of the movie, right?
outside of walking,
Outside, they do a lot of walking.
it's like Lord of the Rings, but there's like less conflict.
The opening thing is like, we don't actually, it's like whatever, they want the daughter of the marriage.
You've seen it, right?
No,
Oh my God, we need to do it.
is that one for the show?
It's something you need to watch.
It needs to be on the Catacombs. Actually, it's a Catacombs.
it's more
movie. It's a
Catacombs.
Catacombs movie, which I need to get with Drew on.
Whoever gets the daughter of the marriage, right,
Mm-hmm.
is destined to like rule everything. And they're like, whoever marries her first and has the kid
It's
wins.
It's very
The win condition.
it's very much Star Wars inspired D&D.
Huh.
I mean, really, and it's.
There's
I actually think you will love it. So
Yeah.
if you,
Yeah, yeah.
if you
the
'cause
opening
I mean,
rate
you
of that
sold
is
me.
great.
it's but it's not great, but it's fun.
It's not great, but it's very much. I think it's a movie where everyone had fun making it.
The last time I saw it was in college. We the first iteration of our podcast I did in college. It was called Bros, Booze, and Movies. And one of my co-hosts was like, "We're doing Crow." It was his favorite movie, and so I found him a copy at Walmart in a $5 bin, and we got video of him opening it, and it was all big. And we watched it in the school film lab. That's where we recorded.
Mhm.
And so
Also, third Lord of the Rings. So I had two fantasy movies with big fucking spiders in them
Oh yeah, Return is
for like no
yeah,
reason.
Shelob.
yeah. Return
And I
of
was
the King
like,
is
what is with women and hanging
then-
out with big fucking
and then
spiders?
and then
creepy.
and then Shadow of Mordor, Shadow of War, Middle Earth, Shadow of War made it even more like weird because they're like, oh yeah, Shelob can be a woman.
What? I thought Shelob was like. 'cause
Like,
that was
no, they show Shelob and she's as a woman, and there's they put some interesting feelings on that.
She hurt. She hot.
Yeah, yeah. Hold
Hot
on,
spider lady.
I'll pull it up
Pull
for.
that up. I want to see the hot spider lady.
But yeah, like I said,
I want to see the Spider Woman as in Kiss of the.
I was really
Also a
young
great movie.
when I saw Taken for the first time, and I explained to you how I was like, why did they kidnap his daughter?
So he
It's
could.
not like he has any
Well,
money
'cause-
to give them.
No, they were
but-
gonna sell her.
Yeah,
Yeah,
It was human
As a
trafficking.
child,
Oh, yeah,
I
as a
didn't
child, you don't get that.
understand
Oh,
that.
gotcha.
I was like, I guess for ransom?
Yeah,
Maybe?
let me pop this up for the audience as well.
Woo!
Let's see.
Y'all in for a treat?
I think it's window capture. Yeah. Yeah, that
Yeah.
is Shelob as a woman.
All right. Spider Baby.
So
Yeah,
those were like, oh,
apparently Highlander's a big tradition in your family. Because apparently your grandparents also like.
of course they
It's a
did.
good movie. The first one's really good.
Yeah.
I can't speak for anything after that, but like the first one's really good. I know locally in the Mobile area where we were recording, the card game was real popular back when in the early '90s.
Yeah.
Early
And then, of course, the
mid-nineties.
TV show raised that popularity for it a
Yeah.
bit.
Also, Star Trek 4, the one with the whales. No other Star Trek
which-
movies.
Which
just
we
the one with the
just
whales.
covered.
We just covered that a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
How do you like that one?
It's good. I was
It's-
like, I didn't know whale noises traveled through time, but sure, I guess.
Apparently,
the sea life is
yeah.
fucked.
My problem is like Spock mainly knows what it is.
Yeah.
Like, weren't you just dead?
Pistol shrimps are
I
Like-
guess. Also,
You know what a
like,
pistol shrimp
also
is,
like
right?
whales have been.
No.
it is basically an undersea creature, and what it does is essentially it throws out a jab that creates a sonic boom.
Oh, nice.
They're about this like small. However, if that thing's ever the size of a person, we're fucked.
But yeah,
That's my next horror comic. More like that.
I still want to do that thing I always talk about, though. I want to make a sci-fi original. I want to write like a sci-fi style movie.
I have a title for one. Snakektopus.
No.
I want a Snakektopus.
I mean, it's
I could sell sci-fi on that
yeah.
one.
I mean, you could
Asylum.
sell anything to sci-fi / Asylum.
Snakektopus sounds great.
I mean, Highlander 5 was sold to sci-fi.
So you start Snakektopus like it's on a boat out in the middle of the ocean in an undisclosed area and it's raining.
Excuse me, I'm gonna go.
Oh no, you're good.
He's
Yeah.
gonna go to the fresher. It's fine. I just did that. It's great. It's wonderful in there.
And when you get back, we'll probably wrap it up.
Stop talking.
Yeah, we stopped talking about Star Wars.
the audience likes it. We give what the audience wants. So opening scene Snakektopus, you've got a boat in the middle of the ocean.
Lee says hi.
Hi, Lee. What's up, Lee?
His little brother.
Oh, how old is your little brother? Oh, that's terrible, Seth.
Hold on, give me a second.
Go to the refresher. I'll give you the
seven
refresher
brothers?
time to go to the refresher.
So, all right, so is it 8 children? Wow, go Jennifer.
Yeah. We'll give them time to go to the refresher to get the answer. We'll probably get the answer from Jennifer first.
Jennifer, how many kids you got? God bless you, child. I want to hug you. Got them through. Woo, girl.
But yeah,
I can't raise one child. I don't know about 7.
but you were saying.
So on the ocean, it is a boat. It's like there's weather, there's rain. They don't know what's going on. It's full of people from a nondescript country that speaks like maybe something Asian. So it's not like specific, but like like in those old movies, where like, is this offensive? Maybe.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm going.
Is this like kind of in the time? Like, is this when they would have said a different word for Asian?
Yes, they would. They would have said something offensive, like for the area.
Yeah.
That's opposite of Occidental.
Yeah.
And so you can still say Occidental for some reason. I mean, you can say Oriental when talking about a rug.
Yeah.
Or
yeah.
Right. But anyway.
Yeah.
But I want them to, that's like, and then there's suddenly Snakektopus tentacles just appear and just swallow the thing whole.
I want to make a really terrible squirrel horror film.
You should do that. and then we can fight.
It's the one that I was talking about at your birthday.
Yeah. I'm all into it. I'm all into
Squirrels versus. Let me look at the schedule for what's coming up, because I think there's some changes that we're going to be making. Because Star Wars Insider, we've been lacking on our Star Wars Insider content because we did not do last month's, and I feel bad because it's a Mace Windu.
Well, if you follow our show, I'd change stuff all the time.
Yeah.
I cut like 3 movies out.
Oh yeah, we can
replaced it with Clerks.
Yeah, we could put Mace. We could do that next week.
Which made Stephanie very happy.
Yeah, we'll do Mace Windu next week.
Since we're wrapping up, can I do my plugs?
Oh, absolutely.
Hi.
Usually I do them.
My name is Scotty, and I'm the founder of the Mopcast Network. That's the podcast network that hosts My Star Wars Life, Cult Movie Cantina, Tuesdays with Scotty, and a few other shows. You can find us on any platform. We're on every podcast app. Seriously, and if we're not, tell me. I'll find out how to get on it, because I could be on. I don't know if I'm not on Farfanugan yet, but there's going to be one called eventually. You can see my smiling faces along with Caleb's and our other co-hosts on YouTube at youtube.com/Mopcast Network. We're doing TikTok now because we're hip with the children. We're doing the tiki-talkies. That's what the kids are saying, the tiki-talkies. And we're at Mopcast on that. You can see us do fun stuff and reviews and clips of the show and so everything else. You can go to me at my website, scottywhite.com.
And normally I do that bit for you.
Happens
on the show.
Yeah.
I like the arcade noises.
Hey.
Oh, that's the opening.
Yeah, I guess that's the opening.
All right.
Welcome back to Escape Reality Star Wars Talk. This is the show where we talk about Star Wars in an attempted chronological order, but we just kind of get off. Yeah,
so it's fine.
Yeah.
We talk about Star Wars when Star Wars happens.
Yeah, there we go. That'll be our thing. So this week we are pre-recorded because I'm having a busy Saturday.
Yeah.
Scotty, a friend of the podcast. His stuff, we are going big for the Mopcast Network, and so we just saw Clerks 3 in theaters. I like it a lot. I'm gonna leave it there and let y'all watch the episode for it on Mopcast when it comes out and hear more of my thoughts on it in detail. And that's part of what we're doing Saturday, but we're doing a lot.
Yeah.
They're really trying to get into the TikTok side of things, like we already I've been failing at it lately. I haven't been posting as much as I should, but
The algorithm, man.
yeah. It's kind of how we started though, like because I was already doing some of that every now and then I was like, oh yeah, we should, because that's like how I got most of our guests is
Yeah.
through TikTok community. But yeah, so a lot of plans on the Mopcast Network side of things. So Saturday is a busy day, and we knew that this episode was going to be short,
Yeah.
so we figured why not pre-record.
Yeah, so we're once again, and I said this earlier to you, that liminal kind of space of time where we are in the past, but when this video goes out, it will be in the future, which will then be the present. Don't worry, it's stupid how time kind of works.
So when is the now?
The future. But then it will be the present.
I hope you get the reference that I was going
No, I don't.
for. Spaceballs.
No.
Have you never seen Spaceballs?
I have. I don't like it. Yeah. Yeah, that's a real hot take. I know.
I don't think we can be doing a show together anymore.
Oh, that's the thing that broke. Not like my anti-droid start out of this. It's the fact that I'm like,
Mel Brooks is a legend.
well, I suppose so.
Spaceballs is a legend.
hmm
Although Robin Hood Men in Tights is a little bit better.
You're right.
It's
I'll give you that.
all like Spaceballs is a good one, but it's not my favorite. I mean, it was initially when I first was introduced to Mel Brooks, but obviously, as you watch more Mel Brooks films, you get more accustomed to his taste, and you start to realize you have like a certain taste, and realize Spaceballs, it's an okay film.
Can you name a few movies Mel Brooks is in? Because I'm not
Like
sure.
in or done.
In or done, either one.
Okay, well, I have a collection of his films that he directed. He did 12 Chairs. That was one of his first films. He did a remake of To Be or Not to Be, which is a very controversial film because the original one was made in 1942,
Okay.
and it's about what you think it is of what was going on during that time historically.
World War II.
Yeah, specifically the Nazi side of it,
Oh.
and from the Jewish perspective.
Oh dear.
In 1942, so somebody had the cojones to go, you know what we should do? We should talk bad about, we had some people during that time here in the U.S. that were doing that. Charlie Chaplin did it famously. In fact, he got a lot of flack for it, and we weren't even in the war yet at the time when his film came out to talk about it, The Great Dictator. We became a little bit more historical, but Star Wars is connected to World War II. I think it's fair. But yeah, so Mel Brooks did a remake in the 80s. It's all right. He also we got Blazing Saddles. That's one of his more famous ones. The one that a lot of the more racist people will say, "Oh, you can't make Blazing Saddles nowadays." Yeah, you can. You could easily make Blazing Saddles again these days. You could get away with making Blazing Saddles. Have they not seen a Tarantino film? Django Unchained is almost a Blazing Saddles. Prove me wrong.
I'm sorry.
Django Unchained is the modern Blazing Saddles.
No, I was thinking about the
Oh,
one of the scenes where it's like, I'm certain he's dead now.
oh yeah. But you can make Blazing Saddles these days. I disagree with that the whole idea of you can't make that nowadays because of PC culture. Blah, 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 blah. No, you can make Blazing Saddles. Blazing Saddles is at the top for a lot of people. I don't put it as the best film, like a lot of people. A lot of people say that's the best film. Got Robin Hood Men in Tights. That's up there. Young Frankenstein. Or as Gene Wilder in that film says, it's Frankenstein. So you've seen that one.
No, I just don't think I've ever heard someone fuck up a name that bad.
No.
before.
Oh, no. In the movie, he does the spit, too. That's why...
No, I didn't. It's like, how do you fuck that up?
Well, in the film, he is Frankenstein. And he's trying to separate himself from his grandfather.
Ah, I see.
Because the premise is that Frankenstein already did the monster,
Mm.
and that was his grandfather, and...
You know, I don't think, do you think they read the book?
Oh, no, I mean, that...
Dr. Frankenstein dies at the end of that book. And his
Actually, we don't know what happens to Dr. Frankenstein at the end of that book because he jumps the because all he does is jump the ship. I mean, sure, he's in Antarctic. He's in the Antarctic, but like
He's Antarctic with no provisions. That man.
he can make it. We see that the monster's alive during at the end of the book too because we see the glowing eyes.
That thing that they never explain how it's alive to begin with.
Well, yeah, but every film always has to explain it.
Yeah.
Let's see. He also did The Producers, both versions. So both the original, which is not a musical, and then the musical version that most people now know. He also wrote the musical adaptations of. So he actually wrote the lyrics and stuff. So and Young Frankenstein also got turned into a musical. He did Silent Movie, which was a film about them making a silent movie in the 70s.
Mm.
And it's like hijinks ensues because, like, who wants to watch a silent movie in the 70s?
Like, we can record this, so you don't have to do that.
Then we got High Anxiety, which is kind of a take on a Alfred Hitchcock film.
Mm.
It's supposed to be similar to Vertigo. Is the take that it's supposed to be on. History of the World Part 1. That's actually my favorite. And it's basically... There's no real plot until the Rome part. Because it starts from the Stone Age, and then it goes all the way... And it's basically a bunch of vignettes of, like, different moments in history. So, man making fire and stuff like that. And it's like... It's spoofing it. You know, it's kind of like watching a bunch of Saturday night sketches in a row of like just little vignettes. You have like Moses getting the 10 commandments, which were originally the 15 commandments until he drops one of the tablets. And then Rome is where the real story kind of happens for a bit, and it's Mel Brooks playing a character named Comicus, who's a stand-up philosopher. And he's trying to get a job from his agent, Swiftus. And they end up working in Caesar's palace. Yes, it's that type of humor. And you've got... And Nero's played by Dom DeLuise. Because Mel Brooks and Dom DeLuise work together a lot. Madeline Kahn plays the Empress because, of course, Madeline Kahn's in it. It's a Mel Brooks film. Because you already brought up... Because we brought up Blazing Saddles. She was in Blazing Saddles as well. And basically it goes from him getting in trouble because he says the wrong thing during one of his acts and ends up working The Last Supper with Jesus, played by John Hurt. And he's there when Leonardo da Vinci paints The Last Supper because he does it like a portrait for it, like a group portrait sort of deal. And the reason that the halo is in The Last Supper portrait is because Comicus held up a metal plate that created the...
Oh god.
But yeah, and then they do the Spanish Inquisition, which becomes a musical number. The Inquisition. And then they do French Revolution, and then they end it with, that's the end of History of the World Part 1. Here's what's coming up in Part 2, which the joke is that there's not going to be a Part 2. And so they talk about, they give like Hitler on ice, a Viking funeral, and they show the Vikings taking off their helmets, but the horns stay. So the joke of the horn helmets is that. And then yeah, and so apparently they are making a sequel now because Hulu has commissioned a sequel. I don't know how that's gonna go because that's the joke, is that there is no sequel because it's based on the guy who wrote the actual History of the World Volume 1. Sir Walter Raleigh was a prisoner in the Tower of London when he wrote it, and he was beheaded before he could finish the first volume. That's part of the joke. That's part of the joke. But yeah, so that's an idea of Mel Brooks. And then, like I said, you got Robin Hood Men in Tights, Spaceballs. I would put History of the World Part 1 at the top, Robin Hood Men in Tights, Producers, Original, and then Spaceballs as my top 5. And then, like, Blazing Saddles is probably right under there. But yeah. Anyways.
None of that has to do with
none of that is for Star Wars.
Yeah. Hope you like me learning about fucking Mel Brooks films for like 10 minutes.
Look, Mel Brooks is an important part of modern day cinema history, I think. Unfortunately, after his era of spoof films, we then hit the Scary Movie era of spoof films, which only the first 2 are good.
Oh yeah,
and then
I remember we sat down, me, you, and Ethan, I think.
Yeah.
And we watched like the newest Scary Movie.
Oh, we watched Scream.
Scream
is different.
Scream, not
Scream is
Scary
different.
Movie.
Scream is different. Scream is good, no matter what era. Scary Movie is those spoof movies. The first one was a spoof of Scream, and then I forget what the second one was.
I don't know.
And then the third one was an alien film, and then I don't know where they went after that because I didn't care. And then Epic Movie happened, which sucked. Action Movie happened, which sucked. Superhero movie sucked. And literally every other spoof movie was genre film movie. And it's like, all right, where's the art in a spoof film? That's just my opinion. Good thing is nobody can yell at me in the comments since we're pre-recorded. Like, I guess you can yell at me afterwards.
They can yell at you in the future, but not right now.
Yeah, so no live commentary of going, but I like this film.
Yeah.
I mean, if you do, that's fine. I'm not saying don't. I'm just saying my opinions on it.
Smash cut to next week when we end up talking about fucking Highlander 2.
Yeah, because we're going to watch that after this, maybe.
Yeah.
Let's talk about what we're here to talk about, because this is supposed to be a short episode.
Yeah.
So we read the new Star Wars Insider short story for last month.
From the shadows
come the Cran. Yeah, Galactic Tales from the Shadows Come the Cran, which this month is focused on Mace Windu.
Yep.
It is
featuring Samuel L. Jackson.
No, it's not.
I know.
This is the last of the Galactic Tales stories, because the Galactic Tales have all been in celebration of the 20th anniversary of Episode 2. So, you know, we started with Wessel Run, and then we had the Grievous Intrigue, and what was Inheritance? Something Inheritance for Dexter.
Yeah.
And then now From the Shadows Come the Cran.
The Cran?
Cran. Thought I said Cran. Let me make sure that is all. I think that is all. I think it was just the 4.
I think that those are all the ones we read.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Sabretooth, Inheritance. Sorry, I got the name for the Grievous one in wrong. It's Sabretooth. And then Inheritance. It was just Inheritance. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah. So this is the second one that actually takes place during the Clone Wars after Episode 2. The other 2 took place before Episode 2, because Wessel Run and Inheritance are before, and then Sabretooth and this one are during the Clone Wars, so after Episode 2. Because there's clones in this one. That's how we know. That's how we know it's after. Because at first I was like, oh, is this going to be before episode 2? Is this like Mace Windu going on a mission? And then all of a sudden they're like, no, there's clones here that are helping him. And I'm like, oh, okay, never mind. So basic premise is Mace Windu goes to this planet, Deluton. Oh, here, hold on. I had it pulled up. It disappeared. Dinatu. So he goes to this planet Dinatu because there's been a call for help because the Dinatuans have been attacked multiple times.
They're like, something's fucking us up real bad, man.
Yeah, basically these creatures from the shadows are coming out, taking our people, and then killing them,
Yeah.
and then leaving just their limbs.
Why?
We learn why later.
Why? We don't know. Please send help.
So Mace Windu shows up, and along with the droid L5G6,
Who
and
is never given a nickname.
yeah,
It is just L5G6 the entire time.
yeah, which is really weird. Usually they would name them like L5 at this point, or
Yeah.
Or-
Windu calls them by their full name.
which really seems like a waste of time.
Yeah.
And
I was
then
also
we
like,
get
how are you
yeah,
gonna shorten that one actually.
just L5.
Yeah, I guess.
But then we get unidentified clone commander because we never
Yeah.
learn the clone's name. And then the other reason Mace Windu is coming here is because a Jedi escort was already here and was
Yeah.
killed.
And it's like, oh, that's probably not a good sign.
So they investigate, and it looks like the scars were almost like lightsaber cuts,
Yeah.
but they're a little bit more crude in appearance.
Yeah.
Like it looks like it's somebody that wasn't trained.
And so they go, okay.
So Mace goes to investigate even further, and eventually comes across a group of Dinatuans that were attacked, but one of them is still alive.
Yeah.
Pintu.
Yeah.
And he brings Pintu back to the Republic carrier, so that way they can fix him up.
Mm-hmm.
Which Pintu is like, holy crap, you guys have really advanced technology.
Yeah.
Star Wars does not have the what is it in Star Trek? The where they can't interact with.
Yeah, they don't believe in that Prime Directive.
Yeah, Prime
bullshit.
Directive. Yeah, they're like, nah, we're gonna help them with our future technology if
Yeah.
we have to.
And he's like,
And Mace is like, yes, this is all stuff that you can also get access to because we're here to help.
yeah. It's a really weird thing where it's
You never really think in Star Wars, because like for the most part in Star Wars, we come across these civilizations that have already like been part of the Republic for a while, or at least are on the outer rims and still have about the same level of technology as other parts of Star Wars.
Yeah.
But it's very rare to come across somebody that has like
next to nothing.
next to nothing and is like amazed at a robot.
Yeah.
Because they're like,
Like generally throughout the galaxy, people. This was another weird thing I was thinking about yesterday. I was like, okay, battle droids have a purpose. Like probe droids have a purpose. Medical droids have a purpose.
Mhm.
Astromech droids have a purpose. And I got caught up thinking, what's the purpose of a protocol droid?
well, they're kind of like butlers.
Yeah, and I was like, okay, that works, I guess.
Yeah, they're just butlers.
Oh, I nearly had an existential crisis over that.
Yeah.
What's the purpose of a protocol droid?
Yeah, protocol droids are just butlers that can also be translators if you
yeah,
need them
I
to
was
be.
like, maybe translation is their primary function.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a lot different because generally most people aren't like surprised when they see like starships or like droids, like you said. It's one of those weird things where like maybe on planets like if they're very far out that nobody goes to.
They might be like, oh, that's neat, but they still won't be like the way Pintu
yeah,
act.
Pintu's like, holy shit.
Yeah, like we've been to some worlds where they have little technology,
Yeah.
and they're like, oh my god, a droid, but they know what a droid is still.
Yeah.
And Pintu's like this stupid computer machinery thing, and L5 is like, excuse me, I am not machinery, I am a
Oh
droid.
God, it talks.
Yeah.
It's
It's very interesting to see that perspective,
Yeah.
and I kind of want more of it in Star Wars after this. I kind of want to see more perspective of people that just don't know this technology exists.
Yeah. It's also strange because, like we've said, we spend a lot of time in the High Republic. Like back when
Yeah,
the Republic's like trying to
when it's
reach out.
Yeah, and even then, it doesn't reach everywhere as we
Yeah.
see here. Because if we're hitting places in the Clone Wars that still haven't been affected by the Republic, 200
Okay.
years later,
So there's the core, the mid rim,
the Outer Rim,
the outer rim, and then there's
the unknown regions.
unknown regions.
And that's kind of where Thrawn is from, and the
And
Chiss
I don't know
Ascendancy.
if is wild space still a thing?
Hold on, let me pull up a map now, because now you got
Because
me.
it's been a while.
I have a map somewhere,
Yeah.
because I save that stuff, because of course I do. Trying to think where I would put it.
Personally, I love the concept in science fiction of just wild space.
Well,
They're like,
yeah,
we don't know what's out there.
I mean, because
just
in
admitting.
in Star Wars, I mean, I think it is wild space still, because there's Adventures in Wild Space as a book series,
Yeah.
which we'll get to, or is it Adventures in Hyperspace? Because there's both. So we've got the Deep Core,
Mhm.
which has nothing,
Yeah, because
because that's where you start to hit where the core of the the
Yeah.
galaxy is, and you start to get fucky.
Mhm.
Then you've got the core, which has Hosnian Prime, Coruscant, Corellia, Alderaan, most of the planet worlds that you think of. And then you start hitting the the colonies first. You hit the colonies first, and then you hit the inner rim. Then you hit the mid rim, and then the outer rim. I don't see a thing for it. Where's a label for it? Oh, thankfully there's something here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Mid rim, outer rim, unknown regions, and then wild space. But I think unknown regions and wild space are kind of
Kind of
both
like
in the same
blended
area.
together.
Yeah, because unknown regions is westward arm, whereas wild space is still stuff that like people have started to go to, but there's not enough mapped of it.
Yeah.
Whereas the unknown regions is completely unmapped. And actually, no, it says unknown regions is mapped.
Then it's not unknown.
That is literally.
That's the exact opposite.
And the way that the fiction reads for a lot of Star Wars, it makes it seem the unknown regions isn't mapped, because that's where the Chiss Ascendancy's from. That's where, in Legends, where the Vong were from. That's, like, the whole point of the unknown regions is that's where all the creepy crawlies can come from, because it's unknown.
It's where all the weird shit is.
And
Even
then,
by Star Wars standards.
yeah. Vong.
I feel like there's some hatred there that
Oh, yeah, no, it's not just me. But yeah, deep core worlds, colonies. I forgot that colonies is considered its own thing now.
Mm.
This is a map from 2016, though. I think there's been an updated map since then,
I see.
because this is the 2016 Atlas book.
Well,
Anyways, but yeah, so Pentugs gets fixed up,
yeah.
and then Mace comes up with the plan.
He's like, so here's the plan.
Because they also captured, because when he came across the Pentu's body, they came across like the surviving. They did get into a fight,
Yeah.
and they managed to stop one of the creatures called the Cran from escaping, which is the enemy of the Denatuans.
Mm-hmm. let's explain a little bit what the Cran can do.
Yes. So the
Cran
reason
have a bullshit ability.
So the reason that the shadows come the Cran is because the Cran, basically their skin can like reflect, to where they can be invisible, but not
Yeah.
really.
In complete darkness, they're invisible. There's light, you can see them.
Yep.
And so the Cran are a little bit religious.
Yeah,
crazy.
there are some religious nuts that believe that that they basically really worship death, and they believe that in order to succeed in their belief of death, they have to also kill other beings throughout the galaxy. And so they basically go from planet to planet doing that.
Yeah.
Capturing people by night and then sacrificing them during the day to their god.
And they're like, we leave the arms out as a reminder.
They leave the limbs, all limbs,
The
because
limbs.
and it's not a reminder, because so I'll explain why they leave the limbs, because Mace actually asks their prisoner,
I'm
because
trying to remember.
the prisoner is Whis, and Whis is like, I'm not telling you nothing, and then Mace Windu uses the Force and is like, all right, you'll tell me everything. And so Whis tells them where the ship is, how many of them there are, which there's only 7,
Yeah.
which was a big surprise to everybody, because the Denatuans are like, man,
They killed so many of us.
yeah, they've killed and captured so many of
They've
us.
killed like 200 of us. How are there only 7 of them?
And basically, one of the questions that he doesn't ask when he does the mind trick, that Whis is like, hey, I'm surprised you didn't ask, because most people usually ask when they get the chance.
Mhm.
He's like, why didn't you ask why we get rid of the limbs? And he's like, okay, why? And then they're like, oh, because we believe that you don't need them when you die. And he's like, I'm glad I didn't. See, that's why I didn't ask.
So he takes
Very Egyptian of them to be like,
Yeah.
or no, Egyptians believe you take
no,
everything.
yeah, you need that.
It's the opposite.
It's the exact opposite.
What religion would this be, I guess?
So
I can't really think of a comparison where they're like, you don't need the thing with you. I guess technically Christianity you don't, because the idea is that your soul is a separate entity from your body,
Mhm.
and so you don't take whatever you take. But it's kind of weird that they took it to that literal level where they're like, you don't need it, so we're just gonna cut it off.
won't be needing this anymore, now will we?
But it's not like they do anything with it; they just leave it. But yeah, so Mace comes up with a plan and he tells Pintu the plan, because we were discussing
Yeah.
this, that it's kind of
It's like-
cruel, but at least
It's cruel, but it's like at least he tells them.
yeah. Whereas Anakin would have done this without telling them, and he would have been like, "All right, follow me. We're going right into this thing," and then it would have been a trap for both sides.
And so
So the plan. Do you want to explain?
yeah, I'll explain. Master Windu's plan is essentially to lead them out, basically during
ship.
to the ship during like daylight,
No, during the night.
during the night.
Yeah.
Oh, God, that makes it so much worse.
Because he has to do it at night to do for the plan to work.
Hmm.
Because so he's going to the ship that Whis told him about.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, I need all the Denatuans with me as many Denatuans with me as possible, and we're gonna go to their ship, and it's gonna be like, because he asked L5 how much longer till daybreak,
Mhm.
which
It
also
was
their
like 3 hours.
yeah their
It
day-night
has such
cycle
a
is so quick.
fucking quick. I couldn't get a nap in this fucking planet. Fuck this planet.
Because I think it's like 5 hours for night and then like 3 hours for day, and then
Yeah.
that's it.
This planet is fucked. Nothing grows here.
And so they're like, we have
Why
to,
did
we
they
have enough
pick
time to
this
get to the.
place live?
So he's like, we got enough time to get to the ship. Well, I don't think the Denatuans had a choice. I think they were probably
They're probably got
from here. They're probably from here. Because I doubt they even have ships from the sound of it.
That is true. It doesn't.
So Windu's like, yeah, we got enough time to get there, so we're all gonna get there during the night, and we're gonna draw them out so that way they think, oh, free Denatuans for us to sacrifice, and then the daybreak hits, and that messes up their cloaking, and then we've got them.
We're gonna fuck them up.
Yeah. And so that's exactly what happens. Windu goes out there. He's hiding.
Yep.
The Denatuans are out in broad night light. I was gonna say daylight, but it's night.
Yep.
and so the Cran are like, "Oh, sweet, free Denatuans," and they start. One of them goes for it, and Mace Windu cuts his arm off immediately, and is like, "Nope." And that's when Mace comes out. And it's not very long before daylight after this. Like literally, he cuts the guy's arm off, kicks him a bit, and then daylight happens, and he's like, "All right, let's get him."
I think like one clone trooper got killed in that mess.
Yeah, like it's really quick.
Yeah, it's like, I was like, well, actually, yeah, this makes sense.
Because depending how long it took him to get to the ship.
Yeah, I'm like, this makes sense. I believe Windu could probably pull that off.
Yeah. But yeah,
I
so
can believe the guy that damn near killed Sidious could handle this.
yeah. And so we
So close, man. So close.
So they save the day, capture the seven, and we I don't remember if it's Whis or if it's one of the other Cran that's like, "Why not? You should just kill us. Let us have our way and kill us." And Windu's like, "No, that's not the Jedi way. I'll let you die on your own terms, but I ain't killing you."
Die later.
He's like, "You can die from following your religion. I'm not taking that away from you, but I'm not gonna kill you right now. I'm capturing you because that's not my way."
We're gonna put you on a nice sunny planet.
And so that's the end of the short story. Like I said, this is a quick episode. I like it. It's a fun, quick, short story. It does exactly what it's there for. We get a little bit more of that Clone Wars era, because that's really what Galactic Tales is. Galactic Tales is that not either it's the pre-Attack of the Clones, just after Attack of the Clones era. I kind of like getting these short stories. I like celebrating the 20th anniversary of Attack of the Clones. It's the end of that. How does it feel being done with Galactic Tales?
It's short.
Like all the shorts.
All of them put together are pretty, paint a very like good picture of events once you like place them in order.
Yeah. I mean, how does it feel kind of coming to the end of this little mini era of Star Wars Insider short stories? Because we haven't finished the High Republic ones, but I mean, we've kind of come to the end of here.
I don't hate it.
Yeah,
I'm not sad it's over.
Like you're ready to jump back into High Republic, because that's where we're going next. That's where it said that the next one is. The next one is the start of Phase 2 of the High Republic stuff. So now this upcoming month's issue is going to be a short story in that era. I can't remember who they said it's being written by, because they did say.
This one was written by George Mann, right?
No. That was Inheritance.
I see.
This one was written by Robert. Let me find it. Oh, Rodney Barnes. Rodney Barnes.
Okay.
Who did the Lando Double or Nothing comic, which I've read, but you haven't. It's Lando during the Solo era.
Okay.
So young Lando. He's also doing the Mandalorian adaptation comic books.
Mm.
He did the IG-88 War of the Bounty Hunters comic.
I see.
Yeah,
IG-88 had it fucking rough.
Yeah, IG-88 questioned life. He's like,
he questioned life, and Darth Vader forced his own blaster to his head.
IG-88's like, what is the meaning of life for a droid? And it's just like, oh, IG-88, I'm sorry.
Meanwhile, Forlom and Zuckuss are having the worst time as well.
So, I mean, that's a good sign of this, because that's a good sign of this writer, Rodney. I like Lando Double or Nothing, and you liked. If we can feel emotions for IG-88, that's a good sign. So yeah, and yeah, they're counting the omnibuses because it would be this within the omnibus, and then yeah. Trying to find issue 213 because that would be what's coming up next. I mean, that's not what we're talking about next, but I'm curious who's writing the next one.
Hmm.
So the next short story, they're calling it Tales of Enlightenment, is what they're calling the series.
All right.
New Prospects Part 1, so it's going to be Part 1 of a two-parter, so we'll probably wait till both parts are out to talk about it. And it's being written by George Mann. Hey, George Mann's coming back. Sweet. Oh, yeah, because I think he's writing one of the novels. That's why. Because they try to get whoever's writing the next book as one of the people for the short stories. So that makes sense. For the High Republic ones, anyways, that's what they've done. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Escape Reality Star Wars Talk. I'm your host, Caleb, and this is my friend Seth. Oh, did I get you bad timing?
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
This week, we are here to talk about the High Republic Out of the Shadows. But there's a couple things that happened in the news first.
There's a few.
Yeah, there's just a couple. Not too many big things. First off, so Rogue Squadron got announced that it is off the release slate.
Mm-hmm.
So that just means... So really what they did is they just said it's not on the 2023 spot that we said that it would be. And that, I mean, we knew that this was going to happen because they haven't finished writing it, let alone are filming it. And if you want a film to come out in 2023, you should already be filming it like right now. Like right now they should be filming it if they're trying to get it out in 2023. So obviously that's not happening. Now the speculation becomes, well, does that mean it's canned completely? Or is it just off the slate for now until they can figure out what they want to do with it? And we were talking about that before going on air.
Yeah.
I think it's they're figuring out what they want to do, and then they're still gonna do it. It's not gone. I think they're just trying to figure out what the plan is.
Sorry if I come across as a bit tired today.
Yeah.
I woke up an hour ago.
Yeah.
If that. But the other discussion is like, there's already one big kind of flying movie out this year.
Mm-hmm. But what do you think though, in terms of like, do you think it's gone, or do you think it's just as it appears up front that they just removed it from the slate?
I think it's just been removed from the slate. I don't think it's for now. This is one of those things where I'm like, I know not a damn thing about this.
Yeah. The other thing.
What is the other thing?
So that video game.
Oh yes.
That we don't know when it's coming out. 27 or 28. 2027 or 2028 is what it might be according to a lot of reports.
Oh. You don't say, do you?
So basically, so Star Wars Eclipse, which we've had our rants about that game so far. There are multiple issues with the game, one of which is the lead developer, and then another is that they released a full-on trailer with no release date in mind.
Yep. Like,
so they've come out, and the French, because they they have their different
Yeah.
So one of the CEOs, I don't want to butcher it, so I'm just gonna say the CEO. He came out and spoke with IG in Japan, and they discussed the gameplay and how it's gonna work. Right? They basically promised us that the gameplay is gonna be.
It occurs to me the mic is covering my face at the moment. I'll move back.
Yeah,
right
you're
here.
good.
I just wanted to see.
No, you're good.
I was like, I'll try to pronounce that name, and looked at it. I was like, no, I won't.
They basically promised, hey, it's gonna be a lot like most Quantic games that Quantic Dreams games that Heavy Rain, Beyond Two Souls, Detroit. It's gonna be very similar, except where the twist comes in is that we do have to make it an action game
Oh yeah, that's right. Because while the other ones have
They have QuickTime events.
QuickTime events, they don't.
They're not
actually-
proper action.
Yeah,
And so they said that's where the twist comes in.
they're
with
like,
this
we
game.
don't know how to do that.
Yeah. So with this
So
game,
it'll be hard for us.
Yeah, this game
It might
that-
take a bit longer.
Yeah, but that's not like why they're taking longer. It's just they're saying this is the new. For those of y'all that are wondering what type of game this is going to be, it's going to be similar to what we do, but we're also going to add more action adventure elements because that's what you're going to expect from a game like this.
Nah, man, I expect puzzles in.
There are Star Wars puzzle games, so don't.
Oh, have I summoned something from the ether that I don't know about?
No. Although the Jedi Knight games did have puzzle elements to them. They're mostly action adventure, but there's puzzle elements that in some of the
Some
titles
rage.
in some of the titles, yes. Specifically the older ones. As they
see.
get further along, they kind of get less and less puzzly and more just straight up action adventure. But like the first game is it's a Doom like Dark
Wow.
Forces, and it's actually the first 3D shooter
Hmm.
because Doom, while it existed, was not a proper 3D shooter.
Yeah.
It was the first Doom was a 2D game that, they just used a lot of the visual kind of stunts to make it look like it was a 3D shooter. Whereas Dark Forces was the first 3D shooter, and it actually had like all those elements to make it a 3D shooter. Has puzzles in it, somewhat frustrating. But then when you hit Dark Forces 2 Jedi Knight, which is the first of the proper Jedi Knight franchise, that's where it gets somewhat frustrating. And then Mysteries of the Sith, which I've yet to complete because I was playing it for this channel for a while, but I took a break from playing games for the YouTube channel.
Caleb, are you versed in Doom lore?
Not entirely. We can discuss this.
We'll talk about it later.
Yeah,
Not on the podcast because
it's a different show.
it's a different show and not relevant.
But yeah. As far as that goes, I honestly don't care at this point because like I want this game, but I don't. Does that make sense?
Yeah. This is a cool premise, but
There's just so many empty promises being part of this
yeah,
that I'm just like, if it comes out, cool, I'll play it.
yeah. But if it doesn't, it's like, well, we weren't expecting too much.
Yeah, because you've already made it clear that you don't know when this is coming out, and you've got some people that I don't trust being involved. Although, surprisingly, we haven't heard a lot of David Cage.
No,
When it comes to
we're
this
not.
game.
Devakaja.
Yeah, David Cage.
That's-
Yeah, David Cage has not been publicly involved with this game, surprisingly, but also not surprisingly.
Yeah.
Considering it's his company. Although he's not the CEO, he's just lead designer for a lot of the games. But, like, it's his company. Like, a lot of these games would not exist without... And I think he started Quantic Dream, so... Yeah.
Whatever.
So maybe they are trying to push him away. They're like, we don't want you involved because you'll bring too much bad press. But
Listen, boss. I need you to just
Not be here.
Say anything.
Yeah.
You'll get your money probably,
yeah.
but just be quiet.
So let's go ahead and jump into the main topic today, because like I said, there wasn't a lot of news.
Yeah.
I am curious now though. Yeah, it doesn't on Wikipedia. It doesn't show David Cage is involved in the game, but I mean, he might be. Anyways, sorry, my curiosity got the best of me on that one. Yeah. So main topic: High Republic, Out of the
High
Shadows.
Republic, we're back in it.
We are back for now, because I think,
Motherfucking Nihil.
yeah,
Gotta go.
Yep.
Oh, the Drengir were bad. It's just the start of a much bigger and much more convoluted problem.
And yep, we will be in the High Republic for the foreseeable future.
Oh, will we now?
Yeah, I'm looking at the schedule. All right. So, to start off this book, we jump to Sylvester Yarrow,
Yes.
owner of cargo hauler Switchback.
Yep.
And they are stressed out over a run of bad luck.
Mm-hmm.
Ever since her mother Chansey's death at the hands of Nihil pirates, Syl has been losing money faster than she can make it.
Yep.
The dissolution of the Bind Guild didn't help matters, although
No, it's a good thing that it happened, but also it left a lot of people out of work.
yeah, like it helps her co-pilot Nito Jana, who was part of the indentured servitude.
Yep.
But it also was like, well, now we don't have a big company paying us to do these runs. Now we work for ourselves.
Yeah.
So we're relying on ourselves to get these jobs.
Like I said earlier, you're free but poor now.
Yeah. So the Switchback abruptly jolts out of hyperspace in the middle of the empty Beringe sector.
Is that how it's pronounced?
I think so. Beringe. I can't remember.
Good.
Leaving Syl, Nito, and the ancient droid M227 puzzled, assuming it's a glitch.
They're like, this could have happened naturally.
However, the sudden appearance of pirate starships leaves Syl reminded of her mother's death, and Nito has to persuade her to get into the escape pod by pointing out that if she dies, she can't warn anyone about the new tactic the Nihil appear to have come up with.
Which is just yanking
Ships out of hyperspace. Yep. So basically, gravity wells.
Yeah.
Because that exists in Star Wars. So that's essentially what they're doing. They're gravity welling. Before gravity wells are really a thing. Because the Empire is the one that really implements them. Because remember, we talked about that with Princess and the Scoundrel. Because what's his name mentions that he helped. Keelad mentions that he helped invent gravity wells. He's like, yeah, I was a part of that. And Han's like, what the fuck?
It's like, do you have any idea how many of my friends you killed?
Yeah. Where was I? Oh, yeah. So, meanwhile, Vernestra Rwoh is meditating in a garden on the Starlight Beacon when her Padawan, Imri Canteros, interrupts her to show off his recently completed new lightsaber.
Yeah. Because I think
he broke it in.
his other one.
Yeah, he broke it. He also tells her there's a comm droid waiting for her outside. The droid, however, is glitching, and Imri asks to be excused because the number of people around is stressing his powerful empathic abilities.
Yeah.
Because
Imri
Imri is an empath.
Yeah.
But not like that fake YouTuber empath, like actual empath.
It's like actually really bad for him.
Yeah. Because he's yet to learn how to control it, and it's something that, in fact, Vernestra doesn't know about yet.
Yeah. It's also growing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's getting stronger. And I'm like, this is one of those abilities where I'm like, initially, maybe it would seem like a good idea, but over time, it's like, no, why would you fucking want this?
Yeah. So while, where was I? Oh yeah, Vernestra. So while she's outside waiting by herself, she encounters Padawan Reath Silas, who has recently arrived on the space station with his master Comac Vitus. Reath helps fix the droid, telling her he'll see her later.
He just smacks the shit out of it.
Hey, it works.
Who knew Reath was an expert in percussive maintenance?
He's a real Fonz.
You know, this is kind of important as well.
Mhm.
They are back.
Oh yeah, we'll get to that. Because let's talk about the call, and we'll definitely talk about why they're back when we get there. Vernestra finds herself on a call with her old master Stellan Gios, who says he wants her to report to Coruscant as a Galactic Republic senator wants her help dealing with a situation in the Beringe sector.
Yep.
Also, this is before Stellan becomes real crispy.
Why'd you have to phrase it like that?
Reath has had an adventurous year. Since becoming Comac Vitus' Padawan, And after they have finished unloading their ship, Comac dismisses him as he can go eat while Comac goes to see Marshal Avar Kriss. In the cafeteria, Reith sits with Vernestra and Emery, learning about the Padawan's recent discovery of powerful empathic abilities he's having a hard time controlling when he uses them on Reith. Coming to think about romantic relationships after the two leave, Reith is reminded of Nan, mainly because, as we discuss anytime Reith is on the show, Reith has a thing where he falls for literally every woman he comes across.
Reith, we get it, man.
We get it. You're 17. You're figuring yourself out. Yeah, we get it. Actually, I think he is 17 by this point because he's 16 and Into the Dark, but it's been about a year now. Yeah. And so, but yeah, he starts thinking of Nan again.
He's like, that didn't work out so well.
Yeah, just to remind y'all, that's the Nihil he met on the Amaxine space station back in Into the Dark.
Yep.
Before deciding he doesn't want to think about her and throwing himself into his food. That's kind of depressing. He's stress eating. The man is stress eating. Meanwhile, on board the Gaze Electric, Nan watches a meeting between Marchion Ro and the Tempest Runners that she is not strictly supposed to be attending. She has spent the past year...
But no one kicked her out.
Yeah.
So
well, she's also been spending the past year as one of the Eye of the Nihil's trusted spies, so this is why she's allowed. During the meeting, Ro executes an Ithorian Tempest Runner for losing 20 ships and all of his storm in a Republic ambush. Ro throws an explosive charge on his helmet, which kills the Ithorian and those around him. Ro also questions Lorna D about the progress of her Gravity's Heart weapon, which is capable of disrupting hyperspace. Lorna convinces a reluctant Ro to lend his savant, Mari Santeca, to the project. Ro agrees and dispatches Nan to accompany his savant to the Gravity's Heart, tasking her with safeguarding the prize with her life. Also,
yes,
it's not in this script, but the other thing I remember from this scene is that Nan runs into our other favorite Nihil, Crix.
Oh yeah, and she's like, "Oh, I'm gonna kill this little fucker."
Which,
maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow,
but hopefully
someday.
God, Crix versus Nan is a fight I want so badly.
That,
because Crix will lose.
I know. I'm like, I remember,
and we've discussed this, when we talk about High Republic Adventures volumes 1 and 2. No, it was actually during the book. It was a book that he appeared in. Midnight Horizon. He appeared in Midnight Horizon. It was during that I was like, okay, he's out of chances in my opinion. Like, we've given him so many opportunities to turn. Like, High Republic Adventures 1 and 2 give him so many chances, and he's like, nah, I'm mad. And then Midnight Horizon, he's like, but I love you. And it's like, no, you don't, you jackass.
Like, initially I was like, okay, Crix, I get it. But now I'm like, I'm fucking out of sympathy for you.
Yeah, you've lost any chances. But yeah, so after unsuccessfully attempting to warn the Republic authorities about the hyperspace anomaly in the Beringe sector, Syl meets a Gygorian at a Coruscant tavern who introduces her to Xylan Graf, a shipping magnate who seeks her help in investigating the disappearance of one of his ships, the Belt Runner, which disappeared in the Beringe sector while transporting a shipment of coaxium.
Yep.
Hello, Solo, a Star Wars story.
Like,
coaxium's become very important ever since Solo came out.
Yeah.
Graf explains that he has lost 4 ships within the week. Since Syl has survived a similar hyperspace anomaly, he hopes that she can shed light on the phenomenon. Syl agrees to help in return for a meal. Back on Starlight Beacon, Emery confides in his master Vernestra about his ability to use the Force to calm people's emotions and ease their pain while on Valo. Because we didn't talk about this earlier. The reason that it got brought up at the lunch table with Vern, Emery, and Reith is because he accidentally used it on Reith, which got Vern mad.
Reith knows what it is.
Yeah.
Reith isn't like...
Reith wasn't upset about it. He was like, okay.
He's like, oh, that's something my master used to use.
And also, it's not a bad thing to kind of help. It's de-escalating.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, I just wanted to chime in. Hi, I'm the voice of the Force. You brought up something interesting that I want to talk about.
Okay.
Coaxium.
Yes.
I think coaxium is great. Its invention is really important in the Star Wars canon because do you know before coaxium what's the biggest commodity that's kind of spoke about in the Star Wars universe?
Not off the top of my head.
Spice.
Oh yeah, spice.
So you change the narrative from an illicit substance that makes a lot of credits across the galaxy to something that's something tangible and useful and a fuel that's not illicit.
Yep.
I just find that fascinating.
And it's kind of a way to keep the galaxy kind of united, and because that's a thing that everybody wants, whereas spice, not everybody wants that.
it.
Right, and it's something like as we learned in Solo, while it's Imperial controlled, it's also refined at all these other places. So,
Yep.
and mined at other places. I mean, the Pikes are doing both. They're doing spice and coaxium.
Yep.
Go Pikes.
Get that bag.
Oh boy.
But yeah, so there's a little coaxium facts. But yeah, so Emery is confiding.
Faxwaxium.
Yeah. So Emery's confiding about his empath abilities. Once again, not that fake YouTuber empath, but actual empath. He, because Vern reassures her Padawan that his empathic abilities are not a dark side manifestation, and that the Jedi Order can make use of Jedi like him, which is also Vern also convincing herself because she still has not told her master about her light whip.
Yeah. No.
She still hasn't been like, hey, Stellan, I built this light whip, which a lot of people consider a dark side weapon, but I'm a Jedi and I felt the Force call upon me to build this. So, she's also convincing herself.
Vern has a slightly different problem.
Yeah, the other big problem is that she's also dealing with her age compared to being where she's at.
Yeah.
Because she is Wreath's age, 17, and she's already a knight.
Yeah.
Whereas Wreath is still a Padawan. And not only is she a knight already, she has an apprentice. So, having that lunch with Wreath was like catching up with your, it's hard to kind of relate that. I guess it's like if you ran into a classmate from high school, but you graduated early, and your classmate is still in high school.
Yeah.
Like, they're in their senior year, but you're already, on your second year of college.
Mm-hmm. So it produces this very weird social situation.
Yeah, where it's like, I'm technically higher ranked. Like, in the case of the Jedi, it's like, I'm technically a higher rank than you, but we're still, friends because we grew up with each other.
Yeah.
In a way, it's kind of the same friendship we see with Stellan, Elzar, and Avar.
Yeah.
Because Stellan is on the council, Avar's in charge of Starlight Beacon, and Elzar's kind of just there.
Yeah. They're like, what's Elzar doing? We don't know. Elzar does what he wants, which is why he's not on the council or a master yet.
In fact, he only just got knighted at the end of the first book. Because he's friends with people in high places and he actually made himself of use this one time. Because
gotta come for his neck like that.
I love Elzar, but I'm saying this is the perspective of the council and stuff, because they'd see Elzar is essentially the black sheep of the trio of the older generation of Jedi in this series.
Yeah.
Because Stellan and Avar are the ideals, and then Elzar is the Jedi that the council would be like, don't be like Elzar. Am I wrong?
You're not.
Elzar is that uncle that your family he's, because you watched Encanto recently, he's Bruno.
Mm.
But
The thing is, he's
but he's also he's not a bad Jedi. But he also makes a lot of terrible mistakes.
yeah.
But he also tries, unlike Anakin, to reform from these mistakes, which is what makes Elzar more.
What was it? Elzar keeps trying. he doesn't necessarily succeed, but
No.
he keeps trying.
Like, sure, he blew up a ship in Rising Storm, but he then was like, "Hey, I have a problem. I used Darkseid energy there. Can somebody
Can I
help
get
me?"
some help?
Yeah, he actually asks for help, which is a rarity in the Star Wars universe for a Jedi that's falling to the dark side to be like, "Hey, I need some help."
And not beat around the bush about it.
Yeah, he's like, "Hey, I just messed up there."
Yeah.
Okay, Elzar's not even in this
Not
part of the
in
book.
story.
Yeah.
This isn't necessarily relevant to the story, but I do feel like it's a little bit important.
Yeah.
What Wreath and Comac have been doing in the year between.
Yeah, because we haven't gotten to it, so
is
go ahead.
essentially they've been going to this world, Genisha,
Hmm.
and collecting like artifacts and relics from different planets,
Mhm.
like in case they are like in danger or get destroyed. And they're like, okay, we're gonna get them. We're gonna take them back with us to Coruscant to the Jedi Temple. And we're gonna keep them there until all this Nihil business and everything calms down.
Well, that's what happens when you have two, like, librarian buddies that
Yeah.
that are Jedi Knights on adventures. They're like, "Hey, we like studying
we-
stuff, so let's go get stuff that we can
It's
study."
like, throughout this entire year, I have been shot at more times than I can count.
Wreath has come very far, and he I think honestly he's the character that it's because I forget who asked me. Somebody asked who my favorite High Republic character was. I think it was you.
It was Tuesday. I was like,
And I said Wreath. And I said it's because he's relatable because of the whole, like, falls for literally everybody that he runs into.
Yeah.
That was a joke answer, but the real answer is he's got the, I think he has the most like the best the most impactful journey from start to finish of phase 1. Since we've already talked about Midnight Horizon, it's not a spoiler to go, "Hey, he was knighted at the end of Midnight Horizon." So he starts his journey as a Padawan whose master just died after saying, "Hey, we're going to go on assignment for the first time." And you've never left Coruscant.
yeah,
And Wreath goes from this character that's like, "I don't want to leave Coruscant because I like my books,"
yeah,
to a character that starts to accept, like, we're at the part where he's starting to accept that he needs to go on adventures.
On that,
He's
on his first adventure, his not brother,
yeah, appears to die.
yeah,
Yeah, Dez appears to die, which immediately, because Dez is like it's a Rel Avaros Qui-Gon situation. It's the Padawan before him situation, so it's like an older brother.
yeah.
And so to him, Dez dies, and then
Dez
he
dies.
does save Dez later, but that still puts him through a lot.
After having like found his brother drugged and turned not necessarily evil,
But brainwashed.
but brainwashed, and having to fight him.
Yeah.
After they've done like had the discussion of sometimes Jedi have to cut a motherfucker.
Yeah. And then Dez goes on, the Baresh Vow,
Yeah,
which means
and-
he's gone from the Jedi Order from now, which we've both talked about how we want to figure out what's going on with Dez.
Yeah.
But Wreath goes to that to kind of, he's basically Bilbo. He's Bilbo Baggins. He doesn't want to go on adventure, gets forced into this adventure, and then eventually is like, "You know what? I'm glad I went on that adventure." We aren't at that point yet. It's after Midnight Horizon. It's during Midnight Horizon that he gets to that point, and so I kind of like that arc for him. And whereas everybody else, I feel like is mostly the same character they were at the start of the High Republic Phase 1, with the exception of maybe Vernestra, Emery. It's mostly the Padawans who change. The adults don't change; they die.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not true. Elzar and Avar don't die, but
I don't know, like, because we don't know. Avar is not, in my opinion, in a good place at the end of.
no. So
Avar's had like
so
a shitty work month.
if you've only read the 3 adult novels, from that perspective, Avar's great.
Yeah.
Right? Like Avar, like her biggest problem is that Elzar died, or not Elzar died. That Stellan died, because it's like, oh, that was my friend, and while we were in the middle of a fight, I still cared for him. That's her biggest issue if you're just going from the novel perspective. But then when you read the comics, you realize, oh shit, Avar just went through the same stuff that Elzar went through, but neither of them are telling each other that.
Yeah.
Except Elzar actually did kill people. Avar almost killed people.
Yeah. Avar only.
She got close. She got real
close.
close.
She's lucky Keeve was there.
Yeah, Keeve was like, nah, this is not how we do things. You literally took my master off of the assignment because he was doing things the wrong way. You can't be now doing things the wrong way.
God.
And then, so like, meanwhile, Stellan murdered 2 people, which is why Starlight Beacon fell.
Elzar, not Stellan.
Oh, sorry, Elzar. Elzar murdered 2 people, which is why Starlight Beacon fell and Stellan is dead.
I feel like the fall of Starlight Beacon's gonna be the New Republic fair whenever.
Oh, when things get out, yeah.
It's like, what happened? A bunch of really bad shit.
But let's get
down.
let's get back to this book. So later. Oh yeah, so we talked about the light whip, which comes up immediately after her talk with Emery, because Vern goes to see Avar to discuss her light whip. Avar reassures her that her light whip is effective.
Basically, don't worry, it's fine.
She's like, hey,
if it helps you do your job better.
Yeah. It's about the carrier of the tool, not the tool itself. It's like, are you a good person? Yes. Are you using it for good? Yes. Then it's fine. Later, Emery also asked Vernestra about a dispute between Master Stellan and Master Avar, which we were just talking about. Vern responds that the dispute is between the 2 masters and none of their business, which we know what the dispute is about. Avar wants to go off and hunt for the Nihil, while Stellan is like, no, you got to stay at Starlight Beacon, because that's where you're posted. That's where the council put you, and that's where you're supposed to stay until we say otherwise. Having trouble sleeping, Reath has a lightsaber practice with Vernestra.
Yeah.
Vern gets the upper hand due to Reath's defensive style of fighting.
Like, you just have to hit back and you'd win.
Yeah, it's like sometimes you gotta push.
Like, this is one of the things that's brought up way back in the beginning of Reath's journey.
Yeah, we've had some other books where they talk about that he's a defensive fighter and not.
Yeah, they're actually like, no, Reath is actually pretty good at it in terms of like execution and everything.
Well, yeah, because he immediately takes that guy's hand off.
Yeah, and it's once again because Dez was like, hey, I like this. I want to share this with you.
Yeah.
Because that's what they did when they hung out.
Yeah. Dez was like, I'm your big brother, so I'm going to teach you how to fight, and because I'm the fighter and you're the smart one, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, Reath confides that Master Comac has been sending them on more dangerous missions since the Nihil attack on the Republic Faravallo. The following morning, Vernestra goes to obtain a ship for her and her Padawan Emery's upcoming trip to Coruscant. However, Quartermaster Master Nubaran refuses to loan her a ship since Vern wrecked her junk hauler during the events on Valo, which this is a continuing joke of Vern cannot fly a ship.
She's very good at crashing them, though.
To the point that they're like, no, you can't have any more ships.
Like, they won't give her any more.
Fortunately for Vern and Emery, Reath invites them to travel with him and his Master Comac to Coruscant. On Coruscant, Zyla and Graf hosts Syl at a luxurious hotel. While enjoying her plush quarters, Syl is attacked by a Mon Calamari assassin. She fights back and drives the assassin away. During the incident, her hotel room's fish tank is damaged. Following the assassination attempt, Graf decides to move Syl off-world since someone is aware of the critical information she holds.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Nan learns that the Oracle is an elderly, Force-sensitive human woman named Mari Santeca.
Yeah.
We love our Santecas, but we also hate them.
What was it I said before we went?
You said if it's a Santeca, a Staros, or a Graf.
A tag or a graph.
Or a tag, yeah. That you're keeping an eye out on them because they're always trouble.
There's always some shady bullshit going on.
Well, that's because like 3 out of the 4 of those names are all business people. They all own big corporations. The only one that doesn't is Staros, but she's also a in the High Republic. We're dealing with a senator, so also corrupt. Mari has the ability to locate paths, unconventional hyperspace routes. The Nihil have kept her alive beyond the natural human lifespan inside a medical capsule. I think she's like she's a few hundred years old at this point.
She's
I have a feeling
she's got some I have no mouth and I must scream type stuff going on.
This is a character that I'm excited about. I'm excited about Mari because since Phase 2 is going backwards, we're going to get Mari. Because they've already said we're getting Mari.
Oh.
Yeah, they said we're getting younger Mari, so I'm interested to see her in her prime with the Santeca family. Nan views her assignment as an opportunity to advance up the ranks of the Nihil. During the voyage, Rose Doctor reports that the puzzle box is missing, while the Jedi are traveling to Coruscant on the former Hutt hauler Fronessa. Master Comac explains to Vernestra that they have been summoned to Coruscant to testify about the atrocities they witnessed on Janisha before a Galactic Senate Committee consisting of several prominent senators and the Jedi High Council. The two Jedi also discuss concerns about the Jedi being pressed into the Republic service, because this is during a time when the Jedi, there is separation between church and state. The Jedi are separate from the Republic. They work with the Republic, but they are not part of the Republic, which is a big difference between this era and the prequel era. The two Jedi, let's see, during the hyperspace journey, Vern experiences a force vision of a group of Nihil attacking an Ugnaught family for stealing a puzzle box. Vernestra relates her vision to the Jedi, who also receive a distress call from the Jedi Temple on Tyka, who have reported a recent Nihil incursion. Upon landing on Tyka, Vernestra recognizes the town as the desert location she had seen in her vision. The local Jedi Marshal, Master Upran Quinn, explains that the Nihil have taken hostages at the town's lodging house, demanding the return of something that was stolen from them. Vernestra and Reith storm the lodging house and discover that the Nihil have murdered the Ugnaught hostages, meaning they're too late. More than likely, the vision was a concurrent vision, because sometimes visions are as they're happening.
This is not necessarily a new thing for Vernestra either.
Correct. We've had visions with her. I think the first book with her introduces that she has visions in hyperspace. Is usually when she has them. Vernestra,
like she had them when she was little as well.
Yeah. So the Nihil are escaping on speeder bikes with the puzzle box, which Vernestra resolves to retrieve. Vernestra finds an unlikely ally in the form of Jordana Sparkburn, the Santeca's clan's deputy on Tyka. Working together, the two pursue the fleeing Nihil via speeder bike. They overpower and subdue the fugitives. Vern examines the Nihil's puzzle box, but is unsure about its purpose. Meanwhile, the other Jedi have subdued the other Nihil marauders, taking one as prisoner. The Nihil that Reith subdues escapes and attempts to attack his captors, but is killed by a Volca, a predator that can become invisible. Master Comac agrees to give Jordana a ride to Coruscant so that she can seek help from the Santeca clan. While investigating the lodging house, the Jedi discover a hologram recording of Nan, a Nihil girl whom Reith had encountered earlier. Reith's like, God damn it. My ex is going around, but not my ex because I'm a Jedi, is going around murdering more people. Great.
Jordana has something to know about her.
Yeah.
She has been out here on the frontier without basically any assistance from anybody, fighting Nihil for a year straight.
Which is part of why she's, But
she's at that, like, if I see one, I'll kill him.
Yeah. Which Master Comac decides that the Jedi should bring the puzzle box to the temple on Coruscant in order to investigate why the Nihil are interested in it.
Yeah.
Zylan Graff later takes Syl to his opulent residence where he shows her his
assassination attempt #1.
Yeah.
I think there's like 3 or 4 more throughout this book.
Yeah, so he brings her to his laboratory on hyperspace research. He theorizes that Syl's purportedly dead mother Chancey Yarrow is helping the Nihil to attack using uncharted hyperspace routes. He is correct. Syl initially does not believe that her mother is still alive. The two are then joined by the Gungan professor, Thaddeus Wolk, an expert on theoretical hyperspace physics. That's right, a Gungan is a physicist. He supports Graf's theory that Chansey faked her death in order to continue her research into hyperspace physics. Wolk explains that Chansey was a former student whom he taught at the Academy of Charita, where he led the hyperspace theory and philosophy department. So not only is he a physicist, he's also a professor, like straight up professor.
Yeah.
At like an accredited academy. Chansey had proposed a theory about using artificial gravity wells to pull ships out of hyperspace at will. So yes, Chansey is the reason that gravity wells start to become a thing.
Yep.
Fuck you, Chansey. Because the Empire loves their gravity wells. Since her mother's research challenged the status quo within her academic field, they dismissed her as insane. Still,
Not only that, she applied for different grants for different research.
Oh yeah, still determined to continue her research, Chansey pretended to change her research topic in order to continue her research on gravity wells.
But she lied on the papers, essentially.
Yeah, and anytime that her misconduct was discovered, when her misconduct was discovered, she was expelled from the university.
Yeah.
So Chansey subsequently left the Academy of Karita to continue her own research into gravity wells. Xylem believes that Chansey built the gravity well projector in the Begin sector. Wolk believes that Chansey is indeed alive and working for the Nihil. He vows to stop her. After landing on Coruscant, Emery experiences a psychic episode through the Force. After Emery recovers, Vernestra counsels him to read the philosophies of the Jedi Samara the Blue, who came up with a series of meditations to help.
Astra does not do that. Is Reith who's like here? Reith points it out to him.
Oh, for some reason in my notes I put Vernestra.
However, she does encourage him to go along and actually check
Yeah.
that out with Reith.
To help the Genetian cope with violent emotional swings.
Because apparently that's a thing that Genetian Jedis have.
Yeah, similar to how our Trandoshan Jedi buddy went through some stuff as well with his with his genetics.
Yeah, they're like, yeah, empathic abilities are stronger with people from Genetia.
Which is why Emery is so powerful.
Yeah. It doesn't help that Genetia is currently in a civil war at the moment.
Yeah, so it's like we can't go to them and learn firsthand,
Yeah.
but we have the secondhand material. Vernestra then travels to the Jedi Temple to meet with her former master, Stellan Gios. While traveling through a hallway, she briefly meets Master Yaddle,
Yep.
who counsels her not to reject her instinct before directing her to Stellan's office. Yeah, we got some Yaddle. We don't know if you could hear that, but we have a con going on, and so there's a lot more business in the arcade than usual. And somebody just went, "Fuck you."
Really excited about Yaddle. So when you saw that trailer, you're like, Yaddle!
Yeah. Well, we still have not seen. So the only long-lived Jedi we have not seen in the High Republic yet is Plo Koon. Yeah, his mask is apparently floating around because it's in the trailer for Andor. Yeah. Yeah. Well, he probably is. He got shot out of the sky. Yeah. So, after talking to Yaddle, she goes to Stellan's office. Stellan briefs Vernestra that the Republican Jedi have not yet decided on an appropriate response to the Nihil threat. He assigns Vernestra and Emery with accompanying Xylan Graf on a mission to the Berinch sector to investigate whether the Nihil are causing the hyperspace anomalies by testing an experimental technology.
We should actually explain a little bit about
the Grafs? Or about...
the Grafs, the Berinch sector, and a bunch of other stuff
well,
in regards to that.
I think there's stuff that will come up, but, like, the Grafs are working on something in the Berinch sector that they shouldn't be, but that's because they're the Grafs.
You're close.
Yeah.
They want to.
Oh, yeah, they want to.
The problem
because they're trying to, yeah.
The problem is because ships keep being pulled out of hyperspace.
Yeah, we can't do our job.
we aren't allowed to do that, and we also don't have essentially the lease for that area.
Yeah, is that leased? I'm trying to remember. Is that leased by the Santecas at the moment?
No. So, what is going on with
'Cause
the
I know-
range sector?
I know the Grafts are trying to get away from the Santecas so they can do their business privately.
So, essentially, the Santecas had the lease, right?
Yep.
It expired. Now, the Republic wants that area of space, like the scientists and academics want it for academic purposes. The Van Grafts want it for weapons testing, and the reason why is nothing lives in that area,
So
and
it's
nothing lives in that area.
oh, so yeah, so it's basically
That is the reason.
so it's basically the it's
Santecas had the lease, but now it's up in the
I'm
air.
trying to use the real world equivalent of like us using nuclear testing sites.
You're, when you're done, just leave the door.
Okay.
I'm here. So.
Yeah, no, you're good. But yeah, it's basically like nuclear testing sites where they try to do it in like unpopulated areas. Usually,
Most of the time.
if they're doing it correctly. But Stellan believes that Vern's vision could be the precursor to the rare Jedi ability to navigate through hyperspace via the Force, something that is brought up in the Thrawn novels that we haven't read together yet. They call it the just call it skywalking.
Mm.
Yes, that's
It's been a while since I've heard that term.
yeah.
Um,
Despite her misgivings, Vern reluctantly accepts the mission out of her dutiful obligation to the Jedi Order. Vern also shows Master Stellan the strange cube that she recovered from the Nihil. Stellan recognizes the object as a puzzle cube, which can be unlocked by entering a phrase. While studying the glyphs, he recognizes an old hyperspace prospector symbol and suggests that the Gungan Professor Wolk will be able to help decipher the cube's mysteries. Still struggles to come to terms with the revelation that her mother Chansey is alive. After having breakfast, she meets with Xylan, who tells her about the Graf family's plan to designate the Brinch sector for hyperspace experiments. Xylan wants Syl to testify against Professor Wolf's theory, Professor Wolf's theory that the Nihil are testing hyperspace disrupting technology in that sector.
Yeah.
In return, he offers to help her settle her debts. Despite her ethical discomfort, Syl agrees to Xylan's plan due to her poor financial situation. So, the rich taking advantage of the poor.
Yep.
At Gravity's well, Nan executes a Weequay Nihil Shrike, who took part in the Taika raid for failing to recover the puzzle box. Nan is chastised by Chansey Yara for killing one of her subordinates. Chansey explains that the Oracle is the missing Mari Santeca, whom the Nihil had kidnapped 100 years ago. Mari had the rare ability to sell all of the possible routes through hyperspace, time, and location phase. Not trusting Marchion Ro and his agents, Chansey has Nan confined to a cell. Xylan and Syl meet with Senator Jiro Staros of Hosnian Prime, whom Graf attempts to lobby into opening the Brinch sector into a testing ground for hyperspace research.
Yeah.
And thus our hate for Senator Jiro Staros immenses even more. And technically, this is the start of our hate of her.
Yeah.
If we're going chronologically.
like, Staros family is a very mixed bag.
Yeah, because we got two decent Staros family members, and then we got
have one decent Staros family member.
no, we have one good, one decent, and then Jira.
Yeah.
Her daughter's the good, and Sana's the decent. Kasana's not a bad person at heart.
I don't know. I feel like there's
Sana definitely wants money, but I don't think Sana's a bad person.
True.
Definitely has more morals than Afra.
Yeah.
Which isn't well, no, I shouldn't say that isn't saying much, because Afra does have morals as well. They're just twisted.
Oh, I see what's happening. I have confused. Sana is not Afra. I've got two different characters confused
Yeah.
with each other. Sorry, Afra is the one I don't have any sympathy for. Sana, Sana's the one who's like, don't ask questions, just fucking shoot him.
Yeah.
I'm
Xylan.
sorry,
yeah. No. Yeah.
Sana.
See.
That's my fault.
Yeah.
I
Afra
don't
is her
much
last
care for your
associate / ex.
Yeah. Y'all are still better than the active serial killer.
Yeah. Anyway, so Xylan claims that Syl can testify that Chansey is dead and that the Nihil are not responsible for the hyperspace disturbances there. Xylan offers to bring Syl and Professor Wolk along for the exploratory mission. Playing politics, Jira promises to grant Xylan's request if he allows 2 Jedi representatives to come along. These Jedi representatives turn out to be the Jedi Knight Vernestra Rwoh and her Padawan Imri Canteros. Xylan is outraged that Jedi adolescents will be sent to monitor the mission, but reluctantly accepts Senator Staros' conditions.
Yeah.
Silvestri is initially hostile towards Vernestra, since she reminds her of a past trauma. Syl tells Vern that Senator Staros assigned her and Imri to the mission in order to provoke Xylan. Syl also educates Vern about the intricacies of the Coruscanti politics. A senatorial staff named Kyrie escorts Syl, Vern, and Imri to a waiting speeder that shuttles them to the building where Professor Wolk's office is located. Outside the building, Vern briefly chats with Jordana, who is heading to the Santeca corporate office. Vernestra and Imri take a lift to the floor where Professor Wolk's office is located. Before they can find Wolk's office, the two are caught in a bomb attack. Meanwhile, Syl talks with her ex-girlfriend Jordana. Jordana regrets not leaving with her when she asks. Syl heads off to rejoin the 2 Jedi adolescents, but Jordana insists on following. So things just got spicy, because we find out that in this section that Jordana and Syl are exes. The two soon hear the sound of gunfire. Meanwhile, Vern uses the Force to deflect the debris from her and Imri. The two soon encounter the terrified Professor Wolk, who tells them that he is endangered. The Gungan professor is soon hit in the chest by a blaster bolt. Vern pursues a Twi'lek assassin and uses her light whip to deflect the blaster bolts, knocking him out. Vern gives an account of the assassination attempt to a Bolasar security...
very successful assassination attempt.
Yeah, to a Bolasar security officer named Ashtri Mark. Imri has been injured by debris during the bombing. After reuniting with Jordana and Syl, they learn that Professor Syl tells Vern that Professor Wolk had been the subject of an assassination attempt the previous day. She tells Vern that she believes that Xylan Graf was behind the assassination of Professor Wolk. Imri agrees that Graf is hiding something. Syl also offers another theory that Graf may be the next target of the assassinations. Following Wolk's assassination, Senator Jira Staros convinces Master Comac and his Padawan Reeth to accompany Vernestra, Imri, Xylan, Graf, and Syl on their expedition to the Beringe sector. There seems to be a connecting thread here. I wonder who it is.
The funny thing is, Silvestri is like, there are 4 of them now.
Yeah. Jira is concerned that the Nihil are working on a destructive weapon in the Beringe sector and that Graf is not being forthcoming. Syl meets in a diner with Vernestra, Imri, Jordana, her Volca Remy. Syl reflects on her mother Chansey, leaving her in the care of the Ugnaught mechanic Klana and Roy, intending for them to teach her how to repair a hyperdrive. Syl recalls this was the last time that she saw her mother. Syl invites Jordana to travel the galaxy together with her. However, Jordana is training to be a deputy for the Santeca clan and plans to return to Taika. While discussing the recent assassination of Professor Wolk, they are joined by Xylan and his entourage. Xylan speculates that the Gungan academic was assassinated to throw suspicion on the Graf family. He also reminds Syl of her promise to testify before the Senate committee. Vern also shows Xylan the puzzle box, which she recovered on Taika. Xylan believes that his grandmother, who lives at the Graf family compound near Neryl's moon, can help decipher the glyphs. He convinces the 4 to accompany him to the Graf family compound while en route to the Beringe sector. Meanwhile, Nan spends 2 days in captivity aboard the Gravity's Heart, which she resents. By contrast, Dr. Utterson regards his imprisonment as a holiday.
Yeah, he's like, Nan is like, they essentially are like right across the hall from each other. So Nan is getting consistently pissed off because she wants to go out and do stuff.
Well, she's also trying to move up the ladder, and this is not helping.
Meanwhile, Dr. Utterson, apart from occasionally doing like necessary stuff to keep Marie Santeca alive, is like, I wonder what romance Hollow I should watch today or adventure in. And
Yeah.
It's like, I want out of here.
Later, they travel with Chansey Yarrow and several Nihil aboard the Whisper Kill to an unknown location in the Hennesian sector. Back on Coruscant, Xylan invites Syl, Vernestra, Emery, and Jordana to his luxurious tower in the upper levels of the planet. They are joined by Master Comac and Padawan Wreath. While meeting in the dining room, they discuss the family feud between the Grafs and the Santecas over control of the Beringe sector, and the late Professor Woke's theory about a Nihil weapon in that sector. Xylan claims that the Nihil are not building weapons in the Beringe sector, but Jordana and Comac are skeptical, and they believe that an investigation is warranted.
Yeah.
Xylan convinces Master Comac to let the group travel with him to Norel's moon so that they can travel to the Beringe sector on his experimental starship, Vengeful Goddess. During the journey aboard Xylan's ship, Resplendent Pearl, Syl and Jordana spend time together, talking about Chansey, Xylan, the Jedi, and the Nihil. Jordana explains that the Nihil attract outcasts and losers by giving them a home and misleading them into believing that violence is a tool they can use. While checking the Navicomputer, Syl realizes that Xylan's ship is bound for Hayleap in the Dalanan sector. That's not where we said we were going. She realizes that Xylan has been deceiving them and rushes to warn the Jedi. Meanwhile, Vernestra speaks with Master Comac, who reassures her that Master Stellan did not send him and Wreath because the Order underestimated her and Emery's ability to handle Xylan. Comac believes that Senator Saros was not being honest about her request for assistance and suspects that some politics is at play between the Santecas and Grafs. You are correct. Comac also explains that being a Jedi Knight also requires maturity and does not depend solely on one's force powers. While resting, Vernestra hears a mysterious telepathic voice through the Force telling her that the way is clear and that she must come.
So Comac also explains, like, he's like, I think they should have waited just a little bit longer before promoting you, essentially.
Yeah, like
you're good. You're very good at what you do, Vernestra.
but you're not quite at the maturity level that I think you should be.
Before you were given this.
Like, being knighted's one thing, but then also having an apprentice is the other. Like, he doesn't doubt that she should have been knighted. It's more of like, you shouldn't already have a Padawan yet. You are going too fast for your age.
Yeah. She's on that advanced career track.
Yeah. Vern is woken up by a concerned Emery, who warns about the dangers of deep meditation. Vern admits that she can't control her deep meditation powers. Shortly later, they are joined by Silvestri, who warns them that Xylan is taking them towards the Dalanan sector. Syl warns the Jedi that Xylan cannot be trusted. Vern agrees with Syl, but decides that they should also speak with Master Comac about this matter. Elsewhere, Nan accompanies Chansey Yarrow for a meeting with Catriona Graf at the Graf family compound, Everbloom. The matriarch has agreed to let the Nihil set up an ambush for the Jedi at her opulent retreat.
Yeah.
Following the meeting, Chansey questions Nan about her loyalty to Marchion Ro. Nan professes her loyalty, stating that Ro has assigned her to look after the Oracle. Chansey, however, is aware that Nan has secretly sent a message to Santeca Conglomerate Office about Mari Santeca being held captive on the Gravity's Heart. Her plan was to use the Santeca clan attack as a means of escaping her captivity at the hands of Chansey. Chansey responds that she had intercepted the message before it could be sent out.
Basically, another instance of nice try, kid.
Yeah. Admiring Nan's resourcefulness, Chansey offers her...
There's a lot of nice tries, kid.
Yeah. Well, and also especially between Chansey and Nan.
Yeah.
Because, like, this is the first time Chansey and Nan are working together. And this creates the relationship that we see later on in Fallen Star. Because, once again, this is... Like I said earlier, this is a book where... I think I only said this off camera. I haven't said it on camera yet. This is a book that this is a very forgettable book to me. There's a lot of important stuff in this book, and it's not a bad book. I just forget everything, like half of what happens in it, as soon as I put it down. Whereas the other books are more memorable to me. Of like, I can go, this is what happened in this book. This is what happened in this book. out of the shadows, I'm like, I know there's Graphs and Xantecas and Chansey and
This book has a lot going on in not as many pages.
yeah.
So
Like this book could have been 2 books.
yeah. So in some regards, it does feel a bit rushed, but overall, it's still pretty good.
Yeah, and I'll give my final thoughts when we get there. But yeah, let's see. So Chansey offers Nan a place as her spy. Back aboard the Resplendent Pearl, Silvestri confronts Xylan about their trip to Hayleap in the presence of Comac and Reith. Xylan admitted that he lied about their true destination due to the presence of Jordana, who was serving the Santeca clan. Xylan says that he also wanted to mislead the Nihil in case they were tracking them. Having analyzed the Nihil's attack patterns, Xylan believes that they are being aided by sympathetic insiders within the Republic government. He is correct.
He's like, I don't know who it is,
But somebody in the
but
Republic's helping them.
someone's a snitch.
Yeah. He promises that they will arrive at the Graf family compound the following day before traveling to the Beringe sector. Xylan asks Syl to trust him. Master Comac accepts Xylan's explanation, having sensed through the Force that he is being truthful. The Resplendent Pearl arrives at Everbloom, a space city that serves as the Graf family's compound. Upon landing in the hangar, the Jedi are attacked by several Nihil who unleash purple gas that incapacitates Xylan. Xylan's Gigorian bodyguard Basha carries him to safety and leaves the Jedi trapped outside the ship. Jordana, Reith, and Master Comac are stunned by the Nihil. Vernestra wounds the Nihil militant by slicing off his hand with her lightsaber. She tells Emery to run before succumbing to the Nihil's gas. Aboard the ship's cockpit, Syl hears the fighting outside. She attempts to leave the cockpit, but is blocked by Basha, who tells her to return. The two fight, and Syl's Volca Remy comes to her aid, stunning him with an electronic bolt. Syl exits the ship to aid her friend Jordana, but is confronted by her mother, Chansey. Chansey orders Syl to stand down, but Syl is still bitter towards her mom. Chansey wants to reunite with her daughter and stuns the unwilling Syl. Later, Vernestra awakes in the luxurious Everbloom, where she is tended to by the Graf servant Safa with Sasaberry juice. Safa explains that the Nihil gas was originally manufactured by the Zygerians to suppress slave revolts. Fuck the Zygerians.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, you messaged.
While reading the book, I was like, man, everyone sure hates the Zygerians. Oh wait, they're slavers. No wonder.
Yeah, they're that cat people in Clone Wars that are slavers.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah.
why do they hate them so? Oh, never mind. Never mind. I get it.
She apologizes for the attack on behalf of the matriarch. She soon rejoins Jordana, Comac, and Remy, who are recovering from the effects of the Nihil gas. Vern learns that the Nihil have captured Syl and the Padawans. The Jedi confront an apologetic matriarch, Catriona, who had been collaborating with Nihil elements on an experimental technology. As part of their contract, Xylan had agreed to bring them the girl Silvestri. When pressed on the Padawans, Catriona says that kidnapping the Padawans had not been part of the plan. Catriona agrees to lend the Jedi and Jordana their fastest ship, Vengeful Goddess, and directions to find the Nihil. When Vernestra asks her about the puzzle cube, Catriona explains that they are old prospector markings and that the glyphs translate as increase, decrease, and home. She reveals that the riddle to the puzzle cube is always return home, an old Santeca saying. While examining the puzzle cube, the Jedi and Jordana discover a holographic recording of a young girl who turns out to be the missing Mari Santeca. All the puzzle pieces are coming together.
A brief thing. Catriona knows. So Xylan Graf is the one who brokered
The deal.
the deal with the Nihil,
Yeah,
and she knows about the deal,
correct.
but she wasn't going to do anything about it.
Yeah, she was basically like, I'm
she's
not going to
like-
interfere either way. What happens, happens.
Yeah.
But she also is like,
But this
Giving
was also
Je-
not part
yeah,
of the
she was like,
deal.
giving Jedi is not part of the deal, so go get your buddies.
And they're like, you're shady as hell,
But
But
you're also helping us.
but also, thank fuck you.
Yeah.
It's
So
like that situation.
speaking of, Comac believes that Catriona is setting up Xylan as a scapegoat to conceal her own involvement. The Jedi depart on the Goddess to rescue Syl and the Padawans. Meanwhile, Syl wakes in a cell with the unconscious Emery and Reith. Following the struggle with her Nihil guardian Nan, Syl has a tense reunion with her mother Chansey. Syl is angry that her mother staged her own death and is collaborating with the Nihil. Chansey explains that she joined the Nihil after they offered to help her construct a prototype gravity well projector with the help of the Oracle. God, Chansey reminds me so much of a character from Knights of the Old Republic comic. Reminds me of Demigul. In that, oh, I'm working with the bad guys. Oh, and I've actually been working with them for a long time. Like, even before I faked my death. Like, I was already working with them and doing this shady shit.
Oh.
Because Demigul was already working... I like the Knights of the Republic comic books. It's some of my favorite comic books in the Legends content. Demigul is the main villain. A little bit of spoilers. Demigul is a Mandalorian who's working on trying to clone the Force for Mandalorians. So he's like does experiments on Jedi to figure out how the Force works scientifically. This is why Malak is bald, because Malak was one of his test subjects that he tortured and. But yeah, eventually it's revealed, oh yeah, no, I've been working, this isn't just a from the Mandalorian Wars did I start doing this. No, I've been studying how to do this since the end of the Jedi, since the end of the Sith War with Ulla Keldroma, and I picked up Ulla Keldroma's cape, which turned out to be Arca Jeth's cape, and was already studying DNA way back then. But yeah, so this is that situation where it's like, yeah, no, I faked my death because I've always been working for them.
Yeah.
Like, this isn't new. I didn't just start working for them when I faked my death.
She's actually like, hey, do you remember your Auntie Lorna?
Yeah.
As in fucking
Lorna D?
I'm like, oh. Oh no.
Yeah. Oh, no, 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 no. But yeah, so, let's... what was it? Yeah, so, Syl is upset that her mother... hold on. Chansey explains that the captive Padawans are a tribute for the Eye, Marchion Ro, the leader of the Nihil, who is challenging the Republic. Syl is upset that her mother could consider sacrificing individuals as test subjects for the Nihil. Chansey tells Syl that she needs her help to run the Gravity's Heart due to the unreliability of the Nihil. Syl suggests that they run away, but Chansey tells her daughter that the Nihil have spies everywhere, including spies in the Senate. While Syl accepts her mother's view that the galaxy is uncaring and vast, she disagrees that this is a license to be selfish and irresponsible. Chansey leaves Syl to spend time with the unconscious Nan, hoping that the young Nihil will talk sense to her daughter. Using the coordinates given by Catriona, the Jedi and Jordana travel on the Vengeful Goddess towards Gravity's Heart, a beacon in the Beringe sector. Jordana explains the disappearance of Mari Santeca for the Jedi. While meditating through the Force, Vernestra encounters a Force vision of the captive Mari Santeca, who appears in both her young and old form. She tells Vern that she has gone traveling, but that she has a path for her. Vern relates the vision to Master Comac and the others, who deduce there is a link between the visions and their destination. After exiting hyperspace, Vernestra, Jordana, and Remy depart the Vengeful Goddess in an escape pod to reach Gravity's Heart. A Nihil skiff attempts to intercept them, but Jordana shoots down the skiff. However, the escape pod is hit by debris. The trio brace for impact as the pod descends towards the station. Meanwhile, Reath and Emery awake in their cell. Syl updates the two Padawans about their situation. Reath recognizes Nan from an earlier adventure that we keep repeating. Nan convinces the Jedi and Syl to help escape the cell. However, she then takes the opportunity to flee the station. The trio are caught up in an explosion, which causes them to slide into a room containing a medical pod. The trio are cornered by the chapter by Dr. Utterson, who holds them at gunpoint. Vernestra guides the damaged escape pod into a large landing hangar, overturning one of the parked Nihil ships. The trio fight their way through several Nihil guards. Vern encounters the hallway from her vision, where she reunites with Jordana, Reath, and Syl, who have been exposed to Nihil gas. Syl covers the gas canister with an empty trash can. Emery points Vernestra to the medical pod containing the ancient Mari Santeca, whom both Vern and Jordana recognize. Through the Force, the frail Mari tells Vernestra that she has gone traveling and that she has a gift for her, which she describes as one last path before she passes on. Realizing that Mari is half dead and wants to pass on to the next plane, Vernestra uses her lightsaber to slice through the hoses connected to Mari's pod, freeing her from her prison and allowing her to die as a free woman. As the Jedi Jordana, Sil, and Remy head to the station's hangar, they find the Gravity's Heart under attack by Republic Defense Coalition forces led by Master Elzar Mann. There he is.
He is in this book.
Just later.
Yep.
Just much, much later. Like near the end. The Nihil Force. So that means we got all three of the trio to appear in this book. The Nihil forces at the station scatter while searching for for a ship. Sil encounters her mother Chansey, who attempts to convince her daughter to leave with her aboard the Switchback. Sil refuses, not wanting to be used by her strange mother. Vernestra uses the Force to throw Chansey's blaster out of her hand. As Chansey flees, Vern finds a shuttle that allows the Jedi, Sil, Jordana, and Remy to escape Gravity's Heart before it is destroyed by longbeam cruisers. Following the events at Gravity's Heart, Vernestra attends a debriefing with the Jedi Council. Master Terry Rosasan asks if her young age led Xylan Graf to believe that he can manipulate as a bargaining chip in his dealings with the Nihil. Vern responds that Xylan is solely responsible for his actions and says that she is only aware that Xylan had convinced the Republic to fund a scientific mission to the Bergen sector. She explains that Master Comac's caution had led to the deployment of the coalition forces from the Heidzel system to aid them. Master Stellan testifies that Catriona Graf has identified Lorna D as a key Nihil leader and talks about the Graf family's dealings with the Nihil. He advocates a public trial of the complicit members of the Graf family and advocates a fully coordinated military response. Master Rosasan expresses concern about the Jedi becoming soldiers. Vernestra and Imri are dismissed from the meeting. They also chat with Master Comac, who reassures them that they did the best they could with the information they had. Vern confides that she did not disclose her connection to Mari San Tekka or the path that she gave her. She explains that she told the council that they had found Mari and had given the puzzle box to Jordana to return to her family. Vern thinks that the Jedi are not yet ready to learn about her hyperspace visions. Meanwhile, Sil learns that Graf Holdings Incorporated has gifted the Vengeful Goddess as a consolation gift. Jordana also finds a message from Xylan apologizing to Sil for her subterfuge. He explains that he left the ship behind as payment for her services prior to the Republic's seizure of the Graf family's assets. Xylan tells Sil that she has a friend on Takodana who is looking for enterprising new partners and advises her to get in touch with that friend. I wonder who it could be. Maybe our favorite Takodana character.
Who the hell is on Takodana?
Who do you think? Yeah, Maz Kanata.
Oh.
Because this would be after the Jedi Temple on Takodana is destroyed, but Maz Kanata's palace is still just hanging tight. Because it doesn't get messed up until hundreds of years later. Xylan tells Sil that, let's see. Sil and Jordana decide to travel to Takodana to exploit this opportunity. Jordana decides to take a break from her duties for the San Tekka family. Sil also plans to stop by Port Hayleap and pick up the rest of her crew. Imri also visits his friends to wish them farewell. Prior to the destruction of the Gravity's Heart, Nan escaped with Chansey Yarrow aboard the Switchback. Unwilling to return to Marchion Ro empty-handed, she decides to stay with Chansey, which is set up for Fallen Star. Later, the Switchback is captured and boarded by Graf family forces. The two meet with Matriarch Catriona Graf and Xylan. Chansey tells the Matriarch that the ship's cargo hold contains the routes and preliminary
Where is it?
preliminary data, and the datacrons. I got it. I was just
Having some trouble.
yeah. I've been
Always
reading a
so
lot.
many
Well,
words.
I'm also been reading a lot.
True.
I'm starting to get like cottonmouth a little bit just from how much.
Drink.
I have been. I need actual water, but I'll get that after. Chansey says that her research has proved her hypothesis that hyperspace can be vulnerable to attack, but not the heavy-handed sort that Marchion Ro favors. She thinks that hyperspace warfare would require a more sophisticated kind of upheaval. The matriarch decides to support Chansey's offer. Xylan confirms that he has signed the vengeful goddess over to Silvestri as consolation for his subterfuge. Xylan also confirms that the Graf family have prepared a new laboratory for Chansey on an unlisted station built into an asteroid in the Henestian sector. Chansey tells the Grafs that her research into gravity well projectors had drawn the interest of the Nihil and one of their sympathizers in the Galactic Senate. Wonder who that is. She adds that the late Mari Santeca played a crucial role in helping them develop a more successful version of the gravity well protector that can predict timing as well as direction. Matriarch Catriona also offers Nan a place with the Graf family since the Republican Jedi are taking actions against the Nihil. Realizing that the Nihil may eventually fall, Nan asks the Grafs what they want to know. And that is Out of the Shadows.
Yeah.
Woo!
The funny thing is, speaking of the gravity's heart, right?
Yeah.
They point out that it only actually worked out of the 50 times they fired it 4 times.
Yeah. So okay. We kind of talked about how, to us, this book could have been... It's not bad, but it could have been better. And because of the way it's written, I like Justina Ireland's writing. She does a really good job, because I was talking about it with Char.
Yeah.
And, Justina Ireland is not bad.
No.
And, in fact, I'm excited that she's getting an adult novel in Phase 2, because she's the one that's writing Path... She's writing Path of Deceit, which comes out really soon.
All right.
That's why we're going to be in the High Republic a bit longer, because Phase 2 is starting, this upcoming month. And we're going to talk about this month's schedule for our show in regards to that. But this could have been split to 2 books. Because the pace for this book, there's just so much important information dropped in this book that it's okay, it's good that this book exists to drop all this information, but you could have spread it out. But I also understand that they were trying to have 3 books for each for the phase. So 3 adult books, 3 junior novels, 3 young adult novels. This is the second of the young adult novels, and this is the middle piece, so they got to put everything that's before the last book. Everything that's important for the last book has to be in this book.
Have to set everything up.
And so I wish they had been able to spread it out more. But at the end of the day, I'm glad this book exists and I like this book. I just don't like that I forget what's in it as soon as I put it down. And so and I've talked about this with other people. I'm not the only one. That's how I know I'm not crazy on this thing where I'm not the only one who forgets what happened. And you, however, remember, but you also finished it this morning.
Yeah. Finished at 12 o'clock last night.
Yeah, you texted me around 6. You texted the group chat around 6 going, hey, I finished it.
Yeah.
Because I remember waking up and seeing the text and I was like, okay. And so, overall, it's still a good book. I think it's a strong book, but it's so forgettable that I don't... What did I give... The real question becomes, what did I give Race to Crash Point Tower? Did I give that a 7?
I think so.
Then this would be a 7.5. Because it's better, because I still think Race to Crash Point Tower is the weakest of the High Republic books. This is just the most forgettable of the High Republic books. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? It's not bad, it's just forgettable.
Ow.
So I give it 7.5. I feel like you're gonna give it much higher. Because I feel like you like this. I like this book. Don't get me wrong. I might even if this book wasn't a book that I forgot so easily, I would give it an 8. But I have to give it 7.5.
I think the problem that it has is that its pacing is
It's a pacing issue.
very fucking fast.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's a pacing issue. Like the content's good, it's the pacing.
There's not enough room to breathe for this one.
Hell, just reading that all of that, I would.
Yeah.
That's a lot of content, and once again, this is a book that's 200 pages on the PDF. So yeah,
It's not bad. It's just a very fast-paced story.
yeah.
I gotta agree with you. It's a 7.5.
Okay. I was expecting you to give it maybe an 8, but yeah.
Nah.
Okay, so next week's gonna be easier.
Mm.
We're going to a short story. We're going back to Starlight. So let's go ahead and announce what's the schedule for the month at the moment.
Yeah.
Because I promised last week that we would. So next week we are reading Starlight Past Mistakes. So we're going back to our Starlight characters. And then the week after, you're getting your first audio drama.
All right. Great.
Because this one you're going to have to listen to because it's an audio drama. If it was an audio book, if it was a book, I wouldn't care. But because it's an audio drama, you have to experience it as an audio drama. You can't just read the script. Reading the script versus listening to an audio drama are two totally different experiences. So audio drama is the way we're going. And that audio drama is The High Republic Tempest Runner. And then so that's the 8th. So next week we're doing Starlight Past Mistakes. On the 8th we're doing Tempest Runner. On the 15th we are going to talk about The High Republic Path of Deceit, which is the brand new High Republic novel for Phase 2. Phase 2's first book, which I'm currently trying to get an arc for. I'm working on it. I actually got some emails a couple days ago trying to get a hold of it. Because it wasn't through my usual source, so I had to go to a new source. Because they were like, hey, email this person about that. Because it's not Penguin Random House doing it. It's Disney Publishing themselves. So you got to go through Disney Publishing.
I see.
Yeah, it's a whole... I mean, it's good that people are willing to point me in the right direction, but the fact that I got to go through all these people, it's like I got to remember who's with what
Who to
book.
talk to about what?
And then after Path of Deceit on the 22nd, we'll go back to Starlight Shadows Remain. So we're going to be trying to finish Phase 1 now that Phase 2 is coming out. But Phase 2 is going to continue coming out. So on the 29th, we will talk about Quest of the Jedi comic, which is a one-shot. And that's basically like the one-shot intro for the Phase 2 comics. And then that is our schedule for October at the moment, unless something massive happens.
All right.
I think one of those is going to have to be pre-recorded because I'll be getting ready for a wedding on one of the... So one of those will have to be pre-recorded. So...
Look at you like we're getting married. Yeah, honey, we're getting married.
Yeah.
I can't believe you forgot.
No, I didn't. I knew the wedding was coming up on a Saturday. I just forget which Saturday it is. It's the 15th? Oh, so it's the big High Republic one. So it's the Path of Deceit. So the start of Phase 2. So that's gonna be pre-recorded, I guess.
All right.
So
Well, you can record early. The wedding's not the afternoon.
yeah. That's true. Yeah. I'll just be in a nice suit.
It's gonna be a weird day.
Yeah, I'll be in a suit. You'll be dressed the way you normally are, and yeah, you should
I don't own a suit.
rent one.
Not doing that either.
Rent one for the bit. No. I don't have like a full three piece. Mine's more like a
Told
vest
me to
and like.
Come in wearing a tie. I'm gonna deck the shit out of.
What about a bow tie?
Not even that. Fuck them. I don't want that choking.
What about a
hazard.
clip-on?
No.
Oh, no. If you're going to do a clip on, do a zipper tie, but better.
Oh yeah.
Because look, I have a father figure who did not know how to tie ties. He was a clip-on guy.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, I never learned.
Yeah.
But clip-on ties are tacky. Zip ties, you never know.
Oh yeah, that's true. But yeah. And just kind of heads up on the rest of on the schedule so far, unless things keep coming out, the plan is that we will end the season in March. with you figuring out what the timeline is for everything we've gone over.
Oh, god damn it.
And I already have a great title for that episode, but yeah, I'm excited for this month because we're getting phase 2 of the High Republic, and I know you're excited for that. And hopefully, I get some arcs for that, and because I love the opportunities that I've been getting with the arcs. I need to figure out how to get comic book arcs because M brought that up when she was our guest.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because remember she's mentioned that her co-host for her podcast get comic book arcs. I need to figure out how to do that because I want comic book arcs as well. Because I also read the comics and I also want that. I want all the Star Wars arcs. Give me everything. But no. But on a serious note, that is the end of the episode. Like I said, next week we're going to talk about Starlight. What did I say? Past mistakes?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, and we'll see you guys next week. Thank you guys for watching. If you are watching on twitch.tv/CJ Star Wars 94, feel free to follow or subscribe. Both really help out. We are almost at 100 followers. So 4 more of y'all is all we need to get to 100. Subscribing also helps because that financially supports us. You can also subscribe to us on youtube.com/Escape Reality Films, where we do this, and I also do my book reviews for the arcs that I get. I also do them on my TikTok, which is Caleb Lockwood 5. I really need to like.
You gotta take out the other 4, man.
No. The real thing is I need to rebrand.
Oh yeah.
Which is something that me and the other Star Wars content creators talk about. I have an issue with my branding in that I'm CJ on some things, I'm Escape Reality on another thing, and then I use my like there is no there's no uniformity to it, and I need to do that. I thankfully my Twitter is uniform now. It's Escape Reality 94. So that's a little bit.
That's another different name.
No, because it keeps the Escape Reality brand, and that's the brand I'm trying to build for. There's not enough. They didn't give me enough. They don't give you enough letters for me to have Escape Reality like films, which is what I would have used, or Escape Reality. Escape Reality Media is really what the umbrella is going to be, but. Well, media. It's because I want to do books and comics and yeah. But and so, anyways, back to the shilling of everything. So on where was I? Oh yeah. So if you also want to support us, we also have a Patreon, which is patreon.com/Escape Reality Films. Which you can, there's actually some new artwork for my comic up there.
Yeah.
Because every week on whenever we do the podcast, new artwork gets thrown up there.
You showed it to me on Thursday, didn't you?
Yeah, I showed you some of the work, and so like, yeah, Colton Holcomb has been doing a great job. He's already like starting to lay out. I haven't shown the artwork to the Patreon yet, but he's already laying out page 2, and we're not really done with. He's already figuring this comic out. He's excited as much as I am to make this, and so that's great. I was not sure how excited he'd be, but I'm glad that he's enjoying this as much as I am, even with him having a day job. So that's really where the slowdown for some of the art is. It's a day job, but we now have a weekly thing where he sends me something at least once a week, and so I provide it to you guys. And so that's the benefit of being part of our Patreon page, is you get some of that. Let's also thank Seth's mom, who is a consistent Patreon member. At the $10 level, Patreon takes their cut, so it becomes $9 for us. But that's still, every little bit helps, because eventually the goal is to be able to pay, to basically get you paid for this as well as me, to where this can just be our full-time thing. where there are more podcast ideas I want to do. Like, I've been talking with some of our friends. We want to do a Broadway podcast where we just talk about Broadway shows and musicals and stuff. Because we just like that stuff.
Y'all keep suckering me into watching musicals with you.
And you enjoy them. Yeah.
However, I do occasionally feel like I'm the only one who actually paid attention to the plot.
Oh, yeah. No, me and you and... Well, Ty fell asleep at the end of the last one, but it ran late.
That is true.
It ran late. But that's also because we waited because Kinsey took forever to get ready to watch it with us. Because Ty got there, and then Kinsey's like, oh, I'm going to shower now. And it's like, but Ty's here now, so now we can watch it. Also, we got you to watch Andor, so that also made it take a minute. Because we had to finish episode 3. Because we couldn't leave you off on episode 2. You can't stop at episode 2.
Yeah, you can.
You can, but it's... You can, but there's just so much that it's like, oh, no, episode 3 is where it really... But that's a different episode of the podcast where we're going to talk about Andor. Which I hope we can get M back for that, because I do want M on that for that episode. Yeah, I get to talk about it tomorrow on yeah, I was about to give y'all a shout out. Yeah. So speaking of Andor, there I would like to thank the Mobcast Network for helping provide this space.
You're welcome. We love you.
They are the other podcast network that we work with. Mobcast Network can be found on youtube.com/Mobcast Network. They're also on TikTok now. Is it just Mobcast? At Mobcast. And
Which I was surprised I could get.
yeah. And they're also on any podcasting app that you can find. If they're not there, reach out. Yeah. And they do a couple shows. We got the Cult Movie Cantina, which is wrapping up with one more episode. One more episode for the season. We just did our episode on Clerks 3. Yeah, I liked Clerks 3 more than the rest, but if you want to hear the opinions of why, go check it out. It's a good, yeah, I think it's a good episode. And then after that, we'll have our little wrap up episode, and that's coming out this upcoming week. Yeah, we announced season 4's films, and that's basically a show where we watch cult films and we talk about them, and we show them to somebody who hasn't seen them, and we get drinks. And then also we're bringing back My Star Wars Life, because Andor's out, or as Luthen says, Andor. Andor Mondays. Andor Days. Yeah. The Andor Days. It sounds like end of days. It's Andor Days. But yeah, we're going to talk about Cassian Andor and all that. I don't know how we're going to do that yet. I don't know if we're doing all... I suggested that it's hard to talk about the... Okay, so we are doing all 3 in one episode. Yeah, I meant like I suggest the reason I didn't say it was hard. When I said that, I meant like it'd be hard to just do like 1 or 2, because it feels like the 3 are meant to be talked about together. And also the plot is easy. It's easy enough to cut up into 1 like hour talk. Nice. So I'm excited because we're filming that tomorrow, and that will come out Monday, I guess. Yeah. And so that's stuff to look forward to. I will be on that show because I help produce, and I'm a unofficial co-host. Yeah. I'm number 2. Yeah. But I'm a Padawan on Star Wars. And then I would also like to thank Gamers and Geeks, who are currently having a convention outside, as we mentioned before. They are a local game shop, not to be confused with Geeks and Gamers. We don't like them. We like Gamers and Geeks. And if you're ever in the Mobile, Alabama area, come check them out. They have an arcade in the back where you pay $10 and you can play some free play games for the day. You get the whole day of access to it. I've seen Mario back there. I've seen Mortal Kombat 1 through 3. They got a machine with like 100 different like 300 different games on it, including Michael Jackson's Moonwalker. And also, if you just like tabletop games, they also got that. They've got they've got your Magic the Gathering, your D&D, your Warhammer 40K, yeah, your Pokemans. And then right next to them, we've got Engage Gaming, which is a different store, but if you pay a monthly membership fee, you get it's cheaper because either way you're paying an hourly rate to play on a console. You can play on PS4, Xbox, or PC, or even VR. And you pay by the hour for how much you play. They provide the games and the consoles, so all you got to provide is the money and the time. If you're a member, you get a slightly reduced price. And so if there's this game that you've been wanting to play, and you just don't want to buy the game yourself, that's a great way to try it out. It's also great for people like me who want to mess with VR but can't afford to get a VR machine themselves. So, because it's still cheaper at the end of the day, even if you're not a member. And so that is all of our shout outs, I think. So I guess we'll see you guys next week once again with Starlight. Have a good one. I have spoken.